Lin Yu, originally a reclusive office worker of the 21st century, found his fate taking a dramatic turn during a seemingly mundane trip downstairs to purchase instant noodles. In a cruel twist of destiny, he was struck down by a runaway vehicle, meeting an untimely demise on the spot. Expecting to be reborn in another life, he was instead astonished to discover that his soul had inexplicably traversed to a blue planet strikingly similar to Earth. This world was teeming with ferocious, terrifying monsters, along with individuals awakened with extraordinary abilities capable of moving mountains. Just as he contemplated a life of apathy, he unexpectedly awakened a rare spatial ability. From that moment, the gears of fate began to turn, gradually revealing the hidden truths that lay beneath the surface of this world. Beep energy fluctuations detected, initiating system startup. Startup successful beep, system binding with host in progress. Beep currently loading 10. Loading 30, 60, 100 system binding successful. This system is named the Invincible Emotion Collection System. Beep system detects host undergoing awakening, issuing a beginner's gift package. A series of sounds erupted in Lin Yu's mind, momentarily leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Observing his daze, Wang Fujuan kindly reminded him, Lin Yu, focus now, you're in the midst of awakening. Attune yourself to the energy within and attempt to channel it back to the device. Alright, principal, it'll do that immediately. Lin Yu, disregarding the system's chatter, directed the energy within him back to the device. Before long, the device displayed 2 lines of text, nearly causing Wang Fujuan to drop his jaw in astonishment. SSS, Spatial Ability. SS Fire Ability. Instantly, Wang Fujuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to comprehend what lay before him. Lin Yu, could you please place your hand back on the device? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at the display, equally stunned to see the results dual abilities, both rated above class. However, he quickly rationalized that the spatial ability must be a reward from a system, while the fire ability was inherent to his original self. Lin Yu? Wang Fujuan urged, noticing that Lin Yu was still staring at the display in a daze. Responding to the urgency, Lin Yu placed his hand back on the device, yielding identical results. Wang Fujuan was now utterly convinced that this was indeed Lin Yu's awakened abilities to distinct powers. A.S. Wang Fujuan marveled internally at this astonishing revelation. The voice of the system echoed once more in Lin Yu's mind. Beep Wang Fujuan's emotional value, 999. Beep Zhang San's emotional value, 10. Listening to the system's report, Lin Yu felt utterly overwhelmed by the sudden surge of emotional values. He could understand Wang Fujuan's reaction, given the remarkable nature of his awakening. However, he was baffled by the inexplicable contributions from individuals like Zhang San and Li Sai. What on earth were they doing to add to his emotional value? As Lin Yu remained in a state of confusion, Wang Fujuan's voice resonated throughout the entire playground. Let us congratulate Lin Yu for awakening the SS-level spatial ability, as well as the S-level fire ability to extraordinary powers. Upon the conclusion of his announcement, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, as disbelief hung heavily in the air. Thus far, only 5 individuals worldwide had ever awakened spatial abilities, and only one had emerged from the Dragon Country. Now, another had not only awakened a spatial ability, but, astonishingly, possessed an SS-level talent. How could they possibly accept this? To complicate matters further, Lin Yu had also awakened an S-level fire ability, leaving those who had not experienced such transformations in utter dismay. After 10 seconds of stunned silence, a cacophony of exclamations erupted across the playground. Instantly, chaos ensued, especially among the students of Class 15, who were left dumbfounded, reflecting on their past isolation of Lin Yu. Regret flooded their minds as they pondered why they had shunned him and denied him the opportunity to copy their homework. In essence, they were drowning in regret, save for one individual, Zhou Pengzi. Though initially taken aback upon hearing Lin Yu was a dual ability wielder, he quickly accepted it, realizing that Lin Yu was indeed his good friend. With such a formidable ally, Zhou felt he could afford to take it easy. There was no need for strenuous effort anymore. Simultaneously, a series of cold system notifications echoed incessantly in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. In response, Lin Yu couldn't suppress a smile, despite not yet understanding the significance of these emotional values. However, he had read numerous system novels prior to his transmigration and surmised that they must possess considerable utility. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Lin Yu's mind, seemingly mischievous. Principal, may I borrow your microphone for a moment? Upon hearing this, Wang Fujian paused momentarily before promptly handing over the microphone to Lin Yu without hesitation. The onlookers exchanged curious glances, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Is he planning to say something? Most likely. After all, he is an unprecedented genius. I wonder what he will say. I'm quite eager to hear. It doesn't matter. Let's just remember to cheer loudly when the time comes. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person curious about Lin Yu's forthcoming words. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu addressed the microphone. Ahem, classmates, please be quiet for a moment. As his words settled, an anticipatory hush fell over the audience, all eyes fixed on him. The next moment, Hans Huang, may I pursue you? At this declaration, the crowd erupted in pandemonium. Those who harbored secret affections for Li Hanzhuang rolled up their sleeves and advanced toward Lin Yu, only to be obstructed by those in front of them. Meanwhile, Wang Fujian's expression darkened, utterly astonished that Lin Yu had dared to utter such words. Originally, one would have expected Lin Yu to utter words of encouragement to the students, yet unexpectedly, he made a public confession. Immediately, someone seized the microphone from Lin Yu, attempting to soothe the agitated crowd below, but to no avail. The throng remained in an uproar. Ding Zhongsan's emotional value, 999. Ding Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. As Lin Yu listened to the incessant notifications echoing in his mind, a surge of joy welled up within him. He promptly leapt down from the awakening platform and sprinted in another direction. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhuang stood there in a daze, initially believing herself to be among the most gifted. After all, there were less than 10 individuals in the entirety of Huagua with an SSS rank, and now, another SS-level prodigy had emerged, awakening both Spatial and Fire abilities. This revelation sent shockwaves through her previously tranquil heart. Yet, Lin Yu, the cunning one, was oblivious to all this. His recent confession to Li Hanzhuang had merely been a spuro whim. Not long after, Lin Yu found refuge in a small grove, and upon noticing that no one was around, he called forth the system. System, are you there? Ding, what does the host wish to inquire? It seems the system you possess is quite human-like. Pray, tell me about your functions. Ding, this system is known as the emotional collection system. As long as the host elicits emotions from others, emotional value can be accrued. And what purpose does this emotional value serve? Lin Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ding, emotional value can be utilized for lottery draws or to purchase items in the system store. Oh, I see that IT appears to be quite similar to the systems I encountered in my previous life. By the way, is it you who brought me into this world? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu gained clarity, although some doubts lingered in his mind. Ding, the host has perished in the original world. This system expended all its energy to transport the host's soul to this realm. Very well. By the way, does this so-called emotion include feelings such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Ding, indeed. As long as the host can evoke these feelings in others, emotional value can be increased. At this revelation, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This system was far superior to the inferior ones he had encountered in his past life. System, display the panel. As he spoke, a blue interface materialized abruptly before him. System, this device is visible only to me, correct? Ding, yes. This system resides within the host's mind to summon it. Merely think of it. With the system's confirmation, Lin Yu felt enlightened and turned his attention to the system interface. Curiously, he clicked on the personal information button. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Realm, Bronze 1 star. Personal items, none. Abilities, SS level, Spatial ability, S level, Fire ability. Skills, none. Cultivation, method, none. Weapon, none. Emotional value, 222222. Upon observing the information displayed above, Lin Yu could not help but frown. This seemed rather insufficient. System, the novice gift package surely does not consist solely of a spatial ability, does it? Ding, due to urgent circumstances, the novice gift package has not been fully activated. Would the host like to fully activate it? Of course, Hurry up and open it. Do not attempt to hoard my treasures. Upon hearing that his gift package had not been fully activated, Lin Yu's spirits lifted considerably, for everyone knew how bountiful the system's gift packages could be. Soon, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding, the novice gift package has been fully activated. Congratulations, host, for receiving Golden Treasure Chest X1. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining Cleansing Pill X1. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving SpongeBob Underwear X1. As Lin Yu watched his personal information panel fluctuate, he was elated, but upon seeing the SpongeBob underwear, he was rendered completely dumbfounded. Is this system truly legitimate? How can novice gift package yield underwear? Furthermore, he had never been fond of SpongeBob. Wasn't Patrick cuter? Exiting the personal information interface, Lin Yu ventured into the lottery section once more. Before him appeared a grand spinning wheel adorned with a myriad of items, including potions and eggs, though not chicken eggs, but rather beast eggs. System: how much emotional value is required for each lottery draw? Ding, currently, each draw costs 10,000 emotional points. Gazing at the continuously rising emotional value, Lin Yu promptly instructed the system. System, grant me 10 consecutive draws to test my luck. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving Patrick Underwear X3. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining SpongeBob Underwear X2. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving Thank You for your patronage X5. Lin Yu stared in disbelief at the 5 pairs of underwear he had drawn in his 10 consecutive attempts. He was utterly flabbergasted. He had encountered scams before, but this was on an entirely different level. System, explain to me why I received absolutely nothing in my 10 consecutive draws. Ding, this is solely due to the host's luck. This system does not engage in any underhanded practices. Huh? Do you truly think I would believe you? Lin Yu showed no mercy. After all, having read numerous system novels in his previous life, he was well aware of how treacherous systems could be. What a farce. System, I shall grant you a semblance of dignity. I will draw once more. If you can provide, then do so. If not, so be it. With that, Lin Yu pressed the lottery button, and the wheel spun wildly, only to soon come to a halt. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving Patrick Underwear X3. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining Cleansing Pill X2. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving Ordinary Dagger X1. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring SpongeBob Socks X3. Lin Yu gazed at these items, feeling an overwhelming urge to spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I drew 10 times and only received 2 essence cleansing pills. How could this be so disappointing? System, give me another draw. I refuse to believe that I cannot obtain something of value today. With that, he pressed the button once more, and a flash of white light illuminated the screen before the wheel came to a halt. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 essence cleansing pills. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 magical potions. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 Patrick Star underwear. System, what on earth is this magical potion? Lin Yu inquired, bemusement evident in his expression at the newly acquired potion. Ding, the magical potion, as the name suggests, is an extraordinarily wondrous elixir that grants remarkable abilities for a duration of 30 minutes upon consumption. System, do you realize what you just stated? Furthermore, what exactly is this magical ability? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Ding, the magical abilities include, but are not limited to, invisibility, earth manipulation, flight, and water evasion. Upon consuming the magical potion, the host will acquire one of these powers. So, you mean to say that it is entirely random? The ability I receive relies solely on luck? Lin Yu deduced from the system's explanation. Ding, indeed, and only 1 bottle may be consumed at a time. Additional consumption will yield no effect. Lin Yu had initially contemplated exploiting a glitch, but the system's words left him somewhat exasperated. Ugh, this item is utterly useless. Well, I suppose keeping it is better than discarding it altogether. Who knows when it might prove useful. By the way, system, please assist me in opening that golden treasure chest. Ding, detecting host request. The golden treasure chest is now being opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Shrank Long Yuan sword. This sword cuts through iron like mud, proving exceptionally sharp for both chopping wood and slaying monsters, an essential artifact for both home and travel. Listening to the system's announcement, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming headache. It seemed that this system had a rather peculiar sense of humor. Well, Having something is better than having nothing, he would have to make do. System, can the essence cleansing pill truly refine one's essence and marrow? Ding, yes. The primary function of the essence cleansing pill is to temper the physical body. This system recommends that the host wait until returning home to consume it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced around. Although he was currently in a small grove, several classmates wandered by, prompting him to abandon the idea of consuming it here. Sigh, it seems I won't be returning to the classroom now. Oh, let me check in with Fatty. Lin Yu contemplated briefly before deciding to send a text to Zhou Pengzi. Fatty, are you there? Brother you finally contacted me. You won't believe it, Li Hanshuang just came to class looking for you, and her gaze was as if she wanted to devour you whole. You didn't betray me, did you? How could I? I don't even know where you are. How could I possibly betray you? By the way, brother where are you? He'll come find you. You're not trying to set me up, are you? Tell me, is Li Hanshuang next to you? This inevitably made Lin Yu cautious. He certainly did not wish to encounter the icy Li Hanshuang. If she were to be near Zhou Pengzi, his utterance would surely summon something far more formidable than Zhou Pengzi himself. Before long, Zhou Pengzi sent a message. Brother you are my dearest companion. How could I ever betray you? Even if you granted me 1,000-fold courage, I would not dare to sell you out. Lin Yu gazed at the message, momentarily uncertain whether to trust his words. After some contemplation, he decided to share his location with Zhou Pengzi. If near the grove, hurry over, but remember to be discreet. All right, I understand. Zhou Pengzi glanced at the message Lin Yu had sent, and then at Li Hanshuang, who stood beside him. Ahem. Miss Li, you saw that, right? Can I be spared now? Oomph. Li Hanshuang let out a cold snort and turned, striding out of class 15 towards the grove. Once she had distanced herself, Zhou Pengzi exhaled deeply, murmuring, Brother this isn't about brotherly loyalty, it's just that this girl is far too fierce. I had no choice but to submit to her intimidation. Besides, you brought this upon yourself, don't lay the blame at my feet. At this moment, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware that Zhou Pengzi had already betrayed him. Just then, the system notification chimed once more. Ding, Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 666. Ding, Li Hanshuang's emotional value, 999. Damn it, Zhou Pengzi has definitely sold me out. I must leave the school at once. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Yu quickly comprehended the situation. He surveyed his surroundings and, seizing the opportunity amidst the thinning crowd, made a hasty exit from the school. Meanwhile, the online community was ablaze. Some audacious classmates had shared the news of Lin Yu's awakening of dual abilities that a random bystander, intrigued by a post titled Shocking, My classmate is actually a dual ability awakened, clicked into the thread. The next moment, what the heck is this for real? A dual system ability awakened in the Dragon Nation? Thus, the post swiftly circulated across various networks, leaving all who encountered it in a state of astonishment. Particularly, the revelation of the spatial ability awakened was as surprising as a pig climbing a tree, and on the other hand, Lin Yu, after departing the school, made his way home with purpose. He intended to surprise Tang Xinyan and, in the process, test the efficacy of the cleansing elixir. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Yu arrived at his doorstep, suppressing his excitement as he opened the door. There he found Tang Xinyan reclining on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Upon noticing Lin Yu's return, she sprang to her feet, brimming with excitement. Brother, what brings you back? Wasn't today the awakening day? The awakening ceremony concluded, and I hurried back, Lin Yu replied, flashing a bright smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyan felt a surge of curiosity. She was eager to ascertain whether her elder brother had indeed awakened his powers. Brother, did you fail to awaken and return in sorrow? Don't be ridiculous, who do you think I am? There's no way I could fail to awaken. Just promise me you won't get overly excited later. What's there to be excited about? Are you really awakening a dual ability? Tang Xinyan shot Lin Yu a disdainful glance, dismissing his earlier words entirely. However, she soon found herself frozen in disbelief. Dear sister, I have awakened a dual ability, one of which is related to space. Are you excited? Are you happy? Lin Yu promptly revealed his newfound powers. What? You can't possibly be the dual ability awakener mentioned online, can you? What online? Here, take a look for yourself. With that, Tang Xinyan handed Lin Yu the post she had just encountered online. After reading it, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, thankfully. His name was not mentioned, or it would have been disastrous. He promptly returned the phone to Tang Xinyan and added with a serious tone, "You must not spread news about me online, understand?" Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 999. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Lin Yu's mind. What are you so smug about? It's just a dual ability. I can do it too once I turn 18. I will awaken. Tang Xinyan assumed a proud demeanor, appearing quite adorable, though Lin Yu was unfazed. All right then, continue to sulk. I'm heading back to my room. With that, without waiting for Tang Xinyan to respond, Lin Yu swiftly entered his room. Soon after, her voice erupted in a furious outburst. Lin Yu, you brat. So what if you awakened a dual ability? What's the big deal? Lin Yu. System, give me my cleansing pill. Ding. Cleansing pill has been dispensed. Please check, host. As the words fell, a golden, round pill descended from above, landing squarely on Lin Yu's head. Ouch. What the hell, system? Are you doing this on purpose? Lin Yu exclaimed, exasperated, yet helpless to change the situation. He could only accept this silent grievance. Chapter 6. Is this elixir expired? However, in the next moment, Lin Yu's attention was captivated by the elixir before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the cleansing pill. Alas, nothing seemed to happen. Is this elixir expired? System, come out and tell me. Is this elixir expired? Why am I experiencing no reaction whatsoever? Ding. System product. Sincere and reliable, please be patient, host. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu finally set aside his doubts and sat quietly on the ground, awaiting the onset of the elixir's effects. After a while, he faintly sensed a warmth blossoming in his abdomen, followed by a profound weakness in his limbs. What the hell? System, why does it hurt so much? Lin Yu felt as though he had been struck by a massive truck, his entire body engulfed in pain. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Damn it, system. Are you trying to deceive me? Why is it so painful? In that moment, Lin Yu erupted in a torrent of curses. Ding. I forgot to inform the host that only half a pill is necessary for the first use of the cleansing elixir. The system's voice chimed in. Lin Yu felt as if he might shatter. This damned system had concealed this crucial detail from him. I want to uninstall it. I'm done. Damn it, system. You've led me astray. A mouthful of blood nearly escaped Lin Yu's lips. It hurts so much. Immediately thereafter, the elixir's effects surged forth, and Lin Yu curled into a tight ball, his fists clenched in agony. Outside the room, Tang Xinyan heard Lin Yu's anguished cries and hurriedly ran to the door, knocking frantically. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, what's wrong? What happened? Tang Xinyan appeared exceedingly anxious. It's nothing. I was just experimenting with spatial powers and accidentally bumped into something. I'm fine now. Oh, as long as you're okay, just take it easy. Don't hurt yourself. Tang Xinyan sighed in relief, having feared that intruders might be assaulting Lin Yu. Inside the room, Lin Yu remained unaware of Tang Xinyan's silent reproaches. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 555. System, open the personal information panel. Ding. Opening personal information panel. Soon, a panel displaying his personal information appeared before him. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 3. Personal items, Great Dragon Abyss Sword, Miraculous Potion, Cleansing Pill, SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear. Patrick Star Underwear. Abilities, Grade Spatial Ability, Grade Fire Ability. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Beast Companion, none. Emotional value, 333222. System. Why is there a question mark appearing after my level? What does this signify? Lin Yu gazed at his personal information panel, a wave of joy washing over him. He had not anticipated that merely consuming a cleansing pill would elevate him by 2 stars. Suddenly, he noticed the question mark that had appeared after his level, which had not been there previously. The system's voice echoed, prompting Lin Yu to feel a surge of frustration. Fine, system, you can do that. With a resolute decision, Lin Yu pressed the question mark without hesitation. In the next moment, a pop-up appeared. Strength, 80, average person, 50. Stamina, 88, average person, 50. Intelligence, 53, average person, 50. Mental power, 98, average person, 50. Speed, 56, average person, 50. Is this my attribute value? Why is my intelligence only 3 points higher than that of an average person? Is it difficult to improve? Lin Yu inquired. System, can these attributes be enhanced? Yes, they can be improved. The host may consume a cleansing elixir to enhance their attributes, or increase them through physical training, the system replied. Satisfied with the answer, Lin Yu nodded appreciatively. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Goodness, is someone's toilet clogged, and the stench has reached my home? No, wait. It's the foul smell emanating from me. How disgusting. Realizing the source of the odor was his own body, he hastily grabbed a few garments from the wardrobe and rushed towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan, who was watching television in the living room, caught sight of Lin Yu emerging and was about to call out to him when a wave of foul air hit her. Lin Yu, have you fallen into a cesspit? Tang Xinyan exclaimed, her stomach churning at the noxious scent, almost causing her to regurgitate her dinner from the previous night. Lin Yu ignored her, continuing his path to the bathroom. Under the cleansing flow of water, the malodorous stench was soon eradicated. Gazing into the mirror at his well-defined physique, Lin Yu felt a grin stretching across his face. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he possessed such an exquisite body. I never expected the effect of a cleansing elixir to be this remarkable. The system does not deceive me. Ha! Alas, it is a pity that this perfect physique can only be admired by me alone. As he marveled at his reflection, Lin Yu prepared to dress and step out, only to realize he had forgotten to wear underwear. It would be rather awkward to ask Tang Xinyan for assistance. Suddenly, he remembered he had won a few pairs of underwear in a lottery. System, please deliver me the Patrick Star underwear. Delivery of Patrick Star underwear is in progress. Please check. In an instant, a pair of underwear adorned with Patrick Star's image landed on Lin Yu's head. System, couldn't you have just placed it in my hands? The host did not specify where the delivery should be made. The system can only release it onto the host's head, came the reply. Lin Yu pointed at the system, exclaiming, why didn't you say that earlier? How frustrating. However, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him with no choice but to accept the situation. At that moment, another system notification chimed. Li Hanxue emotional value. 999 Zhou Pengzi emotional value. 999 Lin Yu stared at the inexplicable emotional values, momentarily lost in thought. Is it that Li Hanxuang has not found me and is venting her frustrations on the chubby one? Meanwhile, Li Hanxuang arrived at the grove based on the address provided by Lin Yu. After searching for quite some time, she was unable to locate him. After inquiring, she learned that Lin Yu had stealthily left the school long ago. This revelation incited a surge of anger within her, and she suspected that Zhou Pengzi was behind the scenes, reporting on her. Thus, filled with righteous indignation, Li Hanxuang returned to class 15. Upon seeing Li Hanxuang return alone while bragging to his classmates, Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, "Oh, Li Schoolflower, didn't you find brother you? He has left the school." In response, Li Hanxuang replied with an icy tone, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Pengzi, causing him to feel as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Trembling, Zhou Pengzi asked, "Li Schoolflower, why do you look at me like that? Is it you? What do you mean, is it me? Just ask me directly what you want to know," she retorted. "Did you, after I left, secretly inform Lin Yu and prompt him to leave the school?" Li Hanxuang's unwavering gaze bore down on Zhou Pengzi. At her words, Zhou Pengzi felt more wrong than doughy. "Li Schoolflower, you must not wrong an innocent person. Though I, Zhou Pengzi, have a penchant for peeping at girls, I assure you, I would never betray a brother for a beauty. I swear. I did not inform Lin Yu of this matter. You can check my chat records." As he spoke, he handed his phone to Li Hanxuang, who accepted it without hesitation and began to examine it. When the messages remained focused solely on the text sent by Lin Yu, she found herself believing Zhou Pengzi's words and left without a backward glance. That was close. I wonder why brother you provoked Li Schoolflower. Well, this is their affair. I shall refrain from getting involved. Chapter 7. I absolutely will not drink in the evening. Lin Yushan hurried back from work, eager to discover whether Lin Yu had awakened. Upon entering the door, she found Lin Yu playfully tussling with Tang Xinyan, the scene exuding warmth. Witnessing this, tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes. "Oh, Aunt Lin, you're back." Lin Yu suddenly caught sight of Lin Yushan standing at the door, uttering a soft gasp of surprise. Hearing this, Tang Xinyan turned to see Lin Yushan smiling at her. Blushing, she shyly called out, "Mom, why are you back so early?" Lin Yushan teased, "What? Did I interrupt something special between you and little you?" At this, Tang Xinyan's face flushed, and she hurriedly dashed back to her room. Unable to meet Lin Yu's gaze, Lin Yushan was not surprised by her reaction and turned to Lin Yu with a gentle inquiry. "Little Yu, how did it go? Have you awakened?" "Yes, I have awakened 1 level in the spatial system and 1 level in the fire system," Lin Yu replied calmly about the events of the day. However, Lin Yushan was not calm at all. "What? Little Yu, you're not joking with Aunt Lin, are you?" Seeing her disbelief, Lin Yu felt compelled to demonstrate. Aunt Lin, how could I deceive you? Look. As he spoke, a flame the size of a pigeon egg flickered to life in his palm. Lin Yushan gazed at the flame, momentarily lost in contemplation. It recalled memories of Lin Yu's father, a fire element awakener. It seemed Lin Yu had inherited his father's extraordinary abilities. Aunt Lin, do you believe me now? Lin Yu proudly played with the flame in front of Lin Yushan. Curiously, she inquired, what about your spatial abilities? Can you show me? I can't currently activate my spatial powers, Lin Yu admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Lin Yushan, seeing his inability to use his spatial abilities, felt no significant disappointment. After all, the spatial element was universally acknowledged as the most formidable, except for time, as no one had yet been reported to awaken time abilities. All right. Annie understands. You must be hungry now. I'll go prepare a meal for you. Lin Yushan reassured Lin Yu before heading to the kitchen. Auntie, please make plenty. Lin Yu called out. Delighted, Lin Yushan responded affirmatively, aware that those who had awakened required more sustenance than the average person, so Lin Yu's request did not surprise her. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Yu's mind. Beep. Lin Yushan's emotional value, 666. Beep. Lin Yushan's emotional value, 999. System lottery. Beep. Detecting host's request. Initiating the lottery wheel. Beep. Lottery concluded. Congratulations, host, you have won. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host, you have won. Strength Elixir X2. Congratulations, host. You have won. Magical Potion X2. Congratulations, host, you have won. SpongeBob Socks X1. Congratulations, host, you have won. Strength Elixir X2. Curious about the new items. Lin Yu opened the details on the Strength Elixir. System, what is the purpose of this Strength Elixir? Beep. The Strength Elixir, as its name suggests, grants immense strength upon consumption, lasting for 1 hour, after which the user will experience a state of weakness. Wait, there are side effects? Indeed, host. The magical potion also has side effects. Lin Yu, upon hearing the system's explanation, became restless. If the Strength Elixir had side effects, then surely the magical potion did too. Beep. Yes, upon using the magical potion, corresponding side effects will occur based on the acquired ability. For instance, gaining the ability to become invisible will result in hair loss. Gaining a stroke of luck may lead to a period of misfortune. Lin Yu was taken aback and promptly interrupted the system. All right, enough. I will never drink that stuff. He spat in disdain at the system. What a useless system. What kind of rubbish is this? I thought having a system would allow me to walk with ease. But it turns out I'm merely lying down and trying to get by. As Lin Yu was still fuming over the system, Lin Yushan's voice resonated. Xiao Yu, it's time for dinner. Go call Xinyan. Oh, all right, Aunt Lin. With that, Lin Yu rose and approached Tang Xinyan's door, gently knocking. Inside, a melodious voice floated out. Who is it? What do you want? It's your brother. Hurry out for dinner, or I'll finish all the dishes myself. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing Tang Xinyan with her lips pouted. Humph. What is with umph? Did I provoke you? Lin Yu gazed at Tang Xinyan, who bore an air of hostility, feeling perplexed. Is this girl hitting puberty? She doesn't seem like it. Could it be infatuation? Unthinkable. Oh no, she is coming for me. Swiftly, Lin Yu turned and hurried away, leaving Tang Xinyan dumbfounded. She had initially intended to confront Lin Yu about his confession to Li Hanxian. Indeed, she had just seen news from Jiangnan High School regarding today's events, particularly Lin Yu's awakening of dual abilities and his public declaration of love for Li Hanxian. However, unbeknownst to Tang Xinyan, all of this was orchestrated by Lin Yu for a clear purpose, to garner emotional value. After lingering in place for a moment, Tang Xinyan, visibly displeased, made her way to the living room. She discovered Lin Yu deeply engrossed in his meal. Noticing Tang Xinyan's arrival, Lin Yushan promptly urged, Xinyan, come and eat. I know, Mom, Tang Xinyan replied, quickly finding a seat. Yet, her gaze frequently darted toward Lin Yu, as if sensing something. Lin Yu, catching her stare, inquired, Xinyan. What is the matter? Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? No. Then why are you staring? Can't I look at you if there's nothing else? Well, with such a statement, I hardly know how to respond. For a moment, Lin Yu felt a throbbing pain in his head. Suddenly, Tang Xinyan began to question him. Brother, did you do something at school today? Why are so many people cursing you? Huh, what nonsense is this? Who is cursing me? That is just asking for trouble. Lin Yu frowned in indignation upon hearing her words. Just then, Lin Yushan was about to intervene to calm him when Tang Xinyan spoke again. Brother, I heard you confessed to Li Hanxian in front of the whole school today. At this, Lin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment and was at a loss for words, unable to explain the situation as it involved the system. As he struggled to find a way to clarify, Lin Yushan chimed in. I didn't realize our Xiaoyu has found someone special. I was worried you wouldn't find a girlfriend. Feel free to pursue her. Aunt 1T stand in your way. I imagine your parents would be quite pleased to see you married and starting a family. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu promptly cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Aunt Lin, this matter is not as you perceive. Oh, not as I perceive, she retorted. Indeed, at that time, I made a wager with Fat Zhou. Whoever awakened a superior talent would confess to Li Hanshuang. Unfortunately, he proved to be lackluster, merely awakening a level 1 earth-based ability. While I, as you all are aware, fared differently. Thus, I found myself compelled to confess to Li Hanshuang in front of the entire school. Lin Yu immediately shifted the blame onto Zhou, for it was his betrayal that resulted in this predicament. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yushan and her mother exhibited a variety of expressions. Notably, Tang Xinyan's demeanor changed most dramatically. After absorbing Lin Yu's words, her previous displeasure transformed into a radiant delight. Chapter 8. It's incredibly dark after dinner. Lin Yu returned directly to his room. He initially intended to assist Lin Yushan with the dishes, but she declined his offer. System, please display the system panel. Ding. Loading system panel. Loading successful. Lin Yu gazed at the system panel before shifting his attention to the system mall module. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on it. In the next moment, a brand new interface materialized before him, showcasing a plethora of goods. System, do you have abilities for sale? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Ding. Yes, this system offers not only abilities but also weapons, pills, skills, and much more. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Lin Yu's face, revealing a rather mischievous expression. By the way, system, do you have anything special? Ding. Detection indicates that the host's thoughts are impure. This system refuses to respond. So you are quite intelligent, system. Moreover, you dare to invade my thoughts. Would you care to provide a reasonable explanation? Lin Yu expressed his surprise at the system's intelligence, astonished that it could read his mind. Ding. The system refuses to respond. The cold voice of the system echoed once more. Lin Yu fell into contemplation, pondering whether the system was merely a facade created by someone. It seemed implausible. If it were indeed a person in disguise, such an existence would be unfathomable. Furthermore, as a mere corporate drone, there would be no reason for someone to waste time on him. Unable to resolve his thoughts, Lin Yu decided to dismiss them. System, please assist me in locating some products related to abilities. Ding. Detecting host request. The system mall is querying all abilities. Query successful. Please check the listings. As the words faded, the previously chaotic product interface transformed into a uniform display of abilities. A vast array of powers appeared, including ice, earth, space, fire, summoning, beast transformation, and nearly 100 other categories. Goodness, system, are you planning to rob me? Why are the prices so exorbitant? One ability costs 999, 999, 999. 999 points of emotional value. When will I ever be able to afford that? Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the abilities within the shopping mall, overwhelmed by their exorbitant prices. Given his daily earnings of 500,000 emotional points, it would take him several years to afford even a single item. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that the system had detected his despondency and generously awarded him a discount coupon for 20 off in the mall. This voucher could be applied to any purchase, though it was a one-time use item, and he was advised to use it wisely. With this news, Lin Yu felt a slight uplift in his spirits. Although a mere 20 off, it would still save him a considerable amount of emotional points. Very well, I shall temporarily abandon thoughts of abilities. By the way, can the lottery pool yield abilities? Lin Yu inquired. The system confirmed, the lottery pool can provide anything, but it relies on your luck. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. System, I wish to participate in the lottery. With that, the spinning will commence. Congratulations, you have won Ultraman Zero S Underwear X3. Congratulations, you have won Ultraman Digga S Underwear X2. Congratulations, you have won a Magical Potion X2. Congratulations, you have acquired a Beginner Chef Skill Book, which has been automatically learned. Congratulations, you have gained Beginner Driving Skills, which have also been automatically learned. Soon, The system's notifications echoed around him. Lin Yu's excitement surged as he noticed 2 new skills appearing in his personal information. At last, something new had emerged, while not an ability. Acquiring several skills was still commendable. With over 200,000 emotional points remaining, Lin Yu resolved to take a leap of faith and draw again. System. Draw all of my remaining 200,000 points. The system acknowledged his request and began the lottery process. Congratulations, you have received a thank you gift. Congratulations, you have won a SpongeBob SquarePants full body suit X1. Congratulations, you have won a Patrick Star full body suit X1. Congratulations, you have obtained cleansing pills X3. Congratulations, you have acquired strength pills X4. Congratulations, you have received speed pills X4. Congratulations, you have obtained a beginner massage skill book, which has been automatically learned. Upon seeing the delightful array of new items, Lin Yu hurried to examine them. System, what is the purpose of the speed pills? The speed pills, as their name suggests, will grant you swift speed upon consumption. However, be warned that following their use, your thighs will experience a temporary state of numbness. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. The system's offerings often came with side effects, and this particular item seemed unpalatable. Nonetheless, he contemplated trying it on Zhou Pongzi, the scoundrel who had betrayed him. After all, it was only fair to return the favor. Subsequently, Lin Yu began to tally his gains for the day: a spatial ability, a dragon abyss sword, along with various scattered pills and some inexplicably acquired underwear. Overall, it had been a fruitful day. Before long, Lin Yu drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in a vast and boundless mountain range, an elderly man, his complexion rosy and hair white, gazed intently at the messages on his phone, his brow furrowing with concern. How intriguing! I never anticipated that the Dragon Kingdom would produce another Spatial Awakener, and a dual ability one at that. This young man is mine to claim. No one else shall suffice. Mark my words. With that, the old man vanished in an instant. He was none other than Lu Hongba, the sole Spatial Awakener of the Dragon Kingdom. No, he should no longer be the only one, for another has emerged: Lin Yu. Moreover, Lin Yu's talent is of a superior grade, surpassing even Lu Hongba's. Yet, one must not underestimate the significance of this difference in grade. It is considerable. The contrasting perceptions of Zhou Pongzi and Li Hanshuang reveal this well. One is a grade Earth type, while the other is a grade Ice type. However, it is evident that the crowd leans more favorably towards Li Hanshuang, not only due to her breathtaking beauty, but also her exceptional talent. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, nations have commenced their studies, and after several years of exploration, a classification system was established: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, extraordinary realm, and destined realm. Each of these major realms is further divided into 1 to 9 stars. At the 3rd, 6th, and 9th stars, awakeners must absorb a beast core to comprehend new abilities. Those with greater talent often find it easier to break through, encountering fewer obstacles along the way. Chapter 9. Confronting Zhou Pongzi the following day. Lin Yu tidied himself and set out for school. He pondered whether he might encounter Li Hanshuang today. Truthfully, he felt somewhat guilty towards her. In his pursuit of emotional value, he had publicly declared his feelings, subjecting her to unwarranted scrutiny from others. Sighing, he resolved to seek an opportunity to apologize to her one day, or at the very least, offer her a cleansing elixir to enhance her physical condition. Lost in his thoughts, he unconsciously arrived at the school gate, just as Zhou Pongzi's voice called from behind. "You go. Wait for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instinctively halted and turned to face Zhou Pongzi, his irritation flaring. "You shameless glutton. How dare you show your face to me after betraying my trust?" Zhou Pongzi's heart sank at Lin Yu's words. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu would learn of his actions. He quickly donned a cheerful smile and replied, "You go. Please, let me explain." "Go ahead, but know this. If I am dissatisfied with your explanation, we shall sever our ties," Lin Yu declared, adopting an air of superiority as he regarded Zhou Pongzi. Though the threat of severing ties was a mere fade, he deemed it necessary to reprimand this glutton. Otherwise, he would surely find himself betrayed again in the future. Zhou Pongzi, alarmed by Lin Yu's mention of their potential estrangement, felt a sense of urgency. After all, this was a future powerhouse. If he did not align himself with Lin Yu now, when would he? He quickly approached Lin Yu and began to explain in hushed tones. "You go. I assure you, I did not intend to betray you. It was Li, the illustrious school flower, who threatened me. I had no choice but to comply. Besides, was this not a predicament of your own making? How can you place the blame on me? As the words fell, a notification sound echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Yu's gaze towards Zhou Pengzi transformed entirely. Wasn't this a veritable machine for generating emotions? With just a slight provocation, an abundance of emotional value could be produced. With a beaming smile, Lin Yu patted Zhou Pengzi reassuringly, saying, "All right, I understand this matter. Rest assured, we are still good brothers." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi felt an immediate sense of relief. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 666. Listening to the notification, Lin Yu felt his spirits lift considerably. It seemed that he would need to frequently elicit emotional fluctuations from this hefty fellow. Let us head back to the classroom. By the way, Pengzi, what are we awakened ones supposed to do now? Well, according to past years, the school will gather all awakened individuals together and begin teaching some related knowledge about our abilities, Zhou Pengzi replied thoughtfully after a brief pause. Lin Yu inquired about this primarily because the original owner's memories concerning this matter were rather vague, leading to his uncertainty about the next steps to take. In truth, this world bore a striking resemblance to the Earth Lin Yu once inhabited, with a similar college entrance examination system. However, 2 decades ago, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the nation adjusted its policies. All awakened individuals turning 18 would enter one of the 9 esteemed academies for study. Subsequently, those inclined to join the military would do so, while those wishing to become police officers would pursue that path, enjoying a far more convenient route than ordinary citizens, with scarcely any obstacles. Of course, anyone harboring treasonous thoughts would undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of awakened individuals nationwide. Over the years, many had believed that the grass was greener abroad, only to meet a tragically grim fate, with graves overgrown to a height of more than 3 meters. As Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi entered the classroom, the gazes of their peers immediately turned towards them. However, this time, unlike yesterday's disdain and indifference, the looks were filled with envy and excitement. Their eyes sparkled as if they were beholding a stunning beauty in the nude. Ding! Wang Wu's emotional value, 666. Ding! Zhao Xi's emotional value, 666. Hearing the system notifications, Lin Yu could hardly suppress the grin that stretched from ear to ear. Indeed, accumulating emotional value at school was the quickest route. "Good morning, everyone." Lin Yu greeted the class warmly, causing Zhou Pengzi beside him to widen his eyes in disbelief. The other students were equally astonished, as Lin Yu had never before acknowledged them. Was the sun rising in the west? Or was Lin Yu plotting something? Ding! Wang Wu's emotional value, 999. Ding! Wang Cuihua's emotional value, 999. Ding! Li Tiniyu's emotional value, 999. Instantly, the system notifications resounded once more in Lin Yu's mind. He perceived that accumulating emotional value was remarkably easy, and he resolved to stir up some mischief later on. With this thought, Lin Yu took his seat, while Zhou Pengzi behind him looked on, hesitating to speak. "What's wrong with you, fatty? You seem a bit off," Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu with a bewildered expression and replied, "Brother Yu, you've changed." Lin Yu's heart sank momentarily. Could it be that this overweight fellow had noticed something? Surely not. Given his limited intellect, he shouldn't be able to discern anything. Could he be trying to deceive me? Just as Lin Yu's thoughts spiraled, Zhou Pengzi's voice broke through again. "Brother Yu, don't you usually ignore them? Why are you greeting them today?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sighed in relief, thinking that Zhou Pengzi might have uncovered some difference between him and his original self. "Never mind, fatty, why fret? I've awakened my abilities. So naturally, I must showcase them before them. As expected of Brother Yu, your thoughts are truly meticulous. I should have shown off as well," Zhou Pengzi said, his face lighting up with a sly grin. Just then, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of their beautiful homeroom teacher, Ouyang Qian. As she entered, the students straightened in their seats, silencing themselves instantly. This behavior stemmed from the fact that Ouyang Qian was also an awakened individual with considerable power. "Is Lin Yu here?" Ouyang Qian suddenly called out. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback before raising his hand. "I'm here." Upon seeing him, Ouyang Qian instructed, "Lin Yu, come out for a moment. The rest of you stay in the classroom and study. Those who have awakened their abilities should prepare to follow me shortly." Without waiting for a response, She turned and left the classroom, leaving Lin Yu no choice but to follow her. Once the two had exited, the classroom erupted into discussion. Hey, do you know why the homeroom teacher called Lin Yu out? I have no idea. I suspect it has something to do with his awakened abilities. Have you heard? Now the whole internet knows that our Jiangnan High School has produced a peerless prodigy. I heard that even the esteemed Mr. Lu Hongba from our Dragon Nation is aware of it. Is that true? He is a transcendent 9-star existence, just one step away from entering the Fate Realm. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, while Zhou Pengzi in the back row wore a disdainful expression. A bunch of insignificant characters. How dare you discuss my brother Yu? He thought to himself, bitterness coursing through him. Wasn't it you who isolated my brother Yu back then? Look at the situation now. Your previous indifference to me has left you unable to reach my current heights. Zhou Pengzi's internal monologue dripped with sarcasm. Meanwhile, Lin Yu followed Ouyang Qian to a secluded corner of the corridor. She scrutinized him for a moment before slowly speaking. Congratulations, Lin Yu, on awakening dual abilities in both space and fire. Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Ah, it's all just luck. As he spoke, the system notification chimed in his mind. As the notifications chimed, indicating Ouyang Qian's emotional values of 666 and subsequently 888, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He believed that to achieve success, one must first embrace madness, recklessly charging ahead in pursuit of wealth and fortune, for only through relentless effort can one avoid failure. Observing that he had nearly exhausted the opportunity for gain, Lin Yu offered a sheepish smile. Haha, just kidding. Ouyang Qian shot him a glance of reproach, then, adopting a serious demeanor, inquired, Lin Yu, may I ask which institution you intend to attend? I haven't decided yet. Perhaps you could recommend one? Lin Yu replied, his large eyes sparkling with a smile directed at Ouyang Qian. Her heart leapt at this unexpected invitation for assistance. She had merely intended to probe, but did not anticipate Lin Yu would seek her guidance. Naturally, Ouyang Qian felt compelled to promote her alma mater, as she hailed from one of the prestigious 9 universities. After a brief pause, Ouyang Qian began, let me introduce you to these 9 esteemed institutions. First, we have the Jingshi Academy. Although it welcomes all types of ability users, the majority are scions of influential families, making them quite formidable. Next is the Mo High Academy, which also admits all types of ability users, predominantly housing exceptionally gifted students. At this juncture, Lin Yu interjected, Qianjia, which academy did you attend? I attended Mo High Academy. Oh, I see. Please continue. Next is the Yusho Academy, which primarily recruits summoners and beast transformation specialists. Of course, it also accepts students from other fields, but those 2 disciplines are particularly favored. Lin Yu fell into contemplation, and noticing his distraction, Ouyang Qian chose to remain silent, observing him quietly. After a moment, Lin Yu finally spoke, Qianjia, apologies for zoning out. It's fine. Shall I continue? Please do. Very well. The remaining institutions include the Tsang Yin Academy, Tianlang Academy, Jinshi Academy, Jinshan Academy, and Qingling Academy, all of which belong to the elemental system. As their names suggest, they primarily recruit ability users of the 5 elemental attributes, although students from other disciplines are also accepted. Lin Yu counted on his fingers and realized he had yet to mention one more. What about the last academy? The final one is the Lingxia Academy, which accepts everyone, even ordinary students. Upon hearing that the Lingxia Academy admitted all types of individuals, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. Qianjia, did you say they accept ordinary students? I know what you're thinking, but gaining admission to Lingxia Academy is not so simple. One must possess exceptional talent to qualify. Moreover, the focus there is not on cultivation. They primarily engage in weapon development. After Ouyang Qian's comprehensive introduction to the 9 universities, Lin Yu gained a clearer understanding and then asked, so, Qianjia, which academy do you think would be best for me? Without hesitation, Lin Yushan expressed her thoughts. I suggest you attend Mo High Academy. Oh, why is that? Firstly, the Magic Sea Academy ranks second among the institutions of the Dragon Kingdom, endowed with relatively abundant resources, thus providing ample opportunities for your advancement. Secondly, within the Magic Sea Academy, there exists the esteemed Elder Lu, whose guidance will significantly aid you in harnessing your spatial abilities. Elder Lu? Ah, I forgot to mention, Elder Lu is none other than the venerable Lu Hongba, the first awakened spatial adept in the Dragon Kingdom, possessing an extraordinary level of talent. His prowess has reached the remarkable pinnacle of the extraordinary 9 stars, mere steps away from transcending into the fate realm. Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's words, Lin Yu's mind conjured the image of an elderly figure, one he had encountered during his online search the previous night. Lin Yu quickly formulated a plan and addressed Ouyang Qian. Sister Qian, I understand now. I am inclined to choose the Magic Sea Academy. Could you facilitate an introduction to Elder Lu? Rest assured, even if you do not seek him out, Elder Lu will come looking for you, she replied. Content with Ouyang Qian's response, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he possessed a system, having a mentor in the realm of cultivation could spare him from numerous detours. Observing his silence, and having achieved her goal, Ouyang Qian led Lin Yu toward Class 15. Upon reaching the entrance, a cacophony of discussions erupted from within, all centered around Lin Yu. When Ouyang Qian reappeared at the classroom doorway, the students immediately fell silent. What are you all chattering about? Day after day, you seem oblivious to your studies, only engaging in idle gossip. If you applied yourselves, perhaps you could gain admission to the Spirit Mechanism Academy. With that, Ouyang Qian departed the classroom, and several awakened students promptly followed her, around 7 or 8 in total, including Zhou Pengji. Though Zhou Pengji had awakened a level earth ability, he garnered little attention, as the remarkable presence of Lin Yu overshadowed any other talents. Even Li Hanchuang, a level adept who had recently attracted less interest, would likely fade into obscurity like Zhou Pengji if not for her beauty. Soon, awakened students from other classes began to emerge, forming groups and engaging in discussions. Hey, classmate, are you from Class 15? Is that Lin Yu in your class? Hello, I'm Li Si from Class 7. May we befriend each other? A throng of awakened students marched purposefully toward the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Lin Yu quietly trailed alongside Ouyang Qian, incessantly inquiring about cultivation matters. Ouyang Qian, eager to assist him, happily provided answers. Despite her being a water adept, her teaching experience endowed her with considerable knowledge. Observing Lin Yu and Ouyang Qian conversing amiably, the students behind them felt a twinge of irritation. However, they could do little, as Lin Yu was a dual-element awakened adept, having also mastered spatial abilities. As the notifications chimed in Lin Yu's mind, announcing Zhang San's emotional value at 555, Li Si's at 555, and Wang Wu's at 555, he found himself momentarily bewildered. What could possibly be the reason for this surge of emotional value from these individuals? Could it be that they became envious upon witnessing my conversation with Qinjia? A rare opportunity has presented itself. I must seize it. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu casually draped his arm over Ouyang Qian's shoulder. What are you doing? Ouyang Qian nearly gasped at his boldness, but managed to suppress her surprise. It's nothing. Qinjia, I appreciate your explanations today. How about I treat you to dinner another day? Noticing her reaction, Lin Yu quickly diverted the conversation. Remove your hand. This is inappropriate, Ouyang Qian urged, feeling uncomfortable with his lingering touch. Nevertheless, Lin Yu, intent on garnering emotional value from his classmates, was undeterred. What's the harm? We're teacher and student. It only makes us appear closer. Closer? Remove your hand, or I will retaliate, she insisted, her tone firm. Realizing he had pushed her patience, Lin Yu reluctantly complied. Fine, I had intended to visit your alma mater, but now, well, do as you wish. Just know that you cannot lay hands on a teacher, or I will break your arm. Faced with Lin Yu's threat, Ouyang Qian had no choice but to concede. Gloating, he patted her shoulder, only for the system's voice to resonate in his mind once more. Zhou Pengji's emotional value, 666. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. Lin Yu froze in shock. What was this? Was the icy Li Hanchuang present as well? How could her emotional fluctuations be so pronounced? This was a precarious situation. He must avoid provoking her. He quickly withdrew his arm from Ouyang Qian's shoulder and turned to see a crowd of about 100 gazing intently at him, their expressions a mix of surprise, confusion, and jealousy. Alarmed, Lin Yu hastily turned back, afraid to meet their eyes. Ouyang Qian, observing his reaction, nearly burst into laughter. Soon, the group arrived at the gymnasium, where Principal Wang Fujian awaited them with a broad smile. His eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Yu at the forefront. He had intended to speak with him privately the day before, only to have Lin Yu leave the school. Wang Fujian almost considered visiting Lin Yu's home. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Wang Fujian's emotional value, 999. This unexpected alert left him bewildered. He glanced at Wang Fujian in the distance, who was smiling at him, though his expression struck Lin Yu as rather unsettling, sending shivers down his spine. Daring not to gaze upon him any longer, he redirected his attention towards the enchanting beauty, Miss Ouyang Qian, their class instructor. Ouyang Qian, noticing his glance, was momentarily perplexed. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. Wang Fujuan, assuming a facade of amiability, declared, "Welcome, dear students, to this esteemed venue. You are the hope and future of Jiangnan High School. I trust you are somewhat familiar with the proceedings, so I shall refrain from excessive elaboration. When I call your name, please step forward as we commence class division. This year, we have an unprecedented number of awakened students, 225 in total. I have decided to establish 5 classes for the awakened. Now, let us begin the roll call. Lin Yu, Li Shuang." Upon hearing his name first, Lin Yu was initially taken aback, but soon came to terms with it, realizing it was likely based on aptitude. With his awakened spatial and fire abilities, it was only natural for him to be listed first, while Li Shuang, having awakened ice abilities, would follow. Understanding this, Lin Yu strode confidently forward, just as Zhou Pengzi approached him. Suddenly, Zhou Pengzi leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Brother Yu, what are your plans regarding the school beauty, Li?" "What plans?" "Just let it be," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, casting him a disapproving glance. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 666. At that moment, Li Shuang, sensing their furtive discussion, turned her gaze towards them. Observing their clandestine whispers, she felt an inexplicable ire igniting within her. Ding. Li Shuang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Shuang's emotional value, 1000. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned by the system's notification, as it was his first encounter with an emotional value surpassing 1000. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Li Shuang, who was glaring at him with an intensity reminiscent of a predator. Beside him, Zhou Pengzi noticed Lin Yu's prolonged silence and followed his line of sight, nearly gasping in disbelief. "Brother Yu, should we make a hasty retreat? The look in Li's eyes suggests she wishes to exact vengeance upon us." Cough, cough. "Fatty, look at you cowering. What makes you think she would dare lay a hand on us?" "Rest assured," Lin Yu retorted, though deep down, he felt uncertain. Had he known, he would have avoided provoking this ice-cold figure. Li Shuang, observing their evasive glances, recognized their unease and surmised her suspicions were correct. The two were indeed discussing her. Meanwhile, the system's notifications continued to echo in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Li Shuang's emotional value, 555. Ding. Li Shuang's emotional value, 666. Ding. Li Shuang's emotional value, 777. Listening to these relentless notifications, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. While he desired emotional values, he had no intention of pursuing them recklessly. After all, if he were to exhaust this resource, what then? Thus, he resolved to approach Li Shuang and offer an apology. At that moment, Wang Fujuan spoke up, addressing the students. "As members of the awakening class, your homeroom teacher will be Ms. Ouyang Qian. Those whose names have been called should now follow Ms. Ouyang to select a venue." With that, Ouyang Qian made her way towards the gymnasium. Observing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi exchanged a glance, hurriedly following behind her. The others quickly caught on and followed suit. Zhou Pengzi, expressing his relief to Lin Yu, remarked, "Brother Yu." The look in Li Xiaohua's eyes was truly terrifying. Thank goodness. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted from behind Zhou Pengzi. He mechanically turned to see a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. It was Li Shuang. In an instant, the words Zhou Pengzi had intended to voice were swallowed back, his expression contorting into one of discomfort. After a moment, he managed to force a smile and greeted Li Shuang. "Good morning, Li Xiaohua. Have you had breakfast? If not, I'd be happy to treat you." "Humph." Li Shuang merely snorted in response, her gaze shifting from Zhou Pengzi to Lin Yu. In that instant, Lin Yu felt an icy chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. The system notification chimed. Li Shuang's emotional value, 999. Lin Yu hastily quickened his pace and approached Ouyang Qian, leaving Zhou Pengzi to confront the frigid aura alone. Zhou Pengzi, inwardly grumbling, thought, "Damn it, brother Yu. This is so unfair. This mess was your doing, so why should I bear the brunt?" However, Lin Yu remained indifferent, for it was quite normal to take a brother's side while betraying a brother for a woman. Chapter 12. The treasure chest draw before long. Ouyang Qian led everyone to an open space and instructed, "Students, please take a seat." At her command, The students promptly sat down, disregarding the cleanliness of the ground. However, Lin Yu, the sly one, did not sit immediately. Instead, he scanned the area and spotted two small benches not far away. Seizing the opportunity while Ouyang Qian was distracted, he swiftly retrieved both benches. He even offered one to Ouyang Qian, who accepted it silently and took a seat. Witnessing this, the other students felt a pang of discomfort, wondering why they hadn't dared to take the initiative themselves. The system alerts rang in Lin Yu's mind. Zhang San's emotional value, 999. Li Si's emotional value, 999. Wang Wu's emotional value, 999. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 1. Zhou Pengji's emotional value, 666. Lin Yu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. However, upon noticing that Li Hanchuang's emotional value had only increased by 1, he couldn't help but feel curious. System, what does it mean that Li Hanchuang's emotional value only increased by 1? Is there something wrong with your system? The notification system has yet to manifest. This is merely due to Li Hanchuang's emotions being rather subdued, hence the minimal increase. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu, though somewhat skeptical, found himself without recourse. Very well, I shall reluctantly place my trust in you. By the way, please assist me in accessing my personal information panel. Ding. The personal information panel is now initializing. As the words fell, a translucent blue panel materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 3 stars. Personal items, Class Dragon Abyss Sword, Magical Potion, Cleansing Elixir, Strength Potion, Speed Potion, SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear, Patrick Star Underwear. Ultraman Zero Underwear. Abilities, Class Spatial Ability, Class Fire Ability. Skills, Beginner Chef, Beginner Driver, Beginner Masseuse. Weapon, Class Dragon Abyss Sword. Beast Companion, None. Emotional value, 666. 666. Lin Yu gazed at the emotional value, which had reached an astonishing 600,000, and promptly addressed the system. System, I wish to participate in the lottery. Let us commence with 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Host's request detected. Initiating lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 bronze treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 silver treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 strengthening pills. Congratulations, host. Thank you for your patronage. Upon witnessing the treasures drawn, Lin Yu's face lit up with joy. It is worth noting that the previous golden treasure chest had yielded the Class Dragon Abyss Sword. Thus, he anticipated that these 2 bronze and 1 silver chests might also bestow something remarkable. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian observed Lin Yu's incessant grin, her mind swirling with questions. Could it be that her earlier remarks had been particularly amusing? That seemed improbable. Lin Yu, was what I just said truly that funny? However, Lin Yu was lost in his elation and did not hear her. At that moment, Zhou Pengji, noticing the situation, quickly tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve. Feeling the pull, Lin Yu returned to reality and looked at Zhou Pengji, who was still tugging at him. Why are you pulling me, fatty? Brother Yu, Teacher Ouyang is calling for you. What? When did this happen? Teacher Ouyang is watching you right now. At this, Lin Yu hastily turned his gaze to Ouyang Qian, who was intently observing him from a short distance away. Ahem, Qianjia, what do you need from me? Lin Yu cleared his throat. Was what I just said really that amusing? Ouyang Qian replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized that she must have witnessed his earlier laughter, which stemmed from the treasure chest draw. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he replied, Not at all. It was simply that your storytelling was so captivating that I was utterly engrossed. I couldn't help but laugh, but you can't blame me for that. Can you, Qianjia? Despite being fully aware that he was merely flattering her, Ouyang Qian felt it inappropriate to reprimand him in front of so many onlookers. Thus she chose to remain silent. All right, pay attention and refrain from daydreaming. There will be assessments, and if you fail, the 9 prestigious academies will not concern themselves with your innate talents. Although her words were ostensibly directed at Lin Yu, they were, in truth, meant for the benefit of the others. After all, a prodigy of such caliber would undoubtedly be sought after by the 9 academies. It was inconceivable that they would dismiss him over a minor evaluation. Some students, unaware of the true circumstances, genuinely believed her, especially since their own talents were modest and the competition was fierce, leading them to fear rejection. Observing the shifting expressions among her peers, Ouyang Qian couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace her lips. However, one individual stood out among the rest, Lin Yu, who, having lived 2 lifetimes, easily discerned Ouyang Qian's intentions. Yet, he chose not to expose her, recognizing that she meant well for everyone. Lin Yu, please take a seat and focus next time. Avoid becoming distracted again, Ouyang Qian called out after surveying the group. In response, Lin Yu promptly settled onto a small stool. Ouyang Qian then resumed her lecture. Dear students, today we shall continue our discussion. First, upon reaching the 3rd, 6th, and 9th stars in cultivation, one must absorb a beast core to harness the energy contained within, thereby gaining insights into one's own abilities and unlocking new powers. As she spoke, Ouyang Qian conjured a sphere of water in her palm, which she skillfully transformed into an ice spike. She then hurled it into the air, uttering, "Ice and snow." In an instant, the ice spike shattered into numerous shards resembling silver needles, cascading downwards towards the ground. Within moments, the surface was blanketed in frost, which then rapidly melted back into water. All the students were rendered speechless by Ouyang Qian's display of mastery. Her voice resonated once more. This is a capability I attained at the Silver 9th star, allowing me to manipulate water into ice. As my strength increases, so too will this ability. Currently, at the Golden 2nd star, my effective range is limited to 10 square meters. However, upon reaching the Golden 9th star, it will expand to 30 square meters. The classroom erupted in astonished murmurs. Wow, is Teacher Ouyang truly that formidable? I thought it was snowing with that temperature. Is this the power of an awakened one? It's utterly terrifying. Amidst the fervent exclamations, Lin Yu merely chuckled disdainfully. What nonsense. They lack even a system and yet prattle on, as if searching for filth in a latrine with a flashlight. Observing the heightened spirits of her students, Ouyang Qian felt compelled to raise her voice. Classmates, please quiet down. Let us continue our discussion. Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's words, the crowd gradually settled into silence, their gazes fixated upon her. Noticing this, Ouyang Qian cleared her throat and resumed her explanation. Chapter 13. The Level of Breathing Techniques. The primordial art. The assembly fell silent, yet internally, a tumult of emotions stirred. After all, Jiangxing was merely a small county, and most students had not been exposed to much of the world. Thus, Ouyang Qian's display was enough to astonish them for an entire year. There were, however, 3 exceptions: Li Hanzhuang, Lin Yu, and Zhou Pongzi. Li Hanzhuang hailed from the esteemed Li family, one of the most prominent in Jiangxing, and had encountered numerous awakened individuals throughout her life. Hence, she remained largely unfazed by Ouyang Qian's prowess. As for Zhou Pongzi, raised in a big city with a father in real estate, his experiences surpassed those of his peers. And Lin Yu, being a transmigrator, found nothing more shocking than his own arrival in this world. Dear classmates, I shall now impart to you a set of cultivation mantras. I hope you will practice diligently. As the crowd grew quieter, Ouyang Qian spoke once more. Excitement rippled through the attendees at the prospect of cultivation. Soon, she articulated a breathing technique for the gathered students, who promptly began their practice. Observing his classmates closing their eyes to absorb the ambient spiritual energy, Lin Yu followed suit, though he did not engage in cultivation. System. What is my current emotional value? Ding. The host's emotional value has reached a staggering 750,000. Would you like to proceed with a lottery draw? Yes. Let the draws commence. Ding. The lottery is in progress. Please hold on. With that, the wheel began to spin and eventually came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6 miracle potions. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have secured 1 Ultraman Digga costume. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 strength pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 8 speed pills. Upon hearing the announcement of a golden treasure chest, Lin Yu nearly gasped in astonishment. After all, it was a golden treasure chest. The last time, it yielded a high-level Dragon Abyss sword, and he wondered what treasures awaited him this time. System. Open the golden treasure chest. Ding. The treasure chest is being unlocked. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a manual for the level of breathing techniques, the primordial art, which enables rapid absorption of spiritual energy and refines the physical body. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated such a thoughtful gesture from the system. which seemed to know exactly what he needed for cultivation. Is it truly this remarkable? System, I wish to cultivate this primordial art. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated the technique. In no time, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more, and Lin Yu felt a new memory unfurl within him. This was unmistakably the method of the primordial art. Subsequently, Lin Yu commenced his breathing exercises as detailed in the text. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him, swiftly being absorbed into his body at an astonishingly visible pace. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian couldn't help but glance over. Momentarily entranced by his remarkable rate of absorption, she had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Even her current golden two-star realm could not achieve such a feat. Could this be the manifestation of an extraordinary talent? How terrifying indeed, Ouyang Qian murmured to herself. The other students were roused from their stupor by Lin Yu's performance, their gazes fixating on him as they began to discuss amongst themselves. Is this the talent of a prodigy? Goodness, is this guy even human? I wonder if Lin Yu has a girlfriend. He could easily have one, but you should give up on that thought. Didn't you hear that Lin Yu is pursuing the school beauty, Li? Exactly. Have you looked in the mirror? Can you even compare yourself to Li? You all humph. Stop arguing. Let's observe how the master cultivates. We can learn a great deal. As a result, many gathered around Lin Yu, eager to absorb his methods. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 666. Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value, 666. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value, 666. The system notifications echoed in his mind. Yet they did not disturb Lin Yu's cultivation. It was as though he had bid farewell to this world, entering a state of profound comprehension, oblivious to everything occurring around him. Classmates, do not interrupt Lin Yu's cultivation. Quickly find a secluded spot to practice, Ouyang Qian urged as she noticed the crowd pausing. Hearing her words, the students snapped back to reality and hurriedly sought out spaces to continue their cultivation, their spirits soaring with enthusiasm, akin to having been invigorated. Indeed, they were profoundly influenced by Lin Yu's display. No wonder he is Lin Yu. His charisma is truly impressive. I must hasten my training. I cannot fall behind. Zhou Pongzi mused, closing his eyes to fervently practice his breathing technique. Not far away, Li Hanchuang felt the pressure. She had believed that her talent was only a level apart from his, and that the cultivation methods provided by her family would suffice to keep pace. However, witnessing the commotion he stirred during his first cultivation session intensified her competitive spirit. Without further hesitation, she shut her eyes and resumed her training. Meanwhile, our instigator, Lin Yu, was still immersed in the extraordinary sensations brought on by the Hunyuan Gong. It must be said that this advanced technique was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Lin Yu, originally at the bronze 3-star realm, was on the verge of a breakthrough to bronze 4-star, yet he found himself stymied just as he was about to ascend. It was then that he recalled Ouyang Qian's earlier words. A breakthrough from 3-star required the absorption of beast cores. In an instant, Lin Yu found himself at a loss. When suddenly a thought struck him, he promptly opened his eyes and turned to Ouyang Qian, who stood not far away, exclaiming loudly, "Sister Qian, do you have a beast core?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian's pupils constricted in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Yu had broken through to bronze tier 3? It had only been a little over an hour. No prodigy could possibly ascend to such a rank in such a brief span of time. Lin Yu, why do you ask this? Have you truly reached tier 3? She inquired. Indeed, otherwise, why would I seek a beast core from you? The Dragon Kingdom should be distributing some resources, shouldn't it? Lin Yu replied, drawing from his past life's experience. He knew that the state would allocate certain resources to support students in their cultivation, considering that most awakened individuals emerged from the lower echelons of society. Thus, the government would provide cultivation resources over time, much like how his previous nation implemented a 9-year compulsory education system to cultivate talent for the country. As soon as Lin Yu articulated this thought, Ouyang Qian silently nodded in agreement. She then spoke, "You are correct. Resources for cultivation have indeed been allocated from above. But have you truly broken through to bronze tier 3? In the face of Ouyang Qian's skepticism, Lin Yu unhesitatingly conjured a fireball the size of an egg in his hand. Upon sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from it, Ouyang Qian finally believed that he had indeed ascended to bronze tier 3, with vague signs hinting at a potential breakthrough to tier 4. The crowd, roused by Lin Yu's commotion, was instantly taken aback upon learning of his advancement to tier 3. Most of them had only just managed to reach Tier 1, with some not having even achieved that. Lihan Zhuang had only barely broken through to Tier 2, relying on the cultivation techniques provided by her family to do so. Chapter 14. Comprehending skills. At that moment, a series of system notifications began to echo incessantly in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Lihan Zhuang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value, 999. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 666. After ringing out over 100 times, the notifications gradually came to a halt. System, could you lower the volume? My head is about to explode, he complained. Ding. Host's request detected. System notification sound has been adjusted to the minimum. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yu turned his attention back to Ouyang Qian. Sister Qian, could you procure a fire-type beast core for me? Of course. Please wait a moment while I consult with the principal, Ouyang Qian responded, before hurrying toward Wang Fujuan. After Ouyang Qian departed, Zhou Pengzi approached with a sly grin, his face betraying a hint of mischief. Brother Yu, have you truly broken through to Bronze Tier 3? Certainly. Why would I deceive you? Had I not lacked a beast core, I might have already reached Tier 4, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. As his words fell, a nearby classmate who had been eavesdropping nearly choked on his own saliva. Initially, he believed Lin Yu's breakthrough to Tier 3 was the pinnacle, only to realize that this was merely the beginning. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Pengzi cast a disdainful glance at the individual, yet refrained from shooing him away. He relished the attention garnered from his and Lin Yu's ostentatious display. However, Lin Yu remained indifferent, secretly hoping that the other party would fervently generate emotional points for him. 3 minutes elapsed, then 10, and just as Lin Yu began to feel a twinge of impatience, he spotted Ouyang Qian approaching, clutching a fiery red stone. Wait, a stone? No, this must be a beast core. Lin Yu mused internally as Ouyang Qian drew nearer. Here, the fire element beast core you requested. By the way, Lin Yu, the space element beast core is currently unavailable. You know how rare they are, even among magical beasts. I understand, but it's of no concern. Patience is key. I will encounter one eventually, Lin Yu waved dismissively. With the system at his disposal, this was hardly a predicament. He could simply procure one from the system's marketplace, albeit at a steep price. Pleased by his response, Ouyang Qian nodded and handed the fire element beast core to Lin Yu, offering a word of caution. This is the core of a flame tiger, a notable contender among fire element magical beasts. I hope you can comprehend a formidable ability from it. Yes, I understand, Lin Yu replied, promptly settling into a cross-legged position, the fire element beast core resting in his palm. He then activated his cultivation technique, beginning to absorb the energy and unique substances contained within the beast core. Suddenly, Lin Yu's consciousness plunged into a peculiar realm. The entire world was shrouded in gray, with no discernible boundaries. At that moment, a flicker of flame appeared before him, swiftly transforming into a blazing tiger. This was the flame tiger Ouyang Qian had mentioned earlier. Although Lin Yu had never encountered one, the fiery aura coupled with her description made it easy to deduce. While Lin Yu was momentarily entranced, the flame tiger lunged at him with ferocity. In a flash, Lin Yu sidestepped to evade the attack. The flame tiger, enraged by his evasion, roared, its flames intensifying. In the next instant, a colossal fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling directly toward Lin Yu's face. Damn, this tiger shows no honor, bullying an 18-year-old. How audacious! Lin Yu exclaimed in frustration. He had never encountered such a dishonorable beast, attacking without warning. Incensed by the flame tiger's aggression, Lin Yu seized the incoming fireball with both hands and hurled it back at the beast with great force. The impact resonated as the flame tiger emitted muffled growls, subsequently being sent crashing to the ground. Observing this, Lin Yu conjured another fireball in his hands and launched it toward the creature once more. The flame tiger was once again propelled several meters away, prompting Lin Yu to relentlessly create and hurl fireballs at it. His life philosophy is to never grant his enemies a chance to rise again. Seizing the moment while the flame tiger is incapacitated, Lin Yu relentlessly strikes at it. With one final blow, the flame tiger transforms into a myriad of glowing particles, vanishing from this peculiar realm. What a close call. Fortunately, in my previous life, I watched numerous animated shows. Otherwise, I might have truly been deceived by this creature, Lin Yu muttered to himself, panting, a triumphant smile gracing his face. In the next instant, Lin Yu vanished from the strange world, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. They were all eager to discover what changes Lin Yu would undergo after absorbing the beast core. Why are you all staring at me? Have you all been mesmerized by my handsome appearance? Lin Yu scratched his head in confusion, noticing the intense gazes directed at him. However, he was met with a collective roll of the eyes from the crowd, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of emotional points. Ding. Zhang San's emotional points, 999. Ding. Li Si's emotional points, 999. Ding. Wang Wu's emotional points, 999. Ding. Zhao Lu's emotional points, 999. Listening to the system's incessant reports, Lin Yu couldn't help but think, classmates, you are all remarkable. Let the storm. No, let the emotional points come even more fiercely. Just as Lin Yu was lost in his thoughts, a voice from the crowd interrupted his reverie. Lin Yu, did you just experience anything peculiar, or do you have any insights to share with us? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then replied, I just inexplicably entered a bizarre world, and then a flaming tiger appeared before me. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Naturally, Ouyang Qian was not surprised, having encountered such phenomena before. However, she was curious about the abilities Lin Yu had comprehended. So she inquired, Lin Yu, do you possess any newfound abilities? Indeed, Sister Qian, would you care to witness my technique? Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Not one to decline, Ouyang Qian responded cheerfully, sure, go ahead, but everyone else, step back a bit to avoid any mishaps. With that, the onlookers quickly dispersed, not wishing to suffer any unintended consequences. Once the crowd had sufficiently scattered, Lin Yu summoned his internal energy, forming a fireball the size of a watermelon in his hand. Flame Fireball. With a roar, Lin Yu hurled the fireball towards Ouyang Qian, who, in response, conjured a protective barrier of water around herself, effectively blocking the oncoming attack. Observing this scene, the spectators were not taken aback. After all, Ouyang Qian was of a significantly higher level than Lin Yu, making it implausible for him to defeat her. Chapter 15. The Unfaithful Zhou Pongzi. Indeed, the power of your fireball technique is remarkable. Given time, it will undoubtedly become your signature move. Ouyang Qian, feeling the might of the fireball, couldn't help but commend him, knowing that she currently surpassed Lin Yu by 2 major realms. The fact that Lin Yu's fireball could shake her water barrier was a testament to its considerable strength. One could only imagine the magnitude of its power when Lin Yu reaches her level. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu sighed, expressing his disappointment. I thought I could break through your defenses, Qianjia. It seems I was overly optimistic. Don't lament. After all, I am 2 realms above you. It is only natural that you cannot break through. If you did manage to, it would suggest something was amiss with you. Ouyang Qian quickly reassured him. However, Lin Yu was not listening to her comfort. Instead, he pondered a question. What if he could utilize spatial abilities to appear before Ouyang Qian and then launch a fireball at her face? Would that result in an instantaneous victory? The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. Just as he prepared to attempt this notion, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to master the skill of teleportation. Qianjia, can you find a spatial beast core? Lin Yu inquired, turning to Ouyang Qian. Unfortunately, Ouyang Qian shook her head in resignation. Spatial beasts were exceedingly rare, and had they encountered a beast tied a decade ago, there might have been a chance. Currently, locating a spatial beast was nearly impossible. After all, which spatial beast would not be capable of teleportation? Therefore, even if one were discovered, capturing it would be a daunting task. Though slightly disheartened, Lin Yu did not succumb to despair. If it truly was unattainable, he would have no choice but to purchase it from that unreliable system. All right, I understand, he replied, resolving to continue his training. At that moment, Zhou Pongzi approached with a smug expression. Brother Yu, your move just now was incredibly impressive. Well, it was just all right. I couldn't even break through Qianjia's defenses. Lin Yu replied modestly. Okay, fair enough. By the way, do you think Li Xiaohua will still cause you trouble after this? Zhou Pongzi deftly shifted the conversation to Li Hanzuang. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Let her come. What is the big deal? Do you think I am afraid of her? However, just as he finished speaking, a cold, menacing voice echoed behind them. Oh, really? Both turned to see Li Hanzuang standing behind them, her expression devoid of any emotion. If she remained still, one might mistake her for a statue. Zhou Pongzi gulped nervously and slowly retreated behind Lin Yu, seizing the moment when they were distracted to make his escape. By the time Lin Yu regained his senses, Zhou Pongzi had vanished without a trace. Damn, That treacherous fatso. He abandoned me and ran away. Next time, I will make sure to get my revenge on him. Lin Yu secretly cursed under his breath, then turned to Li Hansuang with a smile and inquired, "Is there something you need, Li Hansuang?" Li Hansuang did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed at him with a cold indifference. For a moment, Lin Yu found himself at a loss, as they exchanged glances for several minutes. Unable to bear the silence any longer, he finally spoke up. "Li Hansuang, I deeply apologize for what happened yesterday. I assure you, it was not my intention. The incident arose because that foolishly chubby fellow made a bet with me, claiming that whoever possessed greater talent would confront you publicly. Thus, if there is anyone to blame, it should be that foolish chub. I was merely compelled to act." Without hesitation, Lin Yu threw Zhou Pongzi under the bus, striving to portray himself as a victim. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. What on earth? Why is she displaying emotions towards me? I did bring up that foolish chub, didn't I? Could it be that she does not believe my words? How should I handle this? Lin Yu pondered, filled with speculation, yet unable to ascertain the reason behind her feelings. Ultimately, he decided to abandon his musings and turn to leave, only to be halted by Li Hanchuang's sudden call. Stop. Realizing the situation, Lin Yu wisely paused and turned to face her once more, but this time, her eyes were no longer indifferent. What is it, Li Hanchuang? Do you have something else to discuss? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. How did you manage to advance so swiftly? After a moment's contemplation, Li Hanchuang finally articulated her confusion. Ever since her awakening yesterday, she had begun to cultivate the techniques bestowed by her family. And only today had she managed to break through to the bronze 2-star level. Yet Lin Yu had achieved the bronze 3-star level in just over an hour, leaving her questioning her own aptitude. Could it be that a mere difference of one level in talent could create such a vast disparity? Seeing her pose the question, Lin Yu inferred that she had not dwelled on the earlier incident, and a sense of relief washed over him. He then proceeded to explain, after returning home yesterday, I sensed the influx of spiritual energy, so I practiced throughout the night. Consequently, I inexplicably broke through to the bronze 2-star level this morning. Lin Yu regarded her with an expression that conveyed the truth of his words, yet she furrowed her brow even tighter upon hearing his explanation. Just when Lin Yu believed his excuse insufficient to deceive her, she surprisingly exhibited a look of enlightenment. Is this truly convincing her? Lin Yu mused as Li Hansuang softly replied, I understand now. Thank you for clarifying, Lin. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. With that, Li Hansuang slightly bowed to Lin Yu and turned to walk away into the distance. Phew, that was close. I managed to navigate this situation, and now I need not live in fear each day. As she departed, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the observant Zhou Pongzi noticed Li Hanchuang's departure and hurried over with a rather lewd expression on his face. Brother Yu, how did it go? Has the issue been resolved? Will Li, the campus beauty, still cause us trouble? Lin Yu cast an exasperated glance at the pudgy fellow, who always seemed to betray him at the most inconvenient moments. He couldn't help but wish to knock some sense into him. After all, this was the same person who had disclosed his location to Li Hansuang previously and now had the audacity to run off on his own. Were it not for their close friendship, he would have kicked him to the curb long ago. Cough. Brother Yu, you've misunderstood me. I was just going to fetch the teacher for you. I was worried you couldn't handle Li Hansuang, Zhou Pongzi hurriedly explained, but was swiftly interrupted by Lin Yu. Enough. Fatty, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Let's head to the cafeteria. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Oh, all right. This time, it's my treat to celebrate your successful breakthrough to 3 stars. Zhou Pongzi chimed in cheerfully. Lin Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement as they made their way to the cafeteria. Chapter 16. Unlocking the treasure chest. Wow. Brother Yu, you can really eat. Are you sure you can finish all that? Want to share some with me? Zhou Pongzi exclaimed upon seeing the mountain of food before Lin Yu. Please, this is hardly enough to satisfy me. If I weren't worried you couldn't cover the bill, I would have ordered much more, Lin Yu retorted, casting a disapproving glare at Zhou Pongzi. Ever since he consumed the marrow-cleansing elixir yesterday, his physical capabilities had significantly enhanced, leading to a remarkable increase in his appetite compared to other awakened individuals. His consumption now rivaled that of 5 grown men. Thus, the food before him was hardly a concern. Ding. Zhou Pongzi's emotional value, 666. The system's voice suddenly echoed, but Lin Yu paid it no mind, engrossed in his meal. Brother Yu, with your voracious appetite, won't your family go bankrupt? Zhou Pongzi jested. If that were to happen, I'd just go eat at your place. I'm sure Uncle Zhou wouldn't mind, Lin Yu replied, somewhat amused. It was indeed true that Zhou Pongzi had informed his father, Zhou Dafeng, about Lin Yu's awakening. Consequently, he had been reprimanded by Zhou Dafeng to cling tightly to Lin Yu, or risk losing his only son. Thus, when Lin Yu suggested dining at his home, Zhou Pongzi readily agreed. Sure thing. My dad told me yesterday to hold on to your leg tightly, he affirmed. Taken aback, Lin Yu chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Cough. Fatty, since your dad is so eager to cling to me, why did you run off on your own when faced with Li Hansuang? A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips as he spoke. At this, Zhou Pongzi appeared flustered and began to look around awkwardly. Elder brother Yu, I previously mentioned that I was not fleeing. I was merely seeking the teacher. You must believe me. Do you honestly think I would trust you? Lin Yu, glancing at the plate before him, noted the unfulfilled appetite of Zhou Pongzi. I understand, elder brother Yu. Please sit here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Without further ado, Zhou Pongzi promptly took Lin Yu's plate and headed towards the queue. Ah, isn't that Li Feiyu? Lin Yu mused, spotting a familiar figure in the distance as boredom began to set in. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps this was an opportunity to reap some benefits. Resolute, he rose and made his way toward Li Feiyu. At that moment, Li Feiyu, blissfully unaware of the impending trouble, was voraciously enjoying a chicken leg. Suddenly, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder, nearly causing him to drop the chicken leg in shock. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure in time. Who the hell? Li Feiyu began to curse, only to turn and find Lin Yu standing there, rendering him speechless, as if he had just eaten something foul. Ding Li Feiyu's emotional value. 555 Ding Li Feiyu's emotional value. 999 Hearing the system notifications, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, this sheep had plenty of wool to shear. If he could glean a mere 10,000 daily, that would amount to over 3 million emotional points in a year. Li Feiyu, feeling Lin Yu's intense gaze upon him without any words exchanged, assumed he was in for trouble. Lin Yu, you aren't here to cause me trouble, are you? I confess, it was I who instigated your isolation before, and I sincerely apologize. With that, Li Feiyu bowed his head in apology. But Lin Yu merely regarded him in silence, offering no reaction. Ding Li Feiyu's emotional value. 1,000 Suddenly, the system chimed, and Lin Yu was taken aback to hear that Li Feiyu's emotional value had surpassed 1,000. The last time he witnessed such a breakthrough was with Li Hansuang. Both sharing the surname Li, could they be relatives? As Lin Yu's thoughts wandered, Li Feiyu spoke again. Lin Yu. No, elder brother Yu. Please, have mercy on me. Enough with the theatrics. I'm not here to cause you trouble. I merely noticed you dining alone and came over to greet you. Please, continue your meal. I shan't disturb you further. With a gentle pat on Li Feiyu's shoulder, Lin Yu turned and returned to his previous spot. After a moment, Li Feiyu regained his senses, internally berating himself. What kind of person is this? He merely comes to say hello, but scares me half to death. TCH, how absurd. Ding Li Feiyu's emotional value. 999 Upon hearing the system's notification once more, Lin Yu's smile widened, revealing a sly expression. In just a brief encounter, he had extracted nearly 6,000 emotional points from Li Feiyu. A true emotional catalyst, indeed. Let's continue this delightful indulgence next time. Brother Yu, your feast has arrived. At that moment, Zhou Pongzi's voice resonated from a short distance away. Lin Yu focused his gaze and exclaimed, Good heavens, this chubby fellow is surely going to overindulge himself. Zhou Pongzi approached, carrying a heaping platter brimming with an array of delicacies, including chicken legs and lobsters, no fewer than 10 varieties of meat, with nary a vegetable in sight. Are you trying to fatten me up so that you can inherit my extraordinary abilities? Lin Yu quipped. Brother Yu, how can you say such a thing? Am I really that kind of person? Zhou Pongzi chuckled, though he seemed taken aback. Well, aren't you aware of your own nature? Lin Yu retorted, leaving Zhou Pongzi momentarily speechless. Ding Zhou Pongzi's emotional value. 666. Just teasing you. Don't take it to heart. This amount of food barely fills me to 70%. Lin Yu said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Ding Zhou Pongzi's emotional value. 555. 10 minutes later, both of them left the cafeteria, satisfied and patting their bellies. Brother Yu, are we heading back to the classroom or to the gym to continue our training? Zhou Pongzi inquired, gazing expectantly at Lin Yu. Without hesitation, Lin Yu replied, classroom. Soon enough, they returned to the nearly empty classroom. Lin Yu strode directly to his seat, with Zhou Pongji trailing closely behind. Chubby, I'm going to take a short nap. Wake me if anything comes up. Brother, you sleep soundly. Rest assured, I, Zhou Pongji, will handle everything. He grinned, displaying his bright white teeth. Lin Yu chose not to engage further and promptly rested his head on the desk, though he had no intention of truly sleeping. System, haven't I yet opened a few treasure chests? Ding indeed. The host previously drew 2 bronze chests and 1 silver chest. Then please open them for me. Ding detected host's request. Treasure chests are now opening. Please wait. Ding treasure chests opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained level 1 crossbow, 20 level 1 wind-piercing arrows, and 1 space-type beast core, phantom spirit cat. Originally feeling a bit drowsy, Lin Yu sprang to his feet upon hearing that he had acquired a space-type beast core. Startling Zhou Pongji, who was caught mid-nose picking, his hand frozen in the air. Brother Yu, what is the matter? My apologies, just had a nightmare. Please, continue. Lin Yu coughed lightly, then lay back down. Zhou Pongji, observing this, was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Chapter 17. Teasing Ouyang Qian? Lin Yu gazed excitedly at the system panel displaying the phantom spirit cat's core, overwhelmed by an almost surreal sensation. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. He could hardly believe that he had obtained a space-type beast core. Goodness, am I perhaps favored by fortune? System, is this your doing? The system failed to comprehend the host's words. Everything was merely random, and the system could not intervene. Is it really not you? The host's skepticism saddened the system. What on earth? Are you even human? Why are you putting me through this? There is no need for the host to be so suspicious. Hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. Was the system truly this intelligent? The systems he had encountered in the novels of his past life were all rather foolish. Unable to make sense of it at the moment, Lin Yu decided to set aside his thoughts, firmly believing that the truth would eventually come to light. With that, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Earlier, he had expended considerable mental energy while grasping his abilities, and after engaging in a scuffle with Ouyang Qian, he had drained a significant amount of physical stamina. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to sleep in the classroom. An hour passed. Gradually, several classmates began to trickle into the classroom, all of whom had yet to awaken their abilities. They could only participate in the college entrance examination and pursue a different path. Although the number of awakened individuals in Long Country was significantly higher than in other nations, the overall quality was often lacking, with most individuals at the lower tiers, leading many to be stuck between the ranks of gold and platinum. Despite the formation of a federal government among nations, friction still existed between them. Before the revival of spiritual energy, countries had continuously competed through technology. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, a competition for talent had begun. Naturally, the development of a nation relied heavily on the construction of infrastructure, and the unawakened students primarily contributed to national development. You go, wake up. Qianjie is coming. Zhou Pongji whispered into Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu, deep in slumber, felt his temper flare upon being roused. What is all this shouting for? If she's coming, what can she do to me? No sooner had he spoken than Ouyang Qian's voice echoed beside them. Is that so, Lin Yu? It seems you do not regard me highly. The moment Lin Yu recognized Ouyang Qian's voice, he sprang to his feet, without even opening his eyes. Haha, I was just joking, Qianjie. Though I may not hold you in high regard, I certainly keep you in my thoughts. Ding, Ouyang Qian's emotional value reached 1,000. Wow, over 1,000 again. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Had he said something inappropriate? Oh no, I just implied that I keep her in my thoughts. She wouldn't misinterpret my interest in her, would she? Goodness, that could lead to serious consequences. I must clarify this, lest she misunderstand. Cough, Qianjie. Don't get the wrong idea. What I meant was that you hold great significance in my heart. You're like a mother figure to me. Ding, Ouyang Qian's emotional value fell to 999. Ding, Zhou Pongji's emotional value stood at 666. Observing Lin Yu's flustered demeanor, Zhou Pongji couldn't help but laugh, secretly admiring him. TSK, as expected of you go, even daring to tease Qianjie. I, as a younger brother, am in awe. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian flushed for a moment, then suppressed the tumult within her heart, subsequently speaking coldly. All right, Lin Yu, hurry to the gym to train and do not disturb other students from their studies. Yes, I'm leaving now, he replied, sheepishly making his way towards the door. Observing this, Zhou Pengzi hastily followed. Damn it! Why didn't you wake me up? Lin Yu complained to Zhou Pengzi, who stood nearby. I did call you, Zhou Pengzi replied innocently, blinking at Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed but still maintained a serious facade. Your voice was too soft. I couldn't hear you. Next time, speak louder. Zhou Pengzi muttered under his breath. I know. Clearly it was you who didn't get up. What can Qianjie do about it? Catching his mumbling, Lin Yu inquired suspiciously. What did you just say? Nothing. Nothing. Zhou Pengzi almost blurted out, quickly swallowing his words. All right, let us hurry up, Lin Yu urged, no longer dwelling on the matter. Oh, okay. Soon, the two arrived at the gym, only to find it already filled to capacity, with everyone seemingly energized, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The reason for such fervor was primarily due to Lin Yu's recent accomplishments. After all, he was the first to break through to the 3-star level and had even comprehended a new ability, which instilled a sense of pressure in those who considered themselves destined for greatness. Everyone aspired to become the second to achieve this milestone. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, it was merely trivial antics, as he was primarily focused on accumulating emotional value. Brother Yu, do you have any way to help me quickly break through to 3 stars? Zhou Pengzi gazed at Lin Yu with hope. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then shrugged helplessly. No, I don't, truthfully. He wished to give this rotund fellow a cleansing elixir, but he was apprehensive that Zhou Pengzi might eventually betray him. This was a product of the system, and he wasn't certain if such elixirs were available in this world. If he handed one to this glutton, given his character, it wouldn't take long before someone would come to investigate him. It was best to wait a few days and find a suitable excuse. Upon hearing Lin Yu's inability to assist, Zhou Pengzi sighed in despondency. He then pulled Lin Yu down beside him, closing his eyes to continue his training. Brother Yu, I'm going to start training now. Lin Yu acknowledged, immediately activating the Hunyuan technique to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Time passed gradually, and he lost track of how long he had been practicing. Suddenly, Lin Yu opened his eyes wide, having successfully broken through to the 4-star bronze level. Finally, I've broken through to 4 stars. This Hunyuan technique is truly remarkable. He wondered if he could share this training method with that girl, Xian Yan, but decided it was best to wait until she awakened. After all, there was still ample time. System, open the personal information panel. Beep. Host request detected. Loading personal information panel. In a short while, a blue panel appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, bronze 4 stars. Personal items, magic potion, cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, vitality pill, SpongeBob underwear, Patrick underwear. Ultraman Zero underwear. Abilities, space manipulation, fire manipulation, flame fireball. Skills, novice chef, novice driver, novice masseuse. Cultivation method, primordial harmony technique. Weapons, dragon abyss sword, crossbow. Gale arrows, beast companion. None. Emotion value, 521413 system. I demand 30 consecutive draws. I refuse to believe that this time I won't receive something exceptional. Ding detecting host request. Commencing lottery, please wait. Chapter 18. Can one still refresh their own emotion value? Ding congratulations, host. You have obtained SpongeBob Socks X5. Ding congratulations, host. You have obtained Cleansing Pill X2. Ding congratulations, host. You have obtained Strength Pill X3. Ding congratulations, host. You have obtained Bronze Treasure Chest X3. Having completed the 30 draws, Lin Yu found himself with 3 bronze treasure chests, and for a moment, he nearly spewed blood in frustration. Is this some kind of joke? I seriously suspect the system is up to something devious. System, have you manipulated the results? Ding, please refrain from slandering this system. It absolutely does not engage in any hidden tricks. Look at how anxious you've become, and yet you claim otherwise. Ding detecting host slander against the system. The lottery odds will be automatically reduced. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu panicked. Oh no. Please, dear system, I was wrong. I admit my fault. I was merely joking. Don't take it seriously. However, after a brief wait, the system remained silent, and just as Lin Yu was about to despair, a voice once again shattered his understanding of reality. Ding Lin use emotion value 1. Ding Lin use emotion value 1. What the hell? Can one actually refresh their own emotion value? In that moment, Lin Yu felt utterly bewildered. Is it possible to generate emotions towards oneself? Isn't this a blatant glitch? Is the system truly indifferent to this? Hey, dear system, come out quickly. Why are you still not responding? Lin Yu shouted in his mind. Yet, the system's voice remained absent, causing Lin Yu to grow increasingly anxious. Could it be that the system has fled due to my irritation? If it leaves, will my spatial ability vanish alongside it? How am I supposed to dominate the world in the future? Damn it, I shouldn't have been so reckless, disparaging such a good system. Now look where I am. Is this what happiness feels like? Ding, detecting that the host has deeply recognized their error. The system will revoke this penalty. The system's voice echoed once more, leaving Lin Yu momentarily stunned. Then he erupted with joy, gesturing animatedly. Nearby, a few classmates who had just finished their training observed this scene, their minds swirling with confusion, leading them to whisper among themselves. No way. Could it be that this fellow has broken through again? Impossible. He only just advanced to 3 stars this morning. How could he have broken through again so soon? Perhaps this is the realm of genius. Alas, the notifications echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Wang Wu's emotional value is 999. Ding. Zhao Lu's emotional value is 999. Ding. Wang Daniu's emotional value is 999. Suddenly, a series of prompts startled him, causing his previously joyful demeanor to falter. And a multitude of perplexing question marks arose in his thoughts. What had he done to inexplicably receive emotional value from others? Puzzled and unable to comprehend, he decided to disregard it. System, open the bronze treasure chest. Ding. The treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 9-turn healing pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 grade weapon, the red serpent fong. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 super compass. System, what is the purpose of this 9-turn healing pill? Ding. The 9-turn healing pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that can restore health. No matter how severe the injury, it can bring one back to life. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu expressed his confusion. System, is it appropriate to place such an extraordinary pill in a bronze treasure chest? Surely it cannot have any side effects? Let me be clear, if there are side effects, I would rather die than consume it. Ding. The 9-turn healing pill, while life-saving, will render the user immobile for 3 days after consumption. Damn it, there are indeed after effects. I'm glad I asked beforehand. You are quite the trickster, system. Lin Yu muttered in exasperation. He had initially thought this item could be a lifesaver, allowing him to take risks, but now it seemed he would merely be incapacitated afterward. Although he had longed to relax in his past life, with the system now in place, he resolved to refrain from such complacency. Next, Lin Yu turned his attention to another item. System, what is the purpose of this super compass? Ding. The super compass, as its name implies, is superior, more accurate, and more powerful than an ordinary compass, capable of functioning in areas with strong magnetic fields. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu exclaimed, Goodness! Is this to ensure I do not get lost? Well, having it is better than not having it at all. Who knows when it might come in handy? Regaining his composure, Lin Yu chose to ignore the system and directed his gaze toward Zhou Pongji. At that moment, Zhou Pongji was enveloped in spiritual energy, subtly indicating a breakthrough. Judging by the energy fluctuations, he was likely at the bronze 2-star level. This was quite commendable, considering that most individuals present were merely at the bronze 1-star level, with only Li Hanzhuang barely reaching 3 stars. The disparity in talent was glaring. Suddenly, muffled groans emanated from Zhou Pongji's body, followed by a rapid influx of spiritual energy surrounding him. 1 minute passed, then 5, and after 10 minutes, the energy ceased to converge upon him. Zhou Pongji slowly opened his eyes, and upon noticing Lin Yu's gaze, he appeared momentarily stunned before his face broke into an excited grin. Brother Yu, I have broken through. Haha, I am 1 step closer to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu casually remarked, Oh, is that so? That's wonderful. I have just successfully advanced to the bronze 4-star. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Pongji's jaw dropped in astonishment, his face a picture of disbelief. He had anticipated that Lin Yu might break through to 4-star today, but never expected it to happen so swiftly. It is well known that as one ascends in rank, the rate of advancement diminishes. Beep. Zhou Pongji's emotional value, 555. Beep. Zhou Pongji's emotional value, 666. Come on, chubby, don't be disheartened. You are not the only one who cannot compare to me. Lin Yu consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. This consolation, however, struck Zhou Pongji like a bolt from the blue. It was incredibly demoralizing. Just as Zhou Pongji was about to say something further, Lin Yu strode ahead. At that moment, a crowd had already gathered in the distance. all curious about the unfolding events. Excuse me, fellow student, what transpired up ahead? Why is everyone rushing over there? Lin Yu inquired of a male student. Upon recognizing Lin Yu, the student beamed. Ah, it's Lin. It appears that Li Hanxiang, the campus flower, has successfully broken through to 3-star and is currently absorbing a beast core. Oh, I see now. Thank you, my friend, Lin Yu acknowledged and proceeded towards the scene. Those familiar with Lin Yu parted ways to grant him passage, for he was a prodigy. Even if one could not forge a connection with him, it was unwise to provoke him. Grateful for their understanding, Lin Yu advanced into the throng. Upon reaching the front row, he beheld Li Hanxiang with her eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat cascading down her face. She seemed to be facing a formidable challenge. Could it be that she was struggling against the phantom beast conjured in the illusion? While contemplating this, a voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Li Hanxiang seems to be entangled by the spirit of the beast. What shall we do? Lin Yu turned to see Ouyang Qian murmuring nearby. Chapter 19. Li Hanxiang's breakthrough. Qian Jia, do you mean that Li is ensnared by the spirit of the beast? Lin Yu queried with curiosity. Ouyang Qian nodded in response to Lin Yu's question and began to elucidate. It is akin to the blazing tiger you observed during your prior comprehension. Each beast, upon being slain, has a fragment of its spirit infused into the beast core. When she absorbs the core, she will be drawn into a gray world, wherein she will grasp the capabilities of the beast. These concepts were foreign to Lin Yu, as his previous studies had not pertained to such realms. After listening to Ouyang Qian's explanation, he gained a fresh perspective on the world of awakeners. Then, Qian Jia, do you possess any means to assist Li? Lin Yu gazed at Ouyang Qian with intrigue. In response, Ouyang Qian shook her head in resignation. It is futile. At this moment, Li Hanxiang's consciousness is unable to perceive the sounds of the outside world. Even if I had a method, I could not convey it to her. Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation, yearning to lend a helping hand to Li Hanxiang as a means of atoning for the events of the previous day. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to recall something. He still possessed the system. Is there a way to connect with Li Hanxiang's consciousness? Ding. Yes, there is. Quickly, tell me the method. Ding. The host can purchase an ultra-long-distance voice transmitter, which accurately conveys the desired message simply by the host silently uttering a person's name. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. System, what are we waiting for? I want it. Ding. To purchase the ultra-long-distance voice transmitter, it will cost 200,000 emotional points. Does the host wish to proceed with the purchase? What the hell? Are you deliberately raising the price just because you see I have over 200,000 emotional points? Lin Yu felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the system's quote. What kind of nonsense demands 200,000? Why not just rob a bank? Ding. The system's offerings are honest and beyond reproach, absolutely worth the cost. Uft. Only a fool would buy that, Lin Yu scoffed. At that moment, Ouyang Qian's voice grew urgent. Oh no, Li Hanxiang might not be able to hold on much longer. Lin Yu, puzzled, asked, Sister Qian, what happens if she fails? If she fails, either her consciousness will be damaged, requiring months of recuperation, or in severe cases, her consciousness could shatter, rendering her foolish, Ouyang Qian explained to Lin Yu. He was taken aback, realizing the grave risks involved. Fortunately, his mental strength had been greater than others, allowing him to grasp the situation without peril. However, Li Hanxiang was different. Her mental strength was not as robust as Lin Yu's, and the beast core she chose to absorb was several realms above her own. She had opted for this risky endeavor primarily due to Lin Yu's influence, though he was unaware of this. Seeing the pain etched on Li Hanxiang's face, Lin Yu steeled himself and resolved to purchase the ultra-long-distance voice transmitter. He then turned to Ouyang Qian and inquired, Sister Qian, what was the method you mentioned earlier? Well, there are two approaches. One is to find the beast's weakness and strike it down in one blow. The other is to elevate Li Hanxiang's mental strength, thereby completely suppressing the beast. Armed with this knowledge, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. After exchanging a quick word with Ouyang Qian, he squeezed through the crowd and headed towards the restroom. He needed to inform Li Hanxiang of the solution before she faltered. System, I wish to purchase the ultra-long-distance voice transmitter. Ding. Detecting the host's request, the purchase of the ultra-long-distance voice transmitter is successful. Please check your inventory. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu arrived at the restroom and instructed the system to deploy the transmitter. In the next moment, a device resembling a pistol materialized in Lin Yu's hand. System, how do I use this? Ding. The host should press the button, silently think of the recipient's name, wait 3 seconds, and then speak the desired message to send it. Thus, Lin Yu followed the system's instructions and successfully conveyed the solution to Li Hanshuang. Meanwhile, Li Hanshuang found herself in a desolate gray realm, beneath which loomed a colossal blue bird. The blue avian was gathering energy within its beak, yet at that moment, Li Hanshuang was on the brink of collapse, teetering precariously. She had been engaged in combat with this formidable creature for half an hour, and each time she attempted to strike, it deftly evaded her efforts. In stark contrast, the blue bird's assaults consistently found their mark upon Li Hanshuang. Just when despair threatened to engulf her, Lin Yu's voice suddenly pierced the air. "Classmate Li Hanshuang, can you hear me? The situation is dire. Listen closely. There are 2 methods to extricate you from your predicament." Fearing that Li Hanshuang might not hear him, Lin Yu decided to reiterate his message. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Hanshuang paused momentarily, her expression sharpening as she turned her gaze towards the blue bird. At that moment, the bird was still gathering strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hanshuang dashed behind the blue bird. As it momentarily failed to react, she conjured a 1-meter-long ice spear in her palm and thrust it forcefully towards the creature's abdomen. With a swift whoosh, the blue bird emitted a mournful cry. It then faltered and plummeted from the sky, landing directly before Li Hanshuang. Without a moment's hesitation, her expression resolute, she summoned another ice spear and aimed it directly at the bird's head. With rapid successions of whooshes, the blue bird cried out in anguish several times before finally dissolving into a cluster of luminous particles. Li Hanshuang emerged from the gray void, slowly opening her eyes. In the next instant, she stood bewildered, for she found herself surrounded by an impenetrable throng. At that moment, Ouyang Qian, among the onlookers, discerned her disorientation and shouted to the crowd, "What are you all doing? Hurry and get back to your training. Just today, 2 students have successfully advanced to the 3rd star, while you remain stagnant." Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's words, the gathered students felt a wave of shame wash over them and began to disperse, feeling utterly disheartened. How could they compare to those who advanced so swiftly while they remained at the 1st star? In a flurry of frustration, they began to blame Lin Yu for his perceived negligence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had just emerged from the restroom, was baffled to find himself inundated with a surge of emotional points. Ding. Zhang San, emotional points, 999. Ding. Li Si, emotional points, 999. Ding. Wang Wu, emotional points, 999. Ding. Li Hanshuang, emotional points, 1000. What on earth? Why is there such a deluge of emotional points? I feel as if I haven't done anything significant. System. Is there an error? Ding. System functioning normally. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yu was left even more perplexed. If it wasn't the system at fault, then what accounted for this inexplicable influx of emotional points? System, what is my current total of emotional points? Ding. Host currently possesses 250, 940 emotional points. Upon returning to the previously bustling area, Lin Yu found it eerily deserted, with Li Hanshuang and Ouyang Qian having mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, a voice emerged from nowhere, startling him. "Brother Yu, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere. I just went to the restroom. What happened?" Lin Yu coughed lightly, inquiring about the situation. Not bothering to dwell on Lin Yu's absence, Zhou Pengji urged him, "Brother Yu, it's getting late. Let's head back to the classroom and grab our things before we make our escape." Realizing the time, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go." He began walking towards the gymnasium's entrance, with Zhou Pengji hurriedly trailing behind him. "Brother Yu, you won't believe this. Li Hanshuang, the school flower, has successfully advanced to the 3-star bronze level and has even mastered an impressive ability." Zhou Pengji recounted the events that had unfolded earlier. Intrigued, Lin Yu asked, "Oh really? What ability did she grasp?" "Let me tell you, her skill, the extreme cold ice spike, is absolutely astonishing. It rivals your fireball, and even Sister Qian's water barrier barely held up against it." Zhou Pengji excitedly shared. Lin Yu gasped, "No way. Is she really that powerful? She could even shake Sister Qian's water barrier?" A wave of pressure washed over Lin Yu, as he recalled how his fireball had done little more than tickle Ouyang Qian's water barrier, despite being his full-force attack. Unbeknownst to him, his fireball was entirely countered by Ouyang Qian's defense. In contrast, while Li Hanshuang's extreme cold ice spike didn't possess a countering effect, its destructive capacity far surpassed Lin Yu's. As they conversed, they unknowingly approached the teaching building. Although the school bell had rung, many students remained engaged in their studies, striving to awaken their abilities and secure a place at the Spirit Machinery Academy. This was their opportunity to alter their destinies, in a world where strength reigned supreme. Only those with power could hope to survive. Otherwise, should a beast tide arise, death would be their only fate. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengji drew the attention of their peers, igniting a flurry of discussions in the once quiet room. Did you hear? I just got word that Lin Yu has broken through to the 3-star bronze level. Is that true? Absolutely. And apparently, he even had a confrontation with Teacher Ouyang. Wow. Lin Yu is that formidable? Indeed, it is said that Li Hanzhuang, the school beauty, initially intended to confront him, but ended up being hospitalized due to his actions. Is that true? Would he dare to lay a hand on someone as stunning as Li Hanzhuang? Precisely. Just yesterday, Lin Yu publicly confessed his feelings to her. It seems implausible that he would resort to violence. However, you may not be aware that it is rumored Li Hanzhuang desired Lin Yu to take responsibility. Yet he was unwilling. Consequently, she persisted, and ultimately, Lin Yu retaliated. Goodness, does this not paint him as a quintessential scoundrel? Listening to the chatter of his classmates, Lin Yu's expression darkened considerably. When did he ever strike Li Hanzhuang, and why would he need to take responsibility? After all, he had done nothing to her. Sensing Lin Yu's discomfort, Zhou Pengji immediately addressed the class, exclaiming, "Enough! When has Yu Gu ever wronged Li Hanzhuang? He is an innocent person." At this, the classroom fell into a profound silence, with everyone exchanging awkward glances, pondering the impropriety of discussing such matters in front of the person involved. Nevertheless, Lin Yu chose to ignore them and walked out of the classroom, while Zhou Pengji hastily followed, shouting back, "You lot should focus on your studies instead of gossiping." With that, Zhou Pengji hurried after Lin Yu, leaving the rest of the class in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengji soon caught up with Lin Yu. "You need not concern yourself with their baseless accusations. They are merely envious of your talent." "I am not bothered," Lin Yu replied with a resigned shrug. "Then why do you appear so troubled?" "I thought," Zhou Pengji began, only to be interrupted by Lin Yu. "Don't assume anything. Let us move. Or you'll regret it when the rain comes." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengji looked up at the sky, which was now shrouded in ominous clouds. Consequently, the two quickened their pace towards home. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they parted ways. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Zhou Pengji lived several streets away from Lin Yu, so their journey together was brief. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at his doorstep, skillfully retrieving his keys from his pocket. Just then, the door swung open, and it was evident that it was Tang Xinyan who had answered. Indeed, as the door opened, a petite and adorable figure emerged, none other than Tang Xinyan herself. "Brother, you're finally back. What is the matter? You seem troubled." "It's nothing. I just missed you. You were gone all day, and I was utterly bored," Tang Xinyan pouted, displaying her displeasure. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tang Xinyan burst into laughter. "Ha! Who told you to drop out? You had a perfectly good school to attend, yet you chose to stay at home." "Humph," Tang Xinyan huffed in annoyance. Observing her reaction, Lin Yu couldn't resist pinching her chubby cheeks a few times. Instantly, her fair face flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to stomp her feet in frustration. She also wished to pinch Lin Yu's face, but her petite stature of merely 1.60 meters made it impossible to reach his towering height of 1.80 meters. With one hand firmly pressing down on her head, Lin Yu effectively rendered her unable to approach him. After a playful tussle, Tang Xinyan found herself utterly exhausted and slumped onto the ground, panting heavily. However, her eyes were filled with fierce determination. "Humph, Lin Yu, I shall inform Aunt Lin that you are bullying me." "Hee. Do you really think Aunt Lin would believe you?" "Well, I will make her believe me." Nonetheless, Lin Yu paid her no mind and walked toward his bedroom. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 555. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 999. Tang Xinyan's emotional values resonated explosively in Lin Yu's mind, filling him with immense joy. Chapter 21. Delivering an umbrella to Lin Yushan outside. The sky was as dark as ink, and torrential rain poured down from the heavens. Passers-by hurried along, unprepared for the sudden downpour. Lin Yu exited his bedroom and spotted Tang Xinyan engrossed in watching SpongeBob, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, her demeanor radiating happiness. Glancing around, he noticed Lin Yushan had yet to return, likely still working overtime. "Xinyan, hasn't Aunt Lin come back yet?" "No, she might be on her way," Tang Xinyan replied without turning her head, still fixated on the television. "Did Aunt Lin bring an umbrella with her?" Lin Yu asked, concern creeping into his voice. Tang Xinyan scratched her head in contemplation. I don't think so. All right then, stay here while I take an umbrella to Aunt Lin. Okay, understood. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back, Tang Xinyan responded, returning her focus to the show. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, slipped on his shoes, grabbed 2 umbrellas, and stepped outside. Lin Yushan's workplace was approximately a 20-minute journey away, so Lin Yu headed straight there. On the outskirts of Jiangqing, 2 figures were engaged in a spirited chase. One figure shouted, Zhang Jun, stop right there. If you keep running, don't blame me for taking action. The man named Zhang Jun, however, scoffed dismissively. Huh, you think a mere golden 9-star can stop me? How utterly foolish. Zhang Jun, you do well to surrender. The protectors are on their way. If you come back with me now, you may receive leniency. The other figure continued to shout. In response, Zhang Jun raised his middle finger. A sneer plastered across his face. Witnessing this, the pursuing figure began to gather ice energy in his hands, launching a sharp icicle directly at Zhang Jun Ice Dragon Piercer. As the ice spear drew within a mere 2 meters of Zhang Jun, a roar of fury erupted from him. Inferno. In the next instant, flames engulfed his entire being. And with a swift pivot, he reached for the incoming ice spear. As the spear approached, it began to melt rapidly, dwindling to a size no larger than a silver needle by the time it reached him. Witnessing his ice dragon drill being effortlessly countered, the figure's brow furrowed in frustration. Clenching his fists, he conjured 2 ice spears, longer and thicker than the previous ones, and hurled them towards Zhang Jun with tremendous force. The sound of slicing air heralded their unstoppable advance. Yet, Zhang Jun remained unfazed. The flames surrounding him surged dramatically, transforming him into a blazing figure, resembling a walking fireball from a distance. Remarkably, this fiery orb moved with considerable speed. However, it was still not fast enough to evade the 2 incoming ice spears, which quickly closed the distance. Just as they neared him, the spears melted before the naked eye, turning into water that swiftly evaporated into steam, dissipating into the atmosphere. Seeing both of his attacks thwarted, the figure seethed with rage. Zhang Jun, cease your futile resistance and return with me for interrogation, he demanded. Zhang Jun retorted defiantly. Is that all you've got? You think I would surrender just because I cannot be defeated? What a foolish dream you entertain. His tone was brash, completely disregarding the figure, who felt both humiliated and infuriated. Yet, he had no choice. His abilities lacked any effective long-range attacks. In no time, the 2 had traversed from the outskirts to the bustling city center of Jiang City. Surrounded by the throngs of people, the figure hesitated to strike, acutely aware that as a member of the Dragon Guard, his duty was to protect the innocent. He would not act recklessly, for harming an ordinary citizen could lead to disciplinary action, an oath he vowed upon joining the Dragon Guard. Meanwhile, Lin Yu hurried under an umbrella toward Lin Yushan's workplace. System. What is my current emotional value? He inquired. Ding. The host's current emotional value is 389,408 points. System. Initiate the lottery. I hope for something remarkable this time. Ding. Lottery in progress. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a level weapon, Heavenly Umbrella X1. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained a 7 Ultraman costume X1. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received thank you for your patronage X5. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired Happy Sheep Rain Boots X2. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained Lazy Sheep Raincoat X2. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Lin Yu initially felt elated, but his expression quickly soured. After 20 draws, he had only received a level weapon, and it was a mere umbrella. Who would wield an umbrella in battle? He certainly was not a master like Yibushio. This seemed like a recipe for disaster. However, in the next moment, Lin Yu found himself in a daze as he gazed at the introduction of the heavenly mechanism umbrella, a smile spreading across his face. To his astonishment, this remarkable object possessed hidden weapons. What did it mean to be forged from a special metal? System. Aren't you going to explain this to me? Ding. The special metal possesses a formidable recoil force, capable of fatally rebounding enemies at the opportune moment. Hearing this, Lin Yu inhaled sharply, his skepticism rising. Such an extraordinary item could only be classified as a low-level weapon? Could it be that this system was concealing something? As if sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. The reason the heavenly mechanism umbrella is merely a low-level weapon is that this special metal can only rebound a certain amount of damage. Once the damage exceeds what the umbrella can withstand, it will become useless. Damn, I knew it. How could something so powerful be classified as low level? It turns out to be a one-time use item. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu erupted in a string of curses. System. Subsequently, Lin Yu retrieved the heavenly mechanism umbrella from the system. However, one must admit, the design of the umbrella was quite striking, with the surface crafted from special metal gleaming in the light. When he opened the umbrella, the scene within took him by surprise. It was adorned with various anime characters, including SpongeBob and Pleasant Goat, totaling nearly 100 figures. System, aren't you going to explain this? And why are the reward underpants decorated with these anime characters? Ding. All of this reflects the host's inner preferences. You're talking nonsense. I don't have any such inclinations. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of defamation. Lin Yu would never admit that these were his inner thoughts, despite having spent countless days in his previous life indulging in such anime. However, he absolutely would not acknowledge such a hobby. No way, he would never concede. System. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle. Just as Lin Yu continued to banter with the system, a figure suddenly flew overhead. What was that just zipped by? A bird? It didn't seem like one. Lin Yu looked up, finding nothing there, and began to suspect he was hallucinating. Yet, in the next instant, another figure soared past him. What the heck, a superhuman? No, it must be an awakener. What is happening? With this thought, Lin Yu hurriedly pursued the direction in which the figure had vanished. Zhang Jun, you're wasting your efforts. Surrender now. As I have already notified the Dragon Guard of Jiang City. You can't escape. Huh. You Dragon Guards are truly tenacious, but dreaming of my surrender is futile. Zhang Jun scoffed. He disregarded the Dragon Guard entirely and continued fleeing ahead. Although with his Platinum 2-star strength, he was not afraid. Handling the Dragon Guard swiftly would still pose a challenge. Moreover, if a battle broke out with the Dragon Guard, what would happen when their reinforcements arrived? The most effective course of action at present is to flee to the urban area, utilizing the towering structures to evade pursuit. The Dragon Guard has also recognized this, intensifying their efforts to apprehend Zhang Jun Ice Dragon Drill. The Dragon Guard unleashed another attack, sending a formidable ice projectile directly toward Zhang Jun. However, once again, he managed to counter it. As Zhang Jun drew ever closer to the city center, the Dragon Guard grew increasingly anxious. If Zhang Jun were to enter the city, it would be nearly impossible for him to take action. Zhang Jun, since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Frozen absolute domain. With that declaration, snow began to fall from the sky. Simultaneously, the flames enveloping Zhang Jun gradually compressed, transforming from a fiery sphere into a discernible figure. The flames then dissipated at a visible pace, ultimately revealing his form. Damn it, this Dragon Guard is a tough adversary. Zhang Jun seethed as he observed the flames dissipating from his body. He had not anticipated the opponent's formidable strength. He was a Platinum 2-star, while the adversary was merely a Golden 9-star, a disparity of 2 realms. A colossal ice spear, imbued with an overwhelming force, shot straight toward Zhang Jun. Seeing his flames extinguished, panic surged within him. With no time to react, he grasped the ice spear with both hands, but his right hand was pierced through. Cursed Dragon Guard. Zhang Jun cursed under his breath. Instantly, flames enveloped him once more, rapidly melting the ice spear. He then resumed his sprint toward the city, moving with even greater speed than before. The pursuing Dragon Guard, witnessing Zhang Jun's unwillingness to surrender, hastened his pace in desperation, determined to intercept him before he could reach Jiang City. After a while, both entered Jiang City. However, Zhang Jun had long lost his previous bravado. Following the Dragon Guard's strike, although his palm no longer bled, the wound had become infected in the rain. He found himself in a state of dizziness, fully aware that his demise was imminent. Yet, even in the face of death, he vowed to take the relentless Dragon Guard down with him. Thus, they arrived at Jiang City Park, where, due to the heavy downpour, no one was in sight. Come on, let us settle this once and for all. Zhang Jun halted. The Dragon Guard, panting heavily, shouted, Zhang Jun, I offer you one last chance to surrender. Do not act recklessly. Huh, dream on. I would rather die than yield. Since I cannot escape today, I will take you down with me. Zhang Jun replied with a cold scoff. In the next moment, a massive fireball began to coalesce before him, estimated to be the size of 4 or 5 basketballs. Blazing inferno. With a thunderous shout, Zhang Jun hurled a fireball directly towards the Dragon Guardian. Its velocity astonishingly swift, closing the distance to merely 3 meters in the blink of an eye. The Dragon Guardian was utterly unprepared for such an abrupt escalation into combat, momentarily caught off guard. Just as the fireball approached, he instinctively dodged to the side. Yet the searing heat still scorched his arm. Meanwhile, a figure lurked in the distance, covertly observing the clash between the two. Indeed, it was Lin Yu, known as Lin Laolu. At this moment, he sheltered under an umbrella behind a gnarled tree, quietly watching the confrontation unfold. This marked his first encounter with such a fierce competition since arriving in this world. Although he had previously sparred with Ouyang Qian, that had merely been a test of his abilities. Thus, witnessing such an intense battle was a novel experience for him. Starkly contrasting the special effects he had previously viewed in his past life, this was a tangible reality. With a resounding thud, their fists and feet collided, producing a heavy sound. Once more, came a furious roar, as both opponents summoned their respective weapons. Clang! The blades clashed, resonating with a sharp sound. At that moment, Lin Yu, concealed behind the great tree, felt an itch in his nose, and before he knew it, achoo. The Dragon Guardian immediately turned his gaze toward Lin Yu's direction upon hearing the sneeze. Just then, Zhang Jun, who had previously fallen to the ground, delivered a powerful punch that caught the Dragon Guardian off guard, sending him staggering backward until he collapsed onto the ground. Humph! Daring to lose focus while battling me. Do you even comprehend the audacity of your actions? Zhang Jun scoffed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His gaze shifted toward Lin Yu's hiding place. Whoever you are, step forward immediately. If you don't, do not blame me for making you my target. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why hadn't he restrained himself just moments ago? Now, he had transformed from an observer into the observed. Damn that old biting, daring to threaten me. Soon, you shall witness my prowess. With that in mind, Lin Yu prepared to step out. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his movement. Don't come out. Quickly call the authorities and report that there are awakened individuals causing a disturbance. Summon the Dragon Guardians for assistance. Taken aback, Lin Yu realized that the speaker was one of the Dragon Guardians. From the memories of his original self, he understood that the Dragon Guardians were an organization in Dragon Country specifically tasked with overseeing awakened individuals, aimed at preventing those who might misuse their powers. It seemed that the individual urging him to come out was likely a criminal. Just as Lin Yu pondered this, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. Ding! Li Ming's emotional value, 999. With the system's announcement, Lin Yu swiftly deduced the identities of the two individuals. The one who had threatened him was undoubtedly Zhang Jun, while the other was the Dragon Guardian, Li Ming. Thus, Lin Yu, no longer hesitating, directly dialed the emergency number and relayed the situation to the authorities. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, infuriated by Lin Yu's prolonged absence, contemplated rushing over to silence him. However, he was halted in his tracks by Li Ming, a member of the Guardian Dragon Corps. Zhang Jun, do not even think about it. Humph! You can barely protect yourself. How can you concern yourself with others? It is our duty as the Guardian Dragon Corps to protect the populace. Li Ming stood unsteadily yet resolutely, his gaze fixed on Zhang Jun, prepared to resist fiercely should he attempt to advance. At that moment, however, Zhang Jun was already on the brink of exhaustion, incapable of launching another attack. Chapter 23. Speak your last words. As the two remained locked in a standoff, Lin Yu emerged from the thicket. Both men were taken aback at the sight of him, for he was merely a boy of 17 or 18. Yet, upon closer inspection, they discerned the presence of spiritual energy emanating from him. You two are an awakened one? Li Ming inquired tentatively. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Yu tilted his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's hopes surged. Did you call the police just now? Yes, I did. The police will arrive shortly, Lin Yu affirmed with a nod, feigning a compliant demeanor. Zhang Jun, upon learning that Lin Yu had contacted the authorities, was instantly consumed by rage. Without hesitation, he hurled a fireball directly at Lin Yu, but Li Ming, quick to react, intercepted the attack. Although he was engaged in conversation with Lin Yu, he remained vigilant of Zhang Jun's movements, and thus was able to block the fireball. Li Ming then shouted to Lin Yu, "Young brother, you should hide. This is no place for you." However, Lin Yu had no intention of retreating. This was a rare opportunity to accumulate emotional value. Did he not just witness Zhang Jun's emotional value surpass 1,000? It's fine. I'm standing far enough away. He can't possibly hit me. By the way, is he on the verge of collapse? Should I help you finish him off later? Lin Yu replied with a cheerful grin. Taken aback, Li Ming was astonished by the audacity of this young brother. Whose subordinate was he? At that moment, Zhang Jun, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, was enraged beyond measure, having never encountered such a reckless individual. Ding Li Ming's emotional value. 666 Ding Zhang Jun's emotional value. 1000 Ding Zhang Jun's emotional value. 1000 The system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, causing his eyes to brighten. He was astounded to discover that Zhang Jun contributed an astounding emotional value of 50,000 points. I am going to strike it rich. In an instant, Lin Yu's gaze towards Zhang Jun transformed. Was this not a veritable ATM? No, it was a genuine emotional production machine. From a distance, Zhang Jun noticed the glimmer in Lin Yu's eyes and instinctively shuddered, as if he were being targeted by some formidable beast. Hey, you who have been so intent on killing me, are you really still determined to proceed? I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and apologize to me, and perhaps I may spare you. Lin Yu provocatively taunted Zhang Jun. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jun could no longer contain his fury. You are courting death. With a notification of his escalating emotions, a colossal fireball began to coalesce in Zhang Jun's hands, which he then hurled toward Lin Yu with great force. Observing this, Li Ming quickly formed an ice spear, directing it at the encroaching fireball. At the moment of collision, a tremendous shockwave erupted. Boom! Witnessing this, Lin Yu smirked, and to everyone's astonishment, he miraculously vanished from sight. As the smoke cleared, he was nowhere to be found. Li Ming, seeing Lin Yu's sudden disappearance, instinctively believed he had been annihilated by the two attacks, and regret flooded his mind. Why did he allow his little brother to be drawn into this conflict? He should have vehemently reprimanded him earlier. Zhang Jun, I will make you pay with your life. Li Ming bellowed, as an ice spear, significantly larger than before, began to form above his head. Super Ice Dragon Drill. You fool, do you seek mutual destruction? Zhang Jun had initially prepared to laugh at Lin Yu's disappearance, but was taken aback as Li Ming began to channel a formidable attack, intent on self-destruction alongside him. Zhang Jun, you should never have involved an innocent party, nor should you have murdered before my eyes. Today, you shall surely perish. With that, Li Ming unleashed the colossal ice pillar toward Zhang Jun. The immense pressure nearly overwhelmed Zhang Jun, roaring flame demon. He shouted, as flames enveloped his entire body, transforming into a massive fiery figure that ascended into the air. The raindrops did not even get close before they evaporated into steam. The fiery figure then grasped the incoming ice pillar, retreating under the force of its impact. Time passed, and both combatants collapsed to the ground, allowing the rain to pelt their faces. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed in their ears. You thought you could outsmart me. Thankfully, I did not act rashly. It's my turn now. Suddenly, Lin Yu's figure materialized before them. Gazing at the unscathed Lin Yu, Li Ming sighed in relief, having assumed that even if Lin Yu had survived, he would be gravely injured. To his surprise, Lin Yu appeared entirely unharmed, while he himself was left weakened, his meridians damaged and devoid of strength. Supporting himself with the heavenly mechanism umbrella, Lin Yu approached Zhang Jun step by step, a playful expression etched on his face. Zhang Jun, gritting his teeth in fury, wished nothing more than to crush Lin Yu into oblivion, but found himself in a predicament much like Li Ming's. The only aspect in which Li Ming surpassed him was his ability to articulate words. How have you not perished? Zhang Jun inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he observed Lin Yu approaching. However, Lin Yu would hardly divulge his secrets so readily. Guess, he replied enigmatically. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value, 1,000. Another 50,000 points of emotional value credited, and Lin Yu was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to embrace Zhang Jun and shower him with affection. What a good person. May a good soul enjoy peace throughout life. It had barely been a moment, yet he had amassed a staggering 100,000 points of emotional value. Just as Lin Yu contemplated extracting further benefits from Zhang Jun, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System notification. The host can only earn a maximum of 100,000 emotional points from a single individual each day. Stunned, Lin Yu pondered, what nonsense is this? How can one person yield only 100,000? After some reflection, he found solace in the thought that if he were to exploit someone relentlessly, he might strip them of all their essence. With this realization, Lin Yu abandoned any intention of further taking advantage of Zhang Jun approaching him. He stated coldly, I was merely curious to observe your quarrel. Why must you involve me, a frail spectator? I am quite the benevolent soul. Go on, utter your last words, so I might find some comfort in it. Zhang Jun struggled to rise, but he lacked the strength to do so, collapsing back down after a brief attempt. Very well. Since you are in such a state, I shall grant you a merciful passage, sparing you from further suffering in this world. Remember, in your next life, do not provoke me. With that, Lin Yu retrieved the crimson serpent's fang he had acquired earlier, and with a swift, precise motion, the blade's edge severed Zhang Jun's throat. Thus, Zhang Jun's breath was extinguished entirely. Having completed this grim task, Lin Yu approached Li Ming, who lay gasping for breath. Lost in contemplation, he deliberated whether to save him. After a moment's thought, he resolved to assist him, for Li Ming had just intended to avenge him, leading to this dire situation. System, grant me the 9-turn blood recovery pill. Ding. 9-turn blood recovery pill successfully dispensed. In the next instant, a blood-red pill materialized in Lin Yu's hand, which he immediately placed into Li Ming's mouth. The moment it entered, the pill dissolved, and as it coursed through Li Ming's body, his injuries began to mend at a visible pace. Simultaneously, his damaged meridians began to slowly heal under the pill's potent effects. As the darkness of twilight deepened, Lin Yu finally remembered the purpose of his outing. He carried Li Ming to a dry spot beneath a gnarled tree, laying him down gently. Then, with the Tianji umbrella in hand, Lin Yu departed from Jiangxing Park without a glance back. Yet, halfway through his journey, he was seized by violent retching. This was his first act of killing. Though the victim was a criminal, the weight of his actions was momentarily overwhelming. Chapter 24. Lin Yu's culinary endeavors. Upon departing from Jiangxing Park, Lin Yu hastily made his way towards the workplace of Lin Yushan. However, at that moment, his phone unexpectedly rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Tang Xinyan. Hello, Xinyan, what's the matter? He inquired. Brother, where are you? I asked you to bring an umbrella. Where have you gone? Ahem, I encountered a bit of a situation. I'm on my way to Aunt Lin now, he replied. Please hurry back. Mom has already returned. Ah, Aunt Lin is back? Lin Yu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He had yet to deliver the umbrella to her. On the other end, Tang Xinyan was momentarily speechless upon hearing Lin Yu's words, then teased. What do you think? By the time you deliver it, it will probably be dark. All right, I'll return quickly. You really are a nuisance sometimes, Lin Yu muttered. Without waiting for him to retort, Tang Xinyan swiftly ended the call. This girl needs a good talking to, Lin Yu grumbled to himself, then hurried home. Just then, he heard the distant wail of police sirens. He surmised it was the response to the report he had made earlier, but thought to himself that their speed was rather slow. He had already resolved the situation himself. What more did they need? Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, he was not the only one in the fray. The Dragon Guardian of Jiangxing was also involved. Thus, the response time was understandably delayed, though it was still relatively quick. Had Lin Yu heeded Li Ming's advice and left the scene promptly, perhaps Li Ming could have held on for reinforcements, sparing himself the risk of a mutual demise. Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed a 9-revival healing pill. Otherwise, Li Ming would have surely met his end that day. At that moment, although Li Ming lay in a deep slumber, his bodily functions remained intact. He simply could not awaken and would require 3 days to regain consciousness. Lin Yu chose to disregard the police matter and prioritized his return home, concerned that he might face Lin Yushan's nagging if he arrived late. Ever since merging with the memories of his original self, he was acutely aware of everything. He recalled a time when his original self had returned late and endured a night of Lin Yushan's scolding, only to be roused from bed the following morning by her incessant chiding. The experience was akin to being subjected to the relentless recitation of the tightening spell by Tang's son. Though the rain had lessened, the streets were largely deserted. Observing this, Lin Yu decided to utilize his abilities without reservation. Phantom Step, he declared, and in an instant, he appeared 10 meters away. This was a spatial ability he had comprehended from absorbing the core of the Phantom Spirit Cat, allowing him to instantly materialize at a designated location based on his intent. At present, with his current strength, he could only teleport a distance of 10 meters, and it was particularly draining on his spiritual energy. During the previous battle, he had already expended a portion of his energy, but fortunately, he practiced the mixed yuan technique, which enabled him to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for replenishment. In approximately 7 to 8 minutes, Lin Yu arrived at his doorstep. System, please retract the Celestial Umbrella. Notification, Celestial Umbrella has been retracted. As the words fell, The still dripping celestial umbrella vanished into thin air. Observing this, Lin Yu prepared to retrieve his keys to unlock the door, only to realize he had forgotten them. Perhaps I should just knock, he pondered, ultimately deciding to rap on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Tang Xinyan, her expression decidedly displeased. Why are you looking at me like that, Xinyan? Lin Yu asked, scratching his head in bewilderment. In response, Tang Xinyan huffed, humph. You come back and don't even think to bring me some snacks. Well, you didn't tell me, so how can you blame me? Cut it out. Can't you be a bit more considerate without me having to remind you? Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 999. Seeing her increasingly audacious demeanor, Lin Yu hurriedly soothed her. All right, don't be upset. I promise to buy some next time, okay? As he spoke, he approached and playfully pinched her chubby little cheek. Tang Xinyan relented at this, ceasing her grievances, and scampered off to watch television. Once inside and after changing his shoes, Lin Yu made his way to the kitchen, where Lin Yushan was busily engaged. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, a smile graced her face. Xiao Yu, you're back. Did you get wet? It's unfortunate that Annie forgot to take an umbrella today, making you run out in the rain. It's nothing, Auntie Lin. I was just feeling a bit bored, so a walk was welcome. Haha, you dear child. Well, go wait outside. Dinner will be ready shortly. Auntie, let me cook today. I want you to truly savor my culinary skills. Upon hearing Lin Yu's statement, Lin Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief for a moment. Noticing her astonishment, Lin Yu chuckled, Don't worry, Auntie. I promise it will be delicious. All right then. I look forward to tasting Xiao Yu's cooking tonight. Lin Yushan said with a cheerful smile as she set down her knife. Seeing this, Lin Yu promptly walked over, picked up the knife from the cutting board, and began to showcase his skills. Simultaneously, the novice chef skill he had acquired activated, and he wielded the knife with the grace of a culinary master, moving with astonishing speed. In mere moments, a carrot that had yet to be fully sliced was transformed into delicate, uniform shreds. Lin Yushan stood in awe, her jaw dropping at Lin Yu's knife skills. Xiao Yu, you this? Hee. Auntie, my knife skills aren't too shabby, right? Lin Yu boasted. Quite. Lin Yushan could only muster a simple reply, for she was at a loss for words. She herself could not achieve such precision and fineness. Auntie, please step outside and wait for the meal. I can manage on my own. All right, but call me if you need anything. Lin Yushan nodded reluctantly. Initially, she thought she would assist Lin Yu, but it turned out he required no help at all. Subsequently, Lin Yushan exited the kitchen and settled into the living room. Tang Xinyan was bewildered to see her mother not cooking, but rather slacking off alongside her. Mom, why are you out here? Aren't you supposed to be preparing dinner? Your brother is cooking inside, so I came out, her mother replied. What? Upon hearing that Lin Yu was in the kitchen, Tang Xinyan leapt to her feet, her expression akin to witnessing something terrifying. What is wrong with your brother cooking? Why such a dramatic reaction? Lin Yushan questioned, puzzled. With a wry smile, Tang Xinyan replied. Mom, you have no idea. When you weren't home earlier, my brother cooked a meal, and the taste was truly beyond words. Is it really that bad? Lin Yushan asked. Her curiosity piqued. Not just bad, it's horrendously inedible, so dreadful it should have a door opened for it. It was either too salty or bitter, completely unpalatable. Hearing this, Lin Yushan began to worry. Is it really that terrible? Just then, Lin Yu's voice echoed from the kitchen. Tang Xinyan. Don't you dare eat what I've made. I wouldn't touch your cooking even if I had to jump off a cliff. Tang Xinyan retorted. If you eat it, you're a little dog. Humph. Whoever eats, it is a little dog. Brother, your cooking is so delicious. I want more. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't eat it? Did I ever say that? Haha. Chapter 25. The Fire Pearl at Jiangxing First People's Hospital. A concerned man asked, Doctor, how is the patient? Why isn't he awakened yet? The patient is currently in a state of self-preservation and will require some time to regain consciousness, the doctor explained. So he is not in any danger to his life? Correct. The patient shows no physical abnormalities. His brain, however, is in a comatose state. Upon hearing the doctor's reassurances, a middle-aged man, Zhang Tailin, the head of the Jiangxing Guardian Corps, felt a wave of relief. He had rushed to Jiangxing Park after receiving a distress call from Lin Yu. Once he arrived at the scene of the altercation, he was taken aback. What had once been a serene park was now a landscape of devastation, littered with rubble. To his dismay, he discovered a body on the ground. He initially believed it to be one of the Guardian Corps, only to realize it was the fugitive Zhang Jun. Meanwhile, Others had found the still-breathing Li Ming beneath a gnarled tree and had rushed him to the First People's Hospital for emergency treatment. On the other side, despite her vehement claims of not wanting to eat Lin Yu's cooking, Tang Xinyan found herself enjoying it immensely. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to mock her with her own words, but her shamelessness deflected his jibes. In that moment, Lin Yu recognized her complete lack of boundaries. Tang Xinyan, you will wash the dishes later, understood? Why should I? She protested. Lin Yu fixed her with a stern gaze. Because I am your brother. And as the elder, I command you to do so. There's no room for argument. Otherwise, you can forget about having my meals in the future. Cut it out. I'll wash it, but honestly, if it weren't for the food, I wouldn't bother at all, Tang Xinyan muttered. She then carried a bowl and chopsticks towards the kitchen, causing Lin Yushan nearby to smile slightly. Observing the playful banter between the two, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Although Lin Yu was not her biological son, she had raised him as if he were her own since childhood. Now that her son had grown up and achieved success, she felt immense pride as a mother. Suddenly, Lin Yushan seemed to recall something important and turned to Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, sit here for a moment. I'll fetch something for you. What is it, Aunt Lin? Lin Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. He was curious about what she intended to give him. Sensing it was something significant, could it be something left behind by his original parents? Lin Yushan did not answer his question, as she too was unaware of what it was. She hurried back to her bedroom and, after rummaging through various items, finally discovered a wooden box tucked away in a corner. I found it. This is the one, Lin Yushan said as she returned to the living room holding the box. Lin Yu's curiosity deepened upon seeing the wooden box. Aunt Lin, what is this? He inquired. Lin Yushan approached him and gently handed him the box. I don't know what it is. Your mother entrusted it to me when she left. She said if you successfully awakened, I should give this to you. If not, then I was to sell it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. Recalling the novels he had read in his past life, he knew that items left behind by protagonists' parents were often extraordinary. With that thought, he promptly opened the wooden box. In the next moment, a fiery red orb appeared within. Aunt Lin, do you know what this is? I have no idea. This is my first time opening the box as well, Lin Yushan replied with a shrug. Since receiving the box from Lin Yu's mother, she had never opened it until now. For a moment, they stared at each other, both perplexed about the purpose of the fiery red orb. Lin Yu's mind raced. Could this be the legendary golden elixir? But that seemed unlikely. Weren't golden elixirs supposed to be gold? This one was clearly not. Could it possibly be the fabled fire spirit pearl? Yet, the size seemed off. A fire spirit pearl should be at least the size of a billiard ball. This orb was only as large as a quail egg. How could it be a fire spirit pearl? At that moment, Lin Yushan spoke again. All right, Xiaoyu. If you can't figure it out, just let it be. Fine, Aunt Lin, can I take it then? Lin Yu asked, eager to claim the orb for himself. Lin Yushan was indifferent, as it was indeed meant for him. Yes, take it. It's yours, she affirmed. Hearing this, Lin Yu took the orb and returned to his room. Although Lin Yushan was unaware of its significance, it surely wouldn't be a challenge for the system. The system. Please assist me in understanding the purpose of this bead. Ding, the system has detected the host's query and begins the assessment. Please wait a moment. Ding, this object is known as the Li Huazhu, containing a trace of the southern Ming Li Hua, capable of incinerating all malevolent entities in the world. The host may perform a blood oath to claim it, subsequently nurturing it within the Dantian, thus enabling rapid absorption of the fire elements from the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu was instantly filled with excitement. He had not anticipated that this small bead possessed such potent southern Ming Li Hua. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels and was well aware of the formidable nature of this fire. It ranks among the very top in the chart of divine flames, its power exceeding all bounds. Moreover, it is the companion flame of the divine beast Juke, elevating its prestige immensely. After his exhilaration subsided, Lin Yu took out the fang of the red serpent and drew a small cut on his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the Li Huazhu. The previously dull bead suddenly radiated with brilliance, and in the next moment, it astonishingly levitated into the air before swiftly entering Lin Yu's body. What on earth? How did it enter my body? System, what is happening? Why did this object autonomously enter my being? Ding, the host is now the master of the Li Huazhu and can freely control its entrance and exit. How does one exert control? Ding, the host need only envision the Li Huazhu in their mind to command it. Following the system's guidance, Lin Yu concentrated on the Li Huazhu in his mind and bellowed, "Come forth." The fiery red bead immediately flew out from Lin Yu's body, commencing a playful orbit around him. System, display my personal information panel. Ding, the personal information panel is loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 5-star. Personal items, Ultra long-range voice transmitter, Super compass, Marvelous potion, Cleansing elixir, Strength potion. Speed potion, Kidney enhancement pill, SpongeBob underwear, Patrick Star underwear, Ultraman Zero underwear. Abilities, Level space ability, Phantom step. Level fire ability, Blazing fireball. Skills, Beginner chef, Beginner driver. Beginner masseuse, Cultivation method. Level Hunyuan technique. Weapons, Level Long Yuan sword. Level crossbow, Level windbreaker arrow, Level red serpent fong, Level heavenly mechanism umbrella. Li Hua Zhu, beast companion. None. Emotional value, 222,222. What in the world, system? Why has my fire ability advanced to a higher level? Ding, when the host performed the blood oath, a trace of the southern Ming Li Hua was absorbed, thus elevating the host's fire ability to a higher level. What? It can be upgraded in such a manner? Lin Yu was utterly astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Who would have thought a mere trace of southern Ming Li Hua could enhance his fire ability so dramatically? Chapter 26. Why don't you go and steal it? System. Is this ability truly capable of further upgrades? Lin Yu inquired, voicing his inner curiosity. Indeed, but it requires treasures from heaven and earth, and one's physical constitution must be capable of enduring the ravages of such treasures. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea. By the way, system, do you possess anything that grants individuals extraordinary abilities? Yes, the system responded. The system shop offers the sale of ability fruits. Ability fruits? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed. The ability fruit can enable an ordinary human devoid of abilities to randomly awaken a certain extraordinary power, with the level being unpredictable. Will I still be able to awaken a new ability if I consume it? Lin Yu asked skeptically. The ability fruit guarantees 100% awakening for those without powers. But for those already possessing abilities, there exists merely a 1% chance of awakening, the system elucidated. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. A 1% chance essentially rendered awakening nearly impossible. However, this was quite reasonable. If consuming the ability fruit could guarantee awakening, the system would undoubtedly suffer a loss. Very well. System, I wish to purchase an ability fruit. Host's emotional value is insufficient. How much emotional value is required for this ability fruit? Lin Yu exclaimed. One ability fruit is valued at 50 million points of emotional value. 50 million? Why don't you just rob a bank? Forget it. Lin Yu was utterly taken aback by this exorbitant price. What an absurdity, a mere fruit demanding 50 million points of emotional value, with no guarantee of what ability might be awakened. Only a fool would buy such a thing. Consequently, Lin Yu chose to disregard the system, realizing how truly exploitative it was. After toiling all day, he had only accrued several 100,000 emotional points. 50 million would require several months of relentless effort. He promptly retrieved the fire pearl from his dantian, holding it in his hand to admire. It was undeniable that the fire pearl emanated a gentle warmth, completely shedding its previous chilling sensation. In winter, it would undoubtedly serve as a perpetual hand warmer, one that never cools. Wait a moment. How did his parents acquire such an extraordinary object? Moreover, why did Aunt Lin entrust it to him? Did they recognize it as the fire pearl? Suddenly, Lin Yu pondered aloud, but he quickly dismissed this notion. His parents likely had no idea what it was. Otherwise, they would have taken it for themselves, leaving nothing for him. With this thought, Lin Yu's eyes gradually narrowed, and soon, the sound of his snoring resonated throughout the room. Fortunately, the soundproofing was effective. Otherwise, if Tang Xinyan heard him, she would likely come knocking. The next day, Lin Yu rose early from his slumber. After dressing, he stepped outside. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan remained sprawled on her bed, soundly asleep. She had eaten so much the previous night that it took her until the early hours to fully digest, only falling asleep around 1 or 2 in the morning. As a result, she was still in a deep slumber, resembling a lifeless pig. However, Lin Yu paid her no mind. After all, her daily routine consisted solely of eating and sleeping, followed by watching television upon waking. This is an early embrace of the elderly life. Soon, Lin Yu strode towards the school with an indifferent gait. As he approached the school gate, Zhou Pengzi called out to him once more. "You go, wait for me." At the sound of his voice, Lin Yu turned to look at Zhou Pengzi. And to his surprise, he was met with the sight of a pair of panda eyes. What happened to you, fatty? Did someone beat you up? Don't mention it. When I got home yesterday, I told my old man about your breakthrough to 3 stars. Can you guess his reaction? What was it? He actually made me stay up all night, insisting that I wouldn't be allowed to sleep until I reached 3 stars. I couldn't resist him, Zhou Pengzi replied, his expression one of deep grievance. Let me guess, you endured a night of training? Yes, Zhou Pengzi nodded heavily, his face a portrait of misery. You go. What ability do you think I will comprehend today? As they walked, Zhou Pengzi inquired. Lin Yu fell into contemplation for a moment. Fatty, I believe it would be best for you to comprehend a defensive ability. Oh, why? Zhou Pengzi looked at him in confusion. Think about it. When we team up to hunt monsters, you'll be in the front line as a meat shield, while I'll stand behind to reap the rewards. Are you serious? You go? Of course, and don't you think with your physique, you are the perfect candidate for a meat shield? Just stand there, and no one would be able to harm you. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pengzi suddenly became intrigued. Why didn't I think of that before? All my abilities are defense-related, so who could possibly defeat me? I could just lie down and let it be. With this thought, Zhou Pengzi found confidence in Lin Yu's suggestion. All right, you go, I'll follow your lead. Lin Yu felt a wicked satisfaction at Zhou Pengzi's response. Initially, he had merely intended to tease him, yet to his surprise, Zhou Pengzi took him seriously. However, given the situation, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Zhou Pengzi, as this hefty fellow indeed seemed quite suitable for the defensive path. Perhaps he could discover some good items to elevate his Earth-type abilities further, breaking through to the next level, or even beyond. It was too early to discuss that now. The two then made their way to the classroom, and just as they passed by the door of Class 1, Lin Yu suddenly spotted Li Hanzhuang in the first row. As if sensing his gaze, Li Hanzhuang looked outside, and, upon seeing Lin Yu, her expression changed. You go, let us go? What are you staring at? Zhou Pengzi, noticing Lin Yu lagging behind, turned back to find him gazing at Li Hanzhuang and teased him. Oh, so you were admiring the school beauty. Stop it. Don't say such things. What if Li Hanzhuang comes looking for trouble? Lin Yu shot him an annoyed glance and replied curtly. Then, hastening his steps towards classroom 15, Zhou Pengzi glanced at him and then at Li Hanzhuang's direction, quickly following suit. He had no desire to confront the icy demeanor of Li Hanzhuang alone. With her perpetually frigid expression, devoid of any semblance of warmth, marrying her would surely be a stroke of ill fortune for 8 generations. Nonetheless, Zhou Pengzi harbored a wish for Lin Yu to win over Li Hanzhuang, allowing him the pleasure of boasting about it. Soon, the two entered classroom 15 side by side, at which point Lin Yu commenced showcasing his presence. Good morning, fellow classmates. Oh, look, Li Feiyu is diligently studying. Keep it up. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 1,000 ding. Wang Defa's emotional value, 999 ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 666. As the system notifications chimed, a smug smile crept across Lin Yu's face. To his surprise, he had garnered 50,000 emotional points in just a morning. What a joy. Chapter 27. Behold my technique inside the gymnasium. You go. Could you share the challenges you faced while mastering your abilities? Zhou Pengzi inquired, gazing at Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. There's not much to say. Just mimic how it strikes and execute your moves accordingly. Above all, don't hesitate, just do it. If it fails, you'll have another chance in 18 years. Saying this, Lin Yu patted his shoulder. You go. Zhou Pengzi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This seemed utterly unreliable. What did just do it even mean? Hadn't Ouyang Qian warned him that a single misstep could render one a fool? He had yet to even hold a girl's hand, so how could he be so cavalier about this? Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Emotional value, 999. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a smirk formed on Lin Yu's lips. Indeed, this chubby fellow was a veritable factory of emotions. That single exchange had netted him nearly 6,000 emotional points. All right, chubby one, am I not telling you enough? Look at that pitiful expression of yours. Listen closely. When you enter the realm of consciousness, your first task is to identify the weakness of that beast and deliver a decisive blow. Observing Zhou Pengzi's woeful demeanor, Lin Yu continued. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he eagerly asked, so how do I identify its weakness? Well, you just need to keep attacking its mouth or its abdomen. Lin Yu stated, momentarily faltering but quickly regaining composure. Zhou Pengzi's lips twitched at Lin Yu's advice, yet upon reflection, it made sense. After all, barring certain unique beasts, most creatures were indeed vulnerable in those areas. All right, I'll trust you this once, Zhou Pengzi conceded. Before long, Ouyang Qian approached from a distance, holding several beast cores. Some red and others blue. Lin Yu gazed at the beast core in his hand, filled with suspicion. Fatty, what does Sister Qian need so many beast cores for? Is it possible that someone else, like you, has also broken through to the third star? I think a few classmates have also reached that level, Zhou Pengzi pondered. Somewhat uncertain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu ceased to dwell on it further, then sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Hunyuan Gong, absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth. In the next moment, wisps of white, fluffy substance began to converge towards him, interspersed with traces of red material. Those were fire elements. As he circulated the Hunyuan technique to inhale the spirit energy, the Lihua pearl within him began to rotate invisibly, absorbing the faint fire elements in the air. Zhou Pengzi observed Lin Yu's commotion, feeling somewhat speechless. This is infuriating. Why don't I have such phenomena when I cultivate? With this thought, he turned away from Lin Yu and walked towards Ouyang Qian. Hey, Sister Qian, where's mine? He said, approaching her with a broad smile. Here's your Earth-type beast core. It's a bronze 5-star explosive rock gorilla. Be cautious. Don't get caught in its quicksand vortex, or you'll be waiting for death, Ouyang Qian warned as she handed him a brown beast core. Got it. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Qian. I will be careful, Zhou Pengzi replied as he took the beast core and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Ouyang Qian called out to him. Where's that guy Lin Yu? Didn't he come with you? Yes, over there, cultivating, Zhou Pengzi indicated towards Lin Yu in the corner. Following his gesture, Ouyang Qian caught sight of Lin Yu meditating in the distance, enveloped in swirling spirit energy. She was immediately taken aback, but soon felt at ease. After all, there was no need for excessive explanation in the realm of geniuses. After a while, she offered Zhou Pengzi a few last reminders before turning to leave. Zhou Pengzi, feeling elated, returned to Lin Yu's side. Noticing the area was deserted, he promptly began to sit down and absorb the beast core. In an instant, Zhou Pengzi found himself in a gray world, recalling Lin Yu's previous words, which steadied him. At that moment, a towering black gorilla appeared before him. Standing at 2 meters tall, explosive rock gorilla, Zhou Pengzi murmured in awe. Suddenly, as his words fell, the gorilla opened its eyes with intensity, fixing its gaze upon him. Instantly, Zhou Pengzi felt his entire body tremble. This was his first close encounter with a demon beast. The explosive rock gorilla let out a deafening roar, glaring at the diminutive human before it, which left Zhou Pengzi frozen in place. Following that, the gorilla slammed its fists onto the ground, sending massive boulders crashing towards Zhou Pengzi. In that critical moment, Zhou Pengzi reacted swiftly, dashing away desperately. Damn, does it have to be this ferocious? Looks like I'll have to show you the might of Fatty. As he spoke, he pressed both hands down towards the ground, and massive stones rose from the earth, swiftly encircling the explosive rock gorilla. The beast roared ferociously, delivering powerful punches towards the stones. Soon, the boulders summoned by Zhou Pengzi were shattered by the explosive rock gorilla. Yet, he remained unfazed. He simply pressed his palms against the ground once more, causing the earth to writhe. Rocks began to envelop the explosive rock gorilla like parasites, leaving only its mouth and abdomen exposed. In a flash, Zhou Pengzi dashed towards the creature, launching a punch at its abdomen from less than a meter away. A loud clang echoed as his expression soured dramatically. Damn, this creature has an exceptionally tough hide. He felt as though he had struck iron, but fortunately, this was not the real world. Otherwise, his hand would likely be ruined. You beast, let us see if I can't smash you to bits, Zhou Pengzi roared, leaping into the air to deliver a hefty slap to its face. In the next moment, the explosive rock gorilla's jaw was impenetrably hard. Zhou Pengzi felt as if he had slapped stone, the pain excruciating. Thankfully, this was not reality. Otherwise, his hand would surely be broken. At that moment, the explosive rock gorilla bellowed, and all the surrounding stones were violently cast away. Zhou Pengzi, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of exasperation rising within him. But before he could utter a curse, he noticed a whirlpool forming beneath his feet. A quicksand vortex. What audacity! Are you unleashing your ultimate move already? He shouted while sprinting towards an open area. After running for a while, he finally escaped the vortex's grasp. Goodness, you beast, you've nearly exhausted me. What in the world is your weakness? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, the explosive rock gorilla, I know its weakness. He quickly pressed his hands to the ground again. Sharp stone spikes erupted from the earth, charging towards the explosive rock gorilla. Upon seeing this, the creature roared and leapt into the air. Just as I expected. Zhou Pengzi smirked, and immediately sent a stone spike hurtling towards the gorilla's rear end at incredible speed. Behold my 1,000-year kill. The spike pierced directly into the explosive rock gorilla's backside, emerging from its mouth moments later. Before the gorilla could roar in rage, it perished, plummeting to the ground. The creature's form began to dissipate, and Zhou Pengzi's consciousness gradually returned. When he opened his eyes, he found Lin Yu gazing at him with a worried expression. Brother Yu. Fatty, what happened? Why did it take so long? I thought you were in trouble. Lin Yu expressed his concern. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi let out a sigh, lamenting the complexity of the situation. Alas, it's difficult to articulate. What you previously suggested proved utterly ineffective. Lin Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had merely offered a suggestion, contingent upon the circumstances. So, how did you discover its weakness? Zhou Pengzi grinned mischievously. I executed a 1,000-year kill, compelling it to consume from one end and expel from the other. As he spoke, a subtle smile crept across Zhou Pengzi's lips. Lin Yu felt an urge to strike him. His friend remained as lewd as ever, conjuring such underhanded tactics. Nonetheless, it was indeed a clever method. He contemplated trying it himself next time. Although somewhat unethical, there was no need for morality when dealing with such beasts. All right, my portly friend. You seem quite pleased with yourself. Where to now? Where else could we be going? To the cafeteria, of course. Can't you see it's mealtime? Lin Yu shot him a glare, unimpressed. Zhou Pengzi hastily checked his phone, realizing that class would end in 5 minutes. We should hurry, otherwise, we might miss our chance in line. Zhou Pengzi urged Lin Yu to move quickly. In the past, he and the original body had been the kings of the cafeteria, often arriving before class ended to indulge in meals. By the time their classmates arrived, they had already feasted and returned. Now, as awakened individuals, they were liberated from the monotonous study of trigonometric functions. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria, which was still relatively empty. Suddenly, Zhou Pengzi seemed to spot something and began tugging at Lin Yu. Oh my, look quickly. It's the campus beauty, Li Shuang. Following his gaze, Lin Yu noticed her in the distance, delicately nibbling on her meal. Perhaps Zhou Pengzi's voice was too loud, for as Lin Yu observed, Li Shuang slowly lifted her head, her beautiful, emotionless eyes locking onto the two of them. Enough of your chatter, let's go. Lin Yu coughed discreetly, then leaned in to quietly scold Zhou Pengzi. Realizing he had spoken too freely, Zhou Pengzi swiftly turned away from Li Shuang and headed toward the food counter, eager to avoid her gaze. Meanwhile, Li Shuang couldn't help but smirk at their flustered expressions. Fortunately, no one was around. Otherwise, it would have been shocking, for she had never smiled at anyone in the 3 years since they had known her. Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi remained oblivious to this revelation. And even if they had been aware, it would not have mattered. Soon, they had procured their meals, with Zhou Pengzi once again footing the bill, as his father had insisted that he firmly attach himself to Lin Yu's side. Just yesterday, after discussing Lin Yu's affairs, Zhou Dafu had raised his allowance from 500 to 1,000. That was a daily allowance. 1,000 per day, just the thought of it was terrifying. Thus, Zhou Pengzi was quite willing to treat Lin Yu, and naturally, Lin Yu was aware of his intentions and did not decline. After all, who would be foolish enough to pass up a bargain? By the way, my friend, which institution do you plan to attend? Lin Yu inquired suddenly. Oh, I haven't decided yet. What about you, Yugo? Which institution are you considering? Zhou Pengzi shook his head and promptly asked Lin Yu in return. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, the Mo High Academy. What? Yugo, you intend to go to the Mo High Academy? That place is teeming with prodigies. Are you sure you want to go? Zhou Pengzi was somewhat taken aback. He had done some research on the Mo High Academy and knew it was filled with numerous talented individuals, most of whom hailed from affluent families. Although his father, Zhou Dafu, was considered wealthy in Jiangcheng, it was hardly sufficient in the metropolis of Magic City, which had been the economic center of the Dragon Nation prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy and was not lacking in the wealthy. However, upon further reflection, it did make sense. After all, Lin Yu's talent was evident, possessing an advanced spatial ability and a fire ability. No, it should now be classified as an advanced fire ability. Of course, Zhou Pengzi was unaware that Lin Yu's fire ability had already been upgraded. Were he to know, his jaw would likely drop in astonishment. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, there had never been a dual-awakened individual. Thus, Lin Yu's talent could be deemed unparalleled in the world. Nevertheless, with your talent, you go. You should be able to secure a place at the Mo High Academy. Hee, you go. I shall accompany you to the Mo High Academy. Zhou Pengzi grinned broadly. Inspired by Lin Yu's prodigious talent. Primarily, it was Qian Jie who informed me about a formidable spatial expert at the Mo High Academy. Which is why I intended to go. Lin Yu candidly revealed his previous conversation with Ouyang Qian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's mouth fell agape once more. You go. The expert you mentioned couldn't possibly be Lu Hongbao, the old master, could he? Yes, indeed. That is Lu Lao, Lin Yu nodded. Wow. Lu Lao is a transcendent 9-star expert. You go. You will surely walk with unmatched confidence at the Mo High Academy. Ahem. Let's maintain a low profile. Lin Yu gently coughed, signaling Zhou Pengzi to lower his voice, though a smile remained etched on his face. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value. 666. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. At that moment, an indistinct figure silently approached and sat beside Lin Yu, causing Zhou Pengzi, seated opposite him, to stare wide-eyed, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound, resorting instead to animated gestures. Lin Yu glanced at his peculiar demeanor, puzzled. What is the matter, Pengzi? Are you choking? In response, Zhou Pengzi frantically gestured for him to look to the left. This only bewildered Lin Yu further, thinking perhaps this plump fellow had gone mad. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu, are you planning to attend the Mo High Academy? Upon hearing that voice, Lin Yu mechanically turned his head to see Li Hanchuang's expressionless yet charming face. Li Hanchuang, do you require something? He inquired. It's nothing. I merely passed by and overheard that you intend to attend the Magic Sea Academy, so I came to ask, she replied. Indeed. I do plan on going to the Magic Sea Academy. Oh, I see. By the way, Lin Yu, may I inquire about your current realm? Bronze 5-star. All right, understood. Apologies for interrupting your meal. With that, Li Hanchuang stood and bowed slightly to Lin Yu, then departed without a backward glance. Lin Yu exchanged a bewildered glance with Zhou Pengzi, both equally perplexed. Brother Yu, did I consume a hallucinogenic mushroom? Am I imagining things? Zhou Pengzi pondered, adjusting his plump face in confusion. Perhaps we both ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms. Nevertheless, let us hasten our meal and return to rest, Lin Yu said, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 29. Train diligently, and you shall catch up. By the way, Brother Yu, is it true that you have recently broken through to Bronze 5-star? Zhou Pengzi suddenly asked, skepticism evident in his tone. He could hardly believe it. It had only been a short while, and Lin Yu had already achieved 5-star, while he himself had toiled through the night to reach merely 3-star. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no envy. Lin Yu, however, merely nodded nonchalantly. After absorbing the Phantom Spirit Cat's beast core yesterday, he had transitioned from early 4-star to late 4-star. Subsequently, after absorbing a trace of Southern Bright Departure Fire from the Fire Pearl, he successfully ascended to 5-star, now only one step away from breaking into 6-star. Soon, he could absorb another beast core for comprehension, but Lin Yu felt it prudent to take his time, intending to refine his physical body with the Southern Bright Departure Fire. All right, Fatty, focus on your training, and you will catch up to me, Lin Yu encouraged while patting Zhou Pengzi on the shoulder. His words, meant to console, nearly struck Zhou Pengzi down. It was utterly disheartening. After a sleepless night, all he desired was to match Lin Yu's prowess. Yet, it seemed he was only falling further behind. Perhaps he should simply lie back and cling to Lin Yu's coattails, forsaking his own training altogether. Brother Yu, do you truly have no rapid training methods? Zhou Pengzi asked, gazing at Lin Yu with curiosity. Lin Yu chuckled sheepishly. None. One must remain grounded and not aspire beyond reach. The same applies to cultivation. Haste will not yield results. Alas, it is your success that weighs on me. Look how little time has passed, and you have ascended from Bronze 1-star to 5-star. Yet here I am, barely at 3-star. Falling short by more than just a star, Zhou Pengzi sighed. In response, Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Shall I slow my training pace? He offered. No. You are a genius. Please do not diminish your pace for my sake. It would weigh heavily on my conscience. Zhou Pengzi quickly declined. However, Lin Yu had already contemplated this. He intended to refine his physical body. Hence he did not plan to cultivate spiritual energy in the coming days. Yet, He could not articulate this to Zhou Pengji. Soon, the two returned to the academic building. As they passed by Class 1's classroom once more, they noticed that Li Hanshuang was absent from her seat. Lin Yu conjectured that she had likely gone to the gymnasium to train, recalling the notable change in her demeanor when he mentioned his breakthrough to the 5-star level. Her eyes had been filled with shock and defiance, as if she believed she too could achieve that level of mastery. However, Lin Yu was unconcerned with her pursuits and proceeded directly to Class 15's classroom. Meanwhile, in the grove of Jiangcheng High School, Li Hanshuang was seated in meditation upon a large stone. Surrounding her, spiritual energy continuously converged, indicating that she was on the verge of a breakthrough, just one step away from ascending to the 4-star level. In the next moment, she let out a cold snort. Break. The spiritual power within her surged, and the energy enveloping her was swiftly drawn into her being. Suddenly, several muffled sounds erupted within her, but tranquility soon returned. Li Hanshuang had successfully advanced to the bronze 4-star level. That was too slow. It took me this long to reach 4 stars. She exhaled a breath of stale air and began to murmur to herself. Had Lin Yu been present, he would have understood her words. Yet the surrounding silence rendered her solitude profound. Standing up, she stretched her limbs and exited the grove, heading straight for the gymnasium. She wished to ascertain whether Lin Yu was secretly training behind her back. A few minutes later, as Li Hanshuang scanned her surroundings, she was puzzled to find no trace of Lin Yu. Could it be that he was not training in the gym? Or was he, like her, seeking breakthroughs elsewhere? Contemplating this, she chose a secluded corner and commenced her fervent training. At that moment, Lin Yu, who was in a deep slumber, was abruptly roused by the system's voice. Ding! Li Hanshuang's emotional value, 999. Taken aback, Lin Yu opened his groggy eyes and surveyed the area, only to discover that Li Hanshuang was nowhere to be seen. This left him bewildered. Could the system be malfunctioning again? Or had Li Hanshuang suddenly lost her composure? After all, he had been sleeping soundly when his emotional value surged inexplicably. Unable to comprehend the situation, Lin Yu lay back down, though not falling asleep. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding. The host currently has 333 points remaining. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Let us start with 10 consecutive draws. Ding. The host request has been detected. The system is processing the lottery. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 3 cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 2 strength pills. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 pair of magical running shoes. Ding. Congratulations. The host has mastered basic swordsmanship. It has been automatically learned. Ding. Congratulations. The host has mastered basic fist techniques. It has been automatically learned. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had unexpectedly drawn 2 skills. Moreover, it pertains to the realms of swordsmanship and martial arts. At long last, I have drawn something of substantial value. System, I wish to initiate another 10 consecutive draws. Ding. The system is currently conducting the lottery. Please hold on. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received thank you for your patronage X5. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received SpongeBob SquarePants underwear X3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received bronze treasure chest X2. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu was on the verge of voicing his dissatisfaction when the subsequent announcement compelled him to swallow his words. He had not anticipated drawing another treasure chest, for the contents therein are seldom devoid of worth. System, swiftly, open the bronze treasure chest for me. Ding. The bronze treasure chest is now being unlocked. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level stealth cloak. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 9-turn healing pill X1. What on earth a stealth cloak? System, how can such an impressive item merely be of level? Is this a mistake? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Ding. The stealth cloak's duration is limited to 15 minutes. Moreover, it does not provide perfect invisibility. Oh well, that was a fleeting moment of joy. Lin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, suddenly perceiving this item as somewhat superfluous. System, I wish to continue drawing. I refuse to believe that I cannot obtain something truly remarkable. He promptly instructed the system once more. Upon hearing this, the system exhibited no hesitation and promptly commenced another draw. Ding. The system is currently engaged in the lottery. Please wait. After a brief interlude, ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Speed Pill X3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Strong Kidney Pill X2. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received thank you for your patronage X4. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received silver treasure chest X1. Upon realizing he had won a silver treasure chest, Lin Yu nearly erupted with excitement. System, open the silver treasure chest. Chapter 30. Level Oblivion Gun. As Lin Yu's words fell, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a level weapon Oblivion Gun. Yet another weapon. And a level 1 at that. Lin Yu's spirit soared. This was indeed a splendid gain. Up until this moment, he had only possessed a level Dragon Abyss sword worthy of display, and now with the addition of this Oblivion Gun, his prowess was greatly enhanced. After the initial thrill subsided, Lin Yu composed himself and addressed the system. System, please display my personal information panel. The personal information panel is loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 5-star. Personal items, enchanted running shoes, long-range voice transmitter, super compass, magical potion, cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, vitality pill, SpongeBob underwear. Abilities, level space manipulation, phantom step, level fire manipulation, flame fireball. Skills, novice culinary master, novice driver, novice massage therapist, novice swordsmanship. Novice martial arts proficiency, cultivation method, level primordial skill. Weapons, level dragon abyss sword, level annihilation gun, level crossbow, level windbreaker arrow, level crimson serpent fang, level celestial umbrella. Fireball pearl, pet, none. Emotion value, 33333. Lin Yu gazed at the information displayed on the panel, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Zhou Pengzi's voice interrupted Lin Yu's musings. Brother Yu, let's go. Oh, got it. Reluctantly, Lin Yu stood up and followed Zhou Pengzi out of the classroom. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, Lin Yu immediately felt dozens of eyes fixated upon him, though this sensation swiftly dissipated. It seemed that since several students had recently achieved a 3-star comprehension ability, those with lesser talents had begun to engage in competitive practices. They remained in the gymnasium, tirelessly honing their skills, to the extent that some students even forewent meals in their pursuit. Yet, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, the two oddities, found the time to indulge in an afternoon nap, provoking a surge of resentment among their peers. Thus, the moment they entered, the collective gaze of the crowd turned to them with palpable frustration. Thankfully, they were in school. Otherwise, they might have received a kick or two. Brother Yu, why do I feel like their gazes are somewhat off? Did you offend them again? Get lost. Have I gone mad to provoke them? Lin Yu retorted with a swift kick to Zhou Pengzi. Rubbing his sore leg, Zhou Pengzi replied, but their looks are strange. Almost like the envy one feels when someone else tops an exam. Haha, I think they are simply jealous of our rapid progress in training. Lin Yu surmised accurately. However, Zhou Pengzi held a different opinion. I believe they must be envious of us. Lin Yu fell silent and strode towards a corner. Noticing this, Zhou Pengzi hurriedly followed suit. Brother Yu, I think we should. Don't speak, fatty. Have you heard any strange sounds? Lin Yu interrupted him before he could finish. Strange sounds? What sounds? Are you experiencing auditory hallucinations? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu with confusion. Ignoring Zhou Pengzi, Lin Yu began surveying his surroundings, noticing everything appeared normal. Suddenly, the peculiar sound grew louder, and Zhou Pengzi began to hear it as well. Wow, Brother Yu, there really is a sound. Why does it sound so eerie? It's coming from below. As Lin Yu crouched down to listen intently to the ground, a peculiar sound emanated from below. Below? Surely not. For beneath this gym lies only concrete, exclaimed Zhou Pengzi. At that moment, the classmates who had been meditating were abruptly roused by the strange noise. They immediately began to scan their surroundings, eager to discern the source of the sound, and soon their gazes fell upon Lin Yu, who was inexplicably prostrate on the ground. This sparked a flurry of discussions among the group. Where could that sound be coming from? Is it disrupting our practice? Indeed, I was on the verge of a breakthrough to the 3rd star when this noise startled me. It's true. I had only just reached the 1st star and hadn't even solidified my progress before this bizarre sound interrupted me. Hold on, classmate. You've just achieved the 1st star. What are you boasting about? What is it to you? You should compare yourself to Li, the campus beauty. Enough squabbling. Look at that person on the ground. What is he doing? Could the sound be originating from beneath? Isn't that Lin Yu? Why is he lying there? Amidst the chatter, the peculiar noise grew louder, resonating throughout the gymnasium. Concurrently, atop a distant mountain peak, an elderly man abruptly opened his eyes and murmured to himself. The seal has been broken after 10 years. I wonder what the situation is inside. It seems to be in the direction of Jiangxing. Oh, that young lad is also in Jiangxing, isn't he? Perhaps I shall pay a visit to see if he truly possesses such extraordinary talent. With that, the elder vanished from his spot. He was none other than the esteemed Lu Hongba, the foremost expert in spatial manipulation within the Dragon Kingdom. A decade prior, when Jiangxing High School lacked the current gymnasium, a spatial rift had unexpectedly appeared at its site. At that time, Lu Hongba happened to be passing through Jiangxing and, intrigued by the rift, ventured inside. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of extraordinary prowess, holding only the strength of a 5-star king. Nevertheless, he boldly pressed forward and, after a week of exploration, discovered it to be a realm inhabited by various magical beasts, the strongest of which barely reached the power of a 3-star golden beast. Rather than immediately annihilating them, Lu Hongba chose to seal the rift to prevent the beasts from crossing into the human world and posing a threat. Due to his limited strength at the time, he could only manage a seal, leaving a significant risk unaddressed. It was only now, as the seal began to weaken, that Lu Hongba recalled this incident. Meanwhile, back with Lin Yu, as the sound intensified, the ground began to tremble slightly. It was then that the group realized the peculiar noise originated from beneath them, prompting a wave of panic. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? It is inconceivable. Jiangxing has never experienced an earthquake in its history. This cannot be an earthquake. But what then is this phenomenon? How can the ground tremble? And what is this peculiar sound that evokes such unease? Look, the ground appears to be splitting apart. What on earth is happening? Could it be an attack by some monstrous beast? The scene instantly descended into chaos, with every conceivable theory being proposed. Yet, Lin Yu sensed a faint aura of spatial energy, as if some seal had been released. Chapter 31. The Rift in Space. At this moment, the intensity of the ground's tremors escalated, and simultaneously, the strange sound grew louder. The rumbling persisted for a while before it finally subsided, just as the crowd began to relax. Suddenly, the center of the gymnasium began to fracture, and the cracks visibly spread outward. The students who had been observing from below were struck with terror at this alarming sight and immediately surged towards the stands. An earthquake! Lin Yu, recognizing the urgency, seized Zhou Pongzi and dashed towards the upper seating area. After a time, the tremors gradually diminished and the fissures ceased to expand. However, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards the center. In that central position, it gradually coalesced into a vortex, which voraciously absorbed the spiraling energy. This process continued for approximately 20 minutes before it finally came to a halt. Suddenly, above the center, cracks began to form as if on a mirror. Soon, the number of cracks multiplied. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the gymnasium. Crack! Crack! In the next instant, the space fragmented, revealing a vortex radiating a blue luminescence before the astonished crowd. Concurrently, an overwhelming force emanated from this vortex, drawing in several students who were closest to it. Help! Save me! The cry barely escaped their lips before they were engulfed by the vortex. Gradually, more and more individuals were drawn into this mysterious swirling phenomenon. Brother Yu, what on earth is happening? Zhou Pongzi asked, his voice trembling as he watched his classmates disappear. I don't know, but it seems there is no immediate danger. Lin Yu replied. Fatty, do you want to join me in exploring this? Zhou Pongzi's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Yu's boldness. Brother Yu, are you out of your mind? You would dare to enter that? As he spoke, Zhou Pongzi tentatively reached for Lin Yu's forehead, only to have his hand swatted away. Fatty, I just sensed a spatial fluctuation. This should be a gateway to another world. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Is that really true? Of course it is. When have I ever deceived you? Zhou Pongzi hesitated, torn between fear and the allure of such an extraordinary opportunity. How could he let such a chance slip away? Let us go, brother Yu, Zhou Pongzi said as he prepared to move forward. Lin Yu followed closely behind him, gradually approaching the swirling vortex. However, before they could reach it, they were suddenly drawn into the blue whirlpool. Upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves astonished by the sight before them. They stood in the midst of a vast, lush green meadow that seemed to stretch endlessly. Brother Yu, where have we arrived? Zhou Pongzi inquired. I don't know, but we are definitely not on Blue Star, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. What should we do? We are unfamiliar with this place. How do we get back? Zhou Pongzi felt a pang of regret. He thought he should never have been so easily swayed. Now, they were trapped. Ignoring him, Lin Yu began to survey their surroundings. Aside from the expansive grassland, there was nothing else in sight. Not even the classmates who had been drawn in with them. Chubby, it seems we have been transported to another location. Look around. There are no other classmates to be seen, Lin Yu stated thoughtfully. What? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet and scanned the area. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Let us move forward and see if we can encounter any other classmates, Lin Yu suggested, striding purposefully in a direction. Zhou Pengzi hurriedly followed suit. They wandered for an indeterminate amount of time when suddenly, with a thud, Zhou Pengzi plopped down onto the grass, panting. Brother Yu, how much further do we have to go? I can hardly walk anymore. Hearing this, Lin Yu surveyed their surroundings once more. In the distance, it appeared there was a patch of forest. Chubby, look, there seems to be a forest ahead, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi lifted his head to gaze in the direction Lin Yu indicated and saw a dark expanse that indeed resembled a forest. Brother Yu, let us rest for half an hour before we set off again. I really can't walk anymore, Zhou Pengzi suggested eagerly to Lin Yu. All right, let us take a short break, Lin Yu agreed, preparing to sit down. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, both of them stood alert. They looked up to see a dark spot in the distance rapidly approaching them. The certainty of its nature grew as the dark spot visibly expanded. Chubby, run, Lin Yu shouted, taking off in haste. Zhou Pengzi snapped back to reality at Lin Yu's urgent call. Whoa, brother Yu, how can you just leave me behind? Wait for me, he called out, his sturdy legs propelling him forward to chase after Lin Yu. As Lin Yu ran, he glanced back at the dark spot, which was growing larger. System, do you have any idea what that thing is? Lin Yu immediately thought of the omnipotent and troublesome system and began to inquire. Ding. The system is currently detecting. Please wait. Ding. Detection complete. Swift Thunder Eagle, Bronze 8 stars, possessing exceptional speed and devastating destructive power, preying on weaker beasts. Any target locked by it will not escape its talons. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu was taken aback. Damn it, it's actually a Bronze 8 stars monster. While I am merely a Bronze 5 stars. How am I supposed to fight that? Damn. System, does this Swift Thunder Eagle have any weaknesses? As he ran, Lin Yu asked the system in his mind. Ding. The beak and claws of the Swift Thunder Eagle are its most formidable weapons, yet its feathers are its softest spot. Are you suggesting I pluck its feathers? How can that be done? Ding. The host only needs to set its wings ablaze. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly remembered that he could indeed conjure fire. Why bother with plucking feathers? Was he losing his mind? With a solution in hand, Lin Yu slowed his pace. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengzi noticed that he had slowed down and thought Lin Yu was unable to continue running. Brother Yu, hurry up. If we don't run now, that monster will catch up, Zhou Pengzi urged anxiously. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, and he shouted back to Zhou Pengzi, Fatty, let us stop running. You provide cover while we take it down together. Zhou Pengzi, taken aback, was puzzled by the notion of providing cover. Just as he was still trying to comprehend, Lin Yu gradually came to a halt. Zhou Pengzi quickly slowed down and rushed towards Lin Yu, managing to stop just in time. Huff, huff. Brother Yu, what did you just say about me providing cover? Zhou Pengzi gasped for breath. Yes, Fatty. You need to hold that creature off for a moment while I show it the power of my fireball. Brother Yu, are you reliable? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu with some doubt, but Lin Yu merely shot him a glance. Chapter 32, Swift Thunder Eagle. Zhou Pengzi, seeing Lin Yu's confident demeanor, steeled himself and decided to go for it. Fatty, get ready. Brother Yu, always ready. Fireball of flame. With a furious shout from Lin Yu, a fireball the size of a soccer ball was hurled forth, hurtling towards the Swift Thunder Eagle. This fireball carried a hint of the southern Mingli fire. Its power magnified several times compared to before. Fortunately, Lin Yu had considerable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to throw it so high. In mere moments, the fireball struck the left wing of the Swift Thunder Eagle with pinpoint accuracy. Flames rapidly engulfed the left wing, and in an instant, much of its feathers were singed away. The Swift Thunder Eagle let out a mournful cry and shot downward, intent on making the two little insects below pay the price. Upon seeing his fireball hit the Swift Thunder Eagle, Lin Yu's spirits soared. The hefty fellow observed, Brother, my prowess is indeed formidable. Yet, you noticed that the dark spot above them was steadily enlarging. Just as Zhou Pengzi was about to offer a compliment, he spotted the ominous shadow descending upon them with alarming speed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hastily looked up, his brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that his previous fireball had failed to inflict any damage? Logically, That should not be the case. How could a creature of the 8th star in the bronze rank withstand such an assault? While Lin Yu pondered this, Zhou Pengzi suddenly shouted, "Earth barrier!" In the next instant, the ground trembled, and a robust stone wall surged upwards, enveloping the two of them. At that very moment, the Gale Thunder Eagle, fueled by wrath, collided directly with them. With a tremendous roar, the eagle struck the stone barrier, causing it to splinter and crack, while the creature itself staggered, nearly plummeting from the sky. "Come on, you need to do better. How could it shatter so easily?" Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. "You please, spare me the jests. We must find a way to navigate this crisis," he replied, his face etched with worry. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, chuckled. "Just now, I noticed distinct burn marks on the creature's left wing. I suspect it has been injured. Is that true?" "Indeed. I caught a glimpse through the fissure." "How many more times can you execute that spell?" "Perhaps 5 more times, but my spiritual energy will be depleted thereafter." "And you, my friend, how long can your barrier withstand such assaults?" "Alas, it can endure 2 more impacts like that before crumbling." Zhou Pengzi sighed in resignation. Lin Yu fell into contemplation. Since his companion could only withstand 2 more violent strikes, he realized decisive action was necessary. When that beast charges again, you must immediately lower the barrier. Be swift. Do you understand? "Why?" Zhou Pengzi queried, puzzled. "Just trust me. I assure you, I will ensure your safety," Lin Yu promised, patting his chest confidently. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Pengzi nodded firmly. "All right, I shall heed your words." Lin Yu smiled at this response and resumed peering through the gap. At that juncture, the Gale Thunder Eagle, realizing its initial assault had failed to breach the barrier, was consumed by rage. It screeched ferociously before soaring upwards, only to abruptly reverse course and charge toward Lin Yu and his companion with an intensity far exceeding its previous strike. Seeing the creature approach at such a rapid pace, Lin Yu shouted to Zhou Pengzi, "Be alert. The beast is upon us." "I understand you." With that, Zhou Pengzi placed his palms on the ground, preparing to dissolve the barrier at a moment's notice, while Lin Yu began gathering flames, conjuring a fireball the size of 3 footballs in his hands. In their anxious anticipation, they awaited the impending confrontation. A resounding crash echoed overhead, signaling to the two that the Gale Thunder Eagle was once again charging towards them. The previously fragmented earthen barrier began to tremble violently, and fragments of rock started to fall. Observing this, Zhou Pengzi exerted all his strength, causing the barrier to dissipate rapidly. Lin Yu immediately turned his gaze towards the Gale Thunder Eagle, which had yet to retreat, and with a powerful throw, sent a fireball hurtling towards it. The fireball struck the eagle's back with unerring accuracy, igniting its wings with the flames of the southern Mingli fire, as if it were a maggot burrowing into flesh. The Gale Thunder Eagle let out a mournful cry before plummeting straight to the ground. Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, seeing this, were filled with joy. They had finally subdued the creature. "Come on, fatty, let us go take a look," Lin Yu urged. "Brother Yu, do you think that beast is really dead?" Zhou Pengzi expressed his concern. "Fear not. That creature has been struck by my fireball. Even if it survives, it will be severely weakened. Besides, it still possesses a beast core within. Selling it could yield us a considerable profit," Lin Yu reassured him, patting his shoulder nonchalantly. With that, Zhou Pengzi ceased his worries. Eager to discover the nature of the beast that had attacked him, the two hurried towards the direction where the Gale Thunder Eagle had fallen. At that moment, the eagle was on the brink of death, with a gaping hole burned into its back and its wings entirely singed. After its fall from such a height, it was now gasping for breath, clearly on the verge of expiration. When the two were merely 10 meters away, they halted. "Brother Yu, it appears this creature is nearing its end," Zhou Pengzi observed. "It is best if it is indeed incapacitated. Let us wait a moment to see if it shows any signs of life." "Agreed," Lin Yu replied. The two waited for half an hour until the Gale Thunder Eagle exhibited no further signs of life, at which point they cautiously approached, wary of the possibility of a last-ditch attack from the creature. Unbeknownst to them, the Gale Thunder Eagle had actually succumbed to death a full 10 minutes prior. Beyond any hope of revival, Lin Yu stealthily approached the eagle's nape and, reaching into his pocket, retrieved the red serpent tooth, which he had previously taken from the system space. To avoid raising Zhou Pengzi's suspicions, he had concealed it in his pocket. As Lin Yu closed the distance to within half a meter of the fallen eagle, he swiftly struck, severing its neck. Fortunately, the eagle was still at the bronze stage. Otherwise, the red serpent tooth would not have easily penetrated its skin. "Brother Yu, It seems this creature truly is dead. By the way, where did you acquire that dagger? It looks quite impressive. Zhou Pengzi remarked cheerfully, approaching and catching sight of the red serpent tooth in Lin Yu's hand. Oh, I found it on the road. I have no idea who it belonged to, but I thought it looked nice, so I kept it, Lin Yu replied casually. Zhou Pengzi responded with a nonchalant "oh" and shifted his attention to the charred remains of the Gale Thunder Eagle. Lin Yu, relieved that he had successfully deflected suspicion, exhaled quietly. Subsequently, he began to scrutinize the Gale Thunder Eagle that he had just slain. Zhou Pengzi suddenly inquired, "Brother Yu, are you familiar with this creature?" "Well, it appears to be an eagle. Indeed, it seems to be a Gale Thunder Eagle." Lin Yu had already acquired information about this creature from the system, but he had refrained from disclosing it, fearing complications in explanation. However, with the question posed by his companion, he felt the need to feign ignorance. Chapter 33, Brother Yu. This eagle meat smells delightful. Have you heard of the Gale Thunder Eagle? Zhou Pengzi shook his head. Brother Yu, what do you reckon its strength is? I suspect it to be around the 8-star level. If it were 9 stars, my flames would have a much harder time injuring it. Lin Yu articulated the eagle's rank, providing a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's mouth gaped in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yu. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Brother Yu, you cannot be jesting. Is this Gale Thunder Eagle truly as formidable as you claim? Believe it or not, come here and help me turn it over," Lin Yu retorted with an eye roll, then called out. "All right," Zhou Pengzi replied, scampering over to Lin Yu's side. Together, they managed to flip the Gale Thunder Eagle onto its back. With a puzzled expression, Zhou Pengzi watched as Lin Yu brandished the crimson serpent tooth and began to dissect the creature's body. "Brother Yu, what are you doing?" "Extracting the beast core." The beast core is located in the creature's head, not its belly." Lin Yu's cutting hand halted abruptly. "Ahem, I am aware of that. I merely intend to slice off some meat first so that we can savor the beast's flesh later," Lin Yu said, clearing his throat. "Oh, fine. Your reminder has made my stomach grumble," Zhou Pengzi remarked, patting his ample abdomen. Before long, Lin Yu had severed a sizable chunk of approximately 10 kilograms of Gale Thunder Eagle meat. He then approached the eagle's head, eyes fixed intently, and plunged the crimson serpent tooth into its brain. After a thorough search, he finally uncovered a gleaming stone. No, it was the beast core. Lin Yu gazed at the azure beast core in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. This was the first beast he had slain in this world, making it a memorable occasion. "Catch, Pengzi!" Suddenly, Lin Yu shouted at Zhou Pengzi, tossing the azure beast core to him. "Brother Yu, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't it you who defeated it? Why are you giving it to me?" Zhou Pengzi asked, perplexed. "Hold on to it. When we return, give it to your father and have him sell it. We shall then split the profits 3 to 7, Lin Yu explained. His reasoning for enlisting Zhou Dafu's assistance in the sale was primarily due to Zhou Dafu's connections. Should he attempt to sell it himself, he might fall victim to deception. Moreover, if Zhou Dafu handled the sale, the price could potentially exceed market value. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Pengzi tucked the beast core into his pocket. "This is indeed a considerable sum, and although I am not in need of money, one can never have too much. Brother Yu, hurry and come roast the meat. I have never tasted eagle meat in my life." "Very well, no problem." With that, Lin Yu swiftly plucked the remaining wings of the Gale Thunder Eagle and constructed a small fire pit. He then concentrated, conjuring a flame that instantly ignited the wings. Approximately half an hour later, the air was infused with the enticing aroma of roasting meat, causing Zhou Pengzi to salivate uncontrollably. "Brother Yu, is it ready to eat? I am famished. Here, indulge yourself, my plump friend." Lin Yu handed a piece of roasted meat to Zhou Pengzi, who eagerly accepted it and bit into it before it had time to cool. "Ah, it's scorching. It's delicious. Brother Yu, you must try it." Zhou Pengzi, though his mouth burned, couldn't he help but take a bite, his eyes sparkling with delight. Seeing him so pleased, Lin Yu cut himself a piece as well and began to feast heartily. After their long journey, they were ravenously hungry, and now that they finally had meat to savor, its exquisite flavor made them devour it like famished wolves. Alas, if only they had some wine. Exquisite food deserves exquisite drink. After a while, the two sat languidly on the grass, thoroughly satisfied. Burp. "Brother Yu, this meat is truly delectable. Not only is the texture tender, but it also contains minimal fat, making it fragrant and succulent without any unpleasant taste. It surpasses any beef I have ever tasted by several folds." Zhou Pengzi burped contentedly. Grinning widely, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Observing this, Lin Yu said nothing, yet a slight smile graced his lips. He had never savored such exquisite meat in his past life. Just for this meal, he felt his journey was worthwhile. After resting for a moment, the two resumed their trek towards the distant forest. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the once orderly Jiangxing High School had descended into chaos. Students, who had been attending classes, rushed out in panic upon hearing the strange sound. Wang Fujian was among the first to lead a group of teachers towards the gymnasium. However, just as they were about to enter and investigate, they discovered that the gymnasium was enveloped by an invisible barrier. "Principal, what is happening? What exactly is going on inside?" At that moment, Ouyang Qian approached Wang Fujian and inquired in a grave tone, her complexion pale with concern. If something were amiss, the school would bear the consequences. Wang Fujian's expression was even more severe than hers, his face dark with worry. "I am uncertain what this barrier is. Principal, perhaps we should summon the Dragon Guardians to take a look. If anything were to happen, our school would have a lot to answer for." At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses stepped forward and spoke solemnly. He was Li Gang, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, and just moments ago, he learned that Li Hanshuang was also inside the gymnasium, leaving him deeply concerned. Upon hearing this, Wang Fujian nodded. Observing his reaction, Li Gang stepped aside to make a phone call to the Dragon Guardian. However, he simply contacted the police station, allowing them to relay the message to the Dragon Guardian. At that moment, a figure hovered above the gymnasium. It was Lu Hongbo, who had hastened over upon sensing the seal being broken. Noticing the situation, Lu Hongbo utilized spatial transfer to arrive here. A portion of the seal had indeed shattered, but fortunately he arrived in time. Otherwise, the entire Jiangxing would have been engulfed. Indeed, that luminous barrier was the work of Lu Hongbo, who arrived shortly after Lin Yu and the others were drawn inside. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he enveloped the entire gymnasium in a protective shield. It seemed that the young man had ventured inside. Nonetheless, it would be a fine opportunity to assess his capabilities. With that thought, Lu Hongbo vanished into thin air. Within the secret realm, Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi had traversed for an hour before finally entering the forest. However, as soon as they stepped into the woods, a fierce wind surged toward them, causing their clothes to flutter wildly. "Goodness, Yugu, why is the wind so strong? I can barely keep my eyes open," Zhou Pongzi exclaimed. "Hurry, fatty, unleash that technique from before." "Oh right." Zhou Pongzi immediately pressed his hands to the ground, and a stone wall abruptly rose before them, effectively blocking the strange, powerful wind. Chapter 34. Flickering fireflies and azure deer. The peculiar wind persisted for over 10 minutes before finally dissipating. Observing this, Lin Yu cautiously peered out and then gazed deeper into the forest. Noticing that the wind had subsided, Lin Yu turned back to Zhou Pongzi and said, "Let us go. Fatty, it should be safe now. Yugu, should we wait a bit longer? What if, just what if, that strange wind returns?" Zhou Pongzi's face displayed a hint of trepidation. This was understandable, as they were not on Blue Star, and the realm was filled with numerous unknowns. In response, Lin Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Besides, I'm here with you, so what is there to fear?" Reassured by Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pongzi felt a surge of confidence, and the two ventured deeper into the forest. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, Lin Yu suddenly halted. Zhou Pongzi, feeling anxious, asked, "What's wrong, Yugo? Is there something amiss?" "I see a deer ahead," Lin Yu replied. "A deer?" Zhou Pongzi expressed his confusion. Could it be that this world still harbored deer? It was known that 20 years prior, after the resurgence of spiritual energy, all animals on Blue Star underwent mutations, transforming once harmless creatures into fierce predators. Many herbivores had inexplicably turned into carnivores following this transformation. Nevertheless, some animals remained unchanged during this event, particularly the livestock raised by humans. Despite the absence of any mutations, the quality of their flesh had significantly improved. Thus, when Zhou Pongzi heard Lin Yu's words, he was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Could it be that there were still unmutated deer in this place? Seemingly sensing Zhou Pongzi's perplexity, Lin Yu promptly cleared a path. "Why not take a look for yourself?" he suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pongzi immediately approached, gazing in the direction Lin Yu indicated. In the distance, he spotted a deer drinking from the lake. It appeared much like the deer before the mutations, with one notable difference. This deer was a striking shade of green, not a deep green, but rather a vibrant turquoise. More importantly, The deer was surrounded by shimmering halos, exuding an aura of sanctity. Zhou Pengzi was momentarily entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. System, please provide information on that deer. Lin Yu communicated mentally with the system. Ding detected host request, please wait. Ding the luminescent azure deer, silver 3-star. The luminescent azure deer prefers to dwell alone in the depths of the forest. It possesses a gentle temperament but should not be provoked, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu gained a general understanding of the deer. However, he was astonished to discover that the creature's strength had reached a silver 3-star level. We should leave quickly, we stand no chance against it. Fatty, stop staring and let's go. We cannot afford to provoke that deer. Lin Yu's words fell on deaf ears. As Zhou Pengzi did not respond, concerned, Lin Yu stepped closer and nudged him, only to find that he remained frozen in place. This aroused Lin Yu's curiosity. Could it be that this fool was mesmerized by some beautiful apparition? Indeed, at that moment, Zhou Pengzi was captivated by a vision of a multitude of ethereal beauties standing before him, with Lin Yu's figure long gone from his side. He had entirely missed Lin Yu's earlier warning. Seeing Zhou Pengzi immobile, Lin Yu grew anxious. Damn it, this fool can't be entranced, can he? Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled the system mentioning that the luminescent azure deer possessed the ability to induce captivating illusions. Is that fat idiot truly ensnared in the illusions created by the luminescent azure deer? System, please check if this fool has fallen under its spell. Ding detected host request. Processing. Ding the target has succumbed to the luminescent azure deer's illusion and is currently trapped in a dreamlike state. Damn, it's true. This fool is utterly unreliable. Lin Yu exclaimed. System, do you have any means to awaken him? Ding currently. There is only one method. Eliminate the luminescent azure deer to dispel the illusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a sense of despair. What nonsense is this? You want me, a mere bronze 5-star novice, to take on a silver 3-star creature? Are you jesting? Is there truly no other way? He implored. Ding, there is only this one option. The system's response was succinct, yet Lin Yu was far from satisfied. The previous battle against the Storm Thunder Hawk had been a formidable challenge for him. At that moment, the luminescent azure deer approached with measured steps. The noise made by the two as they shifted positions had drawn the attention of the deer, which immediately locked on a Zhou Pengzi and unleashed an illusion upon him. As Lin Yu heard the footsteps drawing nearer, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The luminescent azure deer had likely detected their presence. With no other choice, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. He stood up and strode out from the underbrush, meeting the gaze of the luminescent azure deer directly. The deer, surprised by Lin Yu's boldness, hesitated, taken aback by the audacity of what it perceived as an insignificant insect daring to reveal itself. Its eyes narrowed, betraying a growing caution. Although it had never encountered a human before, there was an unmistakable aura of hostility emanating from Lin Yu. The deer emitted a series of warning calls, yet Lin Yu, unfamiliar with the language of beasts, remained oblivious to their meaning. He fixed his gaze firmly on the luminescent azure deer, prepared to evade at the first sign of aggression. Thus, the two remained locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to make the first move. Lin Yu silently mused on the creature's reluctance to act, his legs beginning to ache from standing still, cursing under his breath that if it did not strike soon, he might be compelled to take action himself. Meanwhile, the luminescent azure deer, perplexed by Lin Yu's stillness, struggled to comprehend why this humanoid entity remained motionless. The two continued their silent confrontation for what felt like an eternity. Finally, when Lin Yu could no longer feel his legs, he could withstand the tension no longer and called out to the luminescent azure deer. Hey, we can work something out. Help my brother break free from the illusion, and I will take him away. What do you say? He gestured towards Zhou Pengzi, who was still lost in the underbrush, drool pooling around him. The luminescent azure deer followed Lin Yu's gesture and quickly grasped his intent, responding with 2 sharp calls. Zhou Pengzi, who had been entranced by the illusion, saw the vivid imagery around him dissipate upon hearing the deer's cries. Wait, was I not just on the beach? Where's my beauty? As he regained his senses, he exclaimed softly and looked around, realizing he was back in the familiar thicket where he had been with Lin Yu. Where's Lin Yu? Panic surged through him as he noticed Lin Yu's absence, prompting him to call out urgently, "You go! Where are you?" Before he could finish his plea, Lin Yu's voice emerged from beyond the thicket. Enough, fatty, stop shouting and come out quickly. Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's face lit up with joy as he scrambled to his feet and made a beeline out of the underbrush. Chapter 35. Encountering an acquaintance as Zhou Pengzi emerged. He was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. Lin Yu was mingling with a mystical beast. Beep. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Beep. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Brother Yu, what is this? Enough, my friend. Do not be alarmed. This luminescent azure deer bears us no malice. It merely conjured an illusion because we disturbed its drinking, Lin Yu hastily clarified. This explanation assuaged Zhou Pengzi's anxious heart. Brother Yu, since this deer poses no threat, shall we take our leave? Indeed, let us go. We must regroup with the others, Lin Yu replied affirmatively. He then waved farewell to the luminescent azure deer and proceeded onward with Zhou Pengzi. After the two departed, the deer turned and wandered deeper into the forest. System. You treacherous entity. There were clearly other means, yet you compelled me to confront it directly. Are you attempting to abandon me for another host? Once out of the deer's field of vision, Lin Yu unleashed a torrent of invective against the system in his mind. The system remained silent. Seeing the lack of response only fueled Lin Yu's ire. This wretched system must be discarded. It is far too deceptive. It urges you to confront challenges today, only to abandon you to despair tomorrow. Suppressing his rage, Lin Yu sprinted forward, halting abruptly after an indeterminate distance. Zhou Pengzi, perplexed, queried, Brother Yu, what is it? Have we encountered another beast? Quickly, come look. Is that not Li Feiyu? Lin Yu urged. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi froze, his eyes widening as he fixated on a figure in the distance. The figure was furtively glancing about, seemingly evading something. After observing for a moment, Zhou Pengzi discerned that it was indeed Li Feiyu, and a sly grin spread across his face. Heh, Brother Yu, it truly is that fellow. Shall we frighten him? I suspect we could leave him utterly terrified. Let us wait a moment. He appears to be avoiding something, Lin Yu advised, perceiving the situation more clearly. He noted a hint of panic and fear etched upon Li Feiyu's expression, likely stemming from a formidable beast. In such an uncertain scenario, it was prudent to avoid rash actions, lest the outcome be dire. Lin Yu's caution was informed by his past, having spent countless hours at home engrossed in adventure films, including many like Raiders of the Lost Arkansas. Subsequently, the two stealthily approached Li Feiyu, glancing around intermittently. Hee, Brother Yu. What do you think Li Feiyu's reaction will be upon seeing us? Will he be overjoyed, or do you think we might scare him into submission? Zhou Pengzi remarked, a mischievous smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu exhibited little reaction to Zhou Pengzi's remarks, as he harbored no animosity towards Li Feiyu. The sole thought occupying his mind was the prospect of extracting benefits from Li Feiyu once more. A mischievous grin crept across Lin Yu's lips, one that was more lewd than Zhou Pengzi's. Fortunately, Zhou Pengzi trailed behind him. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to shout something in protest. Before long, the two were within 10 meters of Li Feiyu. However, their deliberate concealment ensured that Li Feiyu remained oblivious to their presence. While Li Feiyu surveyed his surroundings, a plump hand stealthily approached him, drawing ever nearer. In a flash, the hand firmly grasped Li Feiyu's shoulder. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Li Feiyu shrieked in terror, curling up and shouting loudly. Simultaneously, a faint yellow liquid began to seep from beneath him. Zhou Pengzi, observing Li Feiyu's cowardice, could not help but scoff. TSK. You go. Look at him trembling. Li Feiyu, why not lift your head and see who I am? At this, Li Feiyu timidly raised his head. Upon recognizing Zhou Pengzi, relief washed over him. Phew, it's you, Zhou Pengzi. Why did you scare me like that? Before he could finish, Zhou Pengzi delivered a sharp slap, admonishing, call me Fat Lord, not by my real name, got it? You. What do you mean? Li Feiyu stammered. Call me Fat Lord. Zhou Pengzi glared at him. Faced with the prospect of defeat, Li Feiyu had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, Fat Lord. Here. This is a reward from Fat Lord. Zhou Pengzi, pleased with Li Feiyu's compliance, produced a piece of meat wrapped in cloth from his pocket. This is the meat of the swift thunder hawk. When we left, Lin Yu had it roasted and dried, and he asked me to take some with me. Given the uncertainty of our circumstances and our hasty departure, we needed provisions. Now that we encountered Li Feiyu, it's only fair to share a piece. As we are classmates after all. Li Feiyu gazed at the item Zhou Pengzi tossed his way, perplexed. Fat Lord, what is this? Eat it quickly. This is meat from the swift thunder hawk that you go and I killed earlier. It may not taste the best, but just make do. Zhou Pengzi offered a brief explanation before dismissing him. Seeing this, Li Feiyu hurriedly picked it up, unwrapping the cloth that had once been a piece of his school uniform. Zhou Pengji had cut several strips from his uniform to wrap the hawk meat. As Li Feiyu unveiled it, a tantalizing aroma wafted towards him, the meat still retaining a hint of warmth. Li Feiyu swallowed hard and then devoured the meat ravenously, having not eaten since his arrival. He could only wonder about the situation outside. At this moment, the outside world was already shrouded in the twilight of dusk. The sky had darkened significantly, surrounding the gymnasium. A considerable crowd had gathered, consisting of parents of students, journalists, and, of course, a notable presence of police officers maintaining order at the scene. Not far beyond the luminous barrier, a large group of Dragon Guard members congregated, seemingly engaged in earnest discussion. "Captain, this barrier cannot be breached," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, even with our combined efforts, we cannot inflict any damage upon this luminous wall. What should we do now, Captain? Perhaps we should consult with our superiors," another suggested. "Let us seek guidance from above, Captain." The words of the crowd caused Zhang Tailin to hesitate momentarily. He too yearned to swiftly dismantle this barrier. After all, not long ago, Wang Fujuan had informed him of the presence of an extraordinary genius within. Should anything untoward occur, it would undoubtedly represent a grave loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Very well, our only course of action is to consult with our superiors. I hope they can dispatch some formidable personnel to our aid. Zhang Tailin nodded resignedly and retrieved his phone from his pocket, dialing an unknown number. Chapter 36. The Azure-Scaled Serpent Within the Secret Realm. Li Feiyu quickly devoured the last morsel of the eagle meat. "Burp. Thank you for the meat, Brother Zhou," he said. "If you wish to express gratitude, then it should be directed towards Brother Yu. He was the one who subdued the Gale Thunder Eagle and prepared this roasted delicacy." Zhou Pengji replied with a sense of pride. Hearing this, Li Feiyu promptly turned to Lin Yu, who was scanning the surroundings. "Brother Yu, I owe you my life. Please allow me to pay my respects." As he spoke, Li Feiyu attempted to bow, but was halted by Zhou Pengji. "Enough. You cannot bestow such grand gestures upon Brother Yu. Quickly rise." Seeing this, Li Feiyu experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Reflecting on how he had once ostracized the two and sought to complicate their lives, he felt like a fool for his past actions. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 1,000. At this moment, the system's prompt echoed in Lin Yu's mind, as within a mere minute, Li Feiyu had unwittingly contributed a remarkable 30,000 points of emotional value. Truly, he was an emotional generator, Lin Yu mused. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from deep within the forest, causing the hairs on the backs of their necks to stand on end, particularly for Li Feiyu. He seemed to recognize what it was and trembled as he spoke. "It appears that creature has arrived." "What creature? Are you referring to a beast?" Zhou Pengji inquired. A look of confusion etched across his face. "Yes, it is a gigantic serpent, approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and as thick as a barrel." Li Feiyu patiently explained, but the moment his words escaped, both of his companions stood frozen in shock. The Gale Thunder Eagle they had previously encountered was only 3 to 4 meters long and possessed the strength of a Bronze 8 star. Thus, the serpent Li Feiyu described likely possessed the prowess of a silver grade, or at the very least, the strength of a Bronze 9 star. "Quickly, let us hasten our departure. I surmise that serpent has already attained the rank of silver." Upon this thought, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently beckoned the two companions to flee. Zhou Pengji and Li Feiyu, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, were initially taken aback, their countenances swiftly transforming with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, they followed Lin Yu's lead. However, high above, on a distant tree, a pair of eerie green eyes fixated intently on the trio. "Hiss, Brother Yu. Do you think we have managed to evade it after running this far?" Zhou Pengji gasped, breathless. At this moment, the three companions had lost track of the distance they had covered, yet they believed they had escaped the giant serpent's territory. "Lin, are we safe now?" Li Feiyu inquired softly. Lin Yu did not respond to his companions. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the direction from whence they had come. Silence. The stillness was profoundly unsettling. Throughout their journey, Lin Yu noted the surrounding environment was unnaturally quiet. Such vast woods should not be this hushed, unless, just as the thought crystallized, he observed the trees in the direction they had come, swaying without the presence of wind. "Quickly, Fatty, there is no time, we must run," Lin Yu shouted urgently. Zhou Pengji and Li Feiyu exchanged glances, instinctively glancing back. They beheld the trees shaking ominously, and before they could comprehend the situation, they took off in flight. Goodness! Brother Yu, that creature is on our tail, Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. What should we do, Lin? Run! Lin Yu bellowed, his pace quickening significantly, leaving the two behind. Witnessing his speed, their eyes widened in shock. Wait for us, Brother Yu. Lin, don't leave us behind. Yet Lin Yu paid them no heed. Survival was paramount, after all. They were being pursued by a silver-tier beast, a formidable foe. Had it been merely a bronze 9 star, he might have dared to confront it with the Dragon Abyss sword. System, what manner of creature is the serpent behind us? Ding. Scanning in progress, please hold on. Ding. You are facing the emerald-eyed scaled serpent, silver 1 star. Its venom is highly potent. Preference. Once it bites its prey, it enjoys injecting its venom into the victim, then watching quietly as the prey succumbs to the poison. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yu felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was truly a monstrous serpent. Fatty, run now, there's a monster behind us. He yelled at the two trailing him. Unfortunately, the two misinterpreted his warning, thinking he was merely encouraging them to run faster. As they strained to run, a sudden sound erupted near their ears. They turned mechanically, only to behold a massive serpent's head fixated upon them, its tongue flicking in and out incessantly. At the sight of this, they felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their faces paling instantly. They had not anticipated being pursued by this beast, and Zhou Pengzi regretted his decision to venture into this perilous situation. As Lin Yu prepared to turn back and check on the two individuals, his expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the enormous serpent beside them. Damn it, this monster has caught up. Chubby, hurry over here. With that, Lin Yu swiftly halted. But due to his momentum, he stumbled to the ground. Fortunately, his physical resilience was commendable. Upon seeing Lin Yu stop, Zhou Pengzi and the others felt a surge of hope. Little Feezy, we must quickly run to Brother Yu. Hearing this, Li Feiyu nodded and quickened his pace, heading directly towards Lin Yu. Just as they were about to reach him, Lin Yu shouted, "Get down." Immediately, a fireball shot past them, striking the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent directly. It turned out that the serpent had been less than 2 meters away from them moments ago. Lin Yu acted swiftly, saving the two. Ugh, Brother Yu, I can't run anymore. Let's just confront it. Zhou Pengzi gasped, arriving beside Lin Yu before collapsing onto the ground. Chubby, you and Li Feiyu go on ahead. I'll hold it off. What? Brother Yu, are you crazy? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Li Feiyu also stared at Lin Yu in shock. Lin Yu understood their concerns, but he had a backup plan, one he preferred not to reveal in their presence. Hence his insistence that they leave first. Enough, Chubby. You two need to go now. Rest assured, I have a contingency. Don't forget, I have awakened dual abilities. And I haven't even utilized my spatial powers yet. But, there's no but. Just follow my orders and leave. If I can't defeat it, I can surely escape. Zhou Pengzi had intended to mention that he hadn't yet mastered his spatial powers, but seeing Lin Yu's determination, he had no choice but to continue fleeing. All right, Brother Yu, Little Feezy, and I will go ahead. Just remember to run if you can't win. Stop talking and hurry. That monster will be here soon. Monster? Lin Yu did not respond, turning instead to face the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent. Zhou Pengzi, realizing the urgency, wasted no time in fleeing. One could not deny the potential of this chubby fellow. Chapter 37. Return the sword to me. Once Lin Yu confirmed that the two had distanced themselves, he promptly retrieved the esteemed Longyuan sword from his system backpack. One must admit, the quality of the Longyuan sword was exceptional. Upon grasping it, he felt an immediate connection. The blade was adorned with an intricate carving of a colossal dragon, fierce and imposing, exuding an aura of dominance. As he gazed at the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent emerging from the smoke, Lin Yu tightened his grip on the sword. At that moment, the serpent's eyes blazed with fury. It was enraged. Although Lin Yu's earlier attack hadn't inflicted serious harm, it had certainly caused discomfort, for the fireball contained a trace of the South Ming Lihua's essence, undeniably formidable in its potency. Hiss! The azure-scaled serpent with haunting eyes flicked its tongue and immediately opened its gaping maw, launching itself directly at Lin Yu, intent on ensuring that the human before it would find no resting place in death. Observing the imminent danger, Lin Yu swiftly employed the shadow step technique, vanishing from his original position and reappearing above the serpent. Mastery of the elementary swordsmanship was at his fingertips. In the next moment, Lin Yu unleashed his sword skill, delivering a swift strike aimed at the creature's head. The blade sang through the air, carving a 1 centimeter deep gash into the serpent's skull. And he then leaped onto its back. The serpent recoiled in pain, swiftly turning its head to glare at Lin Yu, its eyes ablaze with fury. In an instant, it expelled a stream of venom towards him. However, Lin Yu refrained from using Shadow Step to evade this time, as it would deplete his spiritual energy excessively. Instead, he conjured a fireball to counteract the oncoming attack. Boom! The fireball collided with the venom, incinerating it almost entirely. For the South Ming flame is known to vanquish all forms of filth and corruption, and the venom was no exception. The azure-scaled serpent was taken aback by how easily its venom was neutralized by this human. After a moment of surprise, it let out a ferocious roar and lunged at Lin Yu once more, mouth agape. Lin Yu, in response, raised his Dragon Abyss sword defensively across his chest, bracing for the impact. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying several meters away, but the serpent was relentless, seizing the opportunity to unleash another torrent of venom. Shadow Step. Realizing he could not evade it in time, Lin Yu once again summoned his spatial abilities, successfully dodging the sneak attack. You despicable creature. How utterly shameless you are. But then again, you are merely a beast, he muttered, all the while evading the serpent's relentless strikes. Boom! Lin Yu launched another fireball, striking the serpent in its underbelly, causing it to roar in agony. Following this, the serpent executed a swift tail swipe aimed directly at Lin Yu. With quick reflexes, he propelled himself upward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu gripped his sword tightly and aimed for the serpent's vital spot. Clang! The sword scraped against the scales, producing a piercing sound. Soon, the Dragon Abyss sword carved a gash into its flesh, but at that moment, the blade became lodged. In this critical instance, Lin Yu decisively relinquished the sword and vanished from sight. At this juncture, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. After repeatedly utilizing Shadow Step, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. Damn it! What now? I still have the Flame Pearl. Gasping for breath, Lin Yu's mind raced for solutions, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He immediately activated the Flame Pearl, which had been quietly resting in his dantian. Upon sensing Lin Yu's call, the Flame Pearl began to spin mysteriously. Moments later, it surged forth from his body, suspended in midair. Observing the spinning Flame Pearl, Lin Yu felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. Thus far, he remained oblivious to the rank of this Flame Pearl, for he knew that all weapons within the system's inventory possessed distinct levels. However, this Flame Pearl was simply labeled with 3 unadorned characters, devoid of any additional information such as its level or specific effects. Consequently, Lin Yu was left in the dark regarding the true power of this Flame Pearl. Upon seeing the Flame Pearl hovering before Lin Yu, the serpent of the azure scales instinctively sensed a hint of peril. Yet, before it could react, Lin Yu directed the Flame Pearl towards it. Fortunately, the serpent could not vocalize its thoughts. Otherwise, it might have sarcastically remarked, "Are you perhaps the 6th child?" As the Flame Pearl approached within 5 meters of it, the serpent felt an unbearable heat radiating from the orb. Realizing this was beyond its capacity to endure, the serpent of the azure scales turned to flee, much to Lin Yu's astonishment. "Curse you, beast! Return my sword at once." At that moment, the Long Yuan sword remained lodged in the serpent's form, igniting Lin Yu's urgency. How infuriating! That was a high-tier weapon, a precious treasure. Regaining his composure, Lin Yu immediately pursued the fleeing serpent. The panicked serpent of the azure scales, sensing the human's presence behind it, found itself momentarily bewildered. "What gives? I'm not after you anymore. Why are you coming after me?" As it pondered this, Lin Yu accelerated his pace, shouting, "Halt! You wretched creature, leave my sword behind." Seeing Lin Yu rapidly closing the distance, the serpent began to panic. How could this insufferable human still be so relentless? Suddenly, the serpent felt an unfamiliar weight on its back, turning its head to discover a sword lodged near its spine. It dawned on the serpent that this was the reason the human was in hot pursuit. With a flick of its tail, it dislodged the Long Yuan sword and, with a vigorous swing, sent the blade flying into the distance. Lin Yu watched in dismay as the Long Yuan sword was hurled away. "Damn it! You truly are a wretched creature." With no time to spare, Lin Yu abandoned the chase of the serpent and sprinted after the direction in which the sword had vanished. The serpent of the azure scales sighed in relief, grateful for its quick thinking in discarding the sword. Meanwhile, the Long Yuan sword plummeted several hundred meters before crashing onto the head of an unsuspecting crocodile. The bewildered crocodile, mistaking the sword for prey, bit down, only to find itself gushing blood from its mouth due to the sword's razor-sharp edge. With a furious roar, it promptly expelled the Long Yuan's sword from its jaws. Lin Yu was hastening towards this direction when, unexpectedly, the Long Yuan sword flew past him. What on earth is happening? How did the Long Yuan's sword take flight on its own? Without further ado, Lin Yu redirected his course, pursuing the path of the sword. Moments later, Lin Yu finally located the Long Yuan's sword amidst a foul pit. Glaring at the sword now covered in filth, he pinched his nose and extracted it. Cursed be the abyssal-eyed, green-scaled serpent. If I ever cross paths with you again, I shall flay you and turn you into a savory snake stew. With a roar, Lin Yu stowed the Long Yuan's sword into the system space and set off in the direction where Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu had fled. Chapter 38. The transformed Zhou Pengzi. As Lin Yu prepared to catch up with the two, Zhou Pengzi was sprinting alongside Li Feiyu. Suddenly, Zhou Pengzi slowed his pace, prompting confusion in Li Feiyu. Fat Master, what's the matter? Why have you stopped running? Little Feezy, we cannot allow Brother Yu to confront that beast alone. What? Fat Master, you can't be thinking. Indeed, I intend to return and face it alongside Brother Yu. If you are afraid, you may leave first. Should we not survive, relay this matter to my father. With that, Zhou Pengzi patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder and turned back towards the direction they had come from. Watching his retreating figure, Li Feiyu hesitated for a moment, then resolved to follow. Fat Master, wait for me. I'm coming with you. At that moment, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the fact that the two were returning and continued to dash towards their direction. Time passed, and the two noticed the trees ahead shaking, causing them to slow their pace. Fat Master, could it be that beast is approaching? Li Feiyu asked, his voice laced with caution. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's expression tightened, readying for battle. They quickly halted and found refuge behind nearby trees. Just then, a figure darted past them. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it was Lin Yu, and joy surged through them. Brother Yu, we're here, they called out, eager to catch his attention. Hearing their voices, Lin Yu halted and turned back, spotting the two waving excitedly. What are you doing still here? You should have run much further, he exclaimed, puzzled, as he observed them. It seemed illogical that they had only managed to cover such a short distance. We were worried you couldn't handle that beast alone. So we thought to return and assist you, Zhou Pengzi explained. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at their concern. With their abilities, they would likely be devoured before even nearing the abyssal-eyed green-scaled serpent. All right, let us find a place to rest. That beast should not dare to approach us here, Lin Yu suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi and Jier immediately felt a sense of relief. Initially, they had presumed that Lin Yu had been unable to fend off the threat and had fled. However, it now appeared that Lin Yu had indeed driven the foe away. After all, the emerald-eyed serpent was likely hiding somewhere, nursing its wounds. By the way, Brother Yu, we noticed a small river on our way here. Shall we rest there for a while? Zhou Pengzi inquired, seeking Lin Yu's approval. Very well, lead the way, Lin Yu replied, and Zhou Pengzi took the lead. In the river, Lin Yu lay serenely in the water, while Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu were by his side. Fatty, the sun is setting. Let us set up camp here, Zhou Pengzi suggested. Agreed. Brother Yu, little Fei, you should quickly get up and gather some dry twigs. We can have grilled fish later, Zhou Pengzi said, his mouth watering at the sight of the darting fish in the water. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu, without a hint of hesitation, sprang to his feet, ready to search for firewood. Brother Yu, how do you suppose we will get out of here? Will we be trapped indefinitely? Zhou Pengzi asked Lin Yu as Li Feiyu departed. However, Lin Yu seemed oblivious to the question, quietly closing his eyes. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him at an astonishing pace. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of 5 stars, but he had been suppressing it. Following his encounter with the emerald-eyed serpent, he could no longer contain his power and directly broke through to 6 stars. This also meant he could absorb another beast core for further enlightenment. Thuds echoed within him, and Zhou Pengzi stood in awe, realizing that a breakthrough had occurred. Brother Yu. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. What is it? You've broken through again? Indeed, I have reached 6 stars. Alas, it seems I shall never catch up to you in this lifetime. Fatty, do not lose heart. You will catch up. By the way, don't you feel that the spiritual energy here is far denser than that of Blue Star? Lin Yu quickly reassured him, taken aback at first. Zhou Pengzi soon comprehended and prepared to meditate and cultivate. Just then, Lin Yu called out to him, Fatty, Take this. Later, consume it and run far away." As he spoke, Lin Yu retrieved a washing marrow pill from his system's backpack and handed it to Zhou Pongzi. The purpose of giving it at this moment was to enhance his strength. In a perilous environment, every bit of power counts as an added layer of security. As for the origin of this item, Lin Yu had no intention of revealing it, allowing Zhou Pongzi to speculate, knowing he would never guess the existence of Lin Yu's system. "What is this, brother Yu?" Zhou Pongzi asked, a puzzled expression on his face as he gazed at the washing marrow pill in Lin Yu's hand. "Never mind what it is. I assure you, I would never harm you," Lin Yu replied. "All right then." Zhou Pongzi ceased his inquiries and took the washing marrow pill from Lin Yu's hand. "Remember, eat it after you've moved far away. Do not let it get soiled," Lin Yu cautioned once more. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhou Pongzi hurriedly retreated over 10 meters, clutching the bone-cleansing pill, and promptly swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, disappearing into his abdomen. "Huh, why isn't this thing working?" Zhou Pongzi muttered, pondering if it might be expired. "That shouldn't be the case. Perhaps I need to wait a bit longer?" Thus, he lay in the river for a span of 10 minutes, just as he was about to inquire of Lin Yu. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his abdomen, swiftly spreading to his limbs. "Ah, it hurts. You go." From a distance, Lin Yu observed as Zhou Pongzi curled into a ball. Realizing the effects of the bone-cleansing pill had begun to take hold, he called out, "Hang in there, fatty, it's going to be all right." Reassured by Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pongzi felt a wave of relief, trusting that Lin Yu would not wish him harm. After an indeterminate period, Zhou Pongzi found the pain subsiding and opened his eyes to behold the reflection in the water. He stood there, momentarily stunned. "Is that me?" The figure in the water was no longer the plump version he had known. The excess fat around his belly had vanished, though he had not developed a six-pack. His arms appeared significantly slimmer, and the protruding flesh on his face had disappeared, transforming him from a hefty figure into a more modestly proportioned one. It was as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Just as he reveled in his newfound appearance, a foul stench assailed his senses. "Ugh, what is that horrible smell? Has someone defiled the air?" Yet, before he could utter another word, he realized the odor emanated from his own body. In that moment, he comprehended why Lin Yu had urged him to keep his distance. It was indeed a repugnant smell. Zhou Pongzi swiftly submerged himself in the water, scrubbing away for over 10 minutes before emerging, thoroughly satisfied. Half an hour later, Li Feiyu returned, arms laden with a large bundle of dry branches. The instant he caught sight of Zhou Pongzi, he stood dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Fatty? Why are you calling me Xiao Fizi? What is the matter? Is that truly you, Fatty?" "Of course it's me. Who would dare impersonate your Fatty?" Zhou Pongzi shot him a glare, irked, and then resumed admiring his appearance. Seeing this, Li Feiyu turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Master Lin, what on earth happened? How did Fatty transform in the time it took to gather firewood?" Earlier, Fatty inadvertently tasted a fruit by the river, and afterwards, he changed like this," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, clearing his throat before weaving a tale. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Master Lin, is there any of that fruit left? May I have a taste? I too wish to become more handsome." "You'll have to ask Fatty about that. I'm not quite sure," Lin Yu replied, deftly shifting the responsibility onto Zhou Pongzi. Hearing someone call his name, Zhou Pongzi instinctively turned towards Lin Yu. "What did you just say, brother Yu?" "That little fellow just asked me how you became like this. I told him you ate a mysterious fruit, which is why you transformed. He wants to know if you have any left, and if you could give him one." As Lin Yu spoke, he subtly gestured for Zhou Pongzi to remain silent. Realizing Lin Yu wished to keep the truth hidden, Zhou Pongzi replied, "That little fellow. It's not that I'm being ungrateful. There was only one fruit, and I ate it. I was so tempted that I plucked it and popped it into my mouth, never expecting to end up like this. Do you still recall what the fruit looked like, Brother Pongzi?" Li Feiyu pressed on, still hopeful. "Well, it was somewhat dark, a bit sour, but the texture was soft and chewy." Zhou Pongzi mused for a moment before fabricating this description. Li Feiyu committed every detail to memory. "I see, Brother Pongzi. Thank you for the information. Ahem, it's nothing. But if you happen to find it, do let me know." Although Zhou Pongzi longed to clarify that it was merely a fabrication, he couldn't resist the urge to see him make a fool of himself. As night fell, the three gathered around the fire, roasting fish above the flames. The sizzling sound of oil dripping onto the fire filled the air. A few minutes later, Lin Yu announced, "All right, it's ready to eat." He divided two of the fish between Zhou Pongzi and Li Feiyu. Zhou Pengzi eagerly accepted and took a bite. Ah, it's so hot. Come on. Can't you eat a little slower? No one is competing with you for it. Is it really necessary to be in such a rush? Lin Yu teased. Embarrassed. Zhou Pengzi scratched his head. Well, I couldn't help it. You made it too delicious. He took another bite, this time avoiding the heat. Lin Yu shook his head in exasperation. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification chimed again. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value, 999. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value, 999. System. What is my current emotional value? Zhou Pengzi inquired. Ding. The host currently has an emotional value of 212, 194 points. Would you like to draw a prize? Wait. System, how eager are you for me to draw a prize? All right then, just draw from the 200,000 directly, the system replied. Ding. The system is currently processing the draw. Please wait a moment. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 4 detox pills. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 fire-type Sunfire Sparrow Beast Core. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 4 water-repelling pills. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 5 SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 6 Patrick Star underwear. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu was overjoyed. It was indeed a pleasant surprise to receive such rewards. He had only recently made a breakthrough and didn't expect to draw a fire-type beast core. It seemed the system truly favored him. The system, you are truly adorable. System, heh, chubby one, you all will take turns on duty. Wake me after midnight. With that, Lin Yu stepped into the makeshift dwelling constructed by Zhou Pengzi, using his extraordinary abilities. Oh, understood, Zhou Pengzi promptly replied, then turned to Li Feiyu. Little Feezy, you should sleep first. I will take the watch and call you when it's your turn. All right, chubby lord. No problem, Li Feiyu nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Li Feiyu entered the dwelling as well. Rather than a house, it resembled a small tent made of piled stones. The area was limited, yet it could comfortably accommodate 3 individuals. Once the 2 fell asleep, the world around them suddenly became eerily quiet. Zhou Pengzi gazed into the encompassing darkness, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart, fearing that a beast might emerge from the shadows. The crackling campfire quietly burned, its modest glow illuminating the surroundings just enough to dispel the gloom. In this tense atmosphere, Zhou Pengzi endured one of the most challenging moments of his life. Soon, he pondered the passage of time. It was nearly the hour of Z, approximately 11 o'clock at night. Thus, Zhou Pengzi rose and approached Li Feiyu's side. Little Feezy, it's your turn. Get up quickly. Zhou Pengzi nudged Li Feiyu, urging him to awaken. Li Feiyu, who had been lost in a pleasant dream, was abruptly roused by Zhou Pengzi's insistence. Groggily opening his eyes, he was about to express his irritation when he spotted Zhou Pengzi, and his anger dissipated instantaneously. What time is it, chubby lord? It's 11. You need to get up. It's your watch now. I'm going to sleep. Oh, okay. I'll get up right away. Seeing this, Li Feiyu promptly scrambled out of the stone dwelling and approached the campfire. Glancing at the fire, then surveying his surroundings, he was suddenly covered in goosebumps. It's so dark. At that moment, a chill breeze swept through the forest, and Li Feiyu felt as if a formidable beast was fixating on him. Rooted in place, he found himself longing for home, wishing to escape this dreadful locale. Time passed swiftly, and just as he felt he could no longer endure the solitude, Lin Yu approached, draping an arm over his shoulder. Ah, don't eat me, he exclaimed, startled into a panic. Fortunately, Lin Yu reacted swiftly, covering his mouth. Quiet, it's me. Upon realizing it was Lin Yu, Li Feiyu's racing heart calmed. Phew. Lin, you really need to make some noise when you walk. You scared me half to death. I called out to you several times. Didn't you hear? Lin Yu looked at him, puzzled. Li Feiyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. He had nearly fallen asleep and had not heard Lin Yu's voice. Perceiving his discomfort, Lin Yu refrained from further questioning. All right, go rest. I'll take over from here. So, I can go to sleep now? Yes, go ahead. Lin Yu nodded. And trembling slightly, Li Feiyu returned to the stone dwelling. Chapter 40. The Falling Sun. After Li Feiyu departed, Lin Yu retrieved the fire-type beast core from his system backpack and commenced the absorption process. Whispering softly, he placed the core in the palm of his hand and sat cross-legged in meditation. The reason for not absorbing it in front of the 2 was primarily due to the potential complications. He could hardly claim that it was a gift from Ouyang Qian. Should Zhou Pengzi clumsily approach Ouyang Qian with inquiries, it would lead to an undesirable predicament. Before long, Lin Yu's consciousness once again traversed into that peculiar realm. Simultaneously, a magnificent crimson bird gradually materialized before him, the fiery Sunfire Phoenix. In a brief moment, a complete Sunfire Phoenix revealed itself. Upon catching sight of Lin Yu, it surged towards him with fervor. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yu dodged. This Sunfire Phoenix was likely of silver rank in its prime, considerably stronger than that serpentine creature. It appeared that this encounter would present a formidable challenge. Lin Yu quickly assessed the general strength of the Sunfire Phoenix. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a fireball. A sphere of flames swiftly shot from Lin Yu's hand, aimed directly at the Sunfire Phoenix, but it effortlessly evaded the attack. Observing the fireball's failure to connect, Lin Yu felt little surprise. After all, the disparity in strength was vast. Even though the Sunfire Phoenix was now merely a remnant of consciousness, its power was not to be underestimated. Soon, Lin Yu launched another fireball, which, predictably, was again dodged. Then, the Sunfire Phoenix let out a cry, its fiery wings beating rapidly as flames coalesced around it. Instantly, flames transformed into numerous fireballs of varying sizes. Hundreds, if not thousands, of fireballs gathered, and Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. There were simply too many. Just as Lin Yu found himself momentarily overwhelmed, the Sunfire Phoenix screeched, unleashing a torrent of fireballs towards him. In a flurry, Lin Yu attempted to evade, yet one fireball struck him, sending him hurtling backward. Fortunately, this was not the real world. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. Struggling to rise, Lin Yu fixed his gaze intently upon the Sunfire Phoenix. Soon, flames erupted around him as he emulated the Phoenix's earlier maneuver, consolidating the fire into spheres. In a short time, dozens of fireballs hovered above him. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Falling Sunfire," and unleashed the barrage of fireballs towards the Sunfire Phoenix. From a distance, it resembled a meteor shower descending from the heavens. With a sorrowful cry, the Sunfire Phoenix was struck down, dissipating into myriad points of light before vanishing entirely. Concurrently, Lin Yu's consciousness began to return to his corporeal form. And as he opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashed within them. That was close. He nearly didn't make it back. System, open the personal information panel. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19. Level, bronze 6 stars. Personal items, enchanted running shoes, ultra-long transmitter, super compass, magical potion, cleansing pill, antidote pill, water repellent pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney reinforcement pill. Powers, level space ability, phantom step, level fire ability, blazing fireball, solar meteor. Skills, beginner culinary master, beginner driving, beginner massage, beginner swordsmanship proficiency, beginner fist technique proficiency, cultivation method, level Hunyuan skill. Weapons, level Longyuan sword, level annihilation gun, level crossbow, level wind-breaking arrow, level red serpent fong, level heavenly mechanism umbrella. Fire pearl, beast companion, none. Emotional value, 12194. Meanwhile, in the external world at Lin Yu's home, Lin Yushan paced anxiously in the room. Xiaoyu, why haven't you returned yet? This is driving me crazy. You're not answering your calls or messages. Mom, come here quickly. Something major has happened. At that moment, Tang Xinyan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan hurried over. What is it? Is it related to Xiaoyu? Mom, look at the news. A mysterious light curtain has appeared above the gymnasium at Jiangqing High School, and many awakeners are trapped inside. Tang Xinyan handed Lin Yushan the news she had just seen. After reading, both mother and daughter became unsettled, knowing that Lin Yu was also at Jiangqing High School and was indeed an awakener. Given that he had yet to return, it was highly likely he was trapped within the light curtain as well. Xiaoyu, could he also be trapped in there? Lin Yushan expressed her concern. Mom, why don't you call the school and inquire if your brother is stuck inside? Tang Xinyan suggested. At her suggestion, Lin Yushan immediately took out her phone and found Ouyang Qian's number to call. Soon, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Teacher Ouyang, I am Lin Yu's guardian. He hasn't returned yet. Could he be trapped in that light curtain? Lin Yushan asked, her face filled with worry. However, upon hearing this, there was silence on the other end. After a moment, Ouyang Qian's resigned voice finally came through. Lin Yu's parent. I'm sorry to inform you that Lin Yu and several other students are currently trapped in the light curtain. Will he be okay? We currently do not know the situation inside. We can only wait for the light curtain to disappear to find out. Rest assured, we have already contacted the authorities. and I believe help will arrive shortly. Ouyang Qian hurriedly reassured her, fearing she might overthink and worry excessively. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan felt a slight reduction in her anxiety, though it was merely a slight alleviation, and she remained deeply troubled. After hanging up the phone, she slumped helplessly onto the sofa. Beside them, Tang Xinyan quickly offered her reassurance. Mom, please don't worry, my brother will be fine. Lin Yushan sighed in resignation, acknowledging that as long as the situation inside remained uncertain, there was still hope. Meanwhile, at another location within the secret realm, a group of individuals was frantically fleeing, pursued by a dozen colossal serpents. Help! Is there anyone who can save us? A voice cried out, echoing throughout the space. Yet no one was able to come to their aid. The snakes were all at least of silver rank, and trailing behind them was a gigantic python of golden rank. Its power formidable. Just as the crowd felt their demise was imminent, a resounding voice reverberated through the sky. Beasts! How dare you act with such audacity? As the words hung in the air, Lu Hongbo emerged from the void, gradually descending before the terrified onlookers. It's Elder Lu. Quickly, everyone. Elder Lu has come to our rescue. Let us hurry to him. A voice rang out from the crowd, instantly igniting hope among them as they rushed toward Lu Hongbo. At that moment, however, one student stumbled and fell to the ground. As he attempted to rise, he noticed a massive serpent approaching perilously close. In that critical instant, Lu Hongbo extended a hand, and with a firm grip, the serpent vanished into thin air. He then pointed toward the remaining serpents, and the golden-ranked python was swiftly vanquished. Chapter 41. You can't possibly think I'm straight. The following day, Zhou Pengzi rose early, observing Lin Yu meditating in a cross-legged position. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. As expected of Brother Yu, he truly excels. While he pondered this, Lin Yu gradually opened his eyes, noticing Zhou Pengzi staring at him with a puzzled expression. Fatty, why are you looking at me? You can't possibly think I'm straight. Brother Yu, you've misunderstood. I was just wondering if you don't find it exhausting to be so diligent, Zhou Pengzi hastily clarified. Exhausting? What is tiring about this? You just get used to it. All right then. Zhou Pengzi found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, Li Feiyu was roused from slumber by their conversation, groggily opening his eyes. Fatty, Brother Lin, good morning. Good morning? The sun is already up. Why aren't you getting ready? Zhou Pengzi retorted without hesitation. Li Feiyu replied timidly, then rose to the riverbank to wash up. However, just as he was about to splash water on his face, he noticed something stirring in the river, its size formidable, causing him to step back in fright. Fat, there's a monster in the river. Hearing his exclamation, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi exchanged glances and hurried over. Little Feezy, where did you see this monster? Zhou Pengzi inquired in a serious tone. In the river. I was just about to wash my face when I saw something flash by in the water. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi cautiously made their way toward the riverbank. Raising their eyes, they beheld the crystal-clear riverbed, revealing nothing but a few small fish. Xiao Feezy, are your eyes deceiving you? There's nothing to see, Zhou Pengzi said with a hint of skepticism, glancing at Li Feiyu. At his remark, Li Feiyu began to recollect the scene he had just witnessed. Fat Master, behind us. Suddenly, he noticed the water behind them beginning to churn and immediately shouted out. Lin Yu, alerted by his voice, swiftly turned around to see the river water roiling as if something was about to emerge. Without hesitation, he pulled the still-dazed Zhou Pengzi back. In the next moment, a tentacle shot out from the river's surface, lunging directly toward the two. Blazing fireball. Lin Yu hurled a massive fireball in response. With a thunderous boom, the tentacle recoiled as if it had felt pain, retreating back into the water. Brother Yu, what is that creature? It appears to resemble an octopus tentacle. An octopus? Shouldn't they inhabit the sea? How could it be here? Zhou Pengzi questioned Lin Yu, seeking clarification, yet was met with indifference. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu offered a rather absurd explanation. I suspect this octopus swam here from the seaside. It seems this river must lead to the ocean. As the three pondered this, the river's surface churned once more, and another tentacle shot forth, distinctly different from the previous one. The earlier tentacle bore clear scorch marks from the fireball, while this one did not. Thus, the trio unanimously concluded that the creature lurking in the river was indeed an octopus monster. What should we do now, Brother Yu? Pengzi, you and Xiao Feezy will lure its main body out, and I will handle it. Brother Yu, no? Zhou Pengzi displayed a grimace of reluctance, his face betraying his unwillingness. Stop dawdling, go now? Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you, Lin Yu urged decisively. Reluctantly, Zhou Pengzi steeled himself and slowly approached the riverbank, while Li Feiyu, trembling, followed closely behind. At this juncture, Lin Yu ceased his chatter, flames enveloping his body as dozens of small fireballs began to coalesce. Simultaneously, these fireballs expanded at a visibly discernible rate. Li Fire Pearl emerged. With a whispered incantation, the Li Fire Pearl, which had been resting within his dantian, materialized before him. Lin Yu intended to use the other fireballs as a distraction before unleashing the Li Fire Pearl for a final, devastating strike. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu, trembling with trepidation, reached the riverbank, gazing at the writhing tentacle on the water's surface, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. Xiao Fizi, on the count of 3. We'll throw our stones together. All right, no problem, Fat Master. Ready? 1, 2, 3. However, before Li Feiyu could react, Zhou Pengzi directly skipped the second count and leapt to the third, promptly discarding the large stone, then turned and fled without a glance back. What the heck, Fat Master? You can't just play like this, Li Feiyu exclaimed, quickly realizing the situation and hastily tossing the stone away, preparing to escape. Just then, the water surface began to churn, and a massive octopus head slowly emerged. There was no time to spare. Li Feiyu ran towards the camp without looking back. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged directly at him. And in this moment of peril, he heard Lin Yu's booming voice from afar, falling sun. Go! Dozens of fireballs, each the size of a soccer ball, surged towards the creature. The monster seemed to sense the impending danger, and immediately several jets of water shot up from the river's surface to meet the fireballs. At the instant of their collision, the water columns were vaporized into steam, and the fireballs vanished as well. At this moment, Zhou Pengzi and the others returned to the camp, gazing at the misty water with furrowed brows. Brother Yu, how do we fight? We can't see anything. Let the balls fly a little longer, Lin Yu replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, for when he launched the fireballs, he had also released the fire pearl, which he believed had penetrated the octopus monster's body. Indeed, at that moment, a chilling scream echoed from the mist. Hearing that cry, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed the creature had been wounded. Yet only Lin Yu knew that the beast had already met its demise. After a brief wait, the mist finally dissipated, and the trio jogged toward the riverbank. Upon seeing the river, now stained a deep crimson, and the lifeless body of the monster floating within, they were taken aback. Brother Yu, did you really kill it? Yes, I suppose so, Lin Yu replied cautiously, not daring to assert that he had definitively slain the beast, opting instead for a more tactful response. They lingered by the shore for a while, and when they observed that the octopus monster showed no signs of life, they breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be thoroughly dead. Fatty, you and Xiao Fizi go down and retrieve its tentacles, Lin Yu instructed Zhou Pengzi. We shall feast on grilled octopus skewers. All right, no problem. Zhou Pengzi's interest peaked at the mention of food. An hour later, the three sat on the ground, satiated and relaxed. Brother Yu, where shall we head next? I don't know. Let us just walk and see. By the way, Fatty, make some marks along our path. Brother Yu, do you mean to let others know our whereabouts? Yes, since we are unaware of the others' locations, we might as well leave some signs for them to find us. Leave it to me, Zhou Pengzi assured confidently. Subsequently, the trio set off once more. Chapter 42. This thing is invaluable at this moment. In the towering, cloud-kissed forest, a dozen figures were swiftly traversing through the thicket. Leading them was a woman, none other than Li Hanzhuang, who had been drawn into the mysterious vortex. Currently, she was frantically fleeing alongside her companions, with a swirling dust cloud ominously trailing behind them, suggesting that some terrifying entity was in pursuit. After a prolonged flight, the group finally paused to catch their breath. Li, you should go on without us. There's no need to sacrifice your life for ours, they panted, gazing at her with weary eyes. Ever since they had been sucked into that enigmatic vortex the previous day, they had encountered a horde of soldier ants, each the size of a palm, which launched a relentless assault upon them. Fortunately, they had met Li Hanzhuang midway, who valiantly dispatched the swarm. Yet, their respite was fleeting. After vanquishing the initial wave of soldier ants, even more emerged. As Li Hanzhuang's spiritual energy waned, and she could not obliterate them all, she had no choice but to lead her companions in a frenzied escape. The soldier ants, like a stubborn adhesive, clung to them relentlessly. Thus, they traveled, stopping intermittently, until nearly a day had passed, and they finally resolved to let Li Hanshuang leave on her own. "I will not abandon you," she replied, her expression impassive and resolute. She could not bring herself to flee alone. Her pride would not allow it. Though her demeanor was cold, her heart was warm, and she could not bear to watch her companions perish. "Li, you are a prodigy destined for a brighter future. There is no need to waste your life alongside those of us with lesser talents," one urged. "Indeed, Li Hanshuang, we are counting on you to avenge us in the future. Hurry and leave. We will hold off the soldier ants." Another chimed in. "Please, if you manage to return safely, do remember to send word to our families." Despite their incessant pleas, she remained unmoved. "All right, if we leave together. I will not depart alone." With that declaration, she disregarded their objections and strode purposefully towards the back of the group, seeking to ascertain whether the soldier ants were still in pursuit. Seeing that their words had fallen on deaf ears, her companions shook their heads in resignation. Yet their opinions of her shifted. She could have fled alone, but chose to remain with them instead. Subsequently, the group decided to rest in place. Suddenly, one of the students shouted, "Come quickly. It seems someone has marked this place." "What?" The others quickly gathered around. They beheld a large tree etched with the words, "I am Zhou Pongzi. If you see this mark, hurry over." "Is this left by Zhou the chubby one?" A student from class 15 murmured. "There's another here." At this moment, a classmate spotted a marker on a distant tree. "I have one here too. It seems it was carved less than an hour ago." Consequently, everyone hurried in the direction of Lin Yu and his companions, following the markers. Upon witnessing this, Li Hanshuang couldn't help but think of Lin Yu. If Zhou Pongji had the audacity to leave such markers, did it imply that Lin Yu was also present? With this thought, Li Hanshuang quickened her pace. "Brother Yu, wandering aimlessly like this, when will it come to an end? My hands are sore from carving these markers." "Why did you carve them so long?" "You're just asking for it," Lin Yu retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. He was quite speechless at Zhou Pongji's antics. Who marks things for such an extended length? If the local beasts could comprehend it, they would likely be the ones seeking them out, not humans. "Hee. I'm just afraid those dimwits wouldn't understand," Zhou Pongji replied. "Honestly, I think you're more concerned about the beasts not understanding." Lin Yu dismissed him and continued walking ahead. "Brother Yu, this dagger of yours is truly effective. Why not just give it to me?" Zhou Pongji remarked, marking another sign before jogging to catch up with Lin Yu. "Get lost. This treasure is too precious to part with," Lin Yu shot back. "Fine then." Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. But he paid it no mind. His primary focus was to locate the others and reap some rewards. Both Zhou Pongji and Li Feiyu had been quite disappointing, contributing little to his emotional value. Particularly Li Feiyu, who had not generated any emotional value since the substantial amount he garnered yesterday. In a moment of irritation, Lin Yu felt the urge to confront him. "Xiao Fizi, come here and massage my legs." "Sure thing, Lin Yi. Just let me finish this mark, and I'll be right over," Li Feiyu responded, flashing a wide grin. "Stop marking and hurry over." "All right." Li Feiyu reluctantly abandoned his task and hurried towards Lin Yu. Soon after, another notification chimed in his mind. Lin Yu sat on a large rock, while Li Feiyu dutifully massaged his hands and feet, playing the role of a loyal servant. However, he took delight in it, for without Lin Yu, he would likely have become prey to that snake-like creature. "Next year on this day, my grave would probably have grass 3 meters high," he mused. Thus, he bore no displeasure towards Lin Yu's requests. Instead, he relished the opportunity. If he could cling to Lin Yu's coattails, perhaps he could navigate life with ease in the future. "All right, let's continue on our journey." Seeing they were nearing their destination, Lin Yu decided to end the massage. The three resumed their trek. "Hey, why do the markers seem to have diminished in number?" "Indeed. I have only received a single message. Could it be that the lethargic heavy-set individual has neglected to write more?" "Perhaps, but let us proceed for now." A group of us marched resolutely towards Lin Yu's direction. At that moment, Li Hanshuang sensed a subtle tremor behind her. Turning her head, she discovered that the marching ants had indeed followed. "Hurry, the marching ants are closing in," she exclaimed in a low voice to the team ahead. Upon hearing her urgent call, everyone glanced back, their faces instantly turning pale. "When did that horde catch up to us? Run." Their numbers have increased significantly. Cursing under their breath, they lamented, "These creatures are like stubborn gum, impossible to shake off." Despite their frantic complaints, their pace quickened. Just then, a classmate shouted ahead, "There are people up ahead." "Brother Yu, I seem to hear someone calling out. Did you hear it?" "No." "Oh, well, Perhaps I am just imagining things. Not an illusion. My friend, there truly is someone calling. Look behind you, Li Feiyu pointed. At this, Zhou Pengzi turned skeptically, only to see a billowing cloud of dust rapidly approaching them. What on earth is that? Why is it heading towards us? Fatty, it must be the markers you set that are attracting them, Lin Yu speculated. Are you suggesting that? Yes, it seems there are quite a few of them. Let us wait here. With that, Lin Yu found a large stone to sit upon. Observing this, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu each found a stone to settle on as well. At that moment, the approaching crowd drew nearer, and Lin Yu noticed that Li Hanshuang was among them. Brother, you look. The campus beauty, Li, is also here. Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, grinning lewdly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu shot him an irritated glare. I see her. No need for your reminders. And by the way, I have no interest in Li Hanshuang. So spare me your lascivious expressions. Really, brother, you? You have no interest in the campus beauty? Zhou Pengzi questioned, his expression one of disbelief. Get lost. I have no younger sister, but I do have an older sister. Would you like me to introduce her to you, even though she is already married? Zhou Pengzi continued to chatter. Lin Yu felt a strong urge to strike him, just as the crowd drew near, halting within a mere 10 meters. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the throng. Lin Yu, please help us. What troubles you? Are you being pursued by some beast? We have been chased here by a swarm of marching ants. Li Hanshuang has already. What happened to her? Is she injured? Lin Yu interjected urgently. At that moment, Li Hanshuang stepped forward from the rear of the group, her expression cool and detached as she spoke. I am unscathed. Yet my spiritual energy has been exhausted, rendering me incapable of wielding my extraordinary abilities. Oh, I initially thought you were injured. It is a relief to hear you are well. Allow me to take charge from here. You should rest for a while. Lin Yu strode confidently before the group, weaving through the crowd as he made his way in the direction from which they had arrived. Upon witnessing this, Li Hanshuang hastily followed suit. Li Hanshuang, why do you insist on coming along? Return at once. Your spiritual energy is completely depleted, and I may not be able to look after you later, Lin Yu remarked, his expression shifting as he noticed her persistence. In response, Li Hanshuang remained silent, her gaze fixed on the approaching army of ants. Lin Yu, seeing her indifference, felt a surge of urgency. How stubborn can she be? As the army of ants drew nearer, he could no longer hesitate. He summoned his spiritual energy, flames swirling around him in a mesmerizing display. He began to gather small fireballs that, under Li Hanshuang's astonished gaze, gradually expanded into larger orbs of flame. Falling sun. With a thunderous shout, Lin Yu propelled dozens of fireballs toward the oncoming horde of ants. The ensuing explosions echoed like thunderclaps. These army ants, possessing only the strength of bronze 4 stars, ignited instantly as if they had encountered an open flame, undoubtedly enhanced by the southern Ming fire. The cacophony of explosions continued for some time before subsiding, leaving not a single ant untouched, all reduced to charred remnants. Observing this spectacle, Li Hanshuang clenched her fists and turned to Lin Yu with a question. You've reached 6 stars? Indeed, and you? 5 stars. Not yet, but soon. Oh, then do your best. The spiritual energy here is more abundant than on Blue Star, allowing for rapid breakthroughs. Lin Yu shared his insights before turning back towards the crowd. Meanwhile, the distant onlookers, still recuperating, were utterly astonished by Lin Yu's single strike that obliterated the army of ants, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value, 1000 ding. Li Ci's emotional value, 1000 ding. Wang Wu's emotional value, 1000 ding. Wang Fugui's emotional value, 1000 before long. The system's notifications rang incessantly in Lin Yu's mind, as his emotional value skyrocketed at an astonishing pace, with each individual contributing 100,000 points. And with 17 people in total, Lin Yu's emotional value had soared to over 170,000. It felt surreal. Indeed, the previous decision had proven wise. Reaping the benefits from his classmates was the path forward. Those like Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu, who could barely yield any emotional value, deserved to be fed to the ants. Ahem, dear classmates, the crisis has been averted. You may now rest easy. Fatty, please distribute the dried meat we prepared earlier to everyone, as I suspect many of you Haven Tea had much to eat. Regaining his composure, Lin Yu promptly instructed Zhou Pengzi. As Zhou Pengzi, who had previously been basking in self-satisfaction, heard Lin Yu declare his intention to share the meat with everyone, discontent immediately washed over him. After all, delicacies were his lifeblood. Brother you, if you give it all to them, what shall we eat? He complained. If you want to share, just do it. Why the fuss? I can always hunt a few more magical beasts later. Lin Yu shot him a glare. For these were his emotional support machines, and they needed to be well catered to. Seeing Lin Yu's determination to distribute the food, Zhou Pengzi deflated like a punctured balloon, and then retrieved some dried meat from the Gale Thunder Eagle from the back of his clothing. Li Feiyu, noticing this, also produced some dried octopus from behind, distributing it among the crowd. Upon realizing there was still food to be had, tears of gratitude nearly welled up in everyone's eyes. At that moment, a voice rose from the throng. What a good person. May good people live in peace all their lives. With that, the crowd echoed in unison, expressing heartfelt thanks to Lin Yu. Had it not been for the system's limitation on emotional value accumulation, allowing only a maximum of 100,000 per day, it was likely that their emotional value would have soared beyond 5 million. Lin Yu's lips curled into a grin, almost breaking into a shout of joy. Everyone, take your time eating. I'll go hunt a few more magical beasts so we can celebrate properly tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd chimed in. System, do you know where we can find some weaker magical beasts? Ding. Detecting host's request, the system is currently scanning. Please hold on. Ding. One bronze 6-star red-silver tiger is located 1,000 meters to the east of the host, 2,000 meters to the west. There is a bronze 7-star spirit feather sparrow. The system continued to list several magical beasts, most of which were around the bronze 6-star level. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu decided to head towards the eastern forest when Li Hanzhuang approached him directly. I want to go too. Li Hanzhuang, perhaps you should stay here and protect the other students. I can manage on my own. All right, she replied, slightly dejected, yet her expression remained stoic. With that, Lin Yu jogged toward the eastern woods, eager to experience the taste of tiger meat. In his previous life, tigers were protected species, and he could only admire them from afar. Now, he could indulge without hesitation. The thought alone sent a thrill through him, quickening his pace. Chapter 44. Is this related to Old Man Lu? Meanwhile, at the spatial rift, a figure slowly emerged, followed by several others. We are back. As one voice rang out, the others began to cheer loudly. Hooray, we're finally back. It was terrifying inside. These individuals were the students previously rescued by Lu Hongbo, who, with his assistance, had successfully crossed the spatial rift and returned to Blue Star. Gazing at the familiar yet strange gymnasium, a wave of nostalgia swept over them. Just the day before, everything had been fine, and now it lay in tatters. Let us hurry and get out, otherwise, our families will be worried sick. At that moment, a timid girl from the crowd spoke up. Upon hearing her, everyone suddenly remembered and began to make their way outside the gymnasium. Beyond the luminous barrier, a gathering of over 100 dragon guardians had assembled, dispatched by higher authorities to assist with the situation. Among them stood a stern-faced middle-aged man, inquiring about the specifics from Captain Zhang Tailin. Captain Zhang, what is the current situation? Team Leader Li. The situation is that over 200 awakened students are trapped within this luminous barrier, and we have no knowledge of their condition. We are uncertain if any students are injured, and our primary goal is to dismantle this mysterious barrier. However, given the limitations of our Dragon Guardians in Jiangcheng, we are at an impasse, which is why I have reported this matter upwards, Zhang Tailin replied, a tone of helplessness in his voice. Upon hearing Zhang Tailin's words, Li Guangliang fell into deep contemplation, then suddenly asked, Is my brother all right? Your brother? Team Leader Li, who is that? Do we have your brother among our Dragon Guardians in Jiangcheng? Zhang Tailin was momentarily perplexed, as he was well acquainted with all personnel records and had never heard of anyone being Li Guangliang's brother. Seeing his confusion, Li Guangliang clarified. Did you not rescue a Dragon Guardian named Li Ming previously? Oh, so Team Leader Li, you are the brother of Li Ming. I was under the impression that one of our Dragon Guardians was related to you. Zhang Tailin realized with a sudden enlightenment. Yes, that's him. He pursued a fugitive to Jiangcheng and I lost contact with him thereafter, until I was informed that he had been admitted to the hospital. I had matters to attend to, and could not visit him, but now that you reached out for assistance, I took the initiative to come to you. Li Guangliang recounted the events. Zhang Tailin then said, Well, Team Leader Li, your brother is currently still in slumber in the municipal hospital, but rest assured, he is not in serious condition. He merely exhausted himself and has yet to awaken. However, he should regain consciousness in the coming days. Relieved to hear that his brother was safe, Li Guangliang then returned to the matter at hand. That's a relief. By the way, We were discussing the barrier. And you mentioned it cannot be shattered, correct? Zhang Tailin was taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation. Yet he understood it was time to return to the topic at hand. He nodded. Indeed, Team Leader Li. As you know, Jiangxing is rather small. We lack any formidable individuals. After this incident, I will request additional personnel from above. However, we must first address the immediate situation, he continued. What do you propose we do? Zhang Tailin asked. All of Jiangxing's dragon guardians are at your command. Li Guangliang pondered for a moment, then suggested. Let me attempt to test my platinum 8-star strength against this barrier. If that proves ineffective, we shall unite our forces, over 100 of us, to strike together. I refuse to believe it is truly that resilient. In response, Zhang Tailin refrained from further elaboration, merely nodding. For the time being, this was the only course of action. If it proved futile, they would have no choice but to escalate the matter to the highest authority, requesting the intervention of those at the extraordinary realm. Captain Li, time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly. Agreed. With that, the two hastened towards the luminous barrier, gazing at the colossal screen that enveloped the entire sports arena. For a moment, Li Guangliang found himself momentarily entranced. Upon regaining his composure, he bellowed, Ice arrow. An ice-blue stringless bow materialized in his grasp, and as he drew back, a chilling arrow began to coalesce with fierce energy. Whoosh! Seeing that he had gathered sufficient power, Li Guangliang released the arrow, which hurtled towards the luminous barrier. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached the screen. Boom! Boom! With a resounding crash, the arrowhead struck the barrier, producing a series of thunderous echoes. As the dust settled, the barrier remained unscathed, showing not even the slightest mark, while the arrow had transformed into mere shards of ice, dissipating entirely. Li Guangliang frowned. He had exerted 50% of his strength with this maneuver. While he did not expect to shatter the barrier, he anticipated at least some sign of impact. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to strike again, murmuring, Icebound arrow rain. Thousands of arrows began to form in the air, and with a mere thought, Li Guangliang sent them hurtling towards the barrier before him. Boom! The cacophony of countless ice arrows relentlessly assaulted a single point, each impact turning to powder upon contact with the barrier. Meanwhile, onlookers from a distance were left in awe. This was a strike from a platinum-level powerhouse. It was well known that Zhang Tailin, the strongest in Jiang City, only possessed the strength of a golden 9-star, a full tier below. The captain is truly giving it his all. Is this barrier truly that formidable? One remarked. You are unaware, but yesterday, dozens of our brothers united in a strike against this barrier, and we could not inflict a single mark. That was equivalent to a full force attack from a platinum 5-star. Why does this barrier seem somewhat familiar? At that moment, a member of the Dragon Guard, known as Xiao Wu, spoke up. Instantly, the crowd turned their attention towards him. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Xiao Wu, what did you just say? Have you seen this barrier before? The young Dragon Guard, feeling the weight of their gazes, cleared his throat and explained, Ahem, please don't look at me like that. I'm merely sharing my recollections. 5 years ago, I was a student at the Demon Sea Academy when a minor beast riot erupted in the Northern Territory. Old Master Lu Hongba organized a group of students for training, and I happened to be among them. An adjacent Dragon Guard interjected urgently, Get to the point. In that moment, in an effort to safeguard us, Elder Lu conjured a protective barrier reminiscent of this one. Observing the growing impatience among the crowd, Xiao Wu opted to focus on the essentials. However, his words incited a flurry of discussion among the Dragon Guards present. Could this possibly be Elder Lu's handiwork? What chance do we have against such a formidable barrier? Elder Lu's shield is beyond our means to breach. Quiet down. Xiao Wu merely suggested that it resembles Elder Lu's creation, but that does not definitively link it to him. An older Dragon Guard interjected, prompting the others to regain their composure. Indeed, who could assert that this was unequivocally Elder Lu's doing? Why would he bother with such a trivial locale to manifest something like this? With this realization, the chatter subsided, yet the seeds of suspicion were sown, sprouting swiftly in their minds. They began to suspect that this incident might be related to Lu Hongba, even if he wasn't directly responsible. He could not be entirely dissociated from it. Chapter 45. Assault on the barrier. As the deluge of arrows dissipated, a layer of frost gradually enveloped the ground. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded. The barrier remained unscathed, standing resolute without a single crack. At that moment, everyone present, including Li Guangliang, found themselves at a loss for words. Just moments prior, Li Guangliang had unleashed an attack of diamond-level potency. Even the slightest fissure would have been a consolation, yet now, not a single blemish marred the surface. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangliang called out to the observing dragon guards. All dragon guards, heed my command. Focus your efforts on the location of my recent strike and unleash your most potent attacks upon it. In unison, the crowd responded with a resounding yes. With Li Guangliang's orders echoing through the air, hundreds of dragon guards launched a coordinated assault on the very spot he had targeted. Fiery shockwave, shattering strike, thunderous blow. Each individual seemed invigorated, fervently directing their attacks at the barrier. Li Guangliang and Zhang Tailin joined in, relentlessly unleashing their most formidable strikes against the enigmatic shield. Half an hour elapsed. Many had exhausted their spiritual energy, sitting cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. Just then, a loud voice rang out, "Look! It seems someone is emerging from within." The crowd turned their attention to the entrance of the gymnasium, where a group of about a dozen individuals hurried towards them, each bearing expressions of having survived a calamity. Rather than eliciting joy, the sight deepened the somber mood. With over 200 confined inside, the emergence of only a handful signified a grim reality, that many must have perished. Each dragon guard felt a pang of anguish at this revelation. It appeared they had arrived too late. The very essence of the dragon guards was to protect the populace, and witnessing lives lost under their watch filled them with an overwhelming sense of failure in facing the public and their superiors. Just as they were engulfed in profound guilt, the group of over a dozen individuals arrived before the luminous screen. Gazing at the dragon guard stationed outside the screen, they were struck with astonishment. Li Guangliang approached and called out to those within, inquiring about their situation. "Is it only you left?" Despite his inner suspicions, Li Guangliang felt compelled to ascertain their condition. For what if reality diverged from his expectations? After all, having served as captain for such an extended period, he had encountered far more than the others. At that moment, a petite girl within the screen mustered her courage and spoke up. "We are unaware of the others' conditions, but Elder Lu has gone to rescue them. They should be all right." "Elder Lu?" Li Guangliang queried, perplexed. "Yes, it's Elder Lu Hongba, our nation's sole, or rather one of the two, spatial adept," the petite girl clarified. "Young lady, are you serious? Elder Lu has already entered?" What precisely transpired inside? Was this luminous screen also conjured by Elder Lu? Li Guangliang's excitement surged, and he suddenly recalled the questions he intended to ask. The petite girl fell silent for a moment, not due to confusion, but rather as she organized her thoughts, considering how best to convey the events to Li Guangliang and the others. 3 minutes later, she began to recount. "Yesterday, while we were training in the gymnasium, the ground began to tremble, and suddenly a massive vortex appeared in the sky, drawing us all in. When we regained consciousness, we found ourselves in a strange world filled with monstrous beasts, compelling us to evade them continuously. Later, we were pursued by a group of colossal serpents. In that moment of peril, Elder Lu appeared unexpectedly, rescuing us and escorting our group to the entrance of a passage before vanishing. He must have gone to save the other students." The petite girl narrated the events of the previous day and their harrowing encounter with the beasts in detail. Upon hearing her words, the dragon guard outside the screen fell into deep contemplation. They understood that the girl was describing a secret realm. Ever since the sudden resurgence of spiritual energy 2 decades ago, researchers had undertaken studies on this phenomenon. After more than a decade of exploration, they concluded that certain secret realms had collided with Blue Star, resulting in the spiritual energy from these realms leaking into their world. As for the reason behind this collision, it remained a mystery. Currently, numerous researchers continued their investigations, and it was believed that the hidden truths would soon be unveiled. It is worth noting that most entrances to secret realms typically manifest deep within remote mountains and forests, seldom appearing in urban areas. Thus, Li Guangliang, Zhang Tailin, and the others swiftly comprehended the purpose of this luminous screen. It served to prevent powerful beasts from emerging from the secret realm and threatening the lives of the populace. In an instant, all the dragon guardians turned crimson, realizing that their previous bombardment of the luminous barrier was, in fact, an attempt to protect Jiang City from the onslaught of monstrous beasts. Particularly, Li Guangliang, at this moment, wished fervently to find a hole to bury himself in. It was utterly embarrassing. He had previously declared with utmost confidence that he could shatter the barrier. Thankfully, the resilience of old Master Lu's barrier had spared him from that blunder. Otherwise, Li Guangliang would have been the pariah of Jiang City. forever nailed to the pillar of shame. As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively retracted his neck and glanced at the others, who seemed to share his sense of guilt. He then turned to the petite girl beside him and inquired, "Did old Master Lu impart any messages to you?" Upon hearing this, the girl pondered briefly before shaking her head. "I do not know." At that moment, a tall, robust boy stepped forward, hesitating for a moment before speaking. It seems that when old Master Lu departed, he uttered something. "What did he say?" Li Guangliang asked excitedly. "The old man mentioned that once we step outside, we should inform that group of fools not to assault his barrier again, or they would bear the consequences." As these words echoed through the air, a profound silence enveloped the room, as if everyone had been struck by a spell of paralysis. Particularly, Li Guangliang's lips quivered incessantly. He realized with dismay that his well-intentioned actions had led to a grievous misunderstanding. Zhang Tailin, standing nearby, felt the weight of the situation keenly, as he had been the one to recommend Li Guangliang to the higher-ups. If blame were to be assigned, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. Instantly, his face fell. He thought, "Damn it, I should resign and make a swift exit." Seeing the others outside remain motionless, the tall boy scratched his head in confusion and turned to the petite girl. "Do you know what has happened to them? Why are they so still?" "Oh, foolish Dichun, are you unaware of what you just said?" The girl replied, exasperated. His recent remark had evidently struck a nerve, likely because many, if not all, had previously attacked the barrier. This left them feeling unsettled, fearing that old Master Lu might emerge to hold them accountable. The tall boy, upon hearing her words, looked even more perplexed. "What was wrong with what I said? Wasn't he at old Master Lu who instructed me to convey that?" Observing his continued confusion, the petite girl and the others exchanged incredulous glances. They truly could not fathom how someone so dim-witted had managed to survive. It was indeed a miracle. Chapter 46. Zhou Fatty, is he someone you can call out to? Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lin Yu was weaving through the forest. Ever since his breakthrough to 6 stars, his strength and physical prowess had experienced a remarkable enhancement. How strange. Didn't the system mention a crimson silver tiger was here? Where could it be? At this moment, Lin Yu arrived at the location indicated by the system, yet upon surveying his surroundings, he found not even a rabbit in sight. "System, where is the crimson silver tiger you mentioned?" "Ding. Host has arrived too late. The crimson silver tiger has already departed." "Damn it. Why didn't the system give me a heads up?" Lin Yu was instantly overwhelmed with frustration. The wretched system, how could it fail to remind me, causing me to make a fruitless trip, with the tantalizing meat of the tiger slipping away from my grasp? "Ding. Host, you didn't request a reminder," came the system's voice, and Lin Yu felt a surge of frustration rising within him. This insufferable system was better off disregarded. Let whoever needs it take it. "System, you truly are something." "Ding. Thank you for the compliment, host." System, do you not comprehend sarcasm?" Lin Yu felt utterly drained. Being tethered to such an infuriating system would inevitably lead to a cerebral crisis. Sigh. "Never mind. System, are there any other low-level demon beasts in the vicinity?" "Ding. The system is currently searching. Please hold on." "Ding. There is a rhinoceros bull located 500 meters to your left, strength rated at bronze 8 stars. Bronze 8 stars. Well, that is acceptable. Then it shall be that one. System, be sure to remind me. Do not let it escape, understood?" Lin Yu murmured to the system, then set off at a run toward the rhinoceros bull. To avoid being neglected by this unreliable system again, he decided to employ the phantom step technique. In a short time, he traversed through the thicket and soon spotted the rhinoceros bull, grazing with its head down. A smile graced Lin Yu's lips. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fireball toward the unsuspecting beast. The rhinoceros bull, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground, though it was not killed, merely dazed. However, once it regained its senses, it erupted in fury. Moo! With a thunderous roar, the rhinoceros bull turned its gaze toward Lin Yu and charged at him. Its massive frame towering 2 meters and weighing nearly a ton. As it stomped the ground, the earth trembled beneath its weight. Yet Lin Yu remained unperturbed, quickly conjuring another fireball to hurl at the charging beast. At that moment, the horn atop the rhinoceros bull glowed ominously, meeting the fireball head-on. The next second, a resounding crash echoed as the fireball was obliterated by the horn. Lin Yu stood frozen, astonished by the spectacle. Goodness, that horn must be worth a fortune. With that thought, he retrieved the high-grade Oblivion gun from his system's inventory. Although not particularly familiar with firearms, he had seen his fair share of films in his past life, and he began to recall the various techniques. As the rhinoceros bull bore down upon him, Lin Yu swiftly positioned the Oblivion gun and, at the moment of the beast's approach, thrust it upward with force. The rhinoceros bull was flipped onto its back, and in a seamless motion, he executed a follow-up strike that struck true at the creature's throat. However, the bullet did not penetrate deeply. Observing this, Lin Yu exerted all his strength, gradually pushing the gun's tip into the beast. Blood gushed forth in a torrent, splattering Lin Yu in the process. With a final mournful bellow, the rhinoceros bull succumbed, its life extinguished. The shattered gun appears to be quite impressive. However, I find myself lacking in marksmanship skills. Had I been proficient, that previous maneuver could have taken the beast's life, Lin Yu murmured to himself. He then stowed the gun back into the system space and grasped the horn of the rampaging rhinoceros bull, preparing to head back. Yet, in the next instant, he encountered an embarrassing predicament. He could not move it at all. System, do you possess anything to enhance strength? Ding. Dragon Elephant Pill. Capable of permanently augmenting the host's strength without any side effects. Then that shall be it. How much emotional value does it require? Ding. The Dragon Elephant Pill is priced at 500,000 emotional points. What? 500,000? Lin Yu exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. System, why don't you just rob a bank? Are you intentionally inflating the price because you noticed I earned over 1 million emotional points? Ding. The system guarantees fairness. The Dragon Elephant Pill will continuously assist the host in enhancing strength for a week. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt somewhat tempted. It seemed reasonable enough for 500,000. System, I'll purchase it. At that moment, a black pill materialized in Lin Yu's hand. Gazing at the dark orb, he felt a twinge of doubt regarding the system's reliability. System, are you certain this is consumable? Ding. Guaranteed authentic product. The host can consume it with confidence. And I won't have to consume it in halves like that essence cleansing pill, will I? Ding. The Dragon Elephant Pill must be swallowed whole, otherwise, its efficacy will be halved. Seeing the system's response, Lin Yu hesitated no longer and promptly swallowed the Dragon Elephant Pill. The moment it entered his mouth, it transformed into liquid and swiftly coursed into his abdomen. After a brief moment of anticipation, Lin Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength in his arms. He once again grasped the horn of the rampaging rhinoceros bull and began to move forward. In that instant, the previously immobile creature was finally dragged along. Though it required some effort, he successfully managed to pull it along, enabling him to return the rampaging rhinoceros bull to the main group. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu wore expressions of worry as they gazed in the direction Lin Yu had departed, noting that he had been gone for an hour. Xiao Fizi, do you think Brother Yu has run into trouble? Why has he not returned yet? Zhou Pengzi asked, concern etched on his face. Don't worry, Pengzi. Lin Yu will be just fine. Let us wait here, reassured Li Feiyu. Sighing helplessly, Zhou Pengzi let out a lament. Suddenly, a figure approached, staring incredulously at Zhou Pengzi's transformed appearance. Are you Zhou Pengzi? Yes, it's me, Pengzi. What is the matter? No, how have you changed so much? I can transform whenever I wish. It's none of your concern. Humph. The individual, witnessing Zhou Pengzi's indifference, stormed off in frustration. What a nuisance. Zhou Pengzi is not a title for you to utter. That belongs exclusively to my brother Yu. As Zhou Pengzi observed the departure of a certain individual, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Chapter 47. The Intricate Dynamics of Li Hanzhuang. Just as the crowd engaged in casual conversation, the distant forest began to stir. Look, something seems to be approaching us from that direction, exclaimed a sharp-eyed classmate, prompting immediate attention from the others. They turned to where he pointed and discovered an object making its way toward them, which incited a wave of panic and speculation. Could it be that Lin Yu has returned? But didn't he head in that direction? Logically, he should be coming back from there. Could it possibly be a beast? Should we flee, or should we simply await our demise? Where could we possibly escape to? The only one capable of action is Li Hanzhuang, and even she is barely holding her ground. Where would we run? Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the group. At that moment, Li Feiyu spoke up. But we still have Fatty with us. He just reached 4 stars, on par with Li Xiaohua, and his defenses can surely withstand until Lin returns. Zhou Pengzi, witnessing Li Feiyu extolling Fatty in front of everyone, nearly broke into a grin. Internally, he commended, what a clever boy. Fatty's affection for you wasn't in vain. Next time, when Yu Ge has some treats, I shall share a generous portion with you. Unbeknownst to Li Feiyu, he had begun to bask in Zhou Pengzi's praises. Continuing to recount his experiences, the crowd, reassured by Zhou Pengji's formidable reputation, turned their gazes toward him, who stood like an unwavering wall in their hearts. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the forest, growing increasingly closer. The hearts of the crowd raced, and Zhou Pengji, positioned in front of them, was drenched in sweat, yet dared not retreat, fearing the collapse of his newly established image. Thud, thud. As the sound approached, everyone held their breath, with Zhou Pengji's heartbeat quickening. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Are you preparing to welcome me?" A voice emerged from the woods, Lin Yu's voice. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, narrowly escaping the dread of a beast's arrival. Zhou Pengji, wiping the sweat from his brow, called out to the forest, "You go. Did you confront a beast?" "Indeed, I took down a bull. Let us feast on beef tonight." As he spoke, Lin Yu emerged from the forest, followed by the imposing carcass of a 2-meter-tall bull of the Horned Fury. The sight of the beast's remains caused the crowd to swallow in unison, as if they beheld a culinary masterpiece. "Fatty, gather a few people to process this bull. The rest of you, scavenge for some dry wood. Prepare for a grand roast of the whole bull." "Absolutely." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Having scarcely eaten since yesterday, they were now presented with the rare delight of beef, prompting them to exert themselves wholeheartedly. Thus, Zhou Pengji, accompanied by Li Feiyu and a few familiar classmates, eagerly led the wild ox to the riverbank. "Brother Yu, how strong are you now?" Yu effortlessly pulled that hefty beast back with just one hand. "Believe it or not, after I managed to subdue the creature, I found it nearly impossible to move. Yet, after casually plucking and consuming a fruit by the roadside, my strength surged immensely." Lin Yu, spinning a tall tail without a flicker of hesitation, piqued Li Feiyu's interest as he toiled with the ox. "Master Lin, is the fruit you mentioned similar to the one that Fatty Yi had?" "Well, it's somewhat alike, just a different color." The crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they overheard the exchange, previously puzzled by Zhou Pengji's sudden transformation. It seemed the fruit from this realm was the cause, and they were eager to sample it themselves. Little did Lin Yu know, his words would seal the fate of all the fruits within the secret realm. Zhou Pengji, initially curious about Lin Yu's claim, found himself speechless upon realizing that Lin Yu had not consumed the local fruit, but rather a mysterious elixir. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose Lin Yu's secret. After all, Lin Yu had shared this significant boon with him, and he had no intention of betraying that trust. His primary goal remained to acquire more treasures from Lin Yu. Observing Zhou Pengji's sly expression, Lin Yu surmised that he had caught on to something, yet felt no need to enlighten him further. Trusting in Zhou Pengji's intellect, he decided it was unnecessary to provide cautionary words. After a considerable time, the group finally dragged the wild ox to the riverbank. Zhou Pengji produced the crimson serpent fang that Lin Yu had lent him and began to eviscerate the beast, swiftly extracting its entrails and handing them to others for cleansing. Meanwhile, the rest of the group set about searching for the elusive fruit, also gathering withered branches. The scene settled into a tranquil tableau, with Lin Yu at ease while Li Hanchuang fervently practiced her cultivation. Upon learning that Lin Yu had advanced to the 6th star of the bronze rank, she plunged into a fervent state of competition, determined to catch up to him. Lin Yu, bemused by her ambition, wished he could tell her, "Little girl, you shall never surpass me in this lifetime. I possess a system. Do you know what that means? It's akin to having a cheat. Can you compete against a cheat?" As Lin Yu's thoughts wandered, he noticed a surge of spiritual energy accumulating around Li Hanchuang. She was on the verge of a breakthrough, and seeing her enveloped in energy prompted him to act as her protector. 10 minutes later, a deep sound resonated from within Li Hanchuang, followed by a rapid infusion of spiritual energy into her body. Boom! With a resounding bang, Li Hanchuang successfully ascended to the rank of a 5-star bronze, merely a star away from Lin Yu. She promptly opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, only to find Lin Yu watching her from a short distance, a smile gracing his face, which left her somewhat bewildered. "Congratulations to classmate Li for successfully breaking through to 5 stars, he proclaimed. "Thank you," she replied nonchalantly, her gratitude understated. However, Lin Yu, familiar with her temperament, took no offense. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Beep. Li Hanchuang's emotional value, 999. Huh, what does this mean? Did I not fully enhance Li Hanchuang's emotional value? The sudden system prompt left Lin Yu perplexed. Beep. Li Hanchuang's emotional value is not yet maximized, currently only at 20,000 points. What? Is it truly that difficult to boost her emotions? Only 20,000? Lin Yu felt a wave of frustration. Despite his diligent efforts to cultivate everyone's emotional values, he had only managed to garner a meager sum from Li Han's-Huang, leaving him feeling disheartened. He had never encountered such a challenging prospect. Forget it, I still harvested quite a bit today. No need to dwell on it. Chapter 48. The Ink-Edged Silver Flood Dragon System. Initiate a 30 consecutive draw for me. Lin Yu shifted his focus away from Li Han's-Huang and called upon the system in his mind. Beep. Host's request detected. The system is conducting the draw. Please hold on. After a brief moment, the system's voice returned. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Thank you for your patronage X8. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Spirit Restoration Pill X10. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Wig X2. As the system's announcements concluded, Lin Yu swiftly inquired, System, what is the purpose of the Spirit Restoration Pill? Beep. The Spirit Restoration Pill, as the name suggests, is a potion that restores spiritual energy. One pill can instantly replenish 1/3 of your spiritual capacity. A splendid item. This means I can freely utilize the Phantom Step now. Haha. By the way, System, is the Spirit Restoration Pill available in the shop? Beep. Yes. One pill is priced at 5,000 emotional points. Upon hearing the system's pricing, Lin Yu momentarily processed the information. Oh, 5,000. That's acceptable. Wait, 5,000? I need 10,000 for a single draw? System, are you trying to cheat me? Realization dawned upon him. A single Spirit Restoration Pill required only 5,000 emotional points, meaning the 9 he had drawn amounted to 90,000. This was sufficient to purchase 18 pills, leaving him feeling swindled by the system. System, Lin Yu, frustrated by the system's silence, concluded that he was uniquely targeted by such a ploy. Damn it, can you be any more deceitful? Beep. The system emitted a solitary sound and fell silent. Lin Yu interpreted this as tacit agreement. System, grant me another 20 consecutive draws. I refuse to believe I cannot obtain something worthwhile. Ding. A lottery is currently underway. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing that Lin Yu was about to draw again, the previously silent system emitted another notification sound. Huh. Indeed, you are a frustrating system. The moment a lottery is announced, your responses are swifter than anyone else's. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a revitalizing elixir X10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained SpongeBob SquarePants underwear X6. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained thank you for your patronage X3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest X1. Listening to the system's announcements, Lin Yu's face darkened. Damn it. Is this system deliberately trying to fleece him? It must be engaging in some underhanded manipulation, for he could not have been this unfortunate otherwise. Furthermore, that silver treasure chest was undoubtedly an insult. Open the silver treasure chest. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and silently commanded in his mind. Ding. The silver treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a space-type Void Treasure Mouse Beast Core X1. What? Another space-type Beast Core? Lin Yu was momentarily incredulous, standing there in a daze upon realizing he had just acquired another space-type Beast Core. Not far away, Li Han's-Huang observed his expressions shifting from sorrow to joy, leaving her utterly perplexed. She inquired about what had transpired with Lin Yu, but he disregarded her questions, leaving her feeling somewhat lost. Just as she was about to approach him to rouse him from his stupor, his eyes suddenly regained their spark, and a faint smile crept onto his lips, leaving Li Han's-Huang utterly bewildered. Lin Yu, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine, just recalling certain matters. Hearing his explanation, Li Han's-Huang coldly uttered an "oh" and ceased her observations of him. Instead, she resumed her meditation, seizing the opportunity during Lin Yu's leisure to cultivate fervently, striving to break through to 6 stars and surpass him in due course. Ever since she learned of Lin Yu's dual abilities, an indomitable spirit had surged within her. She wished to prove to everyone that even without dual powers or extraordinary talents, she, Li Han's-Huang, could surpass Lin Yu. If only Lin Yu were privy to her thoughts, he would likely be doubled over in laughter. Brother, I am an existence akin to a cheat. What can your modest talent possibly compare to mine? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, beneath a waterfall, stood an elderly man, Lu Hongba. At this moment, his gaze narrowed slightly as he quietly observed the inky darkness of the water pool below, which remained eerily calm. Suddenly, Lu Hongba parted his lips. Come forth. As his voice echoed, the previously tranquil surface of the pool began to ripple. Soon, The water bubbled as if boiling, and upon closer inspection, one would discover a colossal entity slowly ascending from the depths. Lu Hongbo watched this scene with an indifferent expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The waters continued to churn for over a minute before gradually settling down, at which point a massive shadow erupted from the pool, soaring straight into the heavens. The creature circled in the air before returning to the pond, re-emerging after a while to gaze quietly at Lu Hongbo. "Human, is it you again? Do you have matters to discuss with this king?" The inkhorn silver flood dragon remarked. "Ah, it has been quite some time, my old friend. Why do you not extend a warm welcome?" Lu Hongbo replied with a smile. "Humph. If you have something to say, then speak." The inkhorn silver flood dragon retorted with a cold snort. Had it not felt inferior in strength to Lu Hongbo, it would have already resorted to aggression instead of engaging in this polite conversation. "Huh. It seems you still harbor resentment over past grievances, despite the passage of years. Your animosity towards me remains palpable," Lu Hongbo observed, stroking his mustache. "Humph. Do you truly need me to recount what you did to me and the Silver Serpent secret realm back then? Do not be so harsh. I was compelled to act as I did. Now that my strength is sufficient, I shall retract my previous actions." "Huh. Do you genuinely possess such benevolence? Speak plainly. What brings you here today?" "Ahem. Well, yesterday the seal became unstable and ensnared my disciple. I hope you will refrain from harming him and his companions," Lu Hongbo said, clearing his throat and mustering his courage. The inkhorn silver flood dragon scrutinized him closely, seemingly attempting to discern his true intentions. It could hardly believe that this old silver coin had sought it out solely for such a matter. There must be deeper motivations at play, but without further disclosure, it could not guess. Noticing the skepticism in the dragon-esque gaze, Lu Hongbo explained, "Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to train my disciple here. Additionally, I request that the silver-tier beasts of the Silver Serpent secret realm refrain from attacking humans. Subsequently, I will dismantle the seal here, allowing you to advance further." "How does that sound? Human, do you truly speak the truth?" The inkhorn silver flood dragon inquired, scrutinizing Lu Hongbo for any hint of deceit. "Indeed, I assure you. I will relocate the exit of your secret realm to a more suitable location, allowing free passage to and from the Blue Star," Lu Hongbo affirmed with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, the inkhorn silver flood dragon responded, "Very well. What does your disciple look like? I shall notify all the beasts within the secret realm to refrain from attacking humans." I am not entirely certain of his appearance," Lu Hongbo admitted awkwardly, scratching his head. Chapter 49 Time flew by. Soon, the sky darkened, and the group gathered around the campfire, engaged in light-hearted conversation, while chunks of rhinoceros horned beef roasted over the flames. "Sigh. I have searched high and low, but have yet to find the mysterious fruit that Lin Yu mentioned. Indeed, had it not been for the remarkable changes in Zhoupangzi, I would suspect Lin Yu was spinning tales. Fear not, everyone. Such elusive fruits cannot be found so easily. Let us continue our search. Perhaps we shall uncover them yet." The group deliberated. However, our peers, Lin Yu and Zhoupangzi, merely observed them from a distance. "Brother Yu, can you believe these fools actually fell for it? Haha, how foolish." Zhoupangzi chuckled at the discussions around them. Yet, Lin Yu, noticing his indiscreet remarks, shot him a glare. "Silence, you fool. If they overhear you, they might just strip you of your skin." "Oh, I see, I misspoke. Haha, don't worry, brother Yu. This will remain between us," Zhoupangzi replied with a mischievous grin. However, just as the two reveled in their amusement, a chilling voice suddenly emanated from behind them. "Lin Yu, what are you discussing?" Lin Yu stiffened and turned to find Li Hanxiang standing behind him, her face devoid of any expression. Her naturally impassive demeanor, coupled with the cold aura she exuded, sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. Li Hanxiang, what brings you here? Why aren't you chatting with the other classmates?" Lin Yu attempted to divert the conversation. Calmly, Li Hanxiang responded, "I am not familiar with them." Lin Yu was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her bluntness. Yet, considering her aloof nature, it was no surprise that few would approach her for friendship. Otherwise, they might very well freeze to death in her presence. After contemplating, Lin Yu decided to refrain from further discussion and promptly tugged Zhoupangzi, who was too timid to speak, away from Li Hanxiang's line of sight. "That was close. Brother Yu, I almost let something slip," Zhoupangzi exclaimed nervously. "Humph, you idiot. If you dare speak out of turn again, I want to share my treasures with you." Lin Yu glared at Zhoupangzi in frustration. Had it not been for his reckless words, He wouldn't have felt like a thief caught red-handed. Yes, yes, brother you. You can trust me. I won't speak out of turn again. I'll just say we found a fruit in the secret realm, Zhou Pengzi hastily admitted. His expression as sly as ever. Seeing his earnestness, Lin Yu decided to let it go. Fine, just don't involve me in any of your nonsense. Just as the two engaged in their hushed conversation, Li Hanxiang stealthily approached them once more. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Li Hanxiang's emotional value, 222. He was momentarily taken aback. Turning around, he was startled to find Li Hanxiang once again standing behind him. Zhou Pengzi, bewildered, asked Li Hanxiang, Li, why are you following us? Aren't you supposed to be targeting brother you? I have reached a bottleneck in my training, she replied. But Li, how does your training have anything to do with following us? Zhou Pengzi boldly articulated his thoughts, feeling secure with Lin Yu by his side, knowing he could rely on him if necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanxiang finally spoke. I have come to seek guidance from Lin Yu. Seek guidance from me? Lin Yu, perplexed, pointed at himself and said, No, classmate Li Hanxiang, I have never encountered a situation like yours. How can I assist you? With a system at his disposal, he need not worry about facing a bottleneck, and up until now, he had scarcely encountered any obstacles, perhaps due to his dual talents. Practicing was as effortless as drinking water. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Hanxiang was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. It seemed there was indeed a gap between them. Those with higher talents encountered their bottlenecks later. With this thought, Li Hanxiang's resolve to catch up with Lin Yu grew stronger. All right then, I shall not disturb you any longer, classmate Lin Yu, she said, preparing to leave. Just then, Lin Yu called out to her, Classmate Li, wait a moment. Is there something else, classmate Lin Yu? Li Hanxiang queried, her expression remaining as calm as ever. Though her eyes were filled with curiosity, Lin Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to offer her a cleansing elixir, glancing towards Zhou Pengzi beside him. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Zhou Pengzi felt a sense of confusion, but as Lin Yu subtly indicated, he soon understood that Lin Yu intended to use the elixir to win over Li Hanxiang. If you give it to her, I believe the school beauty will be immensely grateful and will certainly keep our previous matters confidential, Zhou Pengzi murmured softly. All right then, Lin Yu agreed. After Li Hanxiang noticed Lin Yu calling her back and exchanging glances with Zhou Pengzi, an involuntary shiver ran down her spine. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yu interjected, Classmate Li, I have a method to help you break through your bottleneck. But you must promise me that you will never divulge this to anyone, otherwise, your cultivation will never progress. Upon hearing this, Li Hanxiang froze for a moment, followed by an expression of astonishment directed towards Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi. The coldness of her demeanor finally shifted, revealing a hint of emotion. Classmate Lin Yu, are you serious? Of course. Do you want it? Yes. Li Hanxiang responded without a moment's hesitation. To her, nothing was more important than enhancing her strength. Even if she knew it was a gift from someone else, she cared not. Strength was paramount. At worst, she could repay this humiliation once she surpassed him. Excellent, Lin Yu exclaimed, pleased by her unwavering response. He then retrieved a cleansing elixir from the system's space. Here, take this. Find an opportunity to go to the riverbank, undress, and then jump in. Afterward, consume this. Why the riverbank? Just trust me on this. You'll understand later, he replied. Oh, Li Hanxiang conceded reluctantly upon hearing this. By the way, if anyone asks, just say you found a mysterious fruit, he suggested, but before he could finish, she interrupted him. Ahem, well, as long as you know. Lin Yu coughed lightly, realizing she had caught on to something. Rest assured, this will not involve you. Li Hanxiang, without a backward glance, walked away after dismissing the words. Brother Yu, this woman is indeed targeting us. Her intentions are too sinister. You mustn't develop feelings for her, or one day you might find yourself in a precarious situation. At that moment, Zhou Pengzi approached, launching into a tirade about Li Hanxiang's retreating figure. Lin Yu, however, paid him no heed and turned towards the campsite, where the beef was nearly cooked, indicating it was time to eat. Fatty, save some for Li, he instructed. What? Are you disregarding my words? Zhou Pengzi responded helplessly, trailing silently behind Lin Yu. Chapter 50. Unveiling. After parting ways with the two men, Li Hanxiang proceeded along the riverbank until the flickering flames were no longer visible. Only then did she pause, glancing around to ensure she was alone before slowly beginning to undress. Tentatively, she dipped her foot into the water, discovering that the temperature was not exceedingly cold, and swiftly submerged herself. She then placed the cleansing elixir given to her by Lin Yu into her mouth. Upon contact, it instantly transformed into liquid, sliding down her throat and settling in her stomach. Initially, Li Hanxue felt no reaction, but after 10 minutes, she began to sense a growing warmth in her abdomen. Soon, a mild pain spread through her limbs, escalating until her entire body was enveloped in discomfort. Clenching her fists, she endured the sensation. After a while, she finally ceased her struggle. As she experienced the changes within her body, disbelief washed over her. She had successfully advanced to the bronze 6-star rank. Furthermore, she noticed her body felt significantly lighter, her strength had notably increased, and her vision and hearing surpassed their former capabilities. Just then, an unpleasant odor reached her nostrils, and upon inspection, she realized it emanated from her own body. Finally comprehending Lin Yu's earlier words. Thus, she began to cleanse herself. Meanwhile, upon returning to the campsite, Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi organized the group for a meal. Instantly, a dozen or so individuals surged forward, some tearing at the food with their hands, while others bit directly into it, leaving Lin Yu and his companions dumbfounded. Where did these famished souls come from? Aren't they afraid of burning themselves? Stop! Lin Yu could hardly bear to watch. If they continued in such a manner, there would be nothing left for him and his friends. Seeing Lin Yu's anger, the crowd halted their actions, turning their gazes toward him. Look at how disgraceful this is. How can anyone else eat like this? Fatty, go distribute it. 1 large piece per person, and they can come back for more if needed. Lin Yu promptly instructed Zhou Pongzi to assist while he settled onto a large rock. Consequently, the group formed an orderly line, for they had witnessed Lin Yu's strength firsthand. Anyone who inadvertently provoked him would face dire consequences. Moreover, it was only thanks to Lin Yu that they could enjoy such delectable food. Should he become dissatisfied, they would all face hunger. Thus, upon hearing Lin Yu's directives, there was no dissent. Soon, Zhou Pongzi cut a generous portion of beef for everyone, followed by a sizable piece for Lin Yu, and he himself also took a substantial share. Here you go, Yugu, Zhou Pongzi said, offering the meat to Lin Yu. Without hesitation, Lin Yu accepted it and took a hearty bite, juices splattering everywhere. By the way, did you save a piece for Li Hanxue? Lin Yu inquired. Rest assured, I saved her a large chunk, and there is plenty left for her to enjoy, Zhou Pongzi replied, chewing on his meat. Lin Yu chose not to elaborate further and savored the delectable morsel in his hand. It must be said that the meat of the demonic beast was infinitely more delicious than that of domesticated livestock, as ordinary poultry contained minimal spiritual energy and had been raised in captivity for so long that their flesh lacked flavor. After a while, Lin Yu lay back contentedly on the ground, patting his belly, a blade of grass casually held in his mouth. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hey Pongzi, how long has Li Hanxue been gone? It seems like half an hour. She should have returned by now. Could something have happened? As Zhou Pongzi spoke, his expression began to change dramatically. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately sprang to his feet, directing his gaze towards the direction Li Hanxue had departed, and instructed Zhou Pongzi, Pongzi, stay here and prepare for defense. I'll go check on Li Hanxue. If any demonic beasts approach, throw a torch into the sky. I'll come back as soon as I see it. Understood, Yugu, be careful. Zhou Pongzi nodded. Got it. With that, Lin Yu dashed towards the direction in which Li Hanxue had left. The others, witnessing his hurried demeanor, exchanged puzzled glances. What is Lin Yu up to? One asked. I'm not sure, but it seems that Li Hanxue has been absent for a while. Perhaps he went to look for her? Another speculated. It's possible. I think I saw Li Hanxue leave after speaking with Lin Yu. Who knows what she is up to? Now that you mention it. Lin Yu's path seems to align with the direction Li Hanxue took. Do you think Lin Yu upset Li Hanxue and now regrets it, chasing after her? Yeah. I remember he confessed to her publicly on the day of the awakening. Wow. Did Lin Yu really drive Li Hanxue away? They seem quite compatible after all. Lin Yu is so handsome and powerful, just like Li Hanxue. Uft, you romantic fool. The crowd continued to speculate on Lin Yu's motives for leaving, while Zhou Pongzi kept a vigilant watch, alert to any slightest movement in the surroundings. After all, they were in the realm of demonic beasts, where danger could lurk around any corner. Meanwhile, once Lin Yu was out of sight from the others, he immediately employed the phantom step technique, grateful for the recovery elixirs that alleviated any concerns regarding the expenditure of his spiritual energy. Moments later, they found themselves 100 meters away from the crowd. Li Hanxuang, where are you? Lin Yu could only call out softly, fearful of attracting any lurking beasts. Yet, there was no sign of Li Hanzhuang. Thus, he continued along the riverbank, casting occasional glances back toward the camp. Noticing nothing amiss, he finally felt reassured. He could not allow his emotions to endanger his companions. At that very moment, Li Hanzhuang was diligently scrubbing away the foul odor from her body in the river. Being a person who valued cleanliness, she could not tolerate even the slightest hint of unpleasantness and continued to wash until not a trace of it remained. That should suffice. It's time to return, she murmured, swimming towards the shore. Just as she prepared to ascend the bank, she heard a voice in the distance. Li Hanzhuang, where are you? Lin Yu, she exclaimed in surprise. The voice was unmistakably his. Whether it was her loud call or Lin Yu's keen hearing, the moment she spoke, he instantly dashed towards the source of the sound. As Li Hanzhuang heard his footsteps drawing closer, panic surged within her. Just as she slipped on her undergarments, both she and Lin Yu froze. The sudden brightness was blinding to Lin Yu, causing him discomfort. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned away. Ahem, Li Hanzhuang, I assure you. I swear to the heavens, I saw nothing. Humph. Li Hanzhuang huffed, hastily donning her clothes, her expression darkening and her gaze becoming icy. If looks could kill, Lin Yu would have perished 1,000 times over. Seeing that Li Hanzhuang was unharmed, Lin Yu decided not to linger. Well, since you're fine, I shall take my leave. However, Li Hanzhuang remained silent, merely watching him, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Yu, no longer hesitating, prepared to return to the camp. Lin Yu, I hope you can forget what just transpired. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Ahem, Li Hanzhuang, didn't I say I saw nothing? Besides, it's so dark. How could I see clearly? Wouldn't you agree? Though he spoke these comforting words, internally, he was in a state of panic. Humph. Li Hanzhuang snorted coldly, striding directly toward the camp. Observing this, Lin Yu quietly followed behind her. Chapter 51. Delivering himself to the door, Li Hanzhuang walked ahead in silence until, suddenly, she halted. Lin Yu, puzzled, gazed at her back. Lin Yu, thank you for the elixir. Oh, no need to mention it. Consider it an apology for what just happened. Lin Yu quickly replied, coming to his senses. Hearing his response, Li Hanzhuang merely acknowledged him with a soft sound before continuing on her way. Lin Yu, noticing her tone had softened, let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she had come to terms with the situation. Within the camp, Zhou Pengji was scanning his surroundings when, suddenly, he caught sight of a glimmering silver light in the distance, instantly heightening his alertness. He called out to the group, who were still engaged in idle chatter, quiet. We have a situation. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing his command, the crowd rose to their feet, each gripping a wooden stick. Someone with a bit more strength, throw a torch up high so that you go and the others can see. Zhou Pengji instructed once more. At that moment, a tall student emerged from the throng, picking up a blazing torch from the ground and hurling it upwards with all his might. Unfortunately, it was thwarted by the branches above. Undeterred, the tall boy retrieved another torch and attempted again, only to have it fall back down once more. Observing this, Li Feiyu erupted in frustration. You idiots, step aside and let me try. He grabbed a torch from the ground and tossed it skyward, yet met with the same failure. For heaven's sake, you lot are utterly useless. Can't you do something worthwhile? Zhou Pengji was left speechless, as the silver light drew ever closer. His heart raced in his chest. Without further ado, he seized a torch and threw it upward, but like the others, it too was brought down by the branches. The crowd regarded him with disdain. What are you staring at? Hurry up and throw your torches. Do you all wish to become the beast's dinner? His shout finally prompted the group to react. This was no game. Each person grasped a torch and cast it into the air. Amidst the collective effort, one torch was finally propelled successfully into the sky. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. Phew, that was exhausting. At last, we managed to throw one. I wonder if Lin Yu saw it. He should have, right? Meanwhile, Lin Yu was leisurely strolling by the riverbank when he suddenly spotted a flash of red light in the distance, causing him to startle. Oh no, something's gone awry at the camp. What? Li Hanxiang, walking ahead, turned at his exclamation and noticed the change in Lin Yu's expression. I'm sorry, Li Hanxiang, Lin Yu said, not waiting for her to respond. He swiftly grasped her waist and, employing his phantasmal step, vanished, reappearing 20 meters away. Witnessing Lin Yu's remarkable feat, Li Hanxiang was momentarily rendered speechless. Is this the power of spatial abilities? Back at the camp, Zhou Pengji watched as the silver light approached with increasing urgency, his anxiety rendering him nearly voiceless. The others were equally transfixed, hearts racing as the silver orb grew larger and nearer. Suddenly, the distant silver light emitted a ferocious roar, startling some of the more timid students into a panic. It's a tiger beast. The crowd's faces paled in disbelief. They had not expected a tiger beast to arrive. After all, the tiger was the king of beasts, and this one would undoubtedly be formidable. Certainly not something they could confront. They could only hope for Lin Yu's swift return. In the distance, the silver tiger caught sight of the crowd and immediately grew excited, eager for a hearty meal once again, and thus charged towards them. Goodness, this beast is actually running? A voice cried out, "Mom, I want to go home." A cacophony of wails erupted from the throng. At that moment, a ball of flame soared overhead, swiftly followed by a chilling ice spear hurtling through the air. It shot directly towards the silver tiger, which, caught off guard by the incoming fireball and ice spear, was struck and fell to the ground. "Brother Yu has returned," Zhou Pengzi exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Classmate Lin Yu is back? Wonderful. We might just survive." The crowd erupted in excited chatter, their eyes turning towards the forest. Emerging from the woods was Lin Yu, striding confidently, with Li Hanshuang closely trailing behind. "Hey, everyone all right?" Lin Yu inquired of Zhou Pengzi upon seeing the group. "No injuries." "Brother Yu, your timing was impeccable. Otherwise, it would have been dire," Zhou Pengzi replied gratefully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu dismissed him and walked straight towards the silver tiger. "System, could this beast be the crimson silver tiger I misplaced earlier today?" "Ding. Affirmative. Well, you've delivered it right to my doorstep. I was pondering what to have for breakfast tomorrow." As he spoke, a fireball began to coalesce in Lin Yu's hand, ready to strike, when Li Hanshuang interjected. "Classmate Lin Yu, may I take on this silver tiger?" "What? Do you wish to practice on it?" "Yes, very well, it's yours." With that, Lin Yu retracted the fireball and watched her performance intently. Extreme frost spikes. With a contemplative utterance, Li Hanshuang summoned a wave of frigid air, which transformed into a cylindrical ice spear, 20 centimeters in diameter and 1.8 meters long. "Go." The ice spear swiftly shot towards the crimson silver tiger, which, having just regained its senses, was struck once more and sent hurtling backward. With a furious roar, the crimson silver tiger quickly regained its footing, its claws digging into the ground as it lunged at Li Hanshuang. "Be careful," Lin Yu shouted, observing the unfolding situation. Li Hanshuang evaded deftly while conjuring another ice spear to launch at the tiger. Unfortunately, the tiger, now alert, managed to evade the attack. As the crowd watched this exhilarating moment, they couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. If only Class Flowerly had hit her mark. This beast would surely be gravely injured, if not dead. Indeed, such a shame. "Silence. Don't distract Class Flowerly," Zhou Pengzi scolded. The crowd fell silent, attentively observing the battle between Li Hanshuang and the crimson silver tiger. At that moment, Li Hanshuang summoned 2 ice spears, swiftly casting them towards the tiger, which, in a frantic attempt to dodge, unfortunately still succumbed to one of the projectiles. In an instant, the creature let out a pained howl and attempted to flee. But Lin Yu, with swiftness and precision, struck it down with a fireball. This time, you shall not escape. You have delivered yourself to me, and I shall graciously accept your offering." Li Hanshuang, deliver the final blow. With an affirmative response, Li Hanshuang swiftly condensed an ice spear and launched it directly at the beast's head. With a mournful cry, the crimson silver tiger met its demise. Lin Yu retrieved the beast core from Zhou Pengzi and approached the fallen creature, extracting the coveted core amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. "Here." He then tossed the beast core to Li Hanshuang. Chapter 52. Is there anyone left inside? At this moment, Zhou Pengzi leaned closer to Lin Yu and murmured, "Wait. Are you really giving her the beast core just like that? Do you have any objections?" Lin Yu looked at him in confusion. "Zhou Pengzi, that is a beast core. Quite valuable indeed. Are you truly not tempted?" Zhou Pengzi expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Here, take this." Lin Yu, unwilling to engage in further debate, tossed him the beast core they had obtained from the raging horned bull. Zhou Pengzi's face instantly lit up with a mischievous grin upon receiving it. From a distance, the crowd gasped as they witnessed Lin Yu presenting the beast core to Li Hanshuang, their eyes widening in disbelief. One must understand that a beast core in Jiang City held considerable worth, though their families were not impoverished. A bronze-tier beast core could fetch as much as 200,000. "How enviable, Li the flower of the school," a female voice exclaimed, eliciting collective envy from the crowd. "Indeed, if only we possessed Li's beauty," Lin Yu would surely bestow upon us as well. Uft, what is there to envy? You all are simply love-struck fools. You sound bitter, like a lemon. Exactly. If you possess the skill, go and hunt a magical beast like Lin Yu. You love-struck fools, I cannot be bothered with you. Huh. No wonder you remain single, sour lemon. The crowd began to bicker, dividing into two camps of boys and girls, though the latter was outnumbered, with only 5 girls present. Fortunately, their quarrel remained verbal, as the boys tended to show leniency towards the girls, preventing a complete rout. Observing the frivolity of the situation, Lin Yu retreated to a corner, seeking solitude. However, no sooner had he settled down than Li Hanzhuang approached with a stern expression. Li Hanzhuang, do you require anything? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. After a brief silence, her face darkened as she replied, Lin Yu, I hope you will forget what you should not have witnessed tonight. What do you mean, Li? Did I see something I shouldn't have? I cannot recall anything. Lin Yu feigned amnesia. Humph. Li Hanzhuang felt a sense of relief upon hearing his words, but she soon snorted coldly and turned to leave. As the night deepened, the group, after a brief quarrel, settled into slumber within the stone shelter crafted by Zhou Pongzi. The presence of a barrier brought them a measure of comfort. Lin Yu, however, remained quietly by the campfire. Once he observed that everyone had fallen asleep, he retrieved the spatial beast core he had previously obtained, preparing to absorb its energy. Meanwhile, Lu Hongbo, having concluded a transaction with the inkhorn silver flood dragon, vanished into the night. After all, there were still many individuals yet to be rescued, and he was occupied with ensuring their safety. Finally, after a day filled with activity, he managed to escort nearly all those who had been caught here to safety. Outside, as individuals trickled out of the gymnasium, Zhang Tailin and Li Guangliang breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Li, it seems we have to face reprimands from above. Zhang remarked. Indeed, but I wonder if old Lu will tease us for continuously attacking his light screen. Li Guangliang expressed his concerns. Don't worry. Old Lu isn't one to hold grudges. He wouldn't target us juniors. Zhang Tailin replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Li Guangliang felt considerably reassured, thinking that if Lu Hongbo were to bring it up, Zhang Tailin would bear the brunt of it. After all, it was Zhang who had reported without understanding the situation. If anyone were to be blamed, it should be him. At that moment, Zhang Tailin remained oblivious to the fact that he had been backstabbed, and the traitor was right beside him. As the last group of students emerged, a miraculous half-human-sized opening appeared in the light screen. Seeing this, the crowd began to stream through the opening. Once everyone had exited, the aperture gradually closed. Captain Li, it seems old Lu does not intend for us to enter. One of the dragon guards remarked solemnly. The other guards turned their gaze towards Li Guangliang, eager to see how he would respond. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangliang finally spoke. Let us regroup here. Captain Zhang, please select a few individuals to ensure these children are settled. Remember, we cannot disclose what has transpired here to the outside world, as it would incite panic. Understood, Captain Li, Zhang Tailin replied promptly. He recognized that the continued presence of the light screen indicated that Lu Hongbo had yet to resolve the situation. Hence it was imperative to prevent the students from spreading rumors that could lead to unrest in Jiangxing. Zhang Tailin, accompanied by a few trusted aides, escorted the students away from Jiangxing High School. However, outside the school, a crowd had already gathered, concerned parents and media reporters eager to cover the incident, all of whom were barred from entry by the dragon guards. After all, they had no knowledge of the situation inside, and thus could not permit the public to enter. Fortunately, the dragon guards held sufficient authority to quickly arrange several buses, transporting the students to a hotel. The hotel manager, witnessing the situation, dared not utter a word and promptly instructed the staff to prepare accommodations for the more than 200 students. Hello, what did you encounter inside? Don't mention it. We were pursued by several colossal snakes, nearly losing our lives within. Thankfully, Elder Lu arrived just in time to rescue us. We experienced something similar, being chased by a pack of wolves, and we almost didn't make it back. Alas, it was truly terrifying. By the way, where's Li Xiaohua? A sudden voice interrupted the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone began to look around, realizing that Li Hanzhuang was indeed missing. It seems Lin Yu is also absent, exclaimed a student from class 15, surveying the surroundings. Goodness, could it be that we are the only ones who returned? Are you suggesting that others are still inside? Don't be ridiculous. Didn't Elder Lu go back in? He must be trying to rescue them. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion, while the hotel staff walking ahead were left utterly bewildered. However, upon hearing that there were still individuals unaccounted for. Zhang Tailan felt his heart leap into his throat and promptly called Li Guangliang. "Hello, Captain Li. There are still people inside the secret realm." "What?" Li Guangliang exclaimed in shock. He had assumed that Elder Lu had rescued everyone before activating the barrier to release them, unaware that there were still others trapped inside. For a moment, he struggled to comprehend the rationale behind Lu Hongba's actions. Did he intend to further test those individuals? Inside the secret realm, high above, Lu Hongba observed Lin Yu and the others below when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose. The next moment, achoo! Who was that scoundrel speaking ill of me? Lu Hongba cursed vehemently, disregarding his image entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who was in deep meditation, suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding. Lu Hongba's emotional value is 666. System, what is happening? Who is Lu Hongba? Wait, that name sounds familiar. Oh my. In the following days, Lin Yu continued to hunt various demon beasts, providing sustenance for the group. Gradually, several students who had been at 2 stars broke through to 3 stars. Zhou Pongzi even achieved a breakthrough to 4 stars, having previously consumed a cleansing elixir, which significantly accelerated his training. As for Li Hanshuang, since that night Lin Yu had seen her in a vulnerable state, he had not sought her out again, much to his relief. One day, the group wandered aimlessly through the forest until Zhou Pongzi rushed back, panting. "Brother Yu, Xiao Fizi is missing." He approached Lin Yu, who was in meditation, and upon seeing his anxious expression, realized something serious had occurred. "What do you mean Xiao Fizi is missing?" Lin Yu asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhou Pongzi gasped several times before gradually calming down. He then turned to Lin Yu to explain, "Brother Yu, just now, Xiao Fizi and I were competing by the river to see who could urinate farther. And all of a sudden, he just vanished." Lin Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What?" "I searched everywhere and didn't see a trace of him." Noticing Lin Yu's skepticism, Zhou Pongzi spoke again. Seeing he did not appear to be lying, Lin Yu was convinced that this rotund fellow was indeed telling the truth. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his training and stood up immediately. He then approached Li Hanshuang, and before she could utter a word, Lin Yu said directly, "Classmate Li, I need to step away for a moment. You possess the highest strength here. Could you please keep an eye on things?" "All right," Li Hanshuang replied coolly, not probing further, and resumed her cultivation. Observing her calm demeanor, Lin Yu ceased his chatter and turned to leave with Zhou Pongzi. "Where exactly were you and Xiao Fizi relieving yourselves?" he inquired. "There." Zhou Pongzi pointed towards a distant spot. Thus, under Zhou Pongzi's guidance, Lin Yu arrived at the location where the 2 fools had been competing. After surveying the area, he found no signs of demonic beasts, which left him perplexed. Could it be that Li Feiyu had disappeared into thin air? Or had he been captured by some aerial beast? If that were the case, it would be troublesome. "System, can you help me locate Li Feiyu?" Lin Yu directly asked. However, upon hearing Lin Yu's request, the system fell silent. After a moment, a notification chimed. Target located 50,000 meters to the west of the host. Warning, a powerful demonic beast surrounds the target, posing an imminent threat to the host's life. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yu felt a wave of dread wash over him. What on earth was Li Feiyu doing, venturing so far away? "Pongzi, perhaps we should just head back. Let us not pursue Li Feiyu any further," Lin Yu said, his face clouded with concern. Zhou Pongzi, confused, replied, "Brother Yu, do you suspect something? Has some beast captured Xiao Fizi?" "Indeed, I have come to a conclusion. That beast was capable of snatching him away without a sound, which indicates its formidable strength. I suspect it is at least of golden rank." While Lin Yu was uncertain of the extent of the system's definition of power, he knew it was substantial. Upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, Zhou Pongzi immediately objected, "No way, Brother Yu. In that case, we shouldn't go. It would be futile, and we could end up in danger ourselves." Lin Yu, observing Zhou Pongzi's cowardly demeanor, felt a wave of disdain. As expected, this rotund fellow was as unreliable as ever, wanting to flee at the first sign of trouble. Zhou Pongzi, aware of his own timidity, felt a tinge of embarrassment as he avoided Lin Yu's gaze. After a long pause, Lin Yu spoke firmly, "Pongzi, you should return to the camp. I will assess the situation to see if there is a chance to rescue Xiao Fizi." "Brother Yu, you plan to go alone?" Zhou Pongzi asked, astonished. "What other option do I have? Should I bring you along? You wouldn't be able to escape if things went awry." Cough. "I admit that I am somewhat overweight. But Haven Tea, I already shed quite a bit. Look, just stay at the camp. Li Shuang may need your assistance. Besides, running with 2 people is quite exhausting for me. Oh, fine. I was just expressing my thoughts. Since you want to allow me to go, then I shall refrain from doing so. Now, hurry along and don't be a hindrance. Upon seeing this, Zhou Pengzi hurriedly departed. Lin Yu then executed the phantom step and vanished from his location. Meanwhile, in the sky, Lu Hongba quietly observed Lin Yu's disappearing figure, murmuring to himself, This lad suits my taste, albeit a bit too impulsive. Yet, I find it quite endearing. He resolved to properly caution Mo Jiao, ensuring that no harm befell his cherished disciple. What Lin Yu was unaware of was that Lu Hongba had already left him several clues, which he had inadvertently overlooked. Fortunately, Lin Yu had the system's guidance to prevent him from wandering in ignorance. System, how much further? Ding target distance from host, 5,000 meters. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding host currently possesses 940 emotional points. Would you like to draw a lottery? Draw let us start with 30 consecutive draws. Ding, the system is conducting the lottery. Please wait. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained Patrick S. Underwear X3. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained Revitalizing Pills X15. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a Silver Treasure Chest X1. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have received Thank You Coupons X10. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a Golden Treasure Chest X1. What the heck? A Golden Treasure Chest? System, when did you become so generous? Quick, open it for me. Ding, the Golden Treasure Chest is being opened. Please wait. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a Substitute Doll X1. Hey, system, what does this mean? Are you suggesting I might die this time? Come out and speak. Are you hoping for my misfortune? Lin Yu incessantly called out to the system in his mind, but the other party remained utterly silent. Open my Silver Treasure Chest. Did you hear me, system? Ding, the Silver Treasure Chest is being opened. Please wait. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have obtained a level weapon, Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon. What? A firearm? Goodness, system, you have firearms? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Ding, the system marketplace has them. The host should have checked. Do not blame the system. I seem to have indeed neglected to explore it much. But honestly, the items in there are so exorbitantly priced that they deter my interest. Lin Yu retorted. A dragon elephant pill cost a staggering 500,000 emotional points. Only a fool would purchase it in dire circumstances. Ding, whereas the exorbitance. The price has remained the same for ages, so do not speak carelessly. The system is quite challenging for me. Sometimes, reflect on your own reasons. Have you been diligently earning emotional points all this time? You're infuriating. Lin Yu nearly spat out blood in exasperation. Chapter 54. The first taste of the enigmatic potion. Lin Yu followed the system's instructions deep into the forest, where he beheld a waterfall in the distance. Its cascading waters tumbling into a dark, ink-like pool below. Is the beast you mentioned lurking within that pond? He inquired. Indeed, the creature is currently in a deep slumber. The system replied. But what of Li Feiyu? Why can I not see him? The target is concealed within a cave behind the waterfall. What? Lin Yu gasped, astonished to learn that Li Feiyu had taken refuge behind the waterfall. This posed a significant challenge, as he would inevitably have to pass through, thereby risking the awakening of the slumbering beast. Do you have any strategies to counter this predicament? He asked the system. You might consider trying the enigmatic potion, came the response. Upon hearing the system's suggestion, Lin Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Is it safe to consume this potion? Its side effects are rather severe, and the abilities it grants remain uncertain. Are you hoping for my misfortune? He retorted. Forget it. It is too late to turn back. I shall risk it. Curse this wretched system. With that, Lin Yu sought a more concealed spot and retrieved the potion he had drawn earlier from the system's space. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have forgotten about its existence, primarily due to the daunting side effects. He uncorked the potion, gazing at the pale yellow liquid, and swallowed hard. Closing his eyes, he downed it in one swift motion. Instantly, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, followed by a rush of grassy aroma that surged into his mind, leaving him feeling invigorated. Why do I feel no change? Is this some counterfeit product? I must remind you, for every false claim, tenfold compensation is due. Rest assured, this is an authentic product from the system, it assured him. It is simply a matter of patience. Very well, he replied reluctantly, resigning himself to wait. During this time, he absent-mindedly picked at his nose, when suddenly, he noticed his fingers had mysteriously vanished. Goodness, have I acquired the ability to become invisible? Gradually, Lin Yu's entire form began to fade from sight until he was entirely transparent. But why are my clothes not becoming invisible as well? He questioned, observing his garments remaining visible while his body had vanished. The potion affects only the host, not their attire, the system clarified. Why did you not mention this sooner? Lin Yu exclaimed in frustration. Despite his incessant grumbling at the system, he obediently began to disrobe. Ultimately, he was left wearing only his undergarments. Surely, donning just these should not attract attention. I doubt I will be discovered. With a resigned sigh, he decided to proceed as is, thinking he could always remove them later if necessary. As he spoke, Lin Yu tucked his clothing into a spatial rift, an ability he had comprehended after absorbing the Void Treasure Mouse. This skill allowed him to create a small pocket dimension, akin to the four-dimensional pocket of the Blue Cat, capable of accommodating numerous items. Regrettably, this system was rather limited, only permitting the storage of items produced by itself. Anything else could not be accommodated. After completing this task, Lin Yu emerged clad only in his oversized shorts, marveling at the extraordinary potency of the magical elixir. Unbeknownst to Lu Hongba, who was observing from above, Lin Yu had already arrived at the edge of the seemingly bottomless black pool, while Lu assumed he was still hiding in the nearby thicket. Upon gazing into the depths of the pool, Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Goodness, how cold is this water? It's even chillier than that girl, Li Hanshuang. I must act quickly to save someone, otherwise they will surely perish here. He murmured to himself. He then began to rub his arms vigorously, attempting to warm himself, as he dared not utilize his powers here for fear of attracting the attention of whatever lurked beneath the surface. After some time, he began swimming toward the waterfall. In his invisible state, he glided through the water like a piece of transparent glass, barely causing a ripple. However, Lin Yu overlooked one crucial detail. His SpongeBob SquarePants underwear betrayed him. Below, the perceptive Mo Jiao Yin Jiao slowly opened its eyes and gazed up towards the surface, spotting the peculiar underwater spectacle of a SpongeBob SquarePants panty drifting about. Its speed was notable, and for a moment, the creature was dumbfounded, wondering what audacity it took to pollute its waters. With a slight parting of its jaws, it unleashed a column of water directly at Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, leisurely swimming in the pool. No wonder Chairman Mao enjoyed winter swimming. This sensation is absolutely invigorating, he whispered to himself. The next instant, the water column struck him squarely. Ouch, what hit me? Could I have been discovered? He exclaimed, hastily making his way toward the waterfall. Meanwhile, Mo Jiao Yin Jiao observed that Lin Yu's large shorts had not only withstood the impact, but were propelling him forward with increasing speed, piquing its interest. It unleashed two more water columns aimed directly at him. Lin Yu swam frantically toward the waterfall, and just as he was a mere meter away, a chill surged up from his heels. With no time to ponder, he spun around, narrowly evading one water column, only to be struck in the abdomen by another, sending him soaring through the air. By a twist of fate, this propelled him directly into the cave behind the waterfall, where he landed heavily on the ground. Damn it! This beast is toying with me. One day, I shall extract your innards and skin you alive. Lin Yu cursed vehemently. After venting his frustration, he began to survey the cave, only to soon spot Li Feiyu lying not far away. Thus, Lin Yu immediately dashed over, completely unclothed, calling out, Xiao Fizi, wake up. Don't sleep. However, after calling for quite some time, there was no response. Seeing that his attempts were in vain, Lin Yu resolved to take more direct action. With a series of sharp slaps echoing through the air, Li Feiyu's face turned a deep crimson at an astonishing rate. Unfortunately, he remained unresponsive. Frustrated, Lin Yu resorted to the long-lost technique of the 18 consecutive palms. One strike after another landed upon Li Feiyu's face, yet he still did not awaken. Li Feiyu, for heaven's sake, will you wake up or not? Lin Yu was thoroughly exasperated by this fellow. He had never encountered anyone who could remain unconscious despite such vigorous slapping. It was utterly beyond reason. Fine, I'll carry you, you ungrateful wretch. With that, Lin Yu retrieved a set of clothes from a spatial rift and donned them, then hoisted Li Feiyu onto his back. He quickly produced a rope to bind them together. Do not inquire about the source of the rope. It was purchased from the system. Phantom Step. With a thunderous shout, Lin Yu vanished from the cave with Li Feiyu, reappearing at the edge of a pond. He employed the Phantom Step once more, dashing towards the camp. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the pond, The Mo Jiao In Jiao sensed the spatial disturbance and swiftly emerged, directing its gaze towards the direction of Lin Yu's flight. Chapter 55. Vowing to become a disciple, a dragon's roar resonated through the skies, startling Lu Hongba, who stumbled backward in shock. What on earth is that beast doing? Wait, this spatial fluctuation, it's that kid at work. Realizing the source of the disturbance, Lu Hongba's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed Lin Yu fleeing in the distance before disappearing from his spot. At the same time, as the effects of the miraculous potion faded, Lin Yu's figure gradually became visible, yet he was entirely devoid of hair. His round head gleamed like polished metal, almost blinding. System help. That SA dragon. Why didn't you warn me? Ding. Mo Jiao In Jiao, King Level 5, Preferences. Enjoys human flesh. Loves to sleep, the system replied. Enough with the introductions. Quickly devise a way for me to escape its pursuit, or I'm dead, and you won't fare any better. System ding. Apologies, host. This system is unable to assist. You are on your own. With that, the system ceased its responses, leaving Lin Yu to his own devices despite his frantic calls. Damn, you treacherous system. Fine, if you want help, I'll figure it out myself. With determination, Lin Yu opened the system panel and rummaged through his inventory until he found a speed pill. Grasping a recovery pill in one hand and the speed pill in the other, he consumed one of each. Before long, Lin Yu felt his speed surge, and with the aid of the phantom step, he swiftly distanced himself from the pursuing Mo Jiao In Jiao. Well done, lad. Who would have thought you could run so well, rivaling my own speed in my youth? In the bygone days, I was once pursued by a throng of widows with remarkable swiftness. In the air, Lu Hongba observed Lin Yu's speed suddenly escalate and was momentarily taken aback, soon breaking into a smile. However, such a pace was utterly insufficient to evade the ink-horned silver flood dragon. As his words fell, the creature's velocity surged dramatically, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Yu. Human boy, stay and serve as a delightful morsel for this king. Lin Yu was instantly astonished, unable to fathom the prospect of encountering a talking beast today, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Great king. How about I hand over this person behind me to you? Could you let me go? Ha. Human, your thoughts are rather fanciful. Let us both remain here. The deep, resonant voice of the ink-horned silver flood dragon echoed, nearly causing Lin Yu's ears to ring. Seeing no mercy from the creature, Lin Yu hastily consumed several speed pills, his speed once again soaring. He swiftly distanced himself from the ink-horned silver flood dragon by 100 meters. Human, do not waste your efforts. You cannot escape this king. Stop now, and rest assured, I shall be the last to feast upon you. The dragon laughed maniacally from behind. Lin Yu's composure began to unravel. How could he outrun a beast of royal caliber? Damn it, who can save me? I would do anything. As this desperate cry escaped his lips, a voice suddenly resonated through the air. Beast, halt at once. Lu Hongba's figure swiftly interposed itself before the ink-horned silver flood dragon. Upon recognizing Lu Hongba, Lin Yu was overcome with joy and promptly shouted, Old Lu, save me. This beast intends to devour me. Beast, I see your cultivation has not been in vain. Depart swiftly, and I shall overlook the matter. Hearing Lin Yu's plea, a faint smile graced Lu Hongba's lips, and he feigned profundity. Human, you possess considerable strength, and I cannot match you. Thus, I shall take my leave. With that, the ink-horned silver flood dragon prepared to turn away. At this moment, Lin Yu cried out, Old Lu, do not let this beast escape. Quickly slay it, and we shall enjoy hot pot tonight. At these words, Lu Hongba nearly stumbled, astonished by the audacity of the young man. The ink-horned silver flood dragon, poised to flee, became anxious. If Lu Hongba heeded Lin Yu's words, it would be doomed. It was well known that humans were particularly protective of their own, and if Lu Hongba were swayed by this young lad, it would spell disaster. Thus, the dragon hastily transmitted a message to Lu Hongba. Wait, human, we had an agreement. I specifically assisted you in this act. You must not burn bridges. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, Lu Hongba replied in kind. Upon hearing Lu Hongba's assurance, the ink-horned silver flood dragon ceased its hesitation and soared toward the water pool. Watching the elusive prize slip away, Lin Yu felt a pang of urgency, yet dared not direct his frustration at Lu Hongba. He could only sigh in resignation. Ah, young man, do you truly wish to retain it? Lu Hongba inquired with a smile as he approached Lin Yu. Thank you, Elder Lu, for saving my life. I am eternally grateful. Observing the situation, Lin Yu clasped his fists in a gesture of thanks. Young man, the old fellow inquired, do you wish to keep that inkhorn silver dragon? Lu Hongba asked once more. Hee, Elder Lu, do not jest. How could I possibly retain that monster? Lin Yu replied, young man, I see remarkable potential in you. You would make an excellent martial arts disciple. Why not become my apprentice, and I shall teach you how to defeat that inkhorn silver dragon. Ah, that seems rather improper. You just said you would do anything I asked. Now, I invite you to be my disciple. Will you accept? Witnessing Lu Hongba's earnestness, Lin Yu immediately wiped the smile from his face. Kneeling before Lu Hongba, he prostrated himself 3 times with great reverence. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Ha! Who would have thought that I, Lu Hongba, would receive a disciple today? Heaven has been kind to me. Lu Hongba was elated. All his efforts were aimed at ensuring Lin Yu willingly became his apprentice, and now his wish had finally come true. Good disciple, rise. Yes, master. You may call me teacher from now on. There is no need for formalities. Understood, teacher. My dear disciple, have you awakened dual abilities? Yes, one in space and one in fire. What is your current level? I am at the 6th star of bronze, close to breaking through to the 7th star. Very good. Quite impressive, just a tad below my own achievements in my youth. Keep striving. Yes, teacher. By the way, what is the matter with your hair and your eyebrows? Lu Hongba inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a jolt. He was at a loss for how to explain. And it was hardly plausible to claim he had consumed a miraculous potion from the system. After some contemplation, he decided to change the subject and flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Teacher, since we are meeting for the first time, would you mind bestowing a gift upon your disciple? Ha! You rascal. You certainly know how to please an old man. Very well, since you have asked, I shall give you these spatial beast cores. With a grand gesture, Lu Hongba opened a rift in space, far larger than Lin Yu's. Subsequently, several spatial beast cores tumbled out of the rift and landed on the ground. Upon seeing the abundance of spatial beast cores, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurriedly rushed over to collect them. Oh, and here are some more. These are yours as well. Lu Hongba retrieved additional beast cores from the rift, which he had acquired while rescuing other students from various beasts. Hee, thank you, teacher. I have struck gold. All right, quickly gather them up. I will lead you out. You are the last group remaining in this secret realm. Teacher, are you saying everyone else has already been rescued? Lin Yu asked, astonished. Indeed, they have all exited. I refrained from intervening to challenge you, allowing you to experience this trial. Oh, I see. So, was that recently encountered inkhorn silver dragon also arranged by you? Ahem, let us swiftly gather our belongings and depart. Lu Hongba coughed lightly, hastily shifting the topic. Upon noticing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to rise, only to suddenly find his legs giving way beneath him. The effects of the speedy pill had reached their peak, and the side effects began to manifest. Chapter 56. Return to Blue Star outside the camp. Zhou Pengzi paced back and forth, his expression a portrait of anxiety. Several hours had elapsed since Lin Yu's departure. Surely, there must be some sign of life. Even a signal would suffice. Just as he continued his anxious vigil, on the other side, Lin Yu found himself collapsing weakly to the ground. Lu Hongba, observing his condition, was momentarily perplexed. My dear disciple, what ails you? Teacher, I am utterly exhausted. My legs have lost all strength. Lin Yu replied earnestly, spinning a yarn. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Hongba sighed. Alas, it is my fault. I had merely intended to lead you to the inkhorn silver dragon, allowing you to engage it in combat, after which I would intervene and rescue you. Teacher, you truly overestimate my capabilities. Do you believe I could contend with such a formidable beast? I would be swiftly dispatched. Lin Yu blinked his wide eyes, staring at Lu Hongba, as if he expected an explanation before he would rise again. Under Lin Yu's gaze, Lu Hongba felt his composure falter. Clearing his throat, he said, Well, I have spoken with the inkhorn silver dragon. It will not employ lethal force against you. Teacher, is it truly wise to scheme against your own student in such a manner? Lin Yu's innocent eyes bore into him. He had previously felt despair when the system indicated its limitations, only to realize this was merely a trial devised by Lu Hongba. Who would dare test someone with a king-level beast? What young man could withstand such a trial? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Hongba hastily shifted the conversation. Ahem, Lin Yu. Let us return to the camp. Your companions are growing anxious with worry. Teacher, do you believe I am capable of walking in this state? Lin Yu helplessly shrugged. His legs felt as though they were numbed, devoid of sensation. Had he not known this was a side effect of the speedy pill, he might have thought his legs were rendered useless. Fear not. With my assistance, it will be but a moment. As he spoke, Lu Hongba hoisted the limp Lin Yu in one arm and the unconsciously Fei Yu in the other. With a single step, they vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, they found themselves above the camp. Lin Yu was taken aback by this astonishing display. Was this the power of spatial abilities? Truly, it was terrifying. Teacher, how far can you teleport in one go? Ah, it's nothing of consequence. I can only traverse half of Blue Star in a single leap. Dear teacher, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Lin Yu expressed with a hint of exasperation. How can you dismiss the feat of traversing half of the Blue Star? Do not look at me in such a manner. The spatial awakeners from Eagle Nation can easily cross 3/4 of the Blue Star in one go, far surpassing the capabilities of that old man. Seeing Lin Yu's disbelief, Lu Hongba proceeded to elaborate on the spatial awakeners from Eagle Nation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was once again taken aback. So, teacher, can that individual contend with you? Humph, that fellow, a mere 6-star extraordinary, dares to compare himself to me? I could effortlessly subdue him, were it not for his swiftness in retreat. Otherwise, I would have him kneeling and singing my praises in no time. Lu Hongba scoffed, as if the person in question were nothing more than a subordinate he had bested. Observing Lu Hongba's disdainful demeanor, Lin Yu felt a tinge of skepticism. Although their acquaintance was brief, it was evident from his remarks that this elder was not entirely serious. Forget it. I have already bowed in respect. I might as well accept it. With that thought, Lu Hongba led him and Li Fei Yu onward. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengzi, who had been anxiously awaiting Lin Yu's return, was startled by the sudden appearance of the trio, and he instinctively let out an expletive. What the hell? Upon recognizing Lin Yu and Li Fei Yu, he exclaimed, "You go. It is truly wonderful that you have returned. Fatty, has something occurred?" Lin Yu inquired, noticing the unsettled expression on his face. "Nothing. I was just worried about you." "Worried about me? Worried I might not come back?" Zhou Pengzi muttered meekly, avoiding Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu rolled his eyes in response and said, "All right, Fatty. Hurry and gather everyone. We are leaving." "Ah, we are leaving just like that?" Zhou Pengzi's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Do you wish to linger here? Shall I request the teacher to leave you behind?" Lin Yu glanced at Lu Hongba, who was holding him. "No. You go. You cannot abandon me." "Wait. The teacher you just mentioned, it wouldn't he happen to be this old man behind you, would it?" Zhou Pengzi gasped, his eyes darting towards Lu Hongba. Lin Yu, seeing his reaction, confessed Lu Hongba's identity. "Yes, he is my teacher, the only spatial awakener in Long Country, or rather, one of the two." "Oh my goodness, Elder Lu. You are Elder Lu." Zhou Pengzi instantly connected the dots, realizing that this familiar elderly figure was none other than the renowned Lu Hongba. Momentarily at a loss for words, he was swiftly reminded by Lin Yu. "Fatty, why are you still standing there? Quickly summon the others." "Oh right, I'm on it." Zhou Pengzi hurried back to the camp, calling out to everyone, "Classmates, we have been saved. Elder Lu has arrived. Quickly rise and follow me." As his words echoed, the group stood momentarily dumbfounded, until one girl finally broke the silence, incredulously exclaiming, "Zhou Pengzi, what did you just say? Old Master Lu? Is it the old Master Lu we are thinking of?" Yes, indeed it is old Master Lu. Hurry up and follow me," Zhou Pengzi urged impatiently. Upon seeing his serious demeanor, everyone sprang to their feet as if invigorated by a surge of energy, including Li Hanshuang, who had been meditating in silence. They swiftly followed Zhou Pengzi to the location where Lin Yu was situated outside the camp. Upon witnessing Lin Yu being held aloft by Lu Hongba, everyone was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why old Master Lu was carrying Lin Yu, while Li Fei Yu had already been unceremoniously dropped to the ground by Lu Hongba. Previously immobilized by Lu Hongba's power, he would awaken on his own shortly. "Everyone, we can return now," Lin Yu called out loudly as the group gathered. Ha, finally. We can go home and rest. I haven't slept well these past few days." "Me too," they echoed in unison, relieved to be leaving. Observing the scene, Lu Hongba waved his hand, enveloping everyone in a transparent barrier, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. They reappeared in the familiar surroundings of the gymnasium, and the sight stirred emotions, prompting tears of joy to flow. "All right, you all hurry back now," Lu Hongba instructed the group. "Yes, thank you, old Master Lu," they replied in unison, bowing in gratitude. Lu Hongba merely waved his hand dismissively. One by one, They departed, leaving only Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi behind. As for Li Feiyu, he awoke and followed the others out. Chapter 57. The Disappearance of the Light Barrier. Brother Yu. Why have you been carried by old Master Lu all this time? And what about your hair? Zhou Pengzi inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Damn it. Speaking too much only brings tears. I nearly ran my legs off to save that fool Li Feiyu, and now my hair is thinning, Lin Yu lamented. By the way, come here and carry me. Being held like this is unbearable. Upon hearing the question, Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Oh, Zhou Pengzi was momentarily stunned, but quickly sprang into action and rushed over, allowing Lu Hongba to place Lin Yu onto Zhou Pengzi's back. Lu Hongba glanced at Lin Yu and then at Zhou Pengzi, stating, "Since you two are here, I shall show you something remarkable today." With a flourish of his hands, the dilapidated gymnasium began to restore itself piece by piece, returning to its former glory in just a minute. Wow, old Master Lu is truly incredible, Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, astonished. Lin Yu, equally mesmerized by the spectacle, remarked, "Teacher, this is akin to reversing time." Oh, so you are aware of the concept of time reversal? However, what I am demonstrating is not time reversal, but spatial reversal. Spatial reversal? Yes, spatial reversal shares similarities with time reversal to a certain extent. But time reversal pertains to the flow of time itself. I shan't elaborate further, you will come to understand in due course. Teacher, it seems that there have yet to be any awakeners of the time system in the world, right? How do you know so much? Lin Yu gazed at Lu Hongba with curiosity, eager to discover the source of his knowledge. His own understanding of time was derived solely from the films and novels he had encountered in his past life, which contained scant references. Noticing Lin Yu's intrigue, Lu Hongba pondered briefly before responding. Although there are no awakeners of the time system among humans, numerous beasts possess mastery over time. Among those I have encountered, there are 3 notable examples. Which 3? Lin Yu inquired eagerly. Could you share more details? Firstly, there is the nightmarish dragon residing in the Northern Territory, capable of transporting individuals back to the past without their awareness. Secondly, the Ice Queen of the Antarctic continent wields the power to freeze time. As for the last entity, it pertains to a confidential matter of the Dragon Kingdom, and at present, you lack the qualifications to be privy to it. All right then, Lin Yu acquiesced, not wishing to dwell further on the matter. He understood that this involved the highest secrets of the Dragon Kingdom, which naturally would not be disclosed to someone of his status. Besides, with the unreliable Zhou Pengzi around, it was perhaps for the best that he remained uninformed. Enough chatter. You should make your way out now, Lu Hongba instructed. Noticing that the teacher seemed occupied, Lin Yu inquired with curiosity, "Teacher, are you planning to do something?" "Indeed. I intend to completely seal this spatial rift. 10 years ago, when I first discovered this place, my powers were insufficient to close the rift entirely. So I resorted to sealing it. Now that my strength has grown, it is time to rectify this tear once and for all." With that, Lu Hongba advanced towards the spatial rift, and as he watched the teacher gradually vanish, Lin Yu had no choice but to let Zhou Pengzi carry him outside. "Yuga, I never imagined you would take Lu Lao as your mentor. However, it makes sense, as no one in the Dragon Kingdom understands the space system better than he does." Zhou Pengzi rambled on as they walked, leaving Lin Yu feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Enough, you chatterbox. Your incessant prattle is giving me a headache," Lin Yu retorted. "By the way, when will your hair grow back? You look rather peculiar like this. Mind your own business. Let us hurry," Lin Yu snapped, feeling exasperated by Zhou Pengzi's comments. He was already distressed about losing his once lustrous black hair while trying to save the hapless Li Feiyu. To make matters worse, he had neglected to leave even his eyebrows intact, leaving his head resembling a large, bald sphere. Meanwhile, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan anxiously awaited outside the luminous barrier. Ever since they learned that students were emerging from within, the mother and daughter rushed to the school. After conversing with Principal Wang Fujuan, they were granted entry. At that moment, outside the luminous barrier, dozens of dragon guardians stood, having waited for several days without seeing the barrier dissipate. Their patience began to wane. Just then, a number of students began to emerge from the gymnasium one after another. Tang Xinyan, noticing the students, excitedly exclaimed to Lin Yushan, "Mom, look, someone is coming out." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan immediately turned her gaze towards the direction of the gymnasium. She noticed a group of about a dozen individuals, both male and female, gradually approaching. However, as they drew near, Lin Yu's figure was conspicuously absent. In that instant, Lin Yushan felt as if all her strength had been drained, rendering her momentarily unsteady on her feet. Sensing her distress, Tang Xinyan hurriedly supported her, saying, "Mom, please don't worry, my brother will be fine. He might still be behind." Lin Yushan responded weakly. Over the years, she had come to regard Lin Yu as her own son, and now, seeing his absence, an instinctual fear gripped her that something had happened to him, that he may not return. As the group gathered before the shimmering curtain, it suddenly revealed an opening. Li Feiyu, noticing this, took the lead and stepped out. Lin Yushan, watching them emerge, anxiously inquired, "Have you seen Lin Yu? He is quite tall." Before she could finish, Li Feiyu interrupted, "Auntie, are you Lin Yi's guardian? Rest assured, Lin Yi is fine. He is currently with old Lu and will likely take a bit longer to come out." "Lin Yi? Oh, you mean Lin Yu. I'm just used to calling him that," Li Feiyu quickly clarified. "Oh, I see," Lin Yushan said, relieved. "Well then, I should head back. They must be worried at home. All right, take care." With the news that Lin Yu was safe, Lin Yushan and her daughter instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them. A few minutes later, Lin Yu and Zhou Pongzi emerged from the gymnasium, striding directly towards Lin Yushan and the others. "Hey, Aunt Lin, Xinyan, what brings you here?" Upon exiting the shimmering curtain, Lin Yu immediately spotted Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan, his surprise evident. Yet, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan, upon seeing his appearance, momentarily struggled to recognize him. "Brother? Is that you? What happened to you?" Tang Xinyan exclaimed in shock. "Cough, it's nothing. I just saved a certain fool and ended up like this," Lin Yu explained. "Xiaoyu, why are your classmates carrying you? What happened to your leg?" Lin Yushan began, but hesitated to continue. Seeing their misunderstanding, Lin Yu quickly clarified, Auntie, please don't worry. I'm just exhausted from saving someone. There's nothing wrong with me." "Oh, you scared me. I thought your leg was broken." Lin Yushan expressed her relief. At that moment, Li Guangliang approached the group, greeting them. "Hello, I am the captain of the Dragon Guardian in Modu. My name is Li Guangliang." "Hello, Captain Li. Is there something you need?" Lin Yu regarded him with suspicion. Noticing Lin Yu's wariness, Li Guangliang flashed a broad smile. "You're Lin Yu, right? No need to be nervous. I just wanted to ask if there are still people inside." "There are," Lin Yu replied without hesitation. "Do you know how many?" One. My teacher, Lu Hongba, is inside dealing with a spatial rift and might need a bit more time." However, just as he finished speaking, the shimmering curtain began to slowly dissipate. "It seems our teacher has successfully resolved the spatial rift," Lin Yu murmured, gazing at the vanishing curtain. Chapter 58. My sincere apologies. It was my fault, teacher. "Lin Yu, are you referring to Master Lu?" Li Guangliang gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. Noticing his disbelief, Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. "Come on, I am one of the only 2 spatial mages in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, my teacher would want to take me as a disciple." At that moment, Lin Yu wore a rather smug expression, relishing the fact that he had aligned himself with a prominent figure. Initially, he had intended to seek out Lu Hongba for mentorship after arriving at the Magic Sea Academy, but he never anticipated that the esteemed master would take the initiative to accept him as a disciple. One must admit, the protagonist's halo is quite exhilarating. Li Guangliang, overwhelmed with thoughts, marveled at the fact that this student before him had become a disciple of Lu Hongba. It is worth noting that Lu Hongba is a figure of immense repute, not only within the Dragon Kingdom, but throughout the world. With Lin Yu as his disciple, he could undoubtedly navigate the Dragon Kingdom with ease. I never imagined that you, Lin Yu, would become Master Lu's disciple at such a young age. Truly, the youth are formidable. Should you find yourself in Magic City, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Li Guangliang said, extending a friendly hand. Lin Yu understood the underlying motives behind his overtures, but did not decline. After all, having an additional friend is preferable to acquiring another enemy. Moreover, it would be discourteous to rebuff someone who, like the captain of the Dragon Guard in Magic City, has lowered himself to forge a connection. "Thank you, Captain Li," Lin Yu replied with a smile. The two exchanged mobile numbers, and Zhou Pongzi carried Lin Yu out of the school, with Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan silently following behind. After an indeterminate period, Lin Yu gradually sensed the return of feeling in his thigh, indicating that the side effects of the rapid acceleration pill had subsided. "Put me down. Fatty. You go. Can your legs walk now?" "Yes, I can manage now. Please set me down." "All right." With that, Zhou Pongzi released Lin Yu, who nearly stumbled upon hitting the ground, but fortunately, Lin Yushan was there to steady him just in time. "Take it slow, Xiaoyu. Can you walk? If not, Let Auntie carry you. No need, Auntie Lin. I just need a moment to stand. Lin Yu quickly declined her kind offer. Seeing this, Lin Yushan reluctantly assisted him to the side. After a few minutes, the side effects of the rapid acceleration pill completely vanished. Lin Yu then stood up and moved his legs to regain mobility. Indeed, Lin Yu now bore a striking resemblance to Master Saitama, both sporting a gleaming bald head. However, while Saitama had eyebrows, Lin Yu did not, nor did he possess any nose hairs. Yugo, are you feeling better now? Zhou Pengzi observed the lively Lin Yu. Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you for carrying me for so long, fatty. Why thank me? If it weren't for you, I would have perished in the secret realm long ago. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who owes you. Haha, enough of the pleasantries. Here are some beast cores, please help me sell them. And we can split the profits 40-60, Lin Yu said, handing the beast cores he had received from Lu Hongba to Zhou Pengzi. Where did you acquire so many beast cores, Yugo? Zhou Pengzi inquired, astonished by Lin Yu's unexpected possession. Noticing Zhou's confusion, Lin Yu chuckled, hee hee. These were all given to me by my teacher. Wow, is old Lu really that generous? Yugo, why not speak to old Lu about taking me in as well? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. Come on, fatty, stop dreaming and just go wash up and get some sleep, Lin Yu replied with a grin. All right, Zhou Pengzi said, not feeling disheartened. For he understood that Lu Hongba only accepted awakeners of the spatial system, and only those with exceptional talents. Even those with mediocre abilities would be overlooked, regardless of their awakening. Thus, he paid little heed to Lin Yu's words. Yugo, since you're free to leave now, I'll head back first. I'm worried my old man might have a heart attack from anxiety, Zhou Pengzi said. Take care on your way. Lin Yu waved goodbye. Once he departed, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan approached Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, what on earth happened in there? Why were you all trapped? Lin Yushan finally voiced her curiosity. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan chimed in. Bro, what did you encounter inside? How did old Lu become your teacher? Upon hearing their questions, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. Could they not ask one at a time? Can we discuss this at home? He suggested. Fine, Tang Xinyan pouted, looking displeased yet recognizing that this was not the right place for a conversation, so she reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Yu's request. Lin Yushan remained silent, seemingly in agreement with Lin Yu's proposal. Thus, the trio made their way home. 10 minutes later, they arrived. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Yu collapsed onto the sofa. Nothing beats the comfort of home, he sighed contentedly. Brother, can you speak now? I'm dying of curiosity. If you don't, I might just get angry, Tang Xinyan said, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Yu on the sofa. Lin Yushan sat quietly beside them. Although she appeared calm, her inner impatience was palpable. Lin Yu was teasing them, and if not for her composure, she would have joined Tang Xinyan in pressing him for answers. Why the rush? Look, Aunt Lin isn't anxious, Lin Yu retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Tang Xinyan before turning to Lin Yushan. Feeling called out, Lin Yushan awkwardly scratched her head and gently encouraged. Xiao Yu, just tell us. I'm quite curious as well. Seeing Lin Yushan take the initiative, Lin Yu decided not to withhold any longer. He called out to Tang Xinyan, Xinyan, go fetch me some water. Fine, I'll go, Tang Xinyan said defiantly. But the intensity of Lin Yu's gaze, hardened by the trials of recent days, made her relent. Soon enough, Tang Xinyan timidly extended the water to Lin Yu, yet her gaze faltered, avoiding his eyes. Instead, she shyly sought refuge in Lin Yushan's embrace, yearning for her comfort. Lin Yushan observed the scene where Lin Yu glared at Tang Xinyan, fully aware of her daughter's apprehension. However, she remained undeterred by Lin Yu's fierce stare. After all, in the past, her husband and Lin Yu's parents possessed far more menacing gazes, and she had faced them without fear. On the contrary, she felt a sense of pride. For Lin Yu had taken a significant step, bravely confronting the ferocious beasts without trepidation. Not everyone possesses the courage to meet the gaze of such formidable creatures. Only those who are unafraid can do so. Though she was unaware of Lin Yu's experiences within, the fierce glint in his eyes indicated that he had undoubtedly vanquished numerous beasts. Realizing that his demeanor had unsettled Tang Xinyan, Lin Yu quickly apologized. I'm truly sorry. Xinyan, did I frighten you? Tang Xinyan remained silent, avoiding his gaze. Lin Yushan swiftly reassured her. It's all right, Xinyan. Xiao Yu simply lost control for a moment. He did not mean to be frightening. Humph. Tang Xinyan pouted, letting out a soft huff. Despite Lin Yushan's words, she still dared not look at Lin Yu. The two ceased their attempts to console her, and Lin Yu proceeded to recount the events that had transpired earlier. Chapter 59. I am tired. Let it be annihilated meanwhile. After the light curtain vanished, Li Guangliang and his companions arrived at the gymnasium. Faced with the seemingly intact facilities, they were momentarily perplexed. From the accounts of the previous students, they had expected the gymnasium to be in ruins. Yet, upon entering, everything appeared remarkably normal. Captain Li, did old Lu assist in restoring this place? A member of the Dragon Guard expressed his thoughts. Li Guangliang nodded in response. It seems old Lu helped restore it. And that spatial rift must have been dealt with by him as well. Captain Li, shall we regroup, rest for the night, and prepare to return to the capital tomorrow? Yes, came the unified reply. Subsequently, Li Guangliang led the Dragon Guard out of Jiangxing High School. Thus, the matter finally reached a conclusion. However, as the previous students were returned home, news of the beastly secret realm at Jiangxing High School ignited fervent discussions online. Yet, the truth behind this incident remained known only to Lin Yu and a select few. At this moment, Lin Yu was intently narrating the events of the past few days to Lin Yushan and her daughter. Upon learning that Lin Yu had encountered a fierce beast immediately upon entering the secret realm, both women clenched their fists, overwhelmed with shock and concern for his ordeal. The sequence of events unfolded as such, concluding with old Lu accepting me as his disciple. After finishing his tale, Lin Yu lifted the water from the table and drank it in one swift motion. However, Lin Yushan and her daughter had yet to regain their composure. Upon hearing that Lin Yu had desperately escaped from the clutches of a king-level demon beast, their breaths quickened. They could scarcely fathom how Lin Yu, a mere bronze rookie, remained unperturbed in the face of such a formidable foe. Brother, you truly possess an extraordinary fate, daring to flee from a king-level demon beast. I can hardly believe it. Had I been there, I would have surely been paralyzed with fear, Tang Xinyan remarked, her gaze toward Lin Yu betraying less trepidation than before. Alas, I too wish to avoid encountering that terrifying beast. You cannot imagine. It has attained sentience, capable of speech, even threatening to turn me into a delicacy. Fortunately, the teacher arrived just in time, allowing me to evade this crisis. I suppose one could call it a blessing in disguise. Lin Yu reminisced about that moment, still feeling a tremor of fear. Yet, old Lu Hongbao was unbearably infuriating. Had he not become his mentor, Lin Yu suspected that the ink-cornered silver dragon would have returned to claim him. Haha, brother, your appearance is quite unique. You resemble a meatball. No, more like a bowling ball. With 3 holes. Tang Xinyan laughed heartily at the sight of his bald head and hairless brows. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu's expression darkened. This girl would surely sample the effects of a peculiar potion one day. Xinyan, that's enough. How can you speak of Xiaoyu in such a manner? He transformed this way to save others. Shouldn't you offer him some comfort? Lin Yushan's face grew serious as she observed her daughter mock Lin Yu repeatedly. Yet, upon seeing Lin Yu's completely bald head, she found it hard to maintain her sternness, especially after Tang Xinyan's quip about his head resembling a bowling ball. Xiaoyu, perhaps you should wear a hat? It's simply irresistible to want to touch. Just then, a notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Lin Yushan's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 1,000. Lin Yu, feeling utterly despondent, returned to his bedroom. It was simply too much. He vowed never to consume that ridiculous potion again. It was far too troublesome. System, do you have anything that can expedite hair growth? Upon entering his room, Lin Yu called out to the system. Soon, the system's voice responded once more. Ding. In light of the host's request, this system currently possesses no items that can facilitate rapid hair growth. TCH, a worthless system. You can't even provide that? How shameful. Lin Yu's face was etched with disdain. Ding. Although this system lacks items for rapid hair growth, there are products that can promote hair growth within 3 days. Why didn't you mention that sooner? And could you not be so tedious? Lin Yu berated the system in his mind, leaving it momentarily speechless. The system responded after a lengthy pause. Ding. Would the host like to purchase hair growth potion? Purchase. Lin Yu made his decision to purchase without hesitation, unable to endure the contemptuous expressions of others upon witnessing his predicament. Ding. Congratulations, host, your purchase was successful. This transaction cost 200,000 emotional points. What? 200,000? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yu sprang from his bed, astonished that a single bottle of hair growth potion would demand such an exorbitant sum. He toiled tirelessly, barely earning that amount in a day. And now a mere bottle of potion had siphoned off his fortune. How could he not be agitated? Come on, system, Provide me with a reasonable explanation. How on earth can a bottle of hair growth potion be worth 200,000? Is this not robbery? Ding. The effects of the hair growth potion are permanent, and furthermore, the side effects of gaining invisibility from subsequent use of the miraculous potion will be significantly diminished, preventing scenarios like today where one is left with nothing. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu felt somewhat relieved. If he had to make such purchases frequently, he would surely face bankruptcy. All right, I can begrudgingly accept that. Now, hurry up and dispense it. Ding. The hair growth potion is being dispensed. No sooner had the words left the system's mouth than a bottle of green liquid appeared in Lin Yu's hand, resembling bitter melon juice. With a pop, he uncorked the bottle and inhaled its faint, pleasant fragrance, which was not at all pungent. Without hesitation, he gulped it down, only to be struck by an expression of agony the next moment. Bitter. It's excruciatingly bitter. Far more so than bitter melon juice. Ding. System prompt. The hair growth potion should be applied to the areas requiring hair growth. Ingestion is not recommended as the bitterness exceeds human tolerance. Damn. System. Get out here. Just wait until I dismantle you into 8 pieces today. Lin Yu roared, determined to confront the troublesome system. Seeing the system remain silent, Lin Yu had no choice but to quell his anger, though his eyes burned with resentment. He had suspected that the potion was intended for application rather than consumption given its unbearable bitterness. I'm exhausted, let it all perish. Feeling drained, Lin Yu lay on his bed, his gaze dimming with despair. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts. Good disciple, come out quickly. Master? Lin Yu sat up straight, recognizing the voice as that of Lu Hongba. Without hesitation, he opened the door to exit his room. Discovering Tang Xinyan watching television while Lin Yushan busied herself in the kitchen. Aunt Lin, I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll be back shortly. He called towards the kitchen before departing. Chapter 60. I am preparing to venture out for experience following the guidance. Lin Yu soon arrived at the rooftop, where Lu Hongba awaited him. Master, you summoned me. Is everything settled with the secret realm? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled as to why he had been called up. Lu Hongba gazed at him quietly and remarked, It has been taken care of. I have relocated the exit of the secret realm to the northern border. Rest assured, the secret realm will no longer manifest in Jiangqing. Oh, that's good. By the way, teacher, you haven't mentioned why you sought me out. Oh, it's nothing important. Merely a few matters I wish to convey. What matters? There are certain affairs in the Magic City that require my attention, and I must return. Are you planning to remain here, or will you accompany me to the Magic City? Teacher, isn't the Magic Sea Academy still not enrolling students? Why would I go to the Magic City? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. His initial plan was to wait until the academy began its enrollment before venturing to the Magic City, preferring to stay at school and cultivate in peace. However, after experiencing recent events, his mindset had shifted. He yearned for strength sufficient to command the submission of all demonic beasts, compelling them to shy away from humanity. Teacher, I intend to seek some experience before eventually heading to the Magic Sea Academy. What? You plan to venture out for experience? It's not that I underestimate you, but you're merely at the bronze 6-star level. How dare you? Lu Hongba expressed disbelief. To him, Lin Yu would either choose to stay in Jiangqing or accompany him to the Magic City. He had contemplated allowing Lin Yu to gain experience, but only after he had advanced to silver rank. Teacher, my initial thought was to wait until the academy's enrollment began before heading to the Magic City. But ever since I witnessed bloodshed, my heart has been restless. In an instant, Lu Hongba's gaze towards Lin Yu transformed. He seemed to perceive an unparalleled talent slowly rising. He envisioned an era-defining figure on the brink of emergence. This heralded a new epoch, one belonging to the youth. 20 years prior, the resurgence of spiritual energy birthed a cohort of exceptional individuals, and now, 2 decades later, a new era was on the horizon. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves forward, as the new generation supplants the old. Alas, I am growing old. Let you young ones stir things up. He sighed. Here, take this. He presented a silver metallic bracelet intricately inscribed with peculiar patterns. Inside is a small space I have created. You may store some items within. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yu accepted it with a respectful bow. Enough, I shall take my leave. I will reserve a spot for you at the Magic Sea Academy. You need only register under my name when the time comes. With that, Lu Hongba vanished from sight. Goodbye, teacher. As Lin Yu walked home, he could still faintly taste bitterness in his mouth, and in that moment, irritation surged within him. System, why don't you come out and face me? System. If you remain silent, I may lose my temper. Thus, Lin Yu continued to berate the system in his mind while hastily descending the stairs, making his way home. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep, opened the door, and stepped inside. Lin Yushan prepared a sumptuous meal, eagerly awaiting his return. The moment she saw him enter, she exclaimed, "You're back. Hurry, wash your hands and come eat." "All right," Lin Yu replied with a nod, approaching the dining table and picking up his chopsticks, ready to serve himself. However, Lin Yushan swiftly admonished him, "Wash your hands first." Reluctantly, Lin Yu stood up to wash his hands in the kitchen. The atmosphere at the table felt somewhat oppressive. Lin Yushan suspected that Lin Yu had something to discuss, yet his silence left her hesitant to inquire. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan behaved like a child, incessantly piling food onto her bowl, seemingly attempting to prevent Lin Yu from enjoying his meal, as a form of revenge for earlier frightenings. Nevertheless, Lin Yu paid her antics no mind, quietly taking a mouthful of food. As the three of them neared the end of their meal, Lin Yu finally spoke up slowly, "Aunt Lin, I plan to venture out for some training." Upon hearing this, both Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan set down their utensils, gazing at Lin Yu in stunned silence. After a long pause, Lin Yushan sighed in resignation, "I know I can't dissuade you, but I must advise you to be cautious on your journey. Do not trust others easily. Sometimes, human hearts can be more terrifying than beasts." "Yes, I understand." Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging Lin Yushan's wisdom. After all, in his previous life, he had witnessed numerous narratives where protagonists fell due to their naivety in trusting others. Thus, even without Lin Yushan's warning, he would remain vigilant. Seeing that Lin Yu took her words to heart, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yushan's face. She then asked, "Little Yu, when do you intend to depart?" After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yu replied, "In a week. I still have some matters to attend to at school." "All right." Tang Xinyan, listening to their conversation, felt a whirlwind of emotions. "Brother, when will you be back?" "Don't worry, it won't be long. Once the 9 academies begin their enrollment, I will return and then take you to the Magic City," Lin Yu said with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Although they were not biological siblings, Lin Yu regarded her as a true little sister. Even though he was not the original self, he had completely integrated with the essence of that life. At this moment, he was the original, and the original was him. "Fine," Tang Xinyan pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Yu's response. With 3 months until the 9 academies opened for enrollment, she realized she would not see Lin Yu for that duration. A notion she found unbearable. After all, the daily banter they shared was what made her days enjoyable, though life went on with or without him. The thought of not seeing him for 3 months left her feeling a twinge of sadness. Noticing her discontent, Lin Yu quickly reassured her, "Haha, Big Brother will bring you back plenty of snacks." "Really?" Tang Xinyan's eyes sparkled as she looked up at Lin Yu, her excitement palpable. "Certainly. I shall procure some delectable delicacies from the mystical beasts for you when the time comes. I assure you, the flesh of these enchanted creatures far surpasses that of our humble pigs and cattle. Not only is it exquisitely flavorful, but it also promotes growth. Do not be deceived by your current stature. Once you indulge in the meat of these magical beasts, you shall experience a remarkable increase in height." As I spoke, Tang Xinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her mouth nearly watered at the thought. Lin Yushan, observing her daughter's gluttonous demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. She understood her daughter's nature, her fondness for indulgence, and her inclination to stay at home. Upon hearing of such delicious prospects that could also enhance her growth, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Brother, let it be known that if you return without bringing me any, I shall ignore you," she declared. "Fear not. I shall certainly bring you some, and I guarantee you shall eat to your heart's content," Lin Yu replied, playfully pinching her cherubic face, causing her cheeks to flush a bright red. "Humph." Tang Xinyan indignantly swatted his hand away, gazing at Lin Yu with a fierce determination, as if ready to battle him. Lin Yu merely chuckled at her reaction. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, he retreated to his bedroom. Chapter 61. I intend to assign you the task of protecting someone reclining on his bed. Lin Yu retrieved the bracelet that Lu Hongba had previously given him. "I seem to have neglected to inquire how this contraption operates," he mused. "System, please appear and enlighten me on the usage of this item." System ding. The host need only attach their mental energy to it for it to be utilized at will. "Very well, I shall give it a try." With that, Lin Yu concentrated his mental energy, allowing it to gradually flow into the bracelet. Soon, a strand of his mental energy adhered to it. As he focused his thoughts, He sensed a pulling force emanating from the bracelet. In response, he grasped a nearby pillow, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. With another shift of thought, the pillow reappeared once more. What a splendid item. I wonder how its dimensions compare to the space I have created. As he pondered, Lin Yu directed his mental energy towards the interior of the bracelet's space, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the space contained within the bracelet was as vast as a football field. This is truly extravagant. To claim it is merely a small space. If this qualifies as small, my own space must be reduced to a mere hole, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Having initially believed that Lu Hongba's small space was akin to that of a suitcase, little did he know, for Lu Hongba, a space of such magnitude was indeed only a modest one. As Lin Yu withdrew his mental energy, he gazed at the bracelet, composed of 24 interlinked metallic squares, and immediately realized that each square represented a small space. What he had just witnessed was the totality of the spaces combined. I shall name you 24 bridges on a moonlit night, he mused, recalling a certain continent he had encountered in his past life, finding amusement in the thought. By the way, system, how much emotional energy do I currently possess? Lin Yu suddenly called out to the system. The current emotional value of the host stands at 103 points. Would you like to participate in a lottery? Let us proceed with 30 draws. As Lin Yu's words fell, a large roulette wheel began to spin incessantly before him. After a while, it finally came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 18 rejuvenation pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 thank you tokens. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3 speed pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 vitality pills. As the system completed its announcement, Lin Yu's initial excitement evaporated entirely. How could this system still be so disappointing? System, are you certain you do not wish to provide an explanation? Moreover, do you truly believe I need this so-called vitality pill? How old am I? Is this necessary? System ding. In light of the host's repeated dissatisfaction with the lottery mechanism, this system will make adjustments. Please hold on for a moment. Now that is more like it. Seeing that the system had finally been chastised into compliance, Lin Yu couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Moments later, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. The lottery mechanism has been readjusted. The host may draw with confidence. Given your understanding, let us commence with a 50 consecutive draw. Ding. The system is currently conducting the lottery. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 magical potions. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 silver treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 strength pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 bronze treasure chests. Upon hearing the system's report, a smile finally graced Lin Yu's face. Open all the treasure chests for me. Congratulations, host. You have received a level golden armor. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a level revolver. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Saitama set. What on earth? The Saitama set? System, are you mocking me? System, forget it. I won't bother arguing with you. No more draws today. I'm going to sleep. With that, Lin Yu pulled the covers over himself and drifted off to sleep. He had hardly rested well these past few days, having to keep watch over that group of incompetents. Were it not for Li Hansuang voluntarily taking shifts for him, he would likely have succumbed on the spot. In Magic City, within an office, an elderly man with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles sat in a chair. At that moment, a figure entered the room, and had Lin Yu been present, he would have been astonished, for the newcomer was none other than Lu Hongba. Old Zhang, why did you hastily summon me back? Lu Hongba shouted as he entered. The elderly man seated in the chair squinted his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Noticing this, Lu Hongba plopped down into a chair, disregarding him entirely, and poured himself a cup of tea. Subsequently, the two sat in silence for quite some time. As the elder remained uncommunicative, Lu Hongba prepared to rise and leave. At that moment, the elderly man spoke slowly, revealing that turmoil had erupted in the East Sea, where certain sea creatures appeared to be under some form of control, launching attacks against the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom and several ships. Among them, a cargo vessel laden with rare metals was stranded above the East Sea and required assistance. After finishing his statement, the elder gazed quietly at Lu Hongba. Very well. Please send me the location. I shall attend to it promptly. Observing the elder's confident demeanor, Lu Hongba felt compelled to comply. The white-haired elder was not surprised by his decision and narrowed his eyes once more. All the information is on the table. You may peruse it. It was then that Lu Hongba noticed a stack of documents laid out before him. Without a second glance, he stored them in his dimensional space and prepared to depart. Just as he was about to rise, the elder spoke again. Have you seen him? Upon hearing this, Lu Hongba understood the inquiry and nodded. Yes, I have met him. He is quite an intriguing young man, and I have taken him as my disciple. Is his talent as remarkable as reported online? That lad has already broken through to 6 stars in just a few days and shows signs of advancing to 7 stars in the near future, Lu Hongba replied. Good. The elder responded succinctly, falling silent thereafter. Recognizing the conversation had concluded, Lu Hongba stood and exited the room. Once he was gone, the white-haired elder gradually opened his eyes, casting his gaze towards the heavens. The spiritual energy was becoming increasingly potent. Whether this was a harbinger of good fortune remained uncertain. Sighing, he closed his eyes once more. At the central hospital of Jiangcheng, Li Ming sat on his hospital bed, savoring a delicious chicken leg when Li Guangliang entered. You rascal, you should behave. You've just awakened and already dare to indulge in such greasy food. Brother, you're here. Please, expedite my discharge. I can hardly wait to leave, Li Ming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his elder brother. However, Li Guangliang remained silent, observing him for a moment before responding. You should remain here for the time being. Tomorrow, I will lead a team back and request permission for you to stay in Jiangcheng. What? Why? I intend for you to protect someone, Li Guangliang explained. Who could it be that requires me, a dragon guard, for protection? Surely, it is not someone of great importance? Li Ming questioned, eyeing his brother with suspicion. Yet, Li Guangliang had no intention of disclosing Lin Yu's identity, fearing that Li Ming might become overly reverent upon learning who he truly was. It would be better for Lin Yu to reveal himself in due course. He is merely a student at Jiangcheng High School. Beyond that, there is no need for you to be informed. Very well. Li Ming felt somewhat displeased at his brother's reticence, but realized he was in no position to argue, given his current state. I will send the information to you later. For now, you should stay here, and I will arrange for your departure in due course. All right. The two brothers chatted idly for a while before Li Guangliang exited the hospital room. Chapter 62. Serendipitous encounter with Li Ming the following day. Lin Yu rose early in the morning, subsequently donning the wig he had previously drawn. Glancing at the time, he stepped outside, intending to visit the school to clarify a few matters. However, upon arriving at the school gate, he was momentarily taken aback. The gate was closed. What on earth? Isn't today Friday? Why is it not open? He pondered. Has the school closed its doors? Just then, a security guard in the distance seemed to discern his thoughts and shouted, Student, haven't you seen the notice from the school? It won't reopen until next week. You might as well head back and catch up on your sleep. Lin Yu realized he had indeed overlooked the announcement. Nevertheless, having ventured out, he decided to find something to occupy his time. Thus, he reluctantly turned and left the school. Jiangcheng, neither too large nor too small, is home to several million inhabitants. Like any ordinary child from an average family, Lin Yu had scarcely ventured beyond Jiangcheng, having spent his entire life there. While he might not be familiar with every street, he certainly wouldn't get lost. Wandering aimlessly along the bustling streets, Lin Yu was suddenly jolted as he rounded a corner and collided with someone. Hey, watch where you're going. They both exclaimed in unison, their exclamations laced with frustration. However, when they recognized one another, they froze in astonishment. It's you. No way. It's you. Lin Yu realized that this was the very individual he had rescued in the park, the guardian of the dragon, for whom he had even provided a healing elixir. Are you all right, my friend? Lin Yu inquired. Yes, I am indebted to you for your life-saving assistance the other day. Lin Yu, Li Ming responded, recalling the information his elder brother had sent him the previous night. Upon seeing Lin Yu's photograph, he had been taken aback, for Lin Yu was indeed the young man who had saved him. Initially reluctant to accept the task, the sight of Lin Yu had dispelled all his reservations. You know me? Lin Yu was somewhat astonished that Li Ming had called him by name. Perceiving Lin Yu's confusion, Li Ming considered sharing the details he had previously reviewed about him, but quickly thought better of it and conjured an excuse. Haha, Lin Yu, have you forgotten? I am a guardian of the dragon. It's only natural that I would have access to your information. Oh, that makes sense. Considering the authority you guardians possess exceeds that of the police, Lin Yu replied, suddenly enlightened and harboring no doubts about Li Ming's words. Observing Lin Yu's acceptance of his explanation, Li Ming released a sigh of relief and curiously asked, "So, Lin Yu, where are you headed?" "Oh, I'm just wandering around. And you? Did you just escape from the hospital?" Lin Yu assessed Li Ming's attire, noting that he was still clad in a hospital gown. Although he had managed to cover himself, his trousers remained the unmistakable garb of a patient. Li Ming only then realized, in his haste, he hadn't even changed his pants, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Ahem, I indeed just came from the hospital. I hadn't had the chance to change before running into you. Observing your appearance, it seems you have yet to dine, and with noon approaching, shall we find a place to eat and converse?" "Certainly, but I do not have any money with me." Just as Li Ming was about to agree, he realized he had left his wallet at the hospital. "No matter, allow me to treat you," Lin Yu generously offered. "Then it shall be Lin Yu who treats." Li Ming thought of declining, yet his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. Subsequently, the two settled into a nearby small restaurant, where Lin Yu encouraged him to order whatever he desired. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Ming shamelessly ordered 6 or 7 dishes, much to Lin Yu's delight. "By the way, my friend, I am yet to learn your name," Lin Yu inquired, though he had already known Li Ming's name. However, he pretended ignorance and asked anyway. "Ah, forgive my forgetfulness, I am Li Ming. I am your senior, so you may call me Xiao Ming Gu or Li Gu." Upon Lin Yu's inquiry about his name, Li Ming suddenly realized that they had conversed for so long without revealing his name. "Very well, I shall call you Li Gu." "Agreed," Li Ming responded nonchalantly. "By the way, Li Gu, could you kindly inform me of the status of the person I dispatched last time? Are you concerned about any reprisal from his associates?" "Rest assured, he has no backing." "That is reassuring. In a few days, I plan to leave Jiangcheng to seek further experience. Yet I worry that he may have accomplices who might threaten my family." Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to venture out, Li Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You intend to go out for training?" Fortunately, the restaurant was devoid of other patrons, or his sudden outburst might have induced a heart attack in someone. Ding! Li Ming's emotional value increased by 1,000. Li Ming's emotional value reached 1,000. Just as Lin Yu began to explain, the system's voice echoed in his mind, only ceasing after a considerable time. Goodness, what a stroke of luck! That alone garnered a remarkable 10,000 points. Lin Yu's gaze towards Li Ming transformed. Indeed, he had encountered another emotional producer. Noticing that Li Ming's emotional value had ceased to rise, Lin Yu finally spoke. "Li Gu, why are you so excited about my training? It feels as though you are the one preparing to venture out." "No, my younger brother Lin, what are you thinking? You have only just awakened. How do you dare?" "Rest assured, Li Gu, as long as I do not encounter any beasts above the silver tier, I can manage." "What is your current level?" "Oh, I am at the 6th star of the bronze tier, nearing the 7th star, and I anticipate a breakthrough today." "What?" Li Ming was once again astonished, for he understood that the awakening ceremony at Jiangcheng High School had only recently commenced. To progress from an ordinary person to the 6th star of the bronze tier in just a few days was an extraordinary talent indeed. "Pray tell, my younger brother Lin, what type of supernatural ability did you awaken, and what is its talent level?" "Ah, I have awakened a fire-type ability of the 1st level." "Oh, it is no wonder. It turns out you possess an extraordinary talent, which explains your rapid progress in cultivation." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Ming finally calmed down. After all, although such talent is rare, there are usually a handful of individuals each year, so he was not particularly astonished. However, Lin Yu's subsequent revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. "Brotherly, I have also awakened a level space-type ability." Thud! Li Ming lost his balance and fell to the ground, taking a while to regain his composure, continuously murmuring, "No wonder my elder brother asked me to protect him. I didn't expect him to be a dual ability awakener. It makes sense why there was no record of his abilities in the documents." In fact, Li Guangliang's plan was merely to have Li Ming covertly protect him without needing to know more, so the information provided to him contained only basic details such as names. However, Li Guangliang never anticipated that Li Ming and Lin Yu were acquainted, and that Lin Yu was actually Li Ming's savior. Chapter 63. Yinwen Mountain Range. Seeing Li Ming lost in thought, Lin Yu approached to assist him in standing. Just then, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Li Ming's emotional value, 1,000. Li Ming's emotional value, 1,000. Good heavens! He had earned another 10,000 emotional points, accumulating 20,000 emotional points in less than half a day. As Lin Yu marveled at how easily emotional value could be acquired, the suddenly enlightened Li Ming rose from the ground, dusted himself off, and plopped down on a chair. So where were we? Ah, Lin. Are you planning to venture out for some training? Ah, yes. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt shift in conversation. They had just been discussing awakened abilities, and now they were back to the topic of training. Lin, it's not that I doubt you, but as a 6-star bronze, no? Even if we count you as a 7-star, how can you dare to go out for training? Brotherly, I'm not heading to any perilous locations. I simply wish to seek out some bronze-level beasts for practice. Have you decided where you intend to go? Seeing that he was resolute, Li Ming refrained from further discouragement and asked where he planned to train. Well, I haven't thought it through yet, brotherly. I see you're not from Jiang City. You must have visited many places, so could you recommend a suitable location? Upon hearing Lin Yu's request for a recommendation, Li Ming fell silent, contemplating a place that would both challenge Lin Yu and not pose excessive danger. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. I believe there is a place that would be quite suitable for you. Where? Lin Yu, invigorated by the prospect of a location, stood up excitedly. The Yiwen Mountain Range. The Yiwen Mountain Range? I haven't heard of it. Lin Yu looked at him skeptically, eager for an explanation. Li Ming smiled and replied, it's quite normal that you haven't heard of it. Very few know about the Yiwen Mountain Range. As a member of the Dragon Guardian, I frequently embark on missions across the Dragon Kingdom. On one such occasion, I stumbled upon an extraordinarily peculiar location, where all the beasts were confined to the bronze level. Any entity, be it a beast or a human, surpassing this level would be suppressed to that same rank. Upon inquiring with some locals, I learned that this place was known as the Yiwen Mountains. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the area was often beset by chilling winds, which is how the name came to be. Following the revival of spiritual energy, the winds became even more relentless, and the animals within the mountains transformed into demonic beasts. At this point, Li Ming took a sip from the glass of water on the table. Although the animals had mutated into demonic beasts, their power remained stagnant at the bronze level. Upon entering the Yiwen Mountains, they would inevitably be suppressed to that rank. Has the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom not taken notice of this anomaly? Lin Yu pondered, perplexed. Logically, such a bizarre place should have warranted an investigation by the higher-ups, yet no one seemed to have come. A group had once ventured to explore the area, turning the entire Yiwen Mountains upside down, yet they found nothing of consequence. Consequently, the authorities, seeing that nothing significant had transpired aside from the peculiarities, lost interest in the matter. At this juncture, Li Ming noticed the proprietress emerging with several dishes. Gentlemen, your meals are ready, she said with a warm smile as she set down the food. Lin, would you like a bottle? Seeing Lin Yu still absorbed in his thoughts about the Yiwen Mountains, Li Ming called out. Ah, no need for that. I'm still quite young and shouldn't drink. Lin Yu quickly declined, snapping back to reality. All right then, I shall indulge myself. With that, Li Ming downed an entire bottle of beer. Ah, how refreshing. It's been days since I last drank. Now I can truly enjoy it. While Li Ming reveled in his own enjoyment, Lin Yu's mind remained fixated on the intriguing Yiwen Mountains. Such an enigmatic place piqued his interest. And since Li Ming had mentioned that all the demonic beasts therein were of the bronze level, Lin Yu resolved to visit this so-called Yiwen Mountains in a few days. After all, with his omnipotent system at his disposal, he could simply inquire about the reasons behind its peculiarities. Heh, I truly am quite clever. System, Beep observing Li Ming gorging himself. Lin Yu paused for a moment before asking, by the way, Li Gu, could you tell me where the Yiwen Mountains are located? Burp, what? Are you considering a trip there? Indeed, your descriptions are so intriguing that I wish to witness it for myself. You mentioned that only bronze-level demonic beasts reside there. So, before he could finish, Li Ming interrupted, sure, I'll take you there. But for now, let us focus on our meal. The food will get cold. All right, but how will I contact you? Don't worry, I will come looking for you. Hearing his words, Lin Yu had no choice but to refrain from further inquiries and began to eat the rice on the table. After the meal, the two of them reclined quietly in their chairs, preparing to digest their food. Naturally, Li Ming had consumed more, while Lin Yu had eaten relatively less. Well, it seems I've eaten enough. I plan to visit Jiangqing's Hulongwai. What about you, Lin? I intend to return home for a while. Initially, I was supposed to visit the school to handle some formalities with the principal and then prepare for some training. However, I was surprised to find the school closed. So I decided to take a stroll and fortuitously encountered you. Haha, it appears that you and I share quite a connection. Li Ming was, of course, referring to the matter of Li Guangliang secretly protecting him. Haha, indeed, it is a connection. I thought that after our parting in the park, it would be unlikely for me to see Brotherly again, but here we are by chance today, Lin Yu replied cheerfully. All right. It's about time for me to take my leave. Yes, goodbye, Brotherly. Lin Yu waved farewell to Li Ming, who sat there in a daze. At the cash register, the proprietress occasionally glanced in his direction. It turned out that he had just counted his money and realized it was insufficient to cover the meal. In that moment, Lin Yu felt an urge to dig into his pockets, but fortunately, he had sent a text message to Tang Xinyan at home. At that moment, Tang Xinyan, pouting and visibly reluctant, was making her way to the address Lin Yu had sent. She had been comfortably watching television at home when she received Lin Yu's message requesting her to bring money. With no other option, she reluctantly put on her shoes and stepped outside. Sigh, it seems I need to get a car to store my money. This is incredibly inconvenient, Lin Yu murmured to himself while seated. It dawned on him that in this world, there was no such thing as online shopping, and everyone typically carried cash when going out. Wealthier individuals merely took a card with them, while online purchases still necessitated offline payments. After all, many were engrossed in their cultivation, and those who had yet to awaken were preoccupied with researching weapons to slay monsters. Therefore, matters of daily life were not given much attention. Who would waste time devising ways to compete with a group of elderly women for vegetables? Half an hour later, Tang Xinyan stormed in, her face flushed with anger. Upon seeing Lin Yu leisurely engrossed in his phone, her annoyance intensified. Lin Yu. At the sound of someone calling his name, Lin Yu looked up, puzzled, only to find Tang Xinyan glaring at him with reproach. Oh, Xinyan, you've arrived. Did you bring the money? Bam. Tang Xinyan slammed a stack of cash onto the table. Humph. Don't ever ask me to bring money again. Wait, Xinyan, what's wrong? Who upset you? Humph. As if you don't know. After placing the money down, Tang Xinyan attempted to turn and leave, but Lin Yu called out to her. Wait a moment. What is it? Do not think that I will assist you again. I shall not. Tang Xinyan pouted, her face a picture of displeasure. Observing her reaction, Lin Yu smirked and quickly replied, I shall treat you to ice cream, an ample supply of it. What would you like? I will buy it for you. Is it really a treat? She inquired. Of course, it is a genuine treat. Humph. Do not think to win me over with this. Oh. How could you say such a thing? This is hardly a bribe. Consider it merely compensation for your diligent assistance in delivering money to me. Compensation? Tang Xinyan tilted her head, somewhat perplexed. Given your efforts in helping me, I will host. Feel free to tell me what you desire. Humph, that is more like it. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyan's displeasure gradually faded, a reluctant smile gracing her lips, coupled with a hint of pride. Lin Yu, observing her proud demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation. After settling the bill, he led Tang Xinyan out of the restaurant. As they walked down the bustling street, Tang Xinyan curiously scanned her surroundings. It had been quite some time since she ventured out, spending her days at home watching television and snacking. This habit mirrored Lin Yu's previous life, where he too spent each day indulging in dramas and novels, occasionally descending to dine. Regrettably, he lamented, he had not even been afforded the opportunity to enjoy a bowl of instant noodles before his unexpected arrival here. Ah, my beloved pickled vegetables, what a pity. Lin Yu mused nostalgically. Meanwhile, after a thorough investigation, Li Ming finally arrived at the Dragon Guard base. Halt! Who goes there? A stern voice called out as he approached. Comrade, do not be alarmed. I am one of your own. You are also a member of the Dragon Guard? I do not recall seeing you before. Oh, I have come from the Magic City. By the way, your captain is Zhang Tailin, correct? You know Captain Zhang? Indeed, I am acquainted with him. Now may I enter? Not so fast. Many claim to know our Captain Zhang. How can I ascertain the truth of your words? Then allow me to call Captain Zhang for verification. Li Ming felt somewhat exasperated, wishing he had donned different attire for this encounter. The guard, sensing that Li Ming did not appear to be lying, decided to call Zhang Tailin. Our captain wishes to know your name. I did not mention it. Oh, I am Li Ming. Please inform him that I am the individual he rescued a few days ago. Very well, you may enter. Thank you. With the guard permitting him entry, Li Ming strode confidently toward the entrance. Just a short distance inside, he encountered Zhang Tailin, who was currently training the Dragon Guard members below. Captain Zhang. Oh, it is Comrade Li Ming. Come over here. Upon hearing his name called, Zhang Tailin turned to see Li Ming approaching and quickly gestured for him to come forward. Captain, it has been a long time. Ah, my dear fellow, did we not just meet a few days ago? Zhang Tailin jested with a smile. Indeed, absence for a day feels like 3 autumns, Li Ming responded with a cheerful grin. Although Lin Yu had saved his life that day, had it not been for Zhang Tailin and his companions arriving in time and taking him to the hospital, he might have been buried without anyone knowing. After all, consuming the 9-turn revitalizing pill would plunge him into a state resembling death. If no one had come to his aid, he would likely have been mistaken for a corpse and interred in the earth, which would have sealed his fate. Well then, what brings you here? Zhang Tailin, sensing the light-hearted banter, inquired directly. Li Ming, seeing that Zhang had broached the subject, decided to be forthright. My identification and belongings have vanished. Could you assist me? Is that all? If you require anything else, just speak up, and I shall have someone procure it for you, Zhang Tailin replied. Also, could you arrange for a mobile phone? Certainly. I shall have it arranged immediately. By the way, judging by your attire, have you just emerged from the hospital? Ahem. I escaped. They wouldn't permit my release, so I had to sneak out, Li Ming admitted, slightly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tailin paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. I presume it was your brother who restrained you? Yes, Li Ming nodded in affirmation. Zhang Tailin had previously visited him alongside Li Guangliang, so it was natural for him to be aware of their fraternal connection. Very well, take a seat for a while. I will arrange for your assistance shortly. With that, Zhang Tailin approached a nearby dragon guardian and relayed Li Ming's situation, instructing him to take care of it. Curious, Li Ming wandered over to the training grounds, observing a group of dragon guardians performing push-ups, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Just then, Zhang Tailin, having completed his arrangements, approached him and noticed his disapproving gesture. What is the matter? Is there something amiss with my training regimen? Captain Zhang, is this truly the extent of your training? Li Ming inquired. Zhang Tailin, puzzled by his question, was unsure of its implications, yet he sensed that Li Ming had identified a flaw. Typically, we train our physical endurance in the mornings and engage in one-on-one combat in the afternoons. Captain, have you never conducted one-on-many or many-on-many combat scenarios? Now that you mention it, it seems we have not, Zhang Tailin pondered, shaking his head uncertainly. This was not entirely his fault, given the relatively calm nature of Jiangqing. Large-scale criminal activities were rare, and when awakened individuals did commit robberies, only a couple of dragon guardians were dispatched to handle the situation. This led to their proficiency in confronting 1 or 2 criminals, but issues arose when the numbers increased. Alas, how did I overlook this? You truly are a product of the metropolis. Your insights are commendable. By the way, would you be interested in sparring with me? Zhang Tailin proposed. Upon hearing this, Li Ming cast an annoyed glance at him. Zhang, you, a platinum 5-star, are bullying me, a mere gold 9-star. How can you have the audacity? He chuckled. Fear not. I shall temper my strength to match yours. I see you are on the brink of a breakthrough. This is the perfect opportunity for you. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ming nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. Alas, I have spoken too freely. The two immediately made their way to the training ground, where a group of dragon guardians observed their stance with great interest. It was well known that Zhang Tailin seldom engaged in combat, so witnessing him in a duel was quite the spectacle for them. You may strike first, lest it be said that I am taking advantage of you, Zhang Tailin called out to Li Ming. In response, Li Ming bellowed, Ice Blade. Instantly, a chill enveloped him, coalescing into a blade of ice. Grasping the icy weapon, he charged toward Zhang Tailin with great speed. Well done, Earth Spikes, Zhang Tailin praised, as the ground beneath them trembled, and spikes surged toward Li Ming. Yet, he deftly evaded them, maintaining his momentum toward Zhang Tailin. With less than 5 meters separating them, Zhang Tailin shouted, Absolute defense. Just as Li Ming was about to close the distance, a stone wall erupted from the ground, thwarting his attack. Realizing that his ice blade could not inflict harm upon Zhang Tailin, Li Ming opted for a different approach and retreated 10 meters. Ice Dragon Drill. As he uttered the incantation, a massive ice spear, as thick as a barrel, began to form above him. Go! The ice spear spun rapidly as it hurtled toward Zhang Tailin, piercing the stone wall upon impact and creating a breach. Inside the wall, Zhang Tailin watched with a slight smirk. In the next moment, he bellowed, Quicksand Vortex. With that, he pressed his hands to the ground, causing the sand beneath Li Ming's feet to swiftly gather into a swirling vortex. Realizing he was on the verge of being engulfed, Li Ming unleashed his power without reservation. Ice Wings. A pair of ice blue wings materialized behind him, lifting him away from the treacherous quicksand. Impressive, young lad. I did not expect you to possess such a skill, Zhang Tailin remarked, having witnessed the recent turn of events through the breach. However, let us conclude this. Grounded prison. Zhang Tailin pressed his hands to the earth, sketching a circle. In an instant, a ring appeared beneath Li Ming. By the time Li Ming became aware of the impending danger, it was already too late. He was forcefully drawn downward, or more accurately, crushed by an unseen gravity. Thus, Li Ming found himself heavily pinned to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Tailin dispelled the stone wall and approached Li Ming. So what say you? Do you concede? Truly, Captain Zhang, you are formidable. I concede. Li Ming had to admit that Zhang Tailin was indeed powerful, yet he still felt a slight edge over him compared to his own brother. Certainly, given the prowess of my elder brother, it is only natural that Zhang Tailin falls short. Suddenly, Li Ming sensed something within him on the verge of shattering, prompting him to swiftly adopt a meditative position. Observing this, Zhang Tailin recognized that a breakthrough was imminent and promptly lifted his suppression. At that moment, an abundance of spiritual energy began to converge around Li Ming, enveloping him in a luminous cocoon of white light. 10 minutes elapsed. The interior of Li Ming's being resonated with crackling sounds, indicative of an impending breakthrough. Everyone step back. Do not encircle him. Zhang Tailin commanded the onlookers from the Dragon Guard. Heeding his words, the crowd retreated, clearing a spacious area around Li Ming. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Bang. 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 With 3 resounding explosions, Li Ming officially ascended to the platinum level. At last, I have broken through. He exhaled a breath of stale air, murmuring softly. Haha. Congratulations, brother Li Ming, on your successful breakthrough. Zhang Tailin's hearty laughter echoed in the air. Seeing this, Li Ming quickly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Zhang. There's no need for gratitude. You were already on the verge of a breakthrough. I merely provided a timely nudge. It is of no consequence, Zhang Tailin replied, waving his hand dismissively. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Li Ming chose to keep his gratitude in his heart. By the way, Captain Zhang, how is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? Li Ming then recalled the purpose of his visit. Upon realizing this, Zhang Tailin instructed the previous Dragon Guard to bring forth the items. Here, as you requested, a Dragon Guard identification, a bank card, and a mobile phone. Oh, and the card contains 100,000. That should suffice for your needs. Indeed, that is ample. Well, Captain Zhang, I shall not disturb you any longer. Li Ming prepared to take his leave. Zhang Tailin, sensing his departure, sought to retain him. Why the haste? Is there something pressing? Indeed, there is a matter at hand. My brother intends for me to protect someone. Is it that student named Lin Yu? Oh, no. Captain Zhang, how did you know? Li Ming was taken aback, unable to fathom how Zhang Tailin was aware of this. It was a secret shared only between him and Li Guangliang, unknown to others. Haha, do not be alarmed. It was merely a guess. That day, I inadvertently overheard your brother conversing with that student Lin Yu and discovered that Lin Yu has actually become a disciple of Master Lu. What? A disciple of Master Lu? How could your brother not have mentioned this to you? Oh no, I may have spoken out of turn. Zhang Tailin suddenly realized he might have overstepped. As it was best that this information remained confidential, should it reach foreign agents, it would expose Lu Hongba's vulnerabilities to adversaries. Fear not. If you do not speak of it, neither shall I. No one will know. Besides, my brother has already dispatched me to safeguard that young man. So there is no cause for concern. Very well, but do exercise caution. Ensure that young man does not come to harm. Otherwise, given Master Lu's temperament, the entire world may tremble. Indeed, I shall be vigilant. Li Ming nodded in understanding and, after bidding farewell to Zhang Tailin, exited the Hulongwei base. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan, hand in hand with Lin Yu, strolled leisurely down the street. Brother, look over there, she exclaimed, pointing at a vendor in the distance who was crafting sugar figurines. Xinyan, you can't eat any more. Your teeth are starting to yellow, and if you keep this up, you'll get cavities, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. Unwilling to buy her anything. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value, 1,000. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. In just a few seconds, he had accumulated 5,000 points of emotional value, lifting his spirits considerably. However, upon seeing the smile that crept onto his lips, Tang Xinyan's irritation flared. Humph. Didn't you promise that you'd buy me whatever I wanted? You're such a liar. All right, I'll get it for you. Lin Yu relented with a sigh. With a slight huff, Tang Xinyan followed Lin Yu to the vendor selling sugar figures. Sir, May I have one small sugar figurine, please? Certainly, just a moment. The vendor replied as he began to craft the figurine on the spot. Within 10 minutes, a delightful little sugar figure was ready. Tang Xinyan licked the sugary treat, her face beaming with joy. Seeing her happiness, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the world of children is refreshingly simple. Although Tang Xinyan was already 16, an age at which she might have been married in ancient times, her spirit remained that of a child. After wandering for a while longer, they finally returned home when Tang Xinyan began to feel fatigued. As soon as they entered, Lin Yu retrieved some snacks he had previously bought from the 24 bridges under the moonlight. Brother, this bracelet is so magical. Can I see it? Tang Xinyan asked. Her curiosity piqued as she watched him produce items with a flourish. Seeing her excitement, Lin Yu removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to her. Here, take a look. How do you use this? Tang Xinyan inquired, momentarily perplexed as she examined the bracelet. Lin Yu shrugged. You can't use it yet. You haven't awakened your mental power. Humph, then I'll just give it back to you, she replied, losing interest upon realizing it was useless to her at the moment. Originally, she had hoped to charm Lin Yu into letting her keep it, but now it seemed she could only return it, as it was merely an ornament for her at this stage. Reluctantly, Lin Yu took it back and put it on again. By the way, Xinyan, you should hide those snacks quickly, otherwise, Aunt Lin will likely throw them away if she finds out. Ah, brother, can you help me move them to my room? Lin Yu, uninterested, replied, you should carry them yourself. I told you to buy less, but you wouldn't listen. Now you want me to do the work for you? Dream on. With that, Lin Yu strode back to his bedroom, leaving Tang Xinyan pouting in place, gazing at the mountain of snacks. She felt a pang of regret for having purchased so many. Now, she would have to move them herself. Humph, that annoying older brother, if he wants to move them. He can do it himself. It's not like anyone is particularly eager for his help. Consequently, Tang Xinyan began to busy herself. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, lounging lazily on his bed, couldn't help but reflect on how exhausting it was to accompany a girl shopping. He felt more fatigued than when he was frantically fleeing in the secret realm. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhou Pengzi, which read, Yuga, I've already asked my dad to sell those beast cores of yours. Intrigued by the message, Lin Yu quickly composed a reply. Great. By the way, fatty, how much do you estimate they LL sell for? Shortly after sending the message, Zhou Pengzi responded, conservatively, around 2 to 3 million. But ultimately it depends on how my dad manages to negotiate. Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the thought that the wealth of their family was merely a result of his father's persuasion. However, the prospect of such a substantial sum brought him joy. He planned to save a portion for Lin Yushan and her daughter while keeping the rest for himself. With this in mind, he sent another message to Zhou Pengzi. All right, just handle it as you see fit. Rest assured, Yuga, you'll definitely earn a lot. By the way, I have things to tend to, so I want to keep you. Shortly after Lin Yu sent his last message, Zhou Pengzi replied quickly. Realizing this, Lin Yu set his phone down and lay quietly on the bed. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, Lin Yu felt a persistent itch in his nose. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to find Tang Xinyan teasing him with a feather she had found, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, she muttered, Heh, this is what you get for not helping me. I had to move everything myself, and even got scolded by Mom. You think you can just sleep? I want to let you. It turned out that during her efforts to move the snacks, Tang Xinyan, feeling fatigued, had stopped to open a packet and began to eat. In the midst of her snacking, she encountered Lin Yushan returning home early from work, leading to a predictable reprimand. In her moment of frustration, Tang Xinyan had thought of Lin Yu. If he had helped her move, her snacks would have remained undiscovered by Lin Yushan. Upon this thought, Tang Xinyan stealthily approached the door of Lin Yu's bedroom. As she opened the door, she was met with the sight of Lin Yu sprawled on the bed, soundly asleep. This sight only intensified her simmering frustration. Why should she endure scolding while Lin Yu lay there in peaceful slumber? Resolutely, she decided to make him pay. Yanking a feather from a feather duster and storming into Lin Yu's room. Tang Xinyan, what do you think you're doing? Lin Yu, roused from his slumber, was immediately irked by her antics, exclaiming in irritation. Humph, what do you think? Tang Xinyan retorted with a huff, turning on her heel and striding out, leaving Lin Yu bewildered on the bed. Just then, Lin Yushan's voice floated in from outside the bedroom. Xiao Yu, it's time to come out for dinner. Coming. Lin Yu quickly responded. slipping on his shoes and exiting the room. Upon noticing the absence of snacks in the living room, he muttered to himself, "It seems that Tang Xinyan has moved all the snacks to her room." With this thought in mind, he took a seat at the dining table, where he found Tang Xinyan sitting despondently in her chair. When she caught his gaze, she shot him an irritable glare, just as Lin Yushan emerged from the kitchen carrying a dish. "Tang Xinyan, eat properly and stop glaring at your brother." "Humph." Tang Xinyan replied sulkily. "What's wrong with her, Linny?" Lin Yushan inquired, noticing the girl's discontent. "She just needs some discipline. I told her not to buy snacks, but she wouldn't listen and bought so many, so I had to take them all away." "Wait, your snacks were taken by Aunt Lin?" Lin Yu realized the situation. Her annoyance stemmed from his failure to help her move the snacks. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Lin Yushan. "Aunt Lin, those snacks were bought by me for Xinyan. I'm preparing to go out for training, and it will be a long while before I return. So I wanted to get her some treats to pass the time. She can retrieve them from my room later." Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yushan turned her gaze to Tang Xinyan. "Really?" Tang Xinyan blinked her large eyes. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Lin Yushan. "Finish your meal." Lin Yushan shot her an exasperated look, urging both of them to prepare for dinner. Immediately, Tang Xinyan's displeasure vanished, and she began to eat heartily. Curiously, despite her daily indulgence, she showed no signs of weight gain. Were it not for Lin Yushan's previous visit to the hospital, which revealed no issues, Lin Yu might have suspected that Tang Xinyan possessed the mythical foodie physique. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Yu spent his time at home, accompanying Tang Xinyan as they watched television together. After all, in his previous life, he too had been a homebody like Tang Xinyan. Although this world bears a striking resemblance to the one he once inhabited, it must be acknowledged that there are numerous cinematic works that are conspicuously absent here. Nevertheless, certain similar films do exist, where the narratives closely mirror those from his previous life, yet the protagonists and titles differ. This peculiarity engendered a strange sensation within Lin Yu as he accompanied Tang Xinyan in watching these films. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the plots, yet was unable to recall which specific work he had viewed in his former existence. As Monday dawned, Lin Yu rose from his slumber and peered into the mirror, only to discover that his eyebrows had finally grown in, although the hair on his head remained rather sparse. It was scarcely the width of a pinky finger, essentially resembling a buzz cut rather than the baldness he previously sported. Naturally, hair had also begun to sprout in other regions, marking his transition from a boy lacking in maturity. "Ah, not too shabby. My investment of 200,000 emotional points has proven worthwhile. Who would dare liken me to a bowling ball now?" With a satisfied nod, Lin Yu tidied his attire and ventured forth to school. As per routine, upon reaching the school gates, Lin Yu encountered Zhou Pongzi. "You go, wait for me. I have splendid news to share," Zhou Pongzi exclaimed, panting as he approached Lin Yu. Observing his visibly excited demeanor, Lin Yu surmised that his father, Zhou Dafeng, had likely sold something significant. "Did you sell it?" Lin Yu queried. You go, how did you know?" "I haven't even said anything yet," Zhou Pongzi responded, astonished. Lin Yu, bemused by his friend's naivety, thought it was obvious enough to guess. He could hardly fathom how Zhou Pongzi had matured to this point. "All right, enough dilly-dallying. Just tell me, how much did it sell for?" Lin Yu urged, eager to cut to the chase. Noticing Lin Yu's impatience, Zhou Pongzi raised 2 fingers. 2 million? Lin Yu mused, somewhat displeased with the figure, yet willing to accept it. "No, it's 20 million. "What? No way. How did your dad manage that? Are you sure he's not pulling your leg?" Lin Yu exclaimed, incredulous. Zhou Pongzi, aware of Lin Yu's skepticism, patiently elaborated, honestly. "I couldn't believe it myself at first. You see, there was a wind-type beast core among your collection that someone was eager to purchase at a high price. My father stated that if they wanted to buy it, they would need to pay 20 million for all the beast cores in his possession. The buyer, seeing the offer, immediately agreed to purchase everything." "Impressive. Your father truly excels in the art of bundled sales," Lin Yu praised wholeheartedly. Initially, he had assumed that Zhou Dafeng would sell the cores individually, potentially fetching only 4 to 5 million at most. However, he had cleverly capitalized on the buyer's desire for a high-priced acquisition, selling them all in one fell swoop. It was no wonder Zhou Pongzi had previously mentioned wanting to see how his father would persuade the buyer. Evidently, this was his strategy. Had the buyer not been flush with cash, he likely would not have been so easily swayed. "By the way, where's the money? Didn't your father give you any?" Lin Yu probed directly. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhou Ponzi finally reacted and hastily retrieved a bank card from his pocket. Brother you. Here, 20 million. Every penny is intact, and the password is 6/8. Wait, why are you giving me 20 million? Did we not agree on a split of 60-40? You take 40, I take 60, Lin Yu said, momentarily taken aback. He distinctly remembered their previous arrangement regarding the profits, so why was he being given the entire sum? Was this a sign of disdain for him? Noticing Lin Yu's confusion, Zhou Ponzi hurriedly explained, Brother Yu, I understand that earning money is not easy for you. This is all hard-earned by you. How could I shamelessly ask you for money? Damn it, do you think so little of me? I already said I would share the profits, and now you refuse? What will others think of me? Who will dare to work for me in the future? Lin Yu erupted in anger, drawing the attention of their classmates around them. He glared at them, causing them to avert their gaze. Zhou Ponzi rushed to intervene, managing to quell Lin Yu's fury. Brother Yu, please don't be angry. Can I return it? You are behaving like a gangster, scaring the other students. Just send me the card number, and I will transfer it to you. All right. Zhou Ponzi quickly sent his bank card information to Lin Yu. After a few operations on his phone, Lin Yu transferred 8 million to Zhou Ponzi. Ding! 8 million has been credited to your account. At that moment, Zhou Ponzi's phone chimed, and upon seeing the additional amount in his account, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. However, Lin Yu ignored him and proceeded towards the principal's office. Gradually regaining his composure, Zhou Ponzi hurried to catch up. Brother Yu, are you heading to see the principal? Yes. I plan to leave Jiangcheng for some training in a few days, so I need to handle some formalities with the principal beforehand. What? Zhou Ponzi exclaimed in astonishment. Had he just heard correctly? Lin Yu was preparing to go out for training? Surely he was not jesting? Seeing his shocked expression, Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him. Calm down, you're acting like a ghost. But brother Yu, are you really going out for training? Zhou Ponzi still found it hard to believe. With a sigh, Lin Yu replied, If it weren't for what happened previously, I might have stayed with you for the recruitment of the 9 great academies before leaving Jiangcheng. However, I simply cannot remain here to cultivate. It has become exceedingly tedious. Indeed, it is somewhat dull, but there is nothing we can do. Our strength is simply too low. Zhou Ponzi agreed with Lin Yu's sentiment. In truth, during his days in the secret realm, he had gradually come to enjoy the thrill of adventure, but unlike Lin Yu, he could not embark on such training. Firstly, his family would undoubtedly disapprove, and secondly, his strength was insufficient. He had yet to break through to the bronze 5-star level. All right, Chubby, you stay here and cultivate diligently. We shall meet at the Mo High Academy. Okay, go ahead, and I will find you once I finish my matters. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhou Ponzi had no choice but to head towards classroom 15. Meanwhile, Lin Yu made his way to the office of Principal Wang Fujuan. Before long, he arrived at the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yu opened the door and walked in. Wang Fujuan was taken aback to see Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do you need something? Principal, I plan to leave Jiangcheng to seek some experience and would like to process the necessary formalities. What? Wang Fujuan sprang from his chair. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Lin Yu. You just said you want to go out for experience. Are you joking with me? What level of strength do you possess now? Bronze 7 stars. What? Wang Fujuan was once again astonished, scrutinizing Lin Yu with a mix of suspicion and amazement. Observing this, Lin Yu unleashed his bronze 7 stars aura. At that moment, Wang Fujuan finally believed that Lin Yu had indeed broken through to the bronze 7 stars level, his face lighting up with excitement. Chapter 68. I don't care, you must compensate me, Lin Yu. You are the most extraordinary student I have ever encountered, bar none. Wang Fujuan couldn't help but praise. He had seen countless students, certainly more than 1,000, yet he had never before witnessed someone like Lin Yu, who had advanced to the bronze 7 stars realm in less than half a month. Such feats were typically reserved for the offspring of influential families in large cities, achieved through the accumulation of resources, unlike Lin Yu's steadfast self-cultivation. Unbeknownst to Wang Fujuan, Lin Yu's rapid advancement was due to the assistance of a system, a sort of external aid. Principal, you flatter me. Let us discuss the matter of my experience instead. I intend to embark on this journey for 3 months. Lin Yu was indifferent to Wang Fujuan's compliments. His focus remained solely on the expedition. Seeing Lin Yu's determination, Wang Fujuan wore a troubled expression. Truth be told, he was reluctant to let Lin Yu venture out at this time. First, as he was still at the bronze level, it posed significant dangers. Secondly, he hoped that Lin Yu could inspire the other awakened students. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Wang Fujuan sighed in resignation. All right, go find Ouyang Qian to explain your situation, and she will assist you in processing your leave of absence. Of course, when you return, it will be automatically revoked. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu nodded in gratitude. Lin Yu, you are my most valued student. Please be cautious during your journey. Do not accept anything from strangers and remain vigilant at all times, Wang Fujuan cautioned. In response, Lin Yu deeply bowed in appreciation before exiting the office. Watching his departing figure, Wang Fujuan shook his head helplessly. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Yu proceeded directly to the teacher's office. Before long, he arrived at the door, where a cacophony of voices filled the air as preparations were underway for the day's lessons. Thus, Lin Yu, relying on his memories, approached Ouyang Qian's desk. Observing her delightfully savoring her breakfast, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Good morning, Qianjia, Lin Yu exclaimed, startling Ouyang Qian so much that she dropped her dumpling onto the floor. Lin Yu. The system notification rang in his ears. Ouyang Qian's emotional value, 1,000. Lin Yu quickly calculated that he had nearly harvested 30,000 emotional points. Ahem, Qianjia, I didn't mean to scare you. Do you believe me? Humph. I don't care. You owe me. Ouyang Qian glared at him, resembling a little girl wronged. Owe you? In what way? During the day or at night? Lin Yu teased, noticing her expression. Upon hearing his words, Ouyang Qian's eyes widened in surprise, her face a canvas of disbelief. Lin Yu, I think you're getting a bit too cheeky, daring to tease a teacher. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yu feigned innocence. Qianjia, what are you talking about? I don't understand. How could I be teasing you? You. All right, I want to assess your progress during this time, so prepare yourself mentally. Ouyang Qian was both amused and exasperated by him. Wait, Qianjia, are you mistaken? What I meant was, should I compensate you with one dumpling or a bag of them? Should I bring them to you tomorrow morning or tonight? How am I teasing you? Lin Yu blinked his innocent eyes, gazing at her quietly. Ouyang Qian, taken aback by his explanation, briefly questioned whether she was becoming overly sensitive due to her age. However, seeing the playful grin on Lin Yu's face, she quickly realized he had planned this retort in advance and had indeed been teasing her. Yet, if she persisted in holding on to the matter, it would seem as if she were overreacting. Thus, Ouyang Qian shifted the topic. So what brings you here? Realizing he could no longer tease her, Lin Yu began. Well, I just spoke with the principal about taking a leave of absence to venture out for training. He suggested I seek your assistance. What did you say? Training? Ouyang Qian sprang to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on him. Yes. This recent experience in the secret realm has made me acutely aware of the importance of strength. Training at school is simply too slow and tedious, so I plan to take a leave of absence for practical experience. Lin Yu presented the explanation he had carefully crafted. Ouyang Qian fell into deep thought upon hearing his rationale. After 5 minutes, she finally turned her gaze back to Lin Yu. Are you truly determined to go out for training? You must understand that the outside world is quite chaotic. Yes, I can no longer adapt to the dull and monotonous life at school, so I wish to leave and return when the 9 academies are recruiting. Alas, very well. Ouyang Qian felt a sense of helplessness, yet she understood that she too had spent a considerable amount of time acclimatizing to her current comfortable life. For passionate youths like Lin Yu, it was a formidable challenge to calm their impulsive spirits at such a tender age. Thus, she refrained from further persuasion, realizing that many had attempted to dissuade him before. Since they had all failed, how could she, merely a teacher, hope to succeed? Then come with me, she said, as she picked up the fallen dumpling and disposed of it in the trash, striding purposefully towards the door. Observing this, Lin Yu followed eagerly. We'll settle the dumpling upon your return, but I must first assess your abilities. Ouyang Qian suddenly turned to Lin Yu, her voice tinged with curiosity. All right, no problem. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. In no time, they arrived at the academic affairs office. Ouyang Qian explained their purpose, and the staff, having received prior notification from Principal Wang Fujuan, expedited the process. Let's head to the gymnasium. I want to see how much you've improved these past few days. Ouyang Qian instructed Lin Yu, who was eager to gauge his own strength, hoping to reach the silver rank so he could ensure his safety when he ventured to the Yinfeng mountain range as suggested by Li Ming. I promise I won't let you down, Qianjia? He exclaimed. Huh, it seems you've made considerable progress in the secret realm. What level are you at now? Ouyang Qian inquired, her interest piqued. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Yu teased, prompting her to quicken her pace. Within minutes, they reached the gymnasium, where a throng of students had gathered, engrossed in discussion. They were undoubtedly speculating about how the gym had been restored to its former glory, having witnessed its shattering destruction firsthand, which had left them with a lingering sense of impending collapse. Yet now, it appeared unscathed, igniting their imaginations. Most believed that Lu Hongba had intervened to facilitate the repairs. Listening to their chatter, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile subtly. Only he and Zhou Pengzi were privy to the true story, but he had no intention of revealing it, allowing them to speculate freely. Please, clear a path. Ouyang Qian called out, standing in the center, drawing the attention of the crowd, who were uncertain of her intentions but respectfully parted to create space. Lin Yu promptly stepped forward. Chapter 69. Defeating Ouyang Qian in the arena. Lin Yu and Ouyang Qian stood several meters apart. Lin Yu, are you ready? She asked, regarding him intently. Absolutely, bring it on. You can strike first, to avoid any accusations of me taking advantage of my size, he replied, unpretentiously acknowledging his weaker position and seizing the initiative. Fireball. With a furious shout from Lin Yu, he clenched his fists tightly, and flames coalesced into a fiery sphere at their center. Immediately, Lin Yu hurled his fists forward, and the fireball detached from his hands, soaring directly toward Ouyang Qian. Upon witnessing the imminent threat of the two fireballs, Ouyang Qian swiftly formed hand seals and executed a rapid gesture in the air. In an instant, an ice wall rose before her. The next moment, the two fireballs collided forcefully against the ice barrier. With a resounding boom, the ice wall stood firm, while the fireballs vanished into thin air. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Ouyang teacher is magnificent. Ouyang Qian is truly formidable. Incredible. How impressive. Everyone praised Ouyang Qian, with the exception of one, Zhou Pengzi, who stood in the crowd, cheering for Lin Yu. Is that the extent of your power? I suggest you remain here until you can breach my defenses. Ouyang Qian taunted Lin Yu from a distance. However, Lin Yu was not enraged. Instead, he smirked and replied, Qianjie, you should be cautious. Falling sun. As his words fell, dozens of small fireballs materialized above his head, rapidly expanding to the size of soccer balls. Go. The multitude of fireballs descended like meteors towards Ouyang Qian. Soon, the ice wall began to crack after being struck by the 20th fireball, ultimately shattering into icy fragments. The remaining fireballs continued their relentless assault on Ouyang Qian. Just as the crowd anticipated Ouyang Qian would be struck, she bellowed, water barrier. A blue luminescent shield enveloped her in an instant. Dozens of fireballs crashed against the blue barrier, yet all were thwarted. A thick haze enveloped the arena, momentarily concealing Ouyang Qian from view. After a while, as the smoke dissipated, the crowd beheld that Ouyang Qian's blue barrier remained unscathed, while Lin Yu's fireballs had vanished. Qianjie, is that the technique you used to block my fiery attack last time? Do you wish to test that move again? This time, I wonder if you can withstand my next onslaught. With that, Lin Yu summoned the Li Hua Pearl within him, drawing forth a trace of Southern Bright Flame's essence. Inferno Fireball. This time, Lin Yu formed a fireball, compressed to the size of a soccer ball, within one hand. He then launched it toward Ouyang Qian with great speed. The fireball, imbued with the essence of Southern Bright Flame, melted a substantial hole in the blue barrier as it advanced toward Ouyang Qian, catching her momentarily off guard. Just as the fireball was about to strike her, Lin Yu abruptly altered its trajectory, preventing it from making contact. Although the fiery aura of the Southern Ming dynasty posed no grave threat to her, it nonetheless enveloped her in a sensation of searing heat. This was something Lin Yu wished to avoid. How remarkable! Why is it like this? Ouyang Qian murmured to herself, having regained her composure. Just moments ago, she had experienced an intense burning sensation, and her instincts warned her that enduring it physically would likely be excruciating. At that moment, Lin Yu jogged over. Sister Qian, are you all right? Are you injured? If you are, I would be utterly disheartened. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value, 1,000. Hearing this, Ouyang Qian shot him an irritated glance. You brat, would it kill you to refrain from teasing me? Haha, where's the teasing in my concern for you? By the way, are we still fighting? No more fighting. I don't even know what you can soon to break through my water barrier in one move. However, while your technique is impressive, it still has its flaws. Ponder them well. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she had genuinely lost this time. Although there were suspicions of her going easy, she could not deny that Lin Yu was unrivaled at their level. That was her assessment of him. By the way, when did you break through to bronze 7 stars? Just last night. Well, it seems that beneath silver, No one stands a chance against you. But remember, when you are out in the world, think carefully. Sometimes, not everything needs to be resolved with force. Yes, I will remember, Lin Yu nodded, observing his humble acceptance. Ouyang Qian finally allowed a smile to grace her lips before turning towards the exit. Not long after she departed, the crowd erupted into chatter. Wow, Lin Yu is impressive. Lin Yu is amazing. If Ouyang Qian hadn't gone easy on him, there's no way he could have won. Are you just a sour lemon, so bitter? Exactly. Amidst the cacophony, the system's notifications continued to resonate in Lin Yu's mind. Ding Zhongsan's emotional value, 999. Ding Wang Tiniyu's emotional value, 999. Ding Wang Defa's emotional value, 999. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value, 1000. Listening to the incessant stream of system notifications, Lin Yu felt that this battle was not in vain. Among the crowd, Li Hanshuang quietly observed Lin Yu, her expression unchanged, as if everything were unrelated to her. Yet, only she knew that she had once again been overshadowed by Lin Yu. Initially believing she would catch up to him and soon surpass him, she was instead the one left behind. More critically, Lin Yu's strength far surpassed hers. She had clearly witnessed how his fireball had effortlessly melted through Ouyang Qian's water barrier. Lin Yu, I will surpass you, Li Hanshuang vowed silently, before turning away, no longer focusing on him. Uncertain if it was merely a trick of perception, Lin Yu instinctively glanced in the direction of Li Hanshuang's departure. With a chuckle, Lin Yu expressed his anticipation for the day they would meet again. He turned and strode towards the entrance, just as Zhou Pengzi approached with a lively gait. Brother Yu, has everything been settled? Yes, I was just about to inform you. By the way, my dear friend, during my absence, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in looking after my family. Rest assured, it shall be my responsibility. By the way, Brother Yu, when are you departing? Should I accompany you? It will be within a few days, but there is no need for you to see me off. Focus on your training instead. I wouldn't want you to lag behind. Haha, that won't happen. I will surely catch up with you. Excellent. Here, take this. Lin Yu produced several cleansing elixirs. Although their effects were not as potent as the first, they could still alter certain meridians within the body, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. Oh, I cannot accept this. Zhou Pengzi was acutely aware of the preciousness of such items and hesitated. Yet Lin Yu insisted on bestowing them upon him. Zhou Pengzi was nearly moved to tears, prompting Lin Yu to distance himself slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 70. Procuring supplies. Having concluded his affairs, Lin Yu made his way out of the campus. However, instead of heading home, he ventured to the largest shopping center in Jiangxing. He intended to procure various supplies for unforeseen circumstances. The memories of past experiences were still vivid in his mind. And with a lengthy 3-month period ahead, it was imperative to gather adequate gear. This time, he was determined to be thoroughly prepared, planning to acquire at least a dozen outdoor tents. Water was especially crucial. During the previous expedition, had it not been for his ability to boil river water, everyone would have faced severe dehydration. As he entered the shopping center, Lin Yu began to survey his surroundings and soon fixated on a store not far away, named Super Outdoor Travel. Instinctively, upon seeing the word travel, he felt certain it would offer what he sought. He approached the shop with purpose, and upon entering, a beautiful young lady greeted him. Hello, handsome. What can I assist you with? We have everything you could possibly need. Even before reaching her, her sweet voice reached Lin Yu's ears, causing goosebumps to rise across his skin. Ahem, I'm just browsing. Do you have any outdoor adventure gear? He asked, slightly embarrassed as he cleared his throat. Indeed, we have not only outdoor tents, but also ropes and multifunctional toolkits. Given your appearance, it seems you are preparing for a wilderness hunt, am I correct? Oh, how did you discern that? Lin Yu was taken aback, surprised that she could so readily identify his intentions to hunt. Was it not possible that he might simply be traveling? Sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the charming saleswoman promptly began to elucidate. Most of the patrons who visit our shop are typically those preparing for a hunting expedition. Furthermore, the wilderness is currently rife with monstrous beasts. It is rare for anyone to venture out simply for the sake of travel or adventure. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu understood that in this world, few ordinary individuals would risk their lives to explore the wilds. Generally, those who embark on such explorations are awakened beings, as only they possess the capability to ensure their survival, though many have perished in the wilderness in previous years. Indeed, I am preparing to go hunting. Could you kindly assist me by recommending some practical items? Lin Yu decided to directly request her assistance. After all, whether in his previous life or this one. It was his first time venturing far from home, and he was relatively uninformed in this regard, only knowing to pack a tent and water. Certainly, she replied, turning to enter a door, which Lin Yu surmised was a storeroom. As she stepped inside to retrieve some items, Lin Yu began to examine the various goods displayed on the walls. He had to admit that the shop was well stocked, offering climbing ropes, flint for starting fires, and sleeping bags for warmth, everything one could possibly need. While Lin Yu continued to survey the surroundings, the young lady emerged, dragging a large bag that appeared quite heavy. "Hey there, could you come over and lend a hand?" she called out to Lin Yu. Without hesitation, he rushed over and effortlessly lifted the burden, which had seemed quite weighty in her hands, but felt remarkably light to him. "Wow, you're quite strong. By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" she complimented him, then inquired about his relationship status, which made Lin Yu feel somewhat bashful. "That woman would only hinder my speed in slaying beasts." The first page of the sword manual states, "Forget your beloved." With no woman in mind, drawing the sword becomes instinctive. Lin Yu recalled a saying from his past life and inadvertently spoke it aloud. The moment the words left his lips, the young lady beside him appeared utterly taken aback, realizing he was quite the ironclad bachelor. "Haha, you're amusing. Anyway, this bag primarily contains an outdoor tent and a toolkit," she said, attempting to change the subject and begin her introduction. After listening, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Very well, then I shall take 10 sets of these." "Ah, what? Is this not in stock?" she exclaimed. "No, you've misunderstood, handsome. I simply cannot believe there are so many items available," she clarified quickly, noticing Lin Yu's confusion. However, before she could finish, the items before them suddenly vanished into thin air, startling her. "Are you an awakened being of the spatial type?" "No, you need not concern yourself with that. Just hand over the items." Lin Yu had no intention of providing an explanation, as he was not particularly familiar with her. Although she was undeniably beautiful, with an oval face and fair skin that rendered her quite captivating, Lin Yu felt indifferent. Having encountered numerous individuals of her kind in his previous life on a certain platform, he had developed a certain immunity. "Ah, please follow me. I cannot manage all of this alone," the attractive young lady said, noticing Lin Yu's reluctance to engage in further conversation. After all, he was a customer, and customers were akin to gods. Thus, Lin Yu accompanied her into the storeroom, and upon seeing the abundance of items stacked high, he could not help but express his admiration inwardly. Subsequently, he placed everything into the 24 bridges under the bright moon. "How much?" After completing the task, Lin Yu inquired of the young lady. "For a complete set, the price is $5,500. You have just acquired 10 sets, totaling $55,000. Considering your generous purchase, I shall charge you $50,000, she replied after calculating the total. Lin Yu was taken aback by the unexpectedly generous offer. However, upon reflection, he surmised that she likely wished to foster goodwill after witnessing his earlier display of skill. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, he promptly transferred the sum of $50,000 to her and sauntered leisurely toward the exit. "Handsome, do come again." Yet, before he could step outside, the sweet sound of her voice reached his ears, sending shivers down his spine. Goodness, she was just trying to seduce me, but thankfully I remained composed, he muttered to himself as he exited the outdoor travel store. He then remembered he needed to purchase some drinking water. This time, he resolved not to showcase his 24 bridges under the bright moon again, lest trouble ensue. Contemplating this, Lin Yu decided to have the store deliver the water directly to his home. Without delay, he began to explore the shopping center. Eventually, he discovered a shop specializing in bottled water tucked away in a corner. After a cordial conversation with the owner, he purchased a ton of bottled water and arranged for it to be sent to his residence. He then continued his leisurely stroll. Next, he contemplated acquiring some food. 3 months was too long to subsist solely on monster meat. He would need to buy some instant noodles. He wondered if this world had his beloved pickled cabbage, which he had not had the chance to enjoy before his transmigration. As Lin Yu pondered, his feet unconsciously led him to the supermarket entrance, and soon after, they brought him to the aisle filled with instant noodles. His eyes lit up at the sight of the various flavors, confirming that they were all to his liking. Thus, Lin Yu proceeded to purchase every item on the shelf, spending several tens of thousands in the process. However, he felt no regret, as he had previously earned over 10 million, more than enough to indulge himself. Seeing that he had purchased nearly everything he needed, Lin Yu contentedly made his way home. Chapter 71. Departure to the Yin Mountains. 3 days later, Lin Yu sat on the bus departing from Jiang City, with Li Ming seated beside him. The day before, Li Ming had taken the initiative to approach Lin Yu, inquiring about his departure plans. After some contemplation, Lin Yu decided to set off the following day. He then briefly informed Lin Yushan and her daughter before boarding the bus with Li Ming. Brotherly, where is the Yinfeng mountain range located? Is it far from us? Lin Yu asked, glancing at Li Ming, who squinted in the sunlight. Li Ming, after a moment of estimation, replied slowly, it's quite a distance. Roughly several dozen kilometers away, but we will need to get off and walk part of the way. Why can't the bus take us all the way? Lin Yu inquired. Puzzled, the Yinfeng mountain range is nestled deep within the dense forest, making it difficult for vehicles to access. I stumbled upon it by sheer chance many years ago. I wonder if the route remains unchanged. Brotherly, will we encounter any demon beasts on our journey? Lin Yu asked, curiosity piqued. Indeed, there are quite a few demon beasts in the outer regions of the Yinfeng mountain range, though not as many as within. The beasts inside typically possess at least a bronze 5-star realm, while the most formidable can reach up to bronze 9-star. However, some 9-star demon beasts can unleash combat prowess comparable to silver 5 or 6-star, so you must stay vigilant. Although their ranks may be suppressed at bronze 9-star, their strength is certainly beyond mere bronze level. Lin Yu nodded, then curiously remarked, oh, brotherly, it seems you've had your share of unpleasant experiences with them. Haven to you? Cough. Let's not dwell on the past, Li Ming replied, clearing his throat, as Lin Yu had indeed hit the mark. He had once underestimated a raging iron bull and was unceremoniously tossed aside. Noticing Li Ming's slight embarrassment, Lin Yu realized he had accurately guessed the situation. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, further validating his assumption. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 999. System, are you there? Can you only collect emotional values from humans? Is it impossible to gather them from demon beasts? Ding. The system detects that the host is about to distance himself from the crowd, which is unfavorable for collecting emotional values. Therefore, this system will enable the collection of emotional values from demon beasts. Upon hearing the system's adjustment to the emotional value collection parameters, Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter, envisioning the prospect of playfully tormenting demon beasts and reaping the rewards. He could then skin and consume them, achieving 2 objectives at once. Meanwhile, Li Ming observed him with a mischievous grin, sending a chill down his spine. What are you scheming, little brother? You seem rather devious. Brotherly, I'm simply excited about the opportunity to train out here. No need to worry about me, Lin Yu explained, suppressing his laughter but unable to entirely conceal the smile tugging at his lips. Li Ming, perceiving his reluctance to speak further, wisely chose to remain silent and gradually closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, noticing the lack of attention directed towards him, immediately summoned the system in his mind. System, open the personal information panel. Ding. Personal information panel is loading. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19. Level, bronze 7 stars. Personal items, healing pill, magical potion, cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill, vitality pill, SpongeBob underwear. Powers, level space manipulation, phantom step, dimensional space, level fire manipulation, flame fireball, sunfall. Skills, beginner culinary master, beginner driving, beginner massage, proficient swordsmanship, proficient fist techniques, cultivation method, level primordial skill. Weapons, fire pearl, level dragon abyss sword, level golden armor, level electromagnetic pulse cannon, level revolver, level annihilation gun, level red serpent fang, level celestial umbrella, beast companion, none, emotional value, 2, 509, 400, gazing at the level golden armor in the weapon section. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. He was eager to test the defensive capabilities of the golden armor, wondering if it could withstand attacks above silver rank. Oh, it seems I haven't checked my basic data in quite a while. System, assess my physical attributes. Ding. Personal basic data is loading. Soon, Lin Yu's various physical statistics were presented before him. Strength, 350, average person, 50. Stamina, 140, average person, 50. Wisdom, 56, average person, 50. Mental power, 130, average person, 50. Speed, 90, average person, 50. Hey. System, why hasn't my wisdom increased? Ding. This requires the host to investigate the underlying reasons for the stagnation in growth. The host should be aware of this. Darn it. I was asking why it hasn't increased, Not for you to blame me. Upon hearing the system's somewhat sarcastic response, Lin Yu was instantly infuriated. He had never encountered a system that disregarded its host so blatantly. He almost wished to uninstall it outright. System, speak, what can enhance my wisdom? And how much will it cost? Name your price. Seeing the system's prolonged silence, Lin Yu reluctantly conceded. Ding, the system mall offers a wisdom pill upon consumption. It will enhance intelligence to a certain degree. How much emotional value? Ding, a product of the system, guaranteed authenticity. One pill costs 500,000 emotional points. The host will not incur losses or be deceived. Upon hearing the system's quote, Lin Yu was taken aback. 500,000. How long would it take him to accrue that amount again? Just as Lin Yu hesitated about making the purchase, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding, in light of the host's cumulative spending exceeding 1 million points in the system mall, the system is pleased to reward the host with a buy one get one free opportunity. Now, if the host purchases one wisdom pill, the system will additionally grant half a pill for free. No, there are promotions for buy one get one free and buy two get one free. Why is there a buy one get half? Are you not taking advantage of honest individuals? Lin Yu listened to its lengthy explanation, initially believing that the system had suddenly developed a conscience and was about to gift him a full enlightenment pill, only to discover it was merely half. Ding. Host, do not misunderstand. Given your current mental capacity, you can only process 1.5 enlightenment pills. Consuming more would result in severe headaches, dizziness, and an overwhelming sense of confusion. All right, enough. If you continue, my head will surely explode. Lin Yu hastily interrupted, fearing that the system might run out of words. I'll buy it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on making a wise choice. The enlightenment pill has been successfully purchased. Please check for receipt. Dispense. As Lin Yu finished speaking, a pill the size of an egg materialized in his hand. Wait, what about the half you promised? Ding. Please do not be overly ambitious, host. Once you have fully digested this enlightenment pill, the system will naturally dispense the remaining half. Fine. Lin Yu reluctantly acquiesced to the system's arrangement, trusting that it would not lead him astray. Consequently, he swallowed the pill whole, and before he could even chew it, the pill transformed into a sweet liquid that flowed into his abdomen. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu felt a sudden clarity envelop his mind. Questions that had previously eluded him were now effortlessly understood. If only I had consumed this in my past life. Passing the entrance exams for Tsinghua or Beida would have been a breeze, he mused with genuine admiration. Chapter 72. A bullet to pierce a snake. Time flew by. Lin, wake up. Wei Yi arrived. Li Ming, gazing out at the scenery, called to Lin Yu, who was still deep in slumber. Already? Lin Yu groggily opened his eyes. And under the influence of the enlightenment pill, his mind rapidly cleared. At that moment, the vehicle came to a gentle halt. Li Ming immediately rose, prompting Lin Yu to follow suit. Together, they exited the car. Upon stepping out, Lin Yu was greeted by an expansive and lush forest before him. Let us go. Li Ming shouted back to Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly followed. Li Gu, do you still remember the way? Lin Yu questioned as he observed Li Ming scanning the area. Lin Yu recalled that this was his third time returning to the same spot. At his inquiry, Li Ming appeared somewhat embarrassed but stubbornly declared, Don't worry, I definitely remember. Even after 10 years, I wouldn't forget. Seeing his voice trail off, Lin Yu sensed his unreliability. However, there was no alternative. He could only hope that Li Ming would recall the correct path. All right, I trust you. Please find the way quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ming exclaimed, Found it. Lin Yu quickly approached, noticing Li Ming staring blankly at a large tree. Following his gaze, Lin Yu saw a small triangle carved into the bark. It appeared to be quite old. Could this possibly be a marker left by Li Ming? As Lin Yu was lost in thought, Li Ming spoke up, recounting an incident from 2 years prior when he inadvertently stumbled into this place while on a mission. In the chaos, he found himself within the Wind mountain range. At that moment, his cultivation was suppressed to the bronze level, which terrified him to the core. How did you manage to escape? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. After a moment of reflection, Li Ming continued. I wandered through the Wind mountain range like a headless fly, utterly disoriented. By chance, I encountered a hunter who brought me back to his village. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu speculated that it was indeed the villagers who had rescued him, as is often portrayed in films and dramas. Li Ming confirmed. I stayed in the village for a week, during which I learned much, including the name of the place I had ventured into, the Wind mountain range. Lin Yu interjected. What about this mark? Oh, that was a secret mark I made while they were escorting me out, Li Ming chuckled, revealing his two prominent front teeth. At that moment, Lin Yu, having consumed a wisdom pill, experienced a surge in intellect and quickly identified a potential issue. Brotherly, was anyone watching you when you made the marks? What do you mean? Li Ming asked, puzzled. Lin Yu clarified, I mean, after you left, is it possible they erased your marks? Hissing at this suggestion, Li Ming recalled. Now that you mention it, one of the three men who saw me off kept stealing glances at me. Initially, I thought he was interested in men, so I paid him little mind. Well, you should check to see if they've been erased, Lin Yu suggested. Hastily, Li Ming began searching for his marks. After a considerable time, he finally sighed in relief. Phew, thankfully, they haven't erased my marks. Brother Lin, let us move on. You were overthinking. Indeed, Lin Yu responded softly, falling silent as he trailed behind Li Ming. As the two ventured deeper, the trees became increasingly sparse, a phenomenon that puzzled Lin Yu. He turned to Li Ming and asked, Brotherly, have you noticed that the trees seem to become less frequent the further we go? Earlier, there was a tree every 3 to 4 meters, but now it seems to be every 10 meters or so. Ah, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, Li Ming replied, suddenly alert as he scanned the surroundings. Just then, they heard rustling from the grass nearby. Exchanging wary glances, they became vigilant. Lin Yu swiftly retrieved the formidable weapon, the destruction gun, from his storage space. Li Ming was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the long gun. Brother Lin, where did you get that? Oh, my master gifted me a spatial storage device, Lin Yu casually replied. Master Lu? How did you know? Li Ming inquired, curiosity evident in his tone, as Lin Yu realized he had never mentioned this to him before. Li Ming finally realized he had inadvertently let something slip and had no choice but to bring up Zhang Tailin. It was Team Zhang who informed me. The captain of your Jiangqing Hulongwai. He mentioned that he overheard you confessing to being Master Lu's disciple. Lin Yu immediately recalled the day he had been conversing with Li Guangliang, and a middle-aged man had been standing not far away, initially dismissed as an inconsequential character. It now appeared that this individual was indeed the team Zhang Li Ming had mentioned. However, knowing this did not seem to warrant any shame. All right, I understand, brotherly. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Very well. With that, the two of them again directed their attention towards the rustling grass in the distance. Suddenly, a hissing sound emanated from the underbrush. It must be a snake, though its strength remains uncertain, Li Ming asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu called upon the system in his mind. System, please investigate what lies within that grass. Ding system is currently investigating. Ding black-scaled snake, strength, bronze 5 stars. Entirely enveloped in black scales, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Upon fleeing, it releases a toxic black mist. Upon learning that the creature only possessed bronze 5-star strength, Lin Yu immediately grasped his demolisher gun and dashed towards it. This startled Li Ming, who shouted, Brother Lin, come back. Don't worry, brotherly. It's merely a common flower snake. It's hardly a challenge, Lin Yu replied with a smile over his shoulder. Without delay, he activated his phantom step, vanishing from his original position and reappearing directly above the grass. He then thrust his gun downwards, and a mournful cry echoed from the underbrush, followed by silence. Li Ming, witnessing this scene from a distance, stood momentarily stunned. Is Brother Lin really that formidable? He doesn't even know what beast lurks within the grass. Yet he has slain it with such ferocity. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Moreover, he didn't even use any abilities. What is this? Aren't awakened ones supposed to utilize their powers? Why does Lin Yu simply charge in with a long gun? At that moment, Li Ming's mind began to spiral, as he stared blankly at Lin Yu retrieving the corpse of the black-scaled snake. Gazing upon the lifeless creature, he was convinced that Lin Yu had indeed dispatched it with a single thrust of his gun. Brother Lin, you are exceedingly fierce. This black-scaled snake must possess at least bronze 5-star strength, yet you have taken it down with a single shot? Just a trivial matter. This snake is not nearly as formidable as the beasts I previously dispatched in the Silver Snake Secret Realm. The Silver Snake Secret Realm? Oh, the one that appeared at Jiangxing High School? You must be aware of it. Yes, I am, Li Ming nodded. During his time in the hospital, he had overheard others discussing it, so upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, he instantly grasped what the Silver Snake's secret realm entailed. Chapter 73, Blood Moon Violent Bear. The two continued their journey forward. Li Ming guided Lin Yu through the forest, following the markers he had previously left behind. After approximately half an hour, Li Ming abruptly halted his steps. Brotherly, what's wrong? Something feels off. Off. What do you mean? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed and uncertain, wondering if it could be another appearance of a beast. When I last ventured out, I distinctly remember a small creek. Now it's nothing but dense trees, devoid of any sound of water. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately began to scan his surroundings. Indeed, the area was thick with trees, and not a single sound of water could be heard. At that moment, both of them arrived at a troubling realization. The markers have been tampered with. Brotherly, it seems the villagers do not wish for us to intrude, Lin Yu proposed thoughtfully. In response, Li Ming silently nodded, indicating his agreement with Lin Yu's assessment. Brother Lin, the day is drawing to a close. Should we find a suitable spot to rest? That sounds fine. I'll follow your lead, Lin Yu replied without objection. Having set out that morning and walked for several more hours, the sky had begun to dim. It was wise to take a moment to recuperate, especially since Lin Yu had come out for training, not leisure, thus the pace was of little concern. Under Li Ming's guidance, the duo soon discovered a relatively flat area to settle down. Brother Lin, let us rest here for the night and set out again tomorrow. Sure, that works for me. As he spoke, Lin Yu removed the small pack from his back. Most of his belongings were in the 24 bridges under the moonlight, leaving only a bottle of water and a mobile phone in the small pack. In contrast, Li Ming carried a large bag, which seemed to contain a blanket. What are you carrying, Brotherly? It looks quite bulky. Oh, just a blanket, a pair of shoes, and some miscellaneous items. How about I help you with that? You can store it in my device. With that, Lin Yu revealed the 24 bridges under the moonlight to him. Li Ming hesitated momentarily, but ultimately handed over his belongings to Lin Yu. Then I appreciate your help. Come now, no need for formality. I still owe you thanks for bringing me along for this training. Lin Yu waved off the sentiment, then retrieved 2 tents from the 24 bridges under the moonlight. Brotherly, this one is for you. With that, Lin Yu tossed one of the tents to him. Li Ming caught it and promptly began to set it up. Before long, the tents were assembled. Brother Lin, you wait here. I will go hunt a beast so we can enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Haha. I'll be looking forward to the feast from Brotherly. Li Ming stood up, took a few strides, and leaped into the treetops, surveying the area. He soon heard a peculiar noise in the distance, prompting him to swiftly descend and race towards the sound. Minutes later, as he approached, the strange sounds grew increasingly distinct, and he could sense a formidable presence drawing near. Upon arriving at a small valley, Li Ming beheld a monstrous beast towering at 3 to 4 meters in height. This creature, cloaked in dark fur, possessed a robust and imposing physique, its eyes betraying a fierce and cruel demeanor. The Blood Moon Violent Bear. Li Ming gasped in recognition of this colossal beast. Almost immediately, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he gradually moved closer to the Blood Moon Violent Bear. With a mere 10 meters separating them, he charged boldly at the creature. Wielding an icy blade, he advanced swiftly toward the beast, and in that moment, a flurry of blade flashes erupted. In an instant, Li Ming severed one of the bear's paws. Roar! The Blood Moon Violent Bear was instantly enraged, letting out a furious roar as its other paw came crashing down toward Li Ming. Sensing the force behind the strike, Li Ming deftly evaded the attack. Humph! Merely a silver 5-star beast. It shall remain here today. With a cold snort, Li Ming darted from the side, seizing the moment while the bear was still disoriented, and once again swung his blade, lopping off the other paw of the Blood Moon Violent Bear. Roar! Only then did the Blood Moon Violent Bear realize it was no match for the human before it. It let out 2 enraged roars, attempting to flee. But Li Ming would not permit its escape. With a slight bend of his legs, he propelled himself over the head of the bear. Just as it pondered the intentions of this audacious human, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, cleaving the beast's head from its body. In an instant, blood gushed forth, but fortunately, Li Ming had positioned himself at a safe distance. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in its crimson spray. One must acknowledge the wealth of combat experience possessed by the members of the Dragon Guard. Once the blood ceased to spurt, Li Ming approached, preparing to drag the beast away. Goodness, this creature is rather heavy. Had I known, I would have summoned Brother Lin to assist. Oh well, I suppose I shall manage on my own. Li Ming muttered to himself, then seized one of the bear's paws and began his trek back to the camp. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, feeling somewhat bored as he watched Li Ming depart, began to cultivate the Hunyuan technique, absorbing the spiritual energy in the area. Although the energy here was not as concentrated as that in the previous Silver Snake secret realm, it was still several times more potent than that found in Jiang City. In this environment, his cultivation progressed swiftly, and having just broken through to bronze 7 stars, Lin Yu sensed the subtle signs of a potential breakthrough to 8 stars, though he knew he required several more days to achieve it. As dusk descended, Lin Yu ceased his cultivation, gradually opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of stagnant air. I wonder how Brother Li is faring. Has he hunted any beasts? Just then, a rustling sound echoed from afar, followed by Li Ming's voice. Lin, come over and help me. This beast is truly enormous, and I'm struggling a bit. Upon hearing Li Ming's voice, Lin Yu quickly rose from the ground and made his way in the direction of the sound. Before long, he spotted Li Ming dragging a large black beast towards him. The night was too dark for Lin Yu to discern what manner of creature it was. Brother Li, what kind of beast have you caught? It seems rather heavy. Lin Yu inquired as he approached. A blood moon violent bear of silver grade. Ha ha, Lin, you are in for a treat tonight. It is said that the paws of this bear are the most delectable, Li Ming replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he knew that in his previous life, the capture of wild bears was strictly forbidden by the state. He had long craved the taste of such delicacies, and now, unexpectedly, he encountered one. Without hesitation, Lin Yu grasped the other paw of the blood moon violent bear, and together, they dragged it into the camp. Lin, since you have awakened your fire abilities, hasten to prepare this fellow. Upon returning to the camp, Li Ming urged Lin Yu. Without a moment's delay, Lin Yu concentrated, gathering flames in his hands, and then hurled a fireball directly at the blood moon violent bear. In the next instant, fierce flames engulfed the creature. The bear's dark fur quickly charred in the blaze. Once he deemed it sufficiently cooked, Lin Yu retracted the flames and retrieved his crimson serpent fang to begin cleaning the charred remains. Chapter 74. Roasted Bear Paw at Jiangqing High School. Zhou Pengji was meditating when a striking figure approached him. Zhou, where's Lin? A chilling voice suddenly resonated in Zhou Pengji's ears. He halted his practice and slowly opened his eyes to find Li Hanzhuang standing before him, which puzzled him. Could it be that Li Hanzhuang had taken an interest in him? Li, are you looking for something? Zhou, where's Lin Yu? I haven't seen him these past few days. Relieved that she was inquiring about Lin Yu, Zhou Pengji exhaled, as he had feared that the icy beauty was seeking him out. Oh, you mean Brother Yu? He has left Jiangqing to train outside, and probably won't return for another 3 months. Training outside? When did this happen? For the first time, a hint of astonishment crossed the typically expressionless face of Li Hanzhuang. Noticing her concern for Lin Yu, Zhou Pengji scrutinized her, silently pondering. What is going on with this Ice Queen? Why is she so invested in Brother Yu? Zhou, what are you thinking? I'm asking you when Lin Yu left. Oh, right, I truly do not know, but it should have been in the past few days. As Li Hanzhuang called out to him, Zhou Pengji finally regained his focus and hastily claimed ignorance. Unbeknownst to him, he had no idea when Lin Yu had departed, as Lin Yu had not confided in him. However, it was likely a recent occurrence. Observing that further inquiries would yield no results, Li Hanzhuang chose to disregard Zhou Pengji and turned to leave. It was perplexing, but she decided it was best not to dwell on it. Instead, she resolved to dedicate her time to cultivation, leaving the matter concerning Li Bingquai to be handled by Brother Yu himself. As Zhou Pengji watched her walk away, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, then closed his eyes once more to resume his practice. Meanwhile, after turning away, Li Hanzhuang made her way directly to the principal's office. Shortly, she arrived at the entrance of Wang Fuzhuan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. At the sound of Principal Wang's voice, Li Hanzhuang unhesitatingly opened the door and entered. Upon recognizing her, Wang Fuzhuan was somewhat taken aback, followed by an inexplicable emotion welling up within him. Li Hanzhuang, is there something you wish to discuss? Principal, I have heard that Lin Yu has left the school to train outside, she stated. Wang Fuzhuan regarded her silently, uncertain of the implications behind her words. The next moment, he found himself unsettled, but before he could voice his thoughts, Li Hanzhuang's icy tone interrupted. Principal, I too wish to apply for external training. Just as he had anticipated, Wang Fuzhuan thought to himself, having surmised her intentions the moment she spoke. Li Hanzhuang, you must understand how perilous the outside world can be. It would be far safer for you to remain at school, and your family would likely not permit you to venture out for training, he attempted to reassure her. It was important to note that the Li family, to which Li Hanzhuang belonged, had previously donated a building to Jiangqing High School. Thus, he felt compelled to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Wang Fuzhuan's words, Li Hanzhuang's expression remained impassive as she retrieved her phone from her pocket and, before Wang Fuzhuan, dialed a number. After a brief exchange, she handed the phone to him. Seeing the phone being offered, Wang Fujuan's heart raced with trepidation, instantly aware that Li Hanchuang's family had sanctioned her request. Despite his foreknowledge, he accepted the call. The next moment, a gruff voice resonated from the other end. Principal Wang, I won't waste words. You must ensure that my daughter Hanchuang's affairs are handled appropriately. In due time, I will donate another teaching building. Certainly, Mr. Li. I assure you. We will not let you down, Wang Fujuan replied, his tone obsequious as he acquiesced to Li Hanchuang's request. After concluding the call, Wang Fujuan returned the phone to Li Hanchuang. Rest assured, the school will take care of everything, he assured her. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Principal. Li Hanchuang replied coldly. With a resigned nod, Wang Fujuan signaled for her to exit. Without looking back, Li Hanchuang left the office and made her way directly to the school gates. Amidst the astonished gazes of her fellow students, she strode out of the school premises. On the other side, Lin Yu and Li Ming were gathered around the campfire, above which two bear paws were sizzling. The aroma wafting from them was irresistible, stirring Lin Yu's desire to sample the delicacy. As he gazed at the bear paws crackling and popping, saliva nearly dripped from the corners of his mouth. In both this life and the last, it was his first encounter with such a dish. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not thrilled. After all, did not the ancients proclaim, I desire fish, and I also desire bear paws. With no fish at hand today, bear paws would suffice. Brother Lin, I must admit, your culinary skills have astounded me throughout the year. One might think you are merely on a leisurely journey, Li Ming chuckled. Haha, Brother Li, you cannot blame me. The last time I accidentally ventured into that secret realm, there was meat, but it was so bland that I struggled to adjust. Hence, I prepared an abundance of seasonings this time, ensuring the flavors were just right. Indeed, in the past, during numerous missions, I hardly carried any condiments, wasting many fine ingredients. Li Ming reminisced about his previous culinary experiences. Back then, he had not been equipped with the plethora of spices available today, thanks to Lin Yu, who had introduced him to the exquisite taste of monster meat. Brother Li, I feel ready to indulge. Perhaps you should have the first taste? Lin Yu called out, eyeing the fragrant bear paws. However, the next moment dinged Li Ming's emotional value. 666. Seeing Li Ming hesitate, Lin Yu resignedly cut a small piece for himself and began to chew. The moment the morsel touched his palate, an explosion of flavor filled the air, and he quickly realized the bear paw was rich, yet not overly greasy. Delicious, he exclaimed wholeheartedly, and soon he was devouring it with fervor. Li Ming, witnessing Lin Yu's enthusiasm, picked up the other bear paw and began to gnaw at it, with Lin Yu's novice culinary god skills enhancing the already delectable dish. The two savored their feast. After a considerable time, they finished the bear paws, and feeling satisfied, Lin Yu reclined lazily on the ground. Had I known, I should have brought a sofa. This ground is far too hard, leaving my backside sore. Brother Lin, you are here for training, not to revel in comfort. I am aware, but training aside, we must also indulge. What is the purpose of our trials if not to enjoy life afterward? For a moment, Li Ming found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on the validity of Lin Yu's argument. After all, the toil they endured was merely a means to enjoy life in their later years. Why could they not balance enjoyment with effort now? Enjoyment in old age? What a joke. Chapter 75. The Spectral Mountain Goblin. Brother Lin, you keep watch for a while. I shall take a nap, and later you can rouse me. All right. Li Ming swiftly removed his shoes and darted into the tent, quickly lying down, soon followed by the sounds of snoring. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat quietly before the fire, occasionally adding more wood to keep the flames alive. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, sending a chill racing up his spine, causing his hair to stand on end and instantly heightening his alertness. He gradually scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing unusual, which led him to question whether it was merely his imagination. Just as Lin Yu contemplated the possibility of it being an illusion, two eerie green orbs flickered into existence in the distance among the trees. Goodness! The instant he beheld the glowing points, Lin Yu could not help but curse in shock. Were those eyes? After a brief moment of astonishment, he fixated on the two motionless green orbs, exclaiming involuntarily. It was no wonder he thought so. The two orbs were positioned closely together, resembling human eyes. The fact that they remained still only intensified Lin Yu's trepidation. He hastily called upon the system. System, please help me ascertain what that thing is and why it is so unsettling. Beep. The system is currently detecting. Beep. The entity is a spectral eye mountain demon, classified as a Bronze 8 star, possessing the ability to manipulate dreams and ensnare individuals silently within a dreamscape. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu furrowed his brow in concern. In the next instant, he turned to look at the sleeping Li Ming. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Without further deliberation, Lin Yu kept his gaze fixed on the spectral eye mountain demon while stealthily approaching Li Ming's tent. Earlier, to prevent any beastly attacks, Li Ming had left the tent unzipped, allowing Lin Yu to slip inside with ease. "Li Ge, wake up!" Lin Yu urgently shouted at the slumbering Li Ming. But to his dismay, Li Ming remained unresponsive. Smack! Seeing that he could not rouse Li Ming, Lin Yu delivered a sharp slap to his face. Logically, no matter how deep the sleep, Li Ming should have awakened from such a strike. Yet, he remained oblivious. Lin Yu slapped him again, still yielding no sign of awakening. At this point, Lin Yu was certain that Li Ming had been trapped in the dream realm by the spectral eye mountain demon. System: how can one awaken a person ensnared in a dream by the spectral eye mountain demon? Beep. The host need only eliminate the entity, and the dream will shatter, allowing the trapped individual to once again perceive the external world. Thus, it seemed that battle was inevitable. Lin Yu promptly exited the tent, his gaze firmly fixed on the distant glowing orbs. Since the demon remained motionless, it indicated that it was currently unable to act, making this an opportune moment. Without hesitation, Lin Yu retrieved the Longyuan's sword from the system space. He then activated the phantom step, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the spectral eye mountain demon stared in bewilderment at the sudden disappearance of Lin Yu from the camp. It was perplexed as to how the human had vanished so abruptly. The demon had originally planned to wait until Lin Yu fell asleep before making its move to drain the cerebral fluid from both individuals. To Lin Yu's astonishment, he miraculously vanished. However, he was not deterred. A surge of emerald light ignited in his eyes. He ensnared Li Ming firmly within the confines of a dream, all the while beginning to stride slowly toward the camp. As he reveled in his success, a glimmer of cold light flashed before him. Just as Lin Yu believed he could vanquish it with a single strike, the swift reflexes of the spectral-eyed mountain demon left him utterly astounded. The tip of his sword was merely 2 centimeters away when the creature effortlessly sidestepped. "Damn, this creature is remarkably swift," Lin Yu muttered, swinging the Longyuan sword once more toward the spectral-eyed mountain demon. Yet again, it nimbly evaded his attack. Gazing upon the creature, which stood as tall as a man, Lin Yu felt he was not confronting a mere beast, but rather a sentient being. Blazing fireball. With a furious shout, Lin Yu launched a fireball directly at the spectral-eyed mountain demon. As it attempted to evade once more, Lin Yu swiftly employed the phantom step, appearing behind it. With a decisive swing, he severed one of its arms. He intended to aim for its head next, but at that moment, the green light in the demon's eyes locked onto his own. Lin Yu became momentarily entranced, and in that fleeting second, the creature darted swiftly into the depths of the forest. "Damn it, I've fallen for this beast's trick." Coming to his senses, Lin Yu saw the spectral-eyed mountain demon had already fled several dozen meters away, and regret washed over him. This creature possessed the ability to manipulate dreams. Should he inadvertently fall under its spell alongside Li Ming, the consequences would be dire. However, the demon's speed was astonishingly quick, and even with the use of phantom step, capturing it in a short span seemed improbable. Moreover, within the tent, Li Ming lay fast asleep. If Lin Yu were to pursue the demon, what would happen if other beasts appeared? Contemplating this, he turned and rushed back toward the tent. As Lin Yu stepped into the confines of the tent, Li Ming, who had seemingly been impossible to awaken, sat up in a daze. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge from the woods, Li Ming couldn't help but inquire, "Lin, where have you been? Did you go to the restroom?" "Brotherly, did you not feel the commotion just now?" Lin Yu asked. Li Ming shook his head. "Well then, you were trapped in a dream by a mountain demon." "Ah, what a shame it escaped, but I did manage to sever one of its arms." Before Lin Yu could finish, he was interrupted by Li Ming's sudden realization. "Why does my face hurt so much?" Li Ming exclaimed, belatedly noticing a fiery sensation on his cheeks. Seeing him clutching his face, Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned away. After a moment's thought, he decided it would be best to recount the events to Li Ming, lest he indulge in wild speculation. "Ah, brotherly, your face is what I struck," Lin Yu remarked. Li Ming, puzzled, inquired, "What did you just say?" "I mentioned that your face was the target of my slap, when I noticed something was amiss. I attempted to wake you, but despite my persistent calls, you remained unresponsive. Thus, I resorted to giving you a slap, but seeing that you didn't wake up, I surmised it might be the work of that mountain demon, so I pursued it. Are you certain you only struck me once? Li Ming scrutinized him with skepticism. Unable to believe that a single slap could inflict such pain, it must have been more than one. Feeling the weight of Li Ming's attention, Lin Yu awkwardly scratched his toes. Well, since you didn't wake up from the first slap, I assumed you were in a deep slumber. So you ended up giving me a few more slaps? Lin Yu tentatively nodded, his gaze averted. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 999. Ding. The mountain demon's emotional value, 10. Ding. The mountain demon's emotional value, 10. What? Lin Yu exclaimed, taken aback that the mountain demon was generating emotional value. He erupted into laughter, realizing how to elicit emotions from the beast. Chapter 76. The three-eyed spirit-marked rabbit. In the quiet hours of the night, Lin Yu lay peacefully asleep in the tent, while Li Ming kept vigil by the fire. Fortunately, the mountain demon did not return. Li Ming speculated it must have sustained significant injuries, explaining its absence. However, drawing from his years of experience, he believed the demon would eventually return, though the timing remained uncertain. Soon, the night passed without incident. Lin Yu awoke from his slumber. Though the makeshift accommodations lacked the comforts of home, they were preferable to his previous night spent in the secret realm. Emerging from the tent, he found Li Ming struggling to keep his eyes open. Brotherly, why don't you go inside and rest for a bit? I'll prepare breakfast shortly and call for you. All right. Upon hearing this, Li Ming did not decline and promptly returned to his tent, falling asleep within a minute. Noticing Li Ming was asleep, Lin Yu retrieved his toiletries from the 24 bridges under the moonlight and began his morning routine. He then took out the remaining Blood Moon savage bear meat from the previous night. Thanks to the lack of air circulation within the 24 bridges under the moonlight, the meat had no unpleasant odor. Next, he extracted a crimson serpent's fang from the system space and began carving the bear meat. In no time, a chunk of meat, roughly the size of a basin, was severed. Lin Yu skewered the meat with 2 sticks and placed it over the fire. Before long, a layer of grease enveloped the meat. Sizzle! A drop of oil fell onto the flames, producing a satisfying hissing sound. At that moment, Lin Yu took out a plate of pepper and sprinkled it over the meat. Instantly, the aromatic blend of spices mingled with the intrinsic flavor of the bear meat, creating an overwhelming sensory delight. How delectable! Just the sight of it made one salivate. Fortunately, the gluttonous fat man was absent, otherwise, he would have tried to snatch it away from me. As Lin Yu roasted the meat, he incessantly murmured to himself. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, causing Lin Yu's expression to change drastically. He immediately intended to rouse Li Ming. However, before he could rise, a shadow abruptly leapt out. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu discovered it was a rabbit, yet not an ordinary one, for typical rabbits lack patterns and certainly do not possess 3 eyes. System, quickly help me identify this rabbit. Lin Yu urgently called upon the system in his mind. In response to his request, the system promptly began its search. Within moments, it provided the information. Ding. 3-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit, strength bronze 5 stars, relatively mild temperament, enjoys being adorable, and has an affinity for food. Just as Lin Yu absorbed the system's introduction, the 3-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit blinked its 3 lively eyes at him. The rabbit's gaze shifted towards the roasting bear meat, and in the next instant, its 3 eyes gleamed with excitement. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the 3-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit began to hop eagerly towards the meat, covering the distance of over 10 meters in just a few bounds. Upon reaching the base of the roasting meat, it halted, captivated by the flickering flames, and then looked over at Lin Yu, making a series of chirping sounds. Amused by the antics of this little creature, Lin Yu realized he was in the presence of a foodie rabbit. "Little one, do you wish to eat?" he inquired. To his surprise, the rabbit nodded eagerly. Seeing this, Lin Yu reluctantly sliced off a piece of meat about the size of his palm and tossed it in front of it. The 3-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit prepared to pick it up with its tiny paws, but the moment its paws made contact with the meat, it jumped back in shock from the heat. It then began to blow on its paws repeatedly, and Lin Yu, observing this scene, could not help but burst into laughter. The 3-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit, seemingly aware of his mirth, bared its teeth at him. Lin Yu, noticing its audacity, playfully seized the rabbit. "You little rascal, I offer you food, and you dare to show me your teeth?" He lightly flicked its head, and the rabbit, sensing the slight pain, rubbed its head with its tiny paws. However, Its short limbs struggled to reach the spot, rendering the scene quite comical, which further amused Lin Yu. He then picked up the piece of meat from the ground and offered it to the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit once more. At this moment, the piece of meat had cooled considerably. The little creature cautiously prodded it with its tiny paws and, finding it no longer scalding, seized it with determination. It then proceeded to stuff the meat into its mouth, and upon savoring the first bite, its three eyes widened in astonishment. Forgetting that Lin Yu had it in his grasp, it frantically continued to devour the meat. Observing this, Lin Yu gently set it down and prepared to awaken Li Ming. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the hem of his pants. Looking down, he saw the three-eyed spirit rabbit blinking up at him. The piece of meat it had previously held was now nowhere to be found. "Little one, you truly have an appetite. Very well, I shall carve you another piece," Lin Yu remarked, recognizing its desire for more. He cut a larger piece of meat than before and tossed it to the eager creature. "Wait a moment before you eat, lest you burn yourself again," he cautioned, not bothering to ascertain if it understood him as he made his way to Li Ming's tent to rouse him. "Li Gu, it's time to rise. Breakfast is ready." All right," Li Ming murmured in response to Lin Yu's voice. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and as he sat up to gaze outside, he was greeted by the sight of a pure white rabbit with three eyes adorning its forehead. "The three-eyed spirit rabbit," Li Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. It was no surprise that he was so thrilled. Anyone familiar with the rarity of the three-eyed spirit rabbit would undoubtedly share his fervor. This creature was exceedingly rare, and in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the wealthiest and most influential individuals found it immensely challenging to acquire one due to its scarcity. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ming dashed outside, oblivious to whether he was wearing shoes, and lunged toward the three-eyed spirit rabbit. Just as he was about to seize it, the rabbit deftly leapt aside to evade capture. "Whoa, you little rascal, trying to escape. Lin, help me catch it," Li Ming shouted to the bewildered Lin Yu, who stood nearby. Though puzzled by Li Ming's sudden urge to capture the little creature, Lin Yu called out, "Come here, little one. Do you still wish for more meat?" Upon hearing the enticing call and seeing the piece of meat in Lin Yu's hand, the three-eyed spirit rabbit halted in its tracks. Sensing no malice from Lin Yu, it chose to trust him, hopping over to his feet and nudging his pant leg with its tiny paws. Seeing this, Lin Yu scooped it up and graciously offered it a piece of meat. Chapter 77. Taming the three-eyed spirit rabbit. At this juncture, Li Ming approached slowly. His curiosity piqued as he observed the little creature nestled contentedly in Lin Yu's arms. "Lin, how did you manage to attract this fellow? Don't tell me it was merely the allure of this bear meat." Indeed, it was the enticing aroma of the meat that drew it near. It emerged from the underbrush and, lured by the scent, hopped right over, Lin Yu explained. As Lin Yu spoke, he gestured toward the distant thicket. Upon hearing this, Li Ming immediately comprehended the situation. He had initially believed that the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit had inadvertently wandered into the camp. However, he soon realized that it had been drawn by Lin Yu, which implied that he was destined to have no connection with this rare creature. Nevertheless, he felt no sorrow, for only those truly fated could claim the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit. "Brother Lin, please take good care of this little one," Li Ming said. "Huh," Lin Yu responded, somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom the meaning behind Li Ming's words. Did he expect him to raise it? Although the creature was quite adorable, he had no intention of nurturing a spirit beast. Seeing Lin Yu's reaction, Li Ming speculated that he might be unaware of the significance of the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit. Thus, he promptly explained, "Brother Lin, don't play coy. There are countless wealthy nobles around the world who long to possess one of these creatures, but lack the means." "Is it truly that rare?" Lin Yu inquired. "Rare? It's beyond rare. Among a million rabbit-type spirit beasts, only one might emerge as a three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit." Lin Yu gasped in astonishment, realizing that the little creature in his arms was exceedingly scarce. Initially, he had thought it merely a gluttonous, ordinary beast, unaware that it was a coveted rarity that the affluent would vie for. "Indeed, you've struck gold," Li Ming teased. "Haha, is that so? However, I'm still uncertain if this little fellow wishes to accompany me," Lin Yu admitted, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon good fortune. Or rather, he was the protagonist in this tale. Surely, with his protagonist's aura, he could persuade it to follow him. "Little one, do you wish to come with me? I promise you'll have plenty of meat to eat every day," Lin Yu said, glancing at the piece of meat the rabbit was munching on. Upon hearing that it could enjoy daily meat as long as it followed him, The three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit eagerly nodded. Seeing its response, Lin Yu realized he had successfully tamed it. Ha ha, congratulations, Brother Lin, on taming a three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit, Li Ming exclaimed cheerfully, recognizing that the rabbit was preparing to accompany Lin Yu. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed. Ding! Detection of host taming a three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit. The system rewards a contract agreement. Startled by the sudden announcement, Lin Yu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid! Li Ming, observing his inexplicable merriment, was puzzled. Was it truly such a joy to acquire a three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit? However, Lin Yu paid him no mind, instead inquiring within his mind about the purpose of the contract agreement. The contract agreement, as its name suggests, allows the host to enter into a pact with the demon beast. Once the host and the demon beast have signed this agreement, the demon beast will be bound to the host for life without the possibility of betrayal. It is important to note that this contract can only be established between the host and a demon beast that has already been subdued. Therefore, at this moment, it appears that the only possible contract is between myself and the three-eyed spirit rabbit. Indeed, the current contract can only be signed by the host and the three-eyed spirit rabbit. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yu felt somewhat disheartened, yet he found it bearable. How does one utilize this contract agreement? The system responded that the host simply needs to place a drop of their blood alongside a drop of the demon beast's blood upon it to complete the contract. Furthermore, should the host wish to dissolve the contract, they need only retract their own blood. Oh, I understand now. Lin Yu immediately grasped how to use the contract agreement. However, he realized that he could not use it in front of Li Ming. Lin, what are you daydreaming about? Li Ming called out as he noticed Lin Yu lost in thought. Coming back to reality, Lin Yu hurriedly replied, Oh, nothing. I was just considering whether to prepare some carrots for this little fellow. The three-eyed spirit rabbit is a demon beast, not an ordinary animal. Its favorite food is meat. Though it is also quite agreeable to have some vegetables occasionally, Li Ming explained. Oh, I see, Lin Yu nodded. By the way, Li Gu, I saved you a piece of roasted meat. You should try it. With that, Lin Yu handed over the remaining piece of meat to Li Ming, who promptly accepted it and began to eat heartily. Delicious. No wonder this little guy sought you out. The flavor is exquisite. Haha, enjoy it while you can. And if it's not enough, I'll roast more. After a while, the two finished tidying up their belongings and set off once more, this time with a new companion. The three-eyed spirit rabbit was perched on Lin Yu's shoulder, gripping his clothing tightly with its paws, fearful of falling. Lin Yu had intended to hold it in his arms, but it stubbornly climbed atop his head. As Lin Yu's head swayed, it tumbled down. Reluctantly, Lin Yu placed it back on his shoulder. Li Gu, do you think we can reach the Yin Mountains today? Lin Yu inquired curiously from behind. Li Ming shook his head at the question. I initially planned to follow the markers to reach the village first, and then let them guide us to the Yin Mountains. However, I did not anticipate their unwelcoming nature. They deliberately tampered with the markers. For now, we have no choice but to follow the altered signs. I just hope these markers lead us to the Yin Mountains. If not, we may find ourselves wandering aimlessly. Can't we train here instead? Must we go to the Yin Mountains? Lin Yu asked. The demon beasts here are relatively scarce, and without the suppression of the Yin Mountains, many of the demon beasts here are at the silver level. Given your current strength, it would only be a form of self-torment. Upon hearing his explanation, Lin Yu instantly comprehended the situation and ceased to speak, silently trailing behind Li Ming. Lin Yu had no intention of revealing that he possessed a method to eliminate a silver-tier beast, particularly since it involved the enigmatic fire pearl. Although the power of the fire pearl could enable Lin Yu to contend effortlessly with silver-tier creatures of 8 or 9 stars, what was the utility in that? He could not possibly rely on the fire pearl in every confrontation. Should it fall into the hands of a scheming individual, the consequences could be dire. One must be prudent and allow for steady development, eschewing recklessness. The fire pearl could only be regarded as a trump card. As Lin Yu indulged in his musings, Li Ming, who was leading the way, suddenly halted. What is wrong, brotherly? Lin Yu inquired. Shoo, listen, Li Ming responded, urging silence. What am I supposed to be listening for? Lin Yu asked, perplexed. There's the sound of a baby crying. What? Shoo, keep your voice down. Li Ming hastily signaled for Lin Yu to lower his volume. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu immediately fell silent and followed Li Ming towards the source of the sound. Chapter 78, Slaying the Mysterious-Eyed Mountain Ape, Brother Li. Where could a baby's cry possibly come from in this desolate wilderness? Lin Yu questioned. I'm not certain, but I suspect it might be some sort of beast imitating a baby's cry. It isn't a real infant. Li Ming articulated his thoughts, to which Lin Yu nodded in agreement. The two then proceeded towards the direction of the sound. Before long, they neared the source of the cries. But when Lin Yu discerned what it was, he froze in astonishment. The creature before them was indeed the mysterious-eyed mountain ape. The very one he had severed an arm from the previous night. Brotherly, it's the one I encountered last night, Lin Yu exclaimed. The mysterious-eyed mountain ape. Li Ming finally recognized the beast and involuntarily shouted. At the moment Li Ming spoke, the mysterious-eyed mountain ape sensed their presence and, upon spotting Lin Yu, immediately took flight. Chase it, Li Ming bellowed, sprinting after the creature. Observing this, Lin Yu instructed the three-eyed spirit rabbit perched on his shoulder, Little White, retreat into the bag. Following his command, the three-eyed spirit rabbit turned, unzipped the backpack, and swiftly nestled inside. Lin Yu then activated his phantom steps, propelling himself forward until he caught up with Li Ming, quickly continuing the pursuit of the mysterious-eyed mountain ape. Realizing that the human was gaining on it, the mysterious-eyed mountain ape quickened its pace. Observing its acceleration, Lin Yu retrieved several spirit recovery pills from his system inventory. He hastily consumed multiple pills, and as they settled in his stomach, his previously dwindling spiritual energy was instantly replenished. He then executed phantom steps once more, closing in on the mysterious-eyed mountain ape. Meanwhile, Li Ming, witnessing the duo of man and beast vanishing from sight, was momentarily taken aback. As a distinguished platinum-tier expert, he found himself outpaced by two mere bronze-tier individuals. Should this news spread, he would surely suffer a significant loss of face. Consequently, Li Ming hastened his steps, fervently chasing after the pair. Half an hour passed. Lin Yu was merely 10 meters away from the spectral mountain demon when, unexpectedly, the creature's speed diminished rather than increased, leaving Lin Yu perplexed. However, upon discerning the path ahead, his composure faltered. It was a sheer cliff. If he did not halt, he would surely plummet down. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu slowed his pace. Just then, Li Ming, panting heavily, caught up with him. Observing Lin Yu's sudden deceleration, he was immediately filled with curiosity. Brotherly, stop. There's a cliff ahead. What? Li Ming exclaimed, swiftly reacting and also beginning to decelerate. Soon, the two came to a stop 20 meters from the precipice. Gazing at the cornered spectral mountain demon, a smirk of triumph graced their lips. Ha ha ha, why aren't you fleeing now? Ding. The emotional value of the spectral mountain demon increased by 10. Ding. The emotional value of the spectral mountain demon increased by 10. As Lin Yu's words fell, the system's notifications echoed incessantly. The demon, witnessing the two approaching, instinctively began to retreat towards the cliff's edge. Realizing its retreat was futile, panic surged through the creature. It did not wish to meet its demise. Yet, as they drew nearer, it was forced to make a choice: leap into the abyss or face extermination by these humans. In an instant, the spectral mountain demon resolved to jump, but just then, an ice spear pierced through its body. In disbelief, it glanced at the gaping wound in its chest before collapsing heavily to the ground. Exchanging victorious glances, the two smiled, relieved to have dealt with this significant nuisance. They had previously worried that this malevolent entity might seek revenge in the shadows. Now that the matter was settled, they could finally sleep soundly at night. Just as Lin Yu prepared to turn away, he was halted by Li Ming's voice. Brother Lin, we have arrived at the Wind Mountains. What? Lin Yu immediately pivoted and followed Li Ming's gaze, spotting a lush forest below the cliff. However, compared to the verdant canopy above, the trees down below appeared somewhat sparse. In the distance, he could even see a monstrous beast hunting. Brotherly, should we descend now? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Li Ming hesitated. Entering the Wind Mountains would confine his own realm to the 9th star of bronze. Yet, having come this far, it would be a pity not to explore. All right, let us go. Since the time is still early, we should find a suitable place to set up camp. Resolute, Li Ming nodded. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu promptly retrieved a rope from his supplies, having prepared in advance. The two then located a sturdy tree, secured the rope around it, and after testing its strength, they cast the remaining length downwards. Brother Lin, I will descend first. If anything arises, I will handle it, Li Ming said to Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu harbored no objections. After all, none could predict the circumstances that lay ahead. It was undoubtedly advantageous to have Li Ming, a platinum-level combatant, leading the charge. Without further ado, the two began their descent down the rope. At that moment, Ming Ming, the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit, stealthily unzipped its pouch and peered out. Upon realizing its precarious position suspended in midair, it quickly retreated, tightening the zipper in fear of an accidental fall. However, Lin Yu observed its every movement, and the rabbit's timid demeanor prompted a chuckle from him. Previously, he had surreptitiously entered into a contract with the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit, granting him insight into its thoughts and feelings. Xiaobai, remain still, be cautious lest you tumble and become a mere puddle of flesh. I shall not be responsible for you then, he warned. At the sound of Lin Yu's voice, the rabbit curled up even more tightly within the bag, remaining motionless. Noticing its compliance, Lin Yu ceased his teasing and focused on the descent. Just then, a flying beast appeared overhead, seemingly aware of their presence. It let out a shrill cry and dove directly towards them. Ice Dragon Spike, Li Ming bellowed, launching an ice spear at the creature. With a mournful screech, the flying beast plummeted to the ground, its fate unknown. Brother Lin, we must hasten our descent. Other beasts may soon follow, Li Ming called up to Lin Yu. Understood, Lin Yu replied loudly. Subsequently, their descent quickened, and after several minutes, they safely reached the bottom of the cliff. They secured the rope and proceeded into the forest. Shortly after their departure, a towering 2-meter-tall underworld eye mountain ape arrived at the corpse of the dismembered underworld eye mountain ape. Upon observing the lifeless body, the imposing creature let out a furious roar, its gaze shifting towards the direction Lin Yu and Li Ming had vanished. Filled with rage, it leapt from the cliff. Chapter 79. Should we seek assistance? The two wandered for an indeterminate time until a blood-eyed tiger emerged before them. Brother Lin, this blood-eyed tiger is yours to handle, Li Ming instructed. Very well, a bronze 8-star blood-eyed tiger is an ideal opportunity for me to test my skills. With that, a fireball coalesced in his palm, which he then hurled at the blood-eyed tiger. With a resounding explosion, the fireball struck the creature's forehead. Lin Yu, having no intention of killing it, ensured that the blow would inflict damage without endangering its life. After all, preserving it was far more valuable for accruing emotional points than slaying it. Indeed, the system's voice soon echoed in response. The blood-eyed tiger's emotional value stands at 10. Due to the limited intelligence of bronze-level demonic beasts, it can only yield a maximum of 10 points each time. However, Lin Yu remains unconcerned. Though the points are minimal, their abundance compensates. The Wind Mountains are teeming with demonic creatures, allowing him to amass quite a fortune daily. Just moments ago, he had extracted over 5,000 emotional points from the blood-eyed tiger. Lin, aren't you going to kill it? Li Ming inquired. Observing Lin Yu's decision to merely injure rather than slay the creature, his curiosity piqued. Why would I kill it? We hold no grudges against one another. Besides, I am here for training, not slaughter, Lin Yu replied. Fair enough, Li Ming conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed unreasonable to argue that humans and demonic beasts are sworn enemies, destined to annihilate one another. That would render him no different from a fiend. Moreover, some demonic beasts are indeed worth nurturing. The three-eyed spirit-marked rabbit, for instance, had been taken in by Lin Yu. Rest assured, I am not overly compassionate. I simply find killing a bronze-level beast uninteresting. If I were to hunt, it would be the silver-level ones. Of course, Lin Yu refrained from disclosing his true intentions. Having finally discovered a method to extract emotional value from demonic beasts, he intended to utilize it judiciously. Directly slaying them would be imprudent. He needed to preserve them to gradually cultivate his emotional value. This place was akin to a veritable factory for emotional value production. If each demonic beast could yield 5,000 emotional points per day, and with so many beasts around, injuring about 20 daily would accumulate over 100,000 emotional points. Over 3 months, that could amount to around 10 million points, an astonishing fortune. If he were to eliminate them all, where would he find such advantageous beasts again? Lin Yu understood the dual benefits of his approach. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's initial concerns dissipated. At first, he suspected Lin Yu of being overly merciful, hesitant to slay the beast, but it was clear now that he had misjudged. However, silver-level beasts are not easily vanquished, and he eagerly anticipated Lin Yu's forthcoming surprises. Let us go, brotherly. Let us seek out other demonic creatures, Lin Yu declared, turning to Li Ming. Li Ming nodded in agreement, and the two continued on their journey, leaving the bewildered blood-eyed tiger dazed in their wake. Initially, It had believed its demise was imminent, only to find that the two humans had spared its life. As Lin Yu and Li Ming receded into the distance, the blood-eyed tiger, trembling, rose unsteadily and limped back toward its lair. Once they had departed, a shadow-eyed mountain ape slowly descended from the trees, with a gaze filled with malice. It watched the two retreating figures, opting not to strike immediately, as direct confrontation was not its forte. It preferred to lure its prey into dreams, gradually devouring their essence. Thus, it lay in wait, biding its time until Lin Yu and Li Ming succumbed to slumber before making its move. On the opposite side of the Yinwen Mountains, three figures were fleeing in a frenzy, seemingly pursued by a terrifying beast. "Brother, you must think of a way," one of the young girls urged a boy beside her. The boy, helpless, spread his hands, replying, "Little sister, I had warned you that this place is perilous, but you refused to listen. And now look where we are. Xiaoxua, now is not the time for you two to bicker. Quickly think of a way to evade that rampaging giant rhinoceros," exclaimed another girl, exasperated by the siblings squabbling amidst such danger. "Exactly. Elder brother, you are the strongest among us. Hurry and intercept that ferocious beast." Morong Shui glared at her brother, Morong Yunhai. Upon hearing his sister's request to confront the beast, Morong Yunhai's expression darkened. Did she truly believe he could stop it? Although the rampaging giant rhinoceros was merely at the 9th star of the bronze realm, its true power was undoubtedly at the silver level. How could he, a mere 8th star of the bronze realm, contend with such strength? "If you want to go, then you go. I refuse to face that creature, which is far beyond the 9th star of bronze," Morong Yunhai retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Morong Shui. Beside them, Sikong Yanin watched the two argue, her forehead creasing with frustration. "Enough. Are you two finished? Quickly devise a way to shake off that monster behind us." At Sikong Yanin's command, both Morong Yunhai and Morong Shui fell silent, clearly intimidated by her wrath. "What if we seek help?" Morong Shui suggested after a moment of contemplation. However, she was met with incredulous glances from both Sikong Yanin and Morong Yunhai. Realizing the futility of her suggestion in such a desolate place, Morong Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, unable to meet their eyes. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from behind them, accompanied by tremors in the ground that caused their expressions to shift dramatically. "Quickly, Xiaoxua, you and Yanin must run. I will hold it off." Morong Yunhai shouted to his sister and Sikong Yanin. "Brother, you are no match for it." Morong Shui cried out in alarm. "It's fine. You two go ahead. Do not worry about me. I will find a way to rejoin you after I lead it away," Morong Yunhai declared with resolute determination, slowing his pace. He had promised their parents he would ensure his sister's safety at all costs. Seeing her brother's insistence to stay behind, tears streamed down Morong Shui's cheeks. "Brother, trust me, I will find someone to rescue you," she sobbed, quickening her steps, while water columns shot into the air, hoping to attract attention. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yu and Li Ming were aimlessly searching for the beast. Just then, a small white creature, the three-eyed spirit rabbit, suddenly unzipped the backpack and emerged. With a gentle leap, it landed on Lin Yu's shoulder. Just as Lin Yu was about to bring it down for a few affectionate strokes, he noticed that the little white creature was incessantly pointing in another direction. "Chirp, chirp. Are you saying something is approaching from that way?" The little one nodded vigorously. Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Li Ming, and they promptly moved toward the direction indicated by the creature. Chapter 80. Encounter. Observing that Morong Shui and Sikong Yanin had managed to escape a considerable distance, Morong Yunhai prepared to flee in another direction. His intention was to divert the rampaging giant rhinoceros, but for reasons unknown, perhaps the enticing scent of the two women, the creature did not pursue him. Instead, it charged directly after Morong Shui and Sikong Yanin. "Damn it!" Morong Yunhai cursed vehemently as he realized that the beast had abandoned him in favor of chasing his sister. With no other choice, he redirected his path to follow the two women. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Li Ming spotted the two women rushing towards them in the distance, and they stood momentarily stunned. "Brotherly, where have these girls come from in this desolate wilderness? Could they be transformed beasts? I have no idea. Logically speaking, while few know of the Yinwen mountain range, there are still some who would venture here. Brotherly, could they possibly be the villagers you mentioned before? Impossible. I've seen the villagers' attire, and it is certainly not like theirs." Li Ming shook his head, dismissing Lin Yu's conjecture. As they conversed, Morong Shui and Sikong Yanin caught sight of them and were immediately filled with joy. Morong Shui called out to Lin Yu and Li Ming, "Help! Please, save us." "Brotherly, should we assist them?" Lin Yu hesitated, looking to Li Ming for guidance, as he was more experienced in such matters. "Let us go take a look first." "All right." With that, the two made their way toward Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan. Upon seeing this, the two women breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their rescuers were not the type to ignore those in peril. Before long, Lin Yu and Li Ming halted, standing about 10 meters away from Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan. "Who are you? How did you come here?" Li Ming was the first to inquire. In response, Morong Shui blurted out her story, with Sikong Yanan unable to intervene. "We hail from Magic City. I am Morong Shui, and this is Sikong Yanan. We came here for training, but encountered a rampaging giant rhinoceros of the Bronze 9 Stars, and had to flee. Oh, and please, you must save my brother." He stayed behind to hold off the creature. Upon hearing Morong Shui's words, Li Ming fell into deep thought. Noting that both women possessed only the strength of Bronze 7 Stars and were from Magic City, a realization struck him. "Are you from the Morong and Sikong clans? Are you familiar with the Morong family? If so, I presume you are also from the Magic City." Morong Shui's eyes sparkled at his words, astonished that the person before her possessed knowledge of her illustrious lineage. However, Li Ming did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he posed another question: "Who is Morong Tian to you?" At this remark, both women were taken aback. Morong Shui cautiously inquired, "Do you know my father? You are the daughter of Morong Tian?" Li Ming couldn't help but scrutinize Morong Shui from head to toe. Just then, Sikong Yanan abruptly interrupted their conversation. "Sir, since you are acquainted with Uncle Morong, please assist Morong Yunhai. He is the son of Uncle Morong." Not perturbed by her interruption, Li Ming turned his gaze towards the direction from whence they had come and simply stated, "They're here." The two women were momentarily confused by his words. What could possibly be arriving? Could it be the rampaging giant rhinoceros? That would imply that Morong Yunhai was in close proximity. As the two women turned their heads, they spotted Morong Yunhai rushing towards them, panting heavily. "Sister, hurry and flee," he shouted urgently, noticing the two women standing still, presuming they were waiting for him. Upon hearing Morong Yunhai's voice, the two women exhaled in relief, fearing he had encountered misfortune. "All right, quickly stand behind me," Li Ming instructed the slightly dazed women. Oh, okay." Morong Shui was the first to regain her composure and promptly pulled Sikong Yanan to stand behind Li Ming. At this juncture, Lin Yu suddenly spoke up, "Brotherly, leave it to me." "Sure, I'll provide support. You can proceed with confidence," Li Ming replied with a nod. After all, he had come primarily to accompany Lin Yu on this expedition, and a mere Bronze 9-star beast was not worthy of his direct intervention. Observing the scene, Morong Shui kindly warned that rampaging giant rhinoceros, though only at the bronze level, possesses the strength of a genuine silver-level beast. Upon hearing her words, Li Ming contemplated urging Lin Yu to withdraw, but Lin Yu preempted him, exclaiming, "Haha, that's perfect," realizing that Lin Yu's resolution would be difficult to sway. Li Ming could only sigh in resignation, preparing himself to intervene should the need arise. Before long, Morong Yunhai arrived before the group. Glancing at the two women hiding behind Li Ming, momentarily perplexed. "Sister, what are you doing?" "Brother, come quickly," Morong Shui called out, gesturing for him to approach. Despite being unsure of the identities of the two men, Morong Yunhai discerned their formidable presence and sensed no hostility emanating from them. Resolutely, he steeled himself and stepped past Li Ming, reaching Morong Shui's side. "Shui, who are these two?" "I don't know them, but they seem to be acquainted with our father," Morong Yunhai replied, bewildered. He was aware of his father's name and directly addressed him as such, leading to the conclusion that the other party knew his father. Morong Yunhai looked at Morong Shui with a hint of exasperation. His sister was simply too naive. Sikong Yanan, however, paid no attention to the siblings' conversation and quietly observed the two individuals ahead. Although she sensed that Li Ming's realm was at the Bronze 9 Stars, her intuition suggested that his strength exceeded that level. Similarly, her assessment of Lin Yu was akin, despite perceiving that his realm was also at Bronze 7 Stars. The aura he exuded implied that even a Bronze 9-star opponent would struggle to last more than 10 rounds against him. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, heralding the approach of a massive gray rhinoceros, towering over 4 meters, as it charged swiftly in their direction. Each step it took stirred up clouds of dust from the earth. The hearts of Morong Yunhai and his companions raced as they beheld the rampaging beast drawing nearer. simultaneously preparing to flee should Lin Yu find himself overwhelmed. Fixating on the approaching rhinoceros, a glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. He promptly retrieved the destruction gun from his system space, standing resolutely with it in hand, which momentarily left Murong Shui, the infatuated girl, in a daze. Li Gu. Little Bai, I need you to look after this, Lin Yu said as he turned and removed his backpack, tossing it to Li Ming. Without hesitation, Li Ming caught the backpack, while Little Bai, bewildered, felt a sudden dizziness and promptly unzipped the bag to emerge. Chapter 81. Taking action against the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. As Little Bai emerged, Murong Shui gasped in surprise. She instinctively moved to touch it, but was halted by Murong Yunhai. Shui, we don't even know if they are friends or foes. How can you just approach? Sikong Yanin admonished her. Murong Shui felt a rush of embarrassment, but remained transfixed on the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit in Li Ming's arms. In contrast, both Murong Yunhai and Sikong Yanin focused intently on Lin Yu. Could this youth, seemingly of similar age, truly drive away the rampaging rhinoceros? As the beast drew closer, Lin Yu wasted no time and launched a fireball toward it. Unsurprisingly, the fireball was effortlessly deflected by the rampaging rhinoceros. Undeterred, Lin Yu concentrated and conjured an even larger fireball, infusing it with a hint of the South Ming Li fire from the Li Fire Pearl. Sensing the impending threat, the rhinoceros abruptly halted, fixating its gaze on the approaching fireball. With a furious roar, a wall of earth suddenly erupted from the ground, directly intercepting the attack. Witnessing his move thwarted, Lin Yu shouted with fervor, "Solar flare!" Suddenly, flames enveloped him, and in the astonished gazes of those around, the fire coalesced into small fireballs. These fireballs swiftly expanded, growing to the size of basketballs in the blink of an eye. Go! With Lin Yu's command, the fireballs soared into the air, cascading down like a meteor shower towards the rampaging giant rhinoceros. The beast had never encountered such a spectacle and attempted to evade the onslaught of fireballs. However, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming, and the rampaging giant rhinoceros was ultimately struck. Dozens of fireballs crashed upon its body. Even the thickest skin could not withstand the searing heat. When the last fireball fell, the beast lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Just as Lin Yu prepared to deliver a final blow, the rhinoceros's eyes suddenly turned blood red, plunging it into a frenzied state. This was the origin of its name. When subjected to lethal damage, it would enter a state of rage, during which all sensations of pain vanished. Lin Yu, run! Li Ming shouted urgently. Recalling the creature's frenzied condition, a grave oversight on his part. Upon hearing Li Ming's warning, Lin Yu immediately activated his phantom step, evading the rampaging rhinoceros's attack range. The beast, having lost sight of Lin Yu, redirected its fury towards Li Ming and the others. With a deafening roar, it charged at them. Just as Li Ming prepared to counter, a voice resonated through the air. Beast, prepare to meet your demise. The group turned to see Lin Yu wielding a colossal cannon, more precisely, an electromagnetic cannon. This was the high-grade weapon, the electromagnetic pulse cannon, that Lin Yu had previously deployed. As he pressed a button, a beam of blue light shot forth from the cannon's mouth, piercing through the rhinoceros's skull before it could react. It was dead beyond any doubt. Murong Yunhai and Sikong Yanin swallowed hard, becoming increasingly vigilant. The fact that their adversary possessed such weaponry suggested either military affiliation or something akin to mercenaries. This realization left them feeling as though they had merely escaped from a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. Yanin, who are they? How could they possess such weapons? And where did he even pull that from? Murong Yunhai quietly inquired of Sikong Yanin beside him. In response, Sikong Yanin helplessly shrugged, equally perplexed about their identity. I have no idea, but it seems he might be acquainted with your father. As she spoke, she gestured toward Li Ming, who was engrossed in observing the three-eyed spirit rabbit. At this revelation, Murong Yunhai was taken aback. If he was indeed familiar with his father, he must be of a similar standing. Such a possibility suggested he could be an official, yet Murong Yunhai realized he did not recognize him. Contemplating this left him even more bewildered. After Lin Yu decisively vanquished the enraged giant rhinoceros with a powerful shot, he swiftly employed the phantom step technique, appearing atop the creature's head, while the electromagnetic pulse cannon was promptly stored within the system space. Lin Yu then retrieved the destruction gun, delicately pried open the beast's skull, and extracted the core within. How dare you act so ferociously before me? Knowing you cannot withstand my might, he mused, casting a disdainful glance at the core in his hand before smirking at the fallen giant rhinoceros beneath him. Subsequently, he utilized the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night to encapsulate the beast. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yu strode confidently toward Li Ming and the others. Brother Li, I have not disappointed you, haha. Brother Lin, was that technique bestowed upon you by Teacher Liu? Li Ming began, only to realize the presence of others and hastily altered his words. Lin Yu discerned the implication behind his remark and nodded. Indeed, before departing, my teacher entrusted me with some life-saving items, all contained within the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night. With Liu Hongba absent, Lin Yu unapologetically attributed all unorthodox matters to him, for it was only fitting that such an extraordinary individual possessed peculiar artifacts. Li Ming, upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, quickly felt at ease, having previously pondered the source of Lin Yu's remarkable items. After a brief exchange, their attention shifted to Murong Yunhai and his companions, who appeared visibly tense. Lin Yu, sensing their apprehension, spoke. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Li Ming, and this is Lin Yu. Greetings, I am Murong Yunhai. I extend my gratitude for your assistance, Murong Yunhai said with a beaming smile. Haha, no need for thanks. It was but a trifling matter, Li Ming replied warmly. Noticing the amiable demeanor of the two, Murong Shui mustered her courage to inquire. If I may ask, who are you, and what brings you here? Oh, I am accompanying Brother Lin on a training expedition. This little fellow sensed something unusual and guided us here, Li Ming explained, gesturing to the small creature nestled in his arms. Is that a three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit? Indeed. How did you manage to capture it? Interestingly, this little one was drawn to the roasted meat prepared by Brother Lin, and it simply refused to leave thereafter. Li Ming chuckled, handing the rabbit back to Lin Yu. As Lin Yu accepted the rabbit and placed it upon his shoulder, the envious Murong Shui approached him, wearing an expression of longing. May I hold it? Absolutely not. Lin Yu replied without hesitation. Ding. Murong Shui's emotional value increased by 1,000. Ding. Murong Shui's emotional value increased by 1,000. Merely being denied her request resulted in a sudden surge to 50,000 points, leaving Lin Yu bewildered. Is this some sort of emotional generator? Could I at least pet it? Just for a moment? Seeing Lin Yu's refusal, Murong Shui immediately began to pout. Chapter 82. Something is following behind. Listening to the overly sweet voice, Lin Yu and the others found it quite unbearable. In an effort to silence Murong Shui, Li Ming took the initiative to step forward and suggested, Lin, why don't you let her hold it? I truly can't endure this any longer. Meanwhile, Murong Yunhai and Sikong Yanan nodded in agreement, urging Lin Yu to oblige, as they too were somewhat troubled by Murong Shui's tone. Reluctantly, Lin Yu handed Little Bai to Murong Shui, reassured by the bond he had established through a contract, which ensured that no one could take Little Bai away from him. Little Bai, be good and let this young lady hold you, Lin Yu instructed before placing the creature in Murong Shui's hands. The moment Murong Shui embraced Little Bai, she immediately showered it with affection. Seeing this, Murong Yunhai could only shake his head in exasperation and explain to Lin Yu and Li Ming, I sincerely apologize. My sister is simply like this. She has a profound fondness for these small magical beasts and has quite a few at home. Unfortunately, she has yet to find a three-eyed spirit rabbit. Upon seeing Lin's, she couldn't help herself. I hope you can understand. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. It's normal for young girls to adore such adorable magical creatures. My sister is quite fond of them too. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think of Tang Xinyan, wondering if she was thinking of him. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Tang Xinyan had only briefly thought of him the previous night before immersing herself in her dramas, hardly giving him a second thought. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Murong Yunhai felt a sense of camaraderie forming, instinctively lowering his guard. However, Sikong Yanan remained vigilant, as the other party had yet to fully disclose their identities. In contrast, due to Murong Shui's openness, they had shared everything. Noticing her wariness, Li Ming spoke up. Miss Sikong, please do not be alarmed. We mean no harm. I hail from the Magic City and am a Dragon Guardian, while Lin here is a senior student from Jiang City. Really? Sikong Yanan regarded them with skepticism. In response, Li Ming produced the Dragon Guardian identification that Zhang Tailin had procured for him, while Lin Yu presented his student ID from Jiang City High School. Sikong Yanan and Murong Yunhai examined the documents and, upon confirming their authenticity, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Dragon Guardians held a level of trust greater than that of the police in people's minds. Each Dragon Guardian undergoes rigorous selection processes, ensuring that only the most capable individuals are admitted. You may doubt anyone, but not the Dragon Guardians. Thus, upon learning of Li Ming's identity, the wariness in Sikong Yanin and Murong Yunhai dissipated instantly. May I call you brotherly? Murong Yunhai timidly gazed at Li Ming. No problem. You may call me whatever you wish. Li Ming casually waved his hand, indifferent to how he was addressed. Yet, deep within, he hoped the names would not be distasteful. Brotherly, what did you mean when you mentioned knowing my father? I don't believe we've met before. You may not recognize me, but you surely know my elder brother. Your elder brother is? Li Guangliang. What? You are the brother of Captain Li. At this moment, Murong Yunhai finally understood. The other party was indeed Li Guangliang's sibling. It is well known that Li Guangliang is a figure renowned throughout the entire Magic City, particularly among the elite. After all, he is the one who often leads operations to apprehend criminals, and many find themselves trembling in his presence. However, you are quite audacious. Venturing into the Yinfeng Mountains with two young ladies, Li Ming teased, observing Murong Yunhai with amusement. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Murong Yunhai scratched his head and then explained. Xiaoxua heard from somewhere that there are many bronze-level beasts here, so she invited me and Yanin to join her in capturing a few to take back. I researched and discovered that only bronze-level beasts inhabit this area, so I, relying on my bronze 8-star prowess, brought them along. Little did I know, when we encountered that rampaging giant rhinoceros, which was only bronze 9-star, I attempted to test it, only to discover its combat power had reached the silver level. Helpless, we had to flee in a panic. Sikong Yanin abruptly interrupted him, glaring at him in indignation, asserting that it was all Murong Yunhai's fault. Observing this, Murong Yunhai awkwardly turned his head away, realizing that had it not been for his arrogance, the three of them might have met their demise today. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Lin Yu and Li Ming found themselves both amused and exasperated. Is this what it means to be a descendant of a prominent family? Lacking basic common sense, yet daring to venture into such perilous territory. By the way, where are your belongings? Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed that the trio carried nothing, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that they possessed spatial storage devices? Sikong Yanin reflected for a moment and replied, to facilitate a quicker escape, we discarded all our belongings. Li Ming. Oh, Lin Yu. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's cheeky demeanor, Sikong Yanin could hardly contain her frustration. Ding. Sikong Yanin's emotional value, 1,000. Ding. Sikong Yanin's emotional value, 1,000. So, do you plan to return directly or stay with us here for 3 months? Li Ming quietly observed the two, eager to discern their intentions. In truth, he hoped they would accompany him, as Lin Yu was well equipped with supplies, not to mention his prior acquaintance with Murong Tian. Allowing them to wander alone would weigh on his conscience. Murong Yunhai and Sikong Yanin exchanged glances upon hearing Li Ming's words, subsequently falling into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Murong Shui, who had been playing with the little white creature for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. Brother, Yanin, let us stay with them. I'm reluctant to part with the little white one. Sighing in resignation, Murong Yunhai acknowledged, given their current lack of resources, they could hardly venture beyond the Yinwind mountain range. Moreover, with Li Ming around, there was a semblance of security. Most importantly, Lin Yu was a fire-type awakener, ensuring they could at least have cooked food. Let us go. It's getting late, and we ought to find a place to rest properly, Li Ming said, glancing at the sky. All right, we'll follow your lead. Brotherly, Murong Yunhai nodded. Thus, Li Ming took the lead, with the two women walking in the middle, while Lin Yu and Murong Yunhai brought up the rear. Suddenly, the little white creature seemed to sense something, scratching at Murong Shui with its tiny paws, urging her to look back. Oh, little white, what's wrong? Is there something behind us? Murong Shui, puzzled, followed the creature's indication and glanced back, only to find nothing unusual aside from Lin Yu and Murong Yunhai. You're not thinking of returning to your master, are you? I must tell you, your master has entrusted you to my care, so it's best you stay with me. She instinctively assumed it missed Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu had gleaned from Little White that something was indeed following them. Chapter 83. Why are you collecting leaves? Before long, Li Ming led the group to a relatively concealed spot. This will do, he said. Xiaoxua, you and Yanin stay here. I'll go gather some leaves. Murong Yunhai nodded, and then turned to Murong Shui and Sikong Yanin. Lin Yu, perplexed by the mention of gathering leaves, inquired, what do you need leaves for? To make a bed on the ground. Otherwise, it would be quite uncomfortable to sleep on the bare earth at night, Morong Yunhai replied, blinking innocently at Lin Yu as if he were the fool. But in the next moment, he realized he was the one who was foolish. As Lin Yu waved his hand, and 3 brand new tents materialized before him. Morong Yunhai, what? Sikong Yanan. Brother Lin, how did you do that? You aren't still a space-type awakener, are you? Morong Yunhai stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He, guess, Lin Yu replied, neither confirming nor denying, letting them speculate, as he had no intention of revealing his secret. Ding. Morong Yunhai's emotional value increased by 1,000. Ding. Morong Yunhai's emotional value increased by 1,000. Astonishingly, another 50,000 emotional points were credited to Lin Yu, filling him with joy. He had never anticipated encountering others in the wilderness. He had initially planned to hunt the beasts alone, but now it seemed he had opened up another source of opportunity. By the way, each tent costs 200,000. Do you plan to pay in cash or via transfer? Lin Yu's sudden remark left the 3 in shock. Sikong Yanan immediately considered arguing, but Lin Yu paid her no mind. Instead, he quietly observed Morong Yunhai, eager to see what decision he would make. No problem, Brother Lin. Whatever amount you mention, we can agree to it. However, we do not have that much cash on hand. Would it be possible to write an IOU? Morong Yunhai said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded and then turned to Li Ming beside him. All right, Brother Li, could you assist us by acting as a notary? Li Ming had initially intended to dissuade Lin Yu, but given the circumstances, he swallowed his words and prepared to serve as a witness for the two. Thus, Morong Yunhai inscribed his name on the IOU presented by Lin Yu and, after biting his finger, pressed it onto the document as a seal. Lin Yu had intended to offer ink for the seal, but before he could speak, Morong Yunhai had already made his mark. Seeing this, Lin Yu could only silently retract the ink. By the way, do you need any water? As soon as the question was posed, the 3 men felt a sudden thirst. After running for so long, their mouths had dried up, and if Lin Yu hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have even noticed. Brother Lin, does the water cost anything? Morong Yunhai asked timidly. Lin Yu shook his head in response. The water was complimentary, but other items would incur a fee. Brother Lin, what else do you have? Beer, soft drinks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, bottled water, and instant noodles, all available at reasonable prices. Would you care to purchase some? Upon witnessing Lin Yu's cheeky demeanor, Sikong Yanan felt an urge to grind her teeth in frustration, yet she was powerless against him. After all, these were his possessions, and he had the right to do as he pleased. Choosing to ignore him, she picked up the tent and moved to the side. Haha, Brother Lin. Please don't take offense. Yanan is just impulsive, Morong Yunhai quickly interjected, but Lin Yu paid him no heed. It's fine. By the way, do you still want the water? If not, I shall go prepare a fire for cooking. Yes, Brother Lin, you can cook? Upon hearing that Lin Yu intended to prepare a meal, Morong Yunhai was momentarily shocked, but he quickly came to terms with it. After all, the other man was not like him, living a life of luxury without any practical skills. Lin Yu tossed 3 bottles of water to him and then, disinterested, began to dig in a nearby open space. Shortly after, he retrieved some dry twigs from his supplies, and with a flick of his palm, a flame coalesced in his hand. In the next moment, the twigs ignited. Observing Lin Yu's adept technique, Morong Yunhai was thoroughly astonished. It was worth noting that he had previously spent over 3 hours trying to start a fire, all while facing ridicule from Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan. However, none of this concerned Lin Yu, as he now released the ferocious giant rhinoceros he had slain earlier. Under the bewildered gazes of the others, Lin Yu swiftly cut open the creature's belly with his knife, and a cascade of entrails spilled forth. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu quickly retrieved a large basin from his supplies and began to fill it. Li Gu, please dispose of these entrails, Lin Yu called out to Li Ming, who was meditating. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Ming opened his eyes and approached him. Morong Yunhai, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt a wave of nausea and found it difficult to accept. He had no such reaction when slaying demon beasts, but the thought of dissecting them made his stomach churn. Lin, how can you bring yourself to do this? He asked. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. I felt a bit uncomfortable during my first dissection as well, but over time, I became used to it, Lin Yu replied, recalling his experiences in the Silver Serpent secret realm. At that time, he had no other food and had to rely on demon beast meat to satiate his hunger. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Morong Yunhai inexplicably felt a surge of respect for him. It was noteworthy that Lin Yu appeared to be about the same age as himself, yet his cultivation level was slightly inferior. The fact that he could dissect demon beasts without batting an eye indicated that he had likely done so numerous times, enough to become desensitized to the act. This was akin to someone who might hesitate when killing 1 or 2 chickens, but after slaughtering dozens or even hundreds, the motions become fluid and automatic, devoid of hesitation. Watching Lin Yu busily at work, Murong Yunhai momentarily felt at a loss. It was then he remembered that he had yet to set up his tent. He picked up the remaining tent and made his way toward Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan, who had already erected their tent and were currently playing with the little white creature. One could not deny the charm of the little creature. Even the usually irritable Sikong Yanan was captivated by its adorable appearance. Upon seeing Murong Yunhai approach, Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan instinctively glanced up before returning to their playful antics with the little creature. Murong Yunhai, at a loss for words, felt somewhat neglected as his sister had become enamored with the little rabbit and seemed to disregard him entirely. With no other choice, he tossed 2 bottles of water to them and began to set up his tent. Drawing on his previous experience, he quickly completed the task. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had divided the ferocious giant rhinoceros into several pieces, skewering each chunk with branches and placing them over the fire to roast. In no time, the savory aroma wafted through the air, causing the 3 initially hungry individuals to salivate. "Brother, that smells so good. Could you bring me a piece?" Murong Shui blinked her big eyes, fixating on Murong Yunhai. Brother, I'm really hungry. Could you please get me a piece?" When Murong Shui saw him remain unmoved, she began to playfully pout. Unable to bear her antics, Murong Yunhai stood up and headed toward Lin Yu. Chapter 84. Why didn't you say so earlier? As night descended, the group sat together, feasting heartily on the chunks of meat. At that moment, Murong Shui suddenly began to praise Lin Yu. "Delicious, brother Lin Yu. I never expected you to possess not only formidable strength, but also exceptional culinary skills, unlike my brother, who is so unreliable." As she spoke, Murong Shui playfully stepped on Murong Yunhai's foot, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. "It seems we have indulged you too much, Murong Shui. I never imagined you would dare to tease your brother." Murong Yunhai glared angrily at his sister, who was indulging in her feast. However, Murong Shui feigned ignorance, savoring her morsels of meat. Although they had consumed plenty of beast meat at home, none could compare to the exquisite flavors prepared by Lin Yu, whose basic culinary skills surpassed 90% of chefs in this world. "By the way, I still don't know what abilities you have awakened. Would you mind sharing?" Lin Yu's inquiry swiftly disrupted the sibling rivalry. Hearing this, Murong Shui spoke first. "I have awakened water-type abilities, while my brother has awakened gold-type abilities." Before she could finish, Sikong Yanan interjected, "I have awakened wind-type abilities." "Oh, I see," Lin Yu nodded. "Li Ge, what about you? What abilities do you possess?" Murong Yunhai turned to the silent Li Ming. Li Ming smiled and replied, "I have awakened ice-type abilities." Thus, everyone became aware of each other's powers. Suddenly, Sikong Yanan appeared to have an epiphany, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Sensing her scrutiny, Lin Yu instinctively looked up, only to find her staring at him with a look of contemplation. "Miss Sikong, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled by her intense gaze. Could it be that she was captivated by his charm, unwittingly falling for him? Just as he was lost in thought, Sikong Yanan finally spoke, unable to withstand Lin Yu's gaze any longer. "Your name is Lin Yu. You're from Jiangxing, studying at Jiangxing High School. And you have awakened both fire-type and space-type abilities?" This revelation left everyone astonished, particularly Lin Yu. After a prolonged silence, Murong Yunhai, with a perplexed expression, asked, "Yanan, what did you just say? Lin Xiaogu has awakened space-type abilities as well?" "Yes, I remembered seeing a message online, which has since been deliberately deleted. But I still recall its content. It mentioned that a student from Jiangxing High School had awakened fire-type and space-type abilities. How can you be sure that person is Lin Xiaogu? And how can you ascertain the authenticity of that message?" Murong Yunhai still found it hard to accept and sought to refute Sikong Yanan's statement. Yet, her next remark silenced him instantly. "Then how do you explain where that electromagnetic cannon came from? And what about this tent?" Beside them, Lin Yu and Li Ming silently observed the two engaged in a heated debate, as if the matter bore no relevance to themselves. Once Sikong Yanan had concluded her remarks, Murong Yunhai finally turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, seeking any form of rebuttal from him. Perceiving his intent, Lin Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Miss Seekong is indeed correct. I possess dual abilities. As he spoke, Lin Yu gestured with his hand, and a dimensional wormhole materialized before everyone. He then reached inside, and upon withdrawing his hand, a box of chilled cola appeared. Wow! At this sight, Murong Yunhai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Murong Shui and Seekong Yanin were equally captivated by this remarkable display. Brother Lin Yu, you are amazing. Murong Shui's gaze towards Lin Yu transformed into one of infatuation. Observing his sister's starry-eyed admiration, Murong Yunhai felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Previously, she had stayed awake all night obsessing over a certain celebrity, clutching onto their image as if her life depended on it. It was only when that celebrity faced a scandal that she returned to her senses. Seekong Yanin seemed to notice Murong Yunhai's concern and quickly whispered something into Murong Shui's ear. Gradually, Murong Shui began to regain her composure, though the contents of Seekong Yanin's words remained a mystery to the others. Unbeknownst to Seekong Yanin, Lin Yu, having undergone the refinement of the cleansing elixir, possessed hearing far superior to that of an ordinary person. He overheard everything she said. A bemused smile crossed Lin Yu's face as he realized that Seekong Yanin had just divulged the incident of his public confession to Li Hangshuang. That day, he had merely wished to test the capabilities of his system, resulting in an unexpectedly beneficial outcome. He had amassed several tens of thousands of emotional points in a single day. Lin Yu had not anticipated that this matter would also be known to Seekong Yanin. He contemplated offering an explanation, but, seeing her disinterest, decided to forego the clarification and allow them to harbor their misconceptions. Ahem. Well then, you all continue your discussion. I shall retire to my tent. Lin Yu announced as he stood and walked away. Observing this, Li Ming prepared to rise as well. You all chat. I will keep watch. Murong Yunhai wished to interject, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to silence as he silently watched the two depart. Meanwhile, in a towering building within the magical city, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was intently focused on the computer before him. At that moment, a beautiful woman dressed as a secretary entered the room. Boss, the young master has taken the young lady out. Oh, understood. You may leave now, Secretary Wang. The middle-aged man responded with a slight acknowledgement before returning to his work. However, Secretary Wang did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, she hesitated, appearing as if she had more to say. Noticing her lingering presence, the middle-aged man finally looked up at her. Is there something else? The owner, Master Yunhai and Miss Schwer, what has happened to them? The middle-aged man immediately set aside what he was holding, his face displaying concern as he gazed at Secretary Wang. This man was none other than Murong Tian. They are no longer in the Magic City? What? Murong Tian was instantly taken aback, rising to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Secretary Wang. In response, Secretary Wang had no choice but to speak up, stating, 3 days ago, Miss Schwer, in pursuit of a demon beast, left the Magic City with Master Yunhai and Miss Seekong Yanin. As for their current whereabouts, we are at a loss. Why was this not communicated sooner? Murong Tian, filled with indignation, could not comprehend why his subordinates had failed to inform him in advance. Seeing his fury, Secretary Wang dared not utter a word, fearing to provoke Murong Tian further. Speak. Why was this not said earlier? Master Yunhai instructed us not to disclose this matter to you. Who decides in the Murong family? If he commanded you not to inform me, does that mean you simply remain silent? What use are you to me? The already troubled Murong Tian could no longer contain his wrath upon hearing this. After a prolonged moment, Murong Tian finally vented his anger, then turned his gaze towards Secretary Wang. Did they mention where they were headed? According to the reports of the subordinates, it seems Master Yunhai and the others are preparing to venture to the Inwind mountain range. Upon hearing Secretary Wang's words, Murong Tian swiftly searched his mind for information regarding the Inwind mountain range, soon uncovering some relevant details. The Inwind mountain range? Is that the place that is home solely to bronze-level demon beasts? However, Secretary Wang was unaware of this, and thus chose to remain silent in the face of Murong Tian's inquiry. After a brief pause, Murong Tian waved his hand at Secretary Wang, saying, All right, I understand. You may go and arrange for a few individuals to head there for assistance. Certainly, sir. Seeing his tone had softened somewhat, Secretary Wang immediately felt a sense of relief. Believing that Murong Yunhai and the others were likely not in immediate danger, she then turned and exited the office. Once she left, Murong Tian pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Upon receiving a response, He exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Murong Tian, Murong Yunhai and his companions had narrowly escaped death in the Inwind mountain range. The next day, Lin Yu emerged from the tent, bearing dark circles under his eyes. The previous day, he had deduced, from Xiao Bai's unusual behavior, that something was following them, prompting him to stay awake all night in anticipation of its emergence. After waiting the entire night, he could no longer endure the fatigue and succumbed to sleep, but it was already 4 in the morning by then. Just as Lin Yu hoped to catch a few more moments of slumber, he was awakened by the clamor of Murong Shui and Xikong Yanan. Also roused was Li Ming, who had kept watch until midnight, having summoned Murong Yunhai. Initially, he had intended to wake Lin Yu as well. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Murong Yunhai had been living too comfortably, and it was imperative to subject him to some hardships. Thus, he roused the still slumbering Murong Yunhai from his sleep. At that moment, Murong Yunhai was already in a state of drowsiness, his eyes barely able to open. "Brother Yunhai, why not take a moment to rest? I shall call you when breakfast is ready," Lin Yu suggested as he approached the tent and moved directly to Murong Yunhai's side. Hearing he could rest, Murong Yunhai staggered toward the tent, and as soon as he lay down, he fell asleep instantly. It was remarkable how quickly he succumbed to slumber. Lin Yu marveled at this before commencing his morning routine. Meanwhile, Murong Shui and Xikong Yanan, who were playfully frolicking with Xiao Bai, hastily approached Lin Yu. "Brother Lin, could you possibly provide us with a set of toiletries?" Murong Shui inquired. "Certainly, but you must offer something in exchange," Lin Yu replied, not indulging them. After all, in this world, nothing comes without a price. If they desired something, they must be willing to barter. Moreover, he was no saint, incapable of absolute selflessness. "How about 1 beast core in exchange for a set?" Murong Shui proposed, her eyes filled with hope. "Do you have one?" Lin Yu questioned, finding no objection to the deal. After all, a single beast core could fetch several thousand, whereas his toiletries cost merely a few coins. It was a fair trade. Upon hearing Lin Yu's skepticism, Murong Shui confidently retorted, "Though I do not possess one, my brother does. You may ask him for it." "All right, I can lend you the items for now. Just remember to provide me with the beast core later," Lin Yu said. Retrieving 2 brand new sets of toiletries from the depths of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, Murong Shui accepted them and pulled Xikong Yanan aside to begin their morning cleansing ritual. Just as Lin Yu was about to inquire if they needed water, he observed Murong Shui gesturing with her hands, conjuring a sphere of water in midair. At this sight, Lin Yu recalled Murong Shui had mentioned being an awakened water user, prompting him to awkwardly turn his gaze away. 2 hours later, they had all eaten their fill and, feeling quite satisfied, prepared to set off. "Brother Lin, I sense your aura is on the verge of a breakthrough," Murong Yunhai remarked, curiosity evident in his tone as he walked at the rear of the group, observing the signs of Lin Yu's impending advancement. In response, Lin Yu gently nodded. "Indeed, I should be able to break through before nightfall." "Haha. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Brother Lin," Murong Yunhai exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Lin Yu acknowledged the congratulation with a slight nod. "By the way, Brother Lin, how old are you this year?" 19, Lin Yu replied. 19. What a coincidence. I am also 19. When is your birthday? In January. Oh, then you are older than I. Mine is in September. May I call you Brother Yu? Feel free. I have no preference. It's merely a title. Brother Yu. As they engaged in casual conversation, the 2 individuals gradually became less estranged from one another. Murong Yunhai had intentions of befriending Lin Yu, considering the latter's dual abilities and promising future. If Lin Yu were to apprentice under Lu Hongba, he would undoubtedly gain significant stature in Longhua. Thus, forging a connection with Lin Yu was indeed a sagacious choice. Unbeknownst to Murong Yunhai, however, Lin Yu had already been accepted as a disciple by Lu Hongba. Suddenly, Li Ming, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. The group followed suit, halting in their tracks. "Li Gu, what's wrong? Are there monsters appearing again?" Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. "Lin Laudi, the situation feels rather grim," Li Ming remarked, a frown creasing his brow. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. If Li Ming deemed the situation dire, it signified a serious predicament. What exactly has transpired? It seems we are surrounded by monsters. What? The group was rendered speechless by this revelation, being encircled by beasts heralded impending catastrophe. At that moment, several monstrous creatures emerged from the grass behind them. All of these beasts bore the rank of Bronze 9 stars, leaving them in a precarious situation. Damn it! How could there be so many beasts? Morong Yunhai cursed vehemently. There must be something orchestrating all of this from the shadows. Lin Yu suddenly recalled what Xiao Bai had mentioned the previous day. Initially, he believed the adversary would strike during the night while everyone was asleep. However, it appeared that the foe had anticipated Lin Yu's thoughts, directly commanding the other beasts to ensnare them. Lin Laodi, do you know something? Yesterday, when Xiao Bai kept pointing behind us, I made a point to observe closely, and I discovered that something was indeed following us. Thus, I stayed awake all night, waiting for it to make a move, yet it never appeared. I never expected it would be lying in wait for us. Is that why you looked so tired this morning? I asked, but you wouldn't say. Morong Shuem muttered upon hearing Lin Yu's words. The group immediately turned their gaze toward her, making her feel somewhat bashful. Enough of this. Given the circumstances, we must fight, Li Ming declared, bringing everyone back to the present. Li Gu, I'll handle the rear. You take care of the front. Yunhai, you need to protect your sister and the others. Lin Yu promptly assigned the tasks. Morong Yunhai wanted to say something, but he saw Lin Yu already charging towards the beasts with his weapon drawn, prompting a resigned sigh from him. Chapter 86. Morong Yunhai is injured with a thunderous shout from Lin Yu. Dozens of fireballs hurtled towards the creatures. The resounding crashes reverberated as the bronze 9-star beasts were sent staggering back several meters. Unfortunately, the assault did not inflict serious harm. Instead, it only served to incite their fury. Roar! As furious roars echoed, several beasts charged toward Lin Yu. Observing the imminent threat, Lin Yu took the lead, gripping the demolition spear tightly, and thrust it toward the foremost beast. Clang! The spear tip collided, sparking a shower of light. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Lin Yu deftly retreated to a safe distance. He then executed the phantom step, vanishing before the beasts. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. Behold my technique. Millennium Kill. Lin Yu hurled the demolition spear through the air, piercing the rear of one beast. A howl escaped the creature as it fell. Though it did not perish immediately, the 3 spectators, watching from a distance, were utterly astonished by Lin Yu's audacity. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? With one beast down, Li Ming's confidence surged. Imitating Lin Yu, he summoned an ice spike and directed it toward another beast's rear. In no time, the ice spike shattered through the beast's skull and emerged on the other side, leaving Li Ming grimacing at the mess it bore. Undeterred, he aimed the ice spike at yet another beast's rear. Murong Shui and Sikong Yanan, witnessing their companions' unscrupulous methods, found themselves at a loss for words. Who in a fight fixates on their opponent's rear but these two? Meanwhile, Morong Yunhai's eyes lit up with inspiration. Why hadn't he thought of this tactic earlier? Had he employed it then, he would not have been so relentlessly pursued by that furious giant rhinoceros. A swift thrust to the rear could have ended it. The battle raged on. Lin Yu, finding success with this method, retrieved the soiled demolition spear from the fallen beast. System, retrieve. The system responded. The demolition spear has been returned to the system space. All excrement has been eliminated. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu summoned a pristine demolition spear from the system space. Free of any filth, he proceeded to replicate his previous success, toppling the remaining beasts. Although they did not succumb immediately, their innards were thoroughly obliterated. Death was merely a matter of time. He intended to keep them alive for emotional value generation. Ding. Emotional value from the horned lizard, 20. Ding. Emotional value from the black-horned horse, 20. Ding. Emotional value from the blue-scaled wolf, 20. Ding. Emotional value from the black-haired boar, 20. At that moment, the system's voice resonated incessantly in Lin Yu's mind. Uncertain of the total gain, he felt it must be no less than 100,000. Meanwhile, Li Ming concluded his battle with a ruthless demeanor, piercing through the heads of the remaining beasts. Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan dared not cast their gazes towards Li Ming, fearing the nightmares that might ensue. Brother Li, we must unearth the mastermind behind this, lest they strike at us again, Lin Yu called out to Li Ming, who was busy clearing the battlefield. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Ming paused his task and began to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a large tree in the distance swaying erratically. There, Li Ming exclaimed, pointing towards the east, prompting everyone to follow his gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards that direction. Lin Yu, wishing to follow, was halted by Li Ming. Stay here, my brother Lin. I fear this may be a ploy to draw us away. Reluctantly, Lin Yu remained to protect Murong Yunhai and the others. Brother, are you capable? Why is it always brother Lin who comes to our aid? Can you not protect us for once? Murong Shui chided, casting a mocking glance at Murong Yunhai, leaving him feeling somewhat diminished. The truth was, the bronze 9 stars were not as he had imagined. All the adversaries possessed strength equivalent to that of silver rank, rendering him powerless. Alas, it is not that I lack strength, but rather that the beasts here are exceedingly formidable. Despite their bronze rank, they unleash power akin to that of silver, Murong Yunhai lamented, feeling disheartened. Initially believing himself to be a prodigy capable of challenging foes beyond his level, he now felt a sense of inadequacy in the presence of Linyu. As the siblings bickered, Linyu appeared to be on the cusp of a breakthrough. He sat cross-legged, and upon realizing his impending advancement, the three hurriedly encircled him. However, just as Linyu prepared to exert all his energy for the breakthrough, an eerie sound suddenly echoed through the air. Kik-kik. The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that the enemy had indeed employed a ruse to lure Li Ming away. Show yourself. Hiding and sneaking about is no true skill, Murong Yunhai bellowed, scanning the surroundings for the unseen foe. As his words fell, a shadow darted swiftly through the trees, soon coming into view. When they finally discerned its form, their hairs stood on end. The creature bore an unsettling resemblance to a human, save for its terrifyingly grotesque face. Just a mere glance sent chills down their spines. What manner of creature are you? Murong Yunhai shouted boldly, yet it seemed the creature did not comprehend. Brother Yunhai, it appears to be a mountain demon, Sikong Yanan whispered, summoning her courage to lean closer to him. A mountain demon? Yes, I have encountered references online, he replied. As the two conversed, the mysterious mountain demon slowly approached them, emitting a series of bone-chilling sounds. Halt! If you dare come closer, I shall take action, Murong Yunhai warned, his voice ringing with authority. However, the spectral mountain demon showed no signs of retreat. Observing this situation, Murong Yunhai ceased his hesitation and immediately launched an attack. Silver light slash. With a furious shout, Murong Yunhai enveloped his hands in a silvery energy, which swiftly transformed into a gleaming blade. He then charged at the spectral mountain demon with great speed. Soon, he found himself at the side of the demon, swinging his blade downwards, aimed directly at its head. Yet, the spectral mountain demon merely pinched its fingers and effortlessly intercepted his strike. What? Murong Yunhai was taken aback, astonished that the foe could so easily counter his move. As he attempted to retract his blade, he realized it was utterly stuck. Without hesitation, Sikong Yanan sprang into action. Blade of Wind. As her voice resonated, a fierce gust swept through the forest, and invisible blades of wind surged toward the spectral mountain demon. However, the wind blades had no effect on the creature. Wind Scythe. Sikong Yanan called out again, directing an unseen scythe toward the demon. This time, the spectral mountain demon finally reacted, hurling Murong Yunhai toward the scythe. Observing this, Sikong Yanan hurriedly adjusted the angle of the scythe. Yet, her reaction proved too slow, and the scythe grazed Murong Yunhai's back. Brother Yunhai? Sikong Yanan exclaimed in alarm. I'm fine, continue your assault. As long as brother you breaks through, we will be safe, Murong Yunhai replied, struggling to his feet despite his injuries. Hearing this, Sikong Yanan launched another attack against the spectral mountain demon. Chapter 87. The Fire Pearl strikes. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Ming halted after pursuing for some distance, having detected unusual sounds from Linyu and the others. Damn it, I've walked into a trap after all, but with Brother Lin around, it should be all right. With that, he prepared to turn back. Just then, several bronze 9-star beasts blocked his path. Damn it, enough is enough. Li Ming erupted in anger. Once was tolerable, but a second time? Seriously? He promptly ceased to be lenient, launching several ice spikes directly at the rear of these beasts. Just when he thought he could swiftly eliminate them, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The beasts deftly shifted their positions, blocking all incoming ice spikes. Stunned by this display, Li Ming was incredulous that these creatures could react so promptly. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. I shall try again. Li Ming conjured several more ice spikes, this time noticeably larger than before. The spikes shot forth toward the beasts once more. Yet, the outcome was the same as before, with the creatures using their bodies to shield against the attack. At this point, Li Ming had to concede that these demon beasts were indeed somewhat troublesome. However, to think they could keep him here was rather naive. No longer concealing his power, Li Ming's spiritual energy surged, and soon a massive ice spear, 2 meters in diameter, began to coalesce. Super Ice Dragon Drill. With his voice echoing, The colossal ice spear hurtled towards the demon beasts. In mere moments, all the creatures were encased in ice. Shatter. At the utterance of this command, the ice blocks began to fracture, and the beasts within were reduced to mere fragments. Having accomplished this, Li Ming turned without a glance and hastened towards Lin Yu and the others. At that moment, Lin Yu was on the brink of a breakthrough, just a step away from ascending to the rank of Bronze 8 stars. Hurry you go. Murong Yunhai silently prayed, utterly depleted of spiritual energy and unable to continue fighting. Only Sikong Yanin remained, struggling against the advancing Mingyan mountain demon. The hearts of the group raced in their throats. I won't allow you to harm my brother Lin Yu, Murong Shui declared with unwavering resolve, her fingers gracefully tracing an arc, enveloping herself and Lin Yu in a water-blue shield. The Mingyan mountain demon cast a cold glance in her direction, a ghostly green light emanating from its eyes, striking Murong Shui directly. Shui! Murong Yunhai exclaimed in alarm. Just as he feared for Murong Shui's safety, she waved her fingers once more, and the water-blue shield began to dissipate. As the shield vanished, the Mingyan mountain demon approached Lin Yu, eyeing him with a sinister smile as it prepared to crush his skull. In that instant, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and a fiery red orb shot forth from his being, striking the ambushing Mingyan mountain demon. Before it could react, the Nanming fire within the orb ignited it instantly. In less than half a minute, the Mingyan mountain demon was consumed entirely by the flames, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, Murong Shui gradually regained her composure, staring at the now-vanished demon in bewilderment. Brother, what happened to that demon beast? It's dead. Dead? How did it die? Was it my brother Lin Yu who killed it? It should be. What do you mean by should be? Either it is, or it isn't. What does that imply? Murong Shui glared at him, puffing with indignation. In response, Murong Yunhai found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, the Mingyan mountain demon had inexplicably self-ignited. He hadn't even seen whether Lin Yu had acted. As from his perspective, Lin Yu had appeared to be in deep meditation, without any visible movements. Yet, just as the demon was about to reach Lin Yu, it had spontaneously ignited, and the flames had spread rapidly, incinerating it completely in less than half a minute. Murong Shui turned her gaze toward Lin Yu, whose eyes were tightly shut. At that moment, a swirling aura enveloped him, and muffled groans emanated from within. Bang! 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 The dull sounds persisted for 5 minutes before finally subsiding. As Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, he found 3 individuals regarding him with peculiar expressions. Why are you all looking at me like that? Do I have a flower on my face? Brother Lin Yu, did you slay that beast? Otherwise, how could you possibly have triumphed over it? Murong Yunhai and Sikong Yanin exchanged glances, while Murong Shui added, All right, don't be disheartened. My successful breakthrough this time is largely due to your assistance, and I shall not charge you for the barbecued meat afterward. Murong Yunhai interjected, Brother Lin, are you all right? Just then, Li Ming returned and, upon seeing the disarray, grew concerned. I'm fine, although I seem to have an issue. Murong Yunhai weakly raised his hand. What's wrong? Li Ming inquired. Well, I was accidentally injured by Yanin. With that, Murong Yunhai turned his back to Li Ming, revealing a wound the size of a palm. Sikong Yanin felt a pang of guilt and dared not meet Murong Yunhai's gaze. She had not foreseen that the mysterious Eye Mountain demon would hurl him aside to block an attack. Don't be so melodramatic. Here, take this. Seeing Murong Yunhai's distress, Lin Yu promptly tossed him a vial of medicine. He had just purchased it from the system for a modest price. Murong Yunhai hurriedly caught it with both hands and began to inspect it. What is this? It's for healing. You simply apply the potion to the wound, and it will heal swiftly. Upon hearing its curative properties, Murong Yunhai did not hesitate to uncork the vial and carefully drip the potion onto his injury. A refreshing sensation spread from the wound throughout his body. Observing this, he continued to apply the remaining potion to other injuries. After a brief moment, the medicine took effect, and the once ghastly wound began to close at a visible rate. Soon, Murong Yunhai's injury appeared as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, especially Li Ming, who had never witnessed such miraculous medicine before. If this were utilized on the battlefield, it could save countless lives. Brother Lin, do you have any more of that potion? Why, Li Gu, are you injured too? That shouldn't be the case. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value reached 999. Huh. Lin Yu was taken aback. This influx of emotional value was rather unexpected. I am not injured. I am merely curious if you have any more of this substance. I wish to take some back for study and subsequently provide each soldier on the front lines with a vial. Li Ming had no choice but to patiently explain his intentions to Lin Yu. After listening, Lin Yu fell into silence. To be honest, he was reluctant to hand over the item, as it would be difficult to explain its origins. He certainly could not say it was a gift from Lu Hongba. What if the higher-ups decided to confront Lu Hongba about the prescription? Just as Lin Yu hesitated over whether to give it to Li Ming, he spoke up. Don't worry. Just say I found it in a certain secret realm. All right, I'll give it to you when we return, Lin Yu replied helplessly, agreeing to this explanation. Since Li Ming was willing to take on the responsibility, he could not refuse any longer. Chapter 88. Brother, I think you might be the one who's weak. After a brief rest, Morong Yinhai was able to move normally. Li Gu, what kind of beast was that just now? It looked like a mountain ogre. Oh, previously. When Lin and I were on the outskirts, we killed a netherite mountain ogre. This one must be seeking revenge. I didn't expect it to be so intelligent, capable of setting a trap for us. Fortunately, Lin's strength is formidable. Otherwise, the three of you would have been in serious trouble, Li Ming explained. I was wondering why that creature didn't attack us. It turns out it was specifically targeting Brother Yu, Morong Yunhai realized. Hearing this, Li Ming shook his head. It's not that it didn't attack you. Rather, it sensed the threat from Lin and aimed to take him down first. As for you, it deemed you inconsequential. Morong Yinhai protested. Are we really that weak? He wanted to defend himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu walked over, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, Young man, you still have to keep working hard. All right, let's hurry up and pack. We need to find a place to rest. I see that both Miss Shui and Miss Ye-Nan have exhausted quite a bit of energy. Li Ming interrupted their conversation. At that moment, Morong Shui and Sikong Ye-Nan staggered toward them. Sikong Ye-Nan was nearly depleted of her spiritual energy, while Morong Shui had just been subdued by the netherite mountain ogre and still appeared somewhat dazed. Seeing the two girls struggling to stand, Morong Yunhai immediately stepped forward to support his sister, leaving Sikong Ye-Nan feeling a bit lost. The group then turned their attention to the leisurely Lin Yu. Why are you all looking at me like that? I have never been one to pursue women. Ding. Morong Yunhai's emotional value, 666. Ding. Morong Shui's emotional value, 666. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value, 666. Ding. Sikong Yanan's emotional value, 1000. All right, can I carry her? Really? The system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Lin Yu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to agree to carry Sikong Yanan. Ignoring her protests, he approached her directly and, under the gaze of everyone, swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her onto his back. In that instant, Sikong Yanan felt her face flush crimson. Throughout her life, no male had ever dared to touch her like this. Originally, Sikong Yanan intended to scold Lin Yu, but upon observing that he merely held her hips without any further impropriety, she refrained from saying anything more. After all, voicing her thoughts would be exceedingly awkward, not only for Lin Yu, but also for herself. Considering this, Sikong Yanan resolved to pretend that she was being carried by a loyal canine. In contrast, Lin Yu appeared utterly relaxed and composed, seemingly indifferent to Sikong Yanan's presence. This was primarily due to the fact that Sikong Yanan was light in stature, coupled with Lin Yu having consumed a dragon elephant pill earlier, which had significantly augmented his strength. Thus, carrying Sikong Yanan felt as effortless as bearing no weight at all. On the other hand, Morong Yunhai found himself in a rather different predicament. Xiaoxue, you ought to lose some weight. I'm beginning to struggle with your weight. Humph. Older brother, I believe you are the one who is lacking in strength. Just look at Lin Yu. He carries Yanan with ease, Morong Shui retorted, casting a disdainful glance at her brother before observing Lin Yu and Sikong Yanan, who were seemingly unbothered. Xiaoxue, do you not have any self-awareness? Just look at how slender Yanan is compared to you. I am not overweight at all. It's clearly you who lacks strength and cannot admit it. Morong Shui protested. Though merely 18, she possessed a curvaceous figure, with ample proportions where it mattered, embodying the quintessential mature woman. In comparison, Sikong Yanan's physique, while also distinctly shaped, did not stand out as prominently against Morong Shui's. Hence, Morong Yunhai perceived Morong Shui as somewhat heavier than Sikong Yanan, though he would never concede that his sister's figure surpassed that of Sikong Yanan. Half an hour later, Li Ming discovered a suitable location to halt. The terrain was not only level, but a small river also flowed nearby. Let us set up camp here. Indeed, this place is quite good, with a river close by? We can take a bath later. I feel rather unclean after these few days. Lin Yu agreed with a nod of satisfaction. At that moment, Sikong Yanin, still on his back, suddenly spoke up. You go. Could you please set me down? Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot about you. With that, Lin Yu crouched down and gently placed Sikong Yanin on the ground. Be careful, she said softly. All right, Lin Yu replied, and Sikong Yanin, with a delicate nod, hurried towards Morong Shui. Hey, Yanin, why is your face so red? Did you get hurt? Morong Shui noticed the flush on Sikong Yanin's cheeks as she approached and expressed her confusion. I'm fine, just a bit warm, Sikong Yanin stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Morong Shui's focus shifted. Hearing you say that, I feel a bit warm too. By the way, there's a river over there. Shall we go wash up? Okay, Sikong Yanin replied. With that, Morong Shui took her hand and led her towards the riverbank, while Lin Yu and the others busied themselves with setting up tents. After Morong Yunhai set up his tent and that of Morong Shui, he was about to assist Sikong Yanin with hers, only to find that Lin Yu had already lent her a hand. Consequently, Morong Yunhai opted to join Li Ming in the river to catch some fish. Brotherly, let us catch a few fish to grill for dinner, he exclaimed. Simultaneously, deep within the Yinwen Mountains, a throng of individuals gathered around a peculiar altar, surrounded by heaps of corpses, both of demonic beasts and humans. Though the former were in greater number, the attire of this group starkly contrasted with that of the outside world. If Li Ming were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for these were the very villagers from the settlement he had previously inhabited. Village chief, a few outsiders have arrived. Should we take action? At this moment, a burly man leaned close to an elderly figure, whispering furtively, his eyes glinting with malice and cunning. Ignore them. Simply assign someone to keep watch. Ensure they do not disrupt our plans, the elder replied, slowly opening his eyes to reveal an unsettling gaze, void of whites and pupils. His eyes appeared a chilling gray, exuding an eerie and sinister aura that instilled fear and deterred direct confrontation. Upon hearing the elder's directive, the burly man promptly turned and departed. Once he was alone, the elder's lips curled into a sinister smile, followed by a strange sound emanating from his throat. In a month, the altar shall awaken.